Upon hearing that you intend to continue fulfilling the marriage contract with your fiancée who has lost all her cultivation, the Jiang family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a young man wearing a ring stepped forward. I disagree. Seeing this, everyone else's faces turned green. I was already worried that you, the young master of the immortal ancient family, might come to break off the engagement. You gave them a surprise after all. But now, someone dares to come out and stir up trouble. Jiang Ran cupped his hands in salute to those around him, esteemed elders. Marriage arrangements are all about matching social and economic status. Mutual consent. He's just a spoiled good-for-nothing who relies on his family's influence. Not worthy of whinnying at all. Hearing this, you didn't get angry at all. Just fixed their gaze on the other person's fingers. On the ring finger of his right hand, wearing an ancient-looking ring. Previously, Jiang Ran inquired about the master inside the ring. Who is more talented and powerful between you and him? To avoid discouraging Jiang Ran's confidence, the remnant soul of the woman inside the ring merely said, the opponent is strong, but you are not weak either. If you diligently cultivate, your future achievements may not necessarily be inferior to theirs. His confidence surged instantly. I wanted to wait until the engagement was called off so I could openly pursue Jiang Wanyin. I didn't expect you to say you'd still go through with the marriage arrangement. That was when I impulsively jumped out on a whim. If you have the courage, then fight me. Surely the divine child wouldn't fear someone as insignificant as me? Jiang Lan's tone was aggressive and overbearing. As long as your protectors don't intervene. He was confident he could defeat you in front of everyone. By then, Jiang Wanyin will surely be impressed. However, the imagined sound of battle never came. In the face of provocation, you did not respond, but leisurely blowing on the tea in his hand. They didn't even give him a second thought. Seeing that he was being ignored, Jiang Lan turned livid with rage. Especially when your goddess is right beside you. It made him feel utterly humiliated. What's wrong, Muge? Are you afraid? Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly surged into the air. Jiang Lan showed no reaction at all. He was immediately sent flying with a slap. The person who struck was the head of the Jiang family. That is Jiang Xianying, Jiang Wanying's biological father. He roared in anger, you vile beast. How could our Jiang family produce such a scoundrel like you? Although Jiang Lan possessed remarkable strength among the younger generation, able to fight above one's level. But compared to you, it naturally doesn't amount to much. After dealing with Jiang Lan, Jiang Xian unhesitatingly knelt down on both knees. Jiang Lan actually dares to provoke the Lord like this, he deserves 1,000 deaths. It is the fault of my Jiang family. I hope you can show some consideration for Master Wanying's sake. Spare the Jiang family. Jiang Xian was drenched in cold sweat, seething with hatred toward Jiang Lan. I thought the other party had decent talent. In the future, they can advance the Jiang family even further. I never expected it would nearly lead them to eternal damnation. The surrounding elders and disciples saw this. They all followed the example of the family head and knelt down on both knees. Jiang Wanyin beside him also didn't know why Jiang Lan suddenly went mad. Over the past 20 years, I've exchanged no more than 3 sentences with them. What she's more concerned about is whether it might cause your misunderstanding. I was just about to explain when you cut me off. What's up? Am I really that scary? Don't worry. I wouldn't take my anger out on the Jiang family over an insignificant ant. Ding! Successfully suppressed the son of fortune, Jiang Lan. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3,000 points of Destined Villain value. The fated daughter, Jiang Wanyin, is worried about the host. The host has gained 10,000 points of Destined Villain value. Actually, from the very beginning, you had already discovered Jiang Lan, and even overheard the conversation between master and disciple. After all, the other party was merely a remnant soul. How could it escape the notice of your guardian? Even the opponent's challenge was within your expectations. However, you had no interest at all. Jiang Lan's only role is to help you increase Jiang Wanying's favorability. Unfortunately, his luck value was absurdly low, only a mere 10,000 points. Compared to Jiang Wanyin, it's like heaven and earth apart. It might also be because the other party hasn't fully developed yet. Looking at the crowd kneeling on the ground, you wave your hand and say, all rise. At such an advanced age, how inappropriate it is to be kneeling. Upon seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In unison, they said, thank you, divine child. Then everyone cast a cold glance at Jiang Lan, who was lying on the ground. The hatred in their eyes was completely unconcealed. Jiang Wanyin gave a graceful bow and said, Wanyin stands in for our revered master. Thank you, young master. Aside from being the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she was once the young mistress of the glazed immortal palace. I've witnessed countless individuals of noble status engaging in acts of bullying men and oppressing women. But you happen to be gentle, refined, and impeccably cultured. Ask yourself, even if she had encountered what happened before, there would undoubtedly be a slight sense of dissatisfaction arising in one's heart. This only made Jiang Wanyin feel even more guilty. The smile on your face remains as gentle as ever. There's no need for such formalities between the two of us. By the way, I had long heard that Miss Wanyin had inexplicably lost all her cultivation. It just so happened that I had browsed through some ancient texts. Perhaps it can help treat you a little. Jiang Wanyin froze for a moment. Her fair cheeks and earlobes then flushed with a faint crimson hue. Whispering softly, "Then I'll trouble you, young master." She extended her right hand, revealed a pair of snow-white wrists as pure as jade lotus roots. "Excuse me." You solemnly took their pulse, feeling a lukewarm temperature, delicate and silky smooth. Jiang Xian, standing nearby, also grew tense upon seeing this, the condition afflicting her daughter. Even her master had been unable to determine it clearly. He wondered if the Mu family had any similar records. Your eyes are tightly closed. The spiritual energy flowed along Jiang Wanying's fair wrist and merged into her meridians. But deep down, I had already begun calling out to the system. After all, I knew nothing about medicine. System, quickly check what's wrong with her. Returning to the host, Jiang Wanyin, the favored daughter of fortune, has cultivated spiritual power. It has all been used to sustain the remnant soul within the pearl of inverse fate. When the remnant soul awakens, the two will merge. By then, Jiang Wanyin will also regain her memories from her past life. You came to your senses. To put it bluntly, it's still the same old tricks. The cultivation was sucked away by the old man. It's just that this old man was actually her from a past life. Then do you know her identity in her previous life? And why would she reincarnate, carrying such immense fortune? In her previous life, she must have been a terrifying figure who dominated an entire era, right? Returning to the host, in her previous life, she was the empress of the celestial realm, one of the supreme powerhouses at the residual immortal realm. Due to the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, they could never break through the shackles. Later, they clashed fiercely with the demon realm's empress, who was also at the crippled immortal realm, over the forbidden treasure boundary compass, attempting to comprehend the opportunity to achieve immortality from this. However, the two of them unexpectedly activated the boundary compass, annihilated by the terrifying power it unleashed, and the boundary compass split in two. Their divine souls were respectively drawn into the destiny reversal pearl and the heavenly origin disc. This is what allowed them to successfully reincarnate. When the soul fully merges, we'll regain all memories. So that's how it is, you suddenly see the light. No wonder Jiang Wanyin possesses an astonishing 300,000 points of heaven-defying luck. The background of your fiancé is truly terrifying. He even obtained such a heaven-defying treasure as the taboo 10 treasures, the 10 forbidden treasures. These are the 10 most powerful innate treasures in all the heavens and worlds, as legend tells. Bearing the name of taboo, they possess terrifying power beyond comprehension. Each time the 10 forbidden treasures appear in the world, they unleash immense turmoil across all realms. Even a mere quasi-emperor, upon obtaining one of the 10 forbidden treasures, gains the power to slay an emperor. Now, her fiancé possesses half of one such artifact. Of course, even as a fragment, the power of this reversing fate pearl is terrifying, far surpassing that of a divine artifact. Should this matter be exposed, it would inevitably draw the covetous eyes of countless mighty beings and powerful figures, igniting fierce clashes among all factions. The power dynamics of the upper realm would be reshuffled, countless Dao domain factions reduced to dust and scattered into oblivion, consigned to history. There was no way around it. The reputation of the 10 forbidden treasures was simply too great. Whoever obtained them would gain supreme power, ensuring their sect or clan would live forever. Ah! Qin Jiuge sighed. She couldn't help but marvel at her fiancé's extraordinary fortune to have even acquired such a forbidden artifact as the 10 forbidden treasures. He had no intention of forcibly seizing it. After all, he had already successfully bound himself to her. Once she regained her past life memories, her cultivation would skyrocket. Then his own cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. There was no point in doing something that harmed others without benefiting himself. Besides, the other half of the 10 forbidden treasures remained in the hands of that demon realm empress. Only when united could the true power of the 10 forbidden treasures be unleashed. The question was whether she had already regained her past life's memories. Well, young master? Have you discovered anything? Jiang Wanyin blinked her large eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. Qin Jiuge frowned deeply before shaking his head. Sorry. Though he now understood the reason, he had no intention of sharing it with Jiang Wanyin. First, revealing the forbidden 10 treasures would be disastrous. If word leaked out, it would spell utter ruin for the Jiang family, drastically reducing his clan's chances of obtaining it. Secondly, revealing it now would make his actions seem overly calculated, making the other party suspect ulterior motives. When it came to acting, the more convincing, the better. It's fine. After all, even my master couldn't detect anything unusual about me. I've long since grown accustomed to it. Jiang Wanyin seemed remarkably composed, hardly fazed by the matter. Only when mentioning her master did her mood dip slightly. Rest assured, the Grand Elder's cultivation is unparalleled. Nothing will happen to him. Qin Jiuge gently took her small hand, offering soft reassurance before producing a jade slip and handing it to her. Young master, what is this? Jiang Wanyin stared at the golden glowing jade slip in her hand, her face filled with confusion. Though her cultivation had been lost, her discernment remained intact. She could sense that the jade slip before her was undoubtedly of a high grade. I specially retrieved this from our clan for you. It contains ancient scriptures on nirvana healing. This might prove useful to you. What? Jiang Wanyin's red lips parted slightly as she examined the ancient scripture closely. With her discerning eye, she could readily recognize its immense value. If this were in the outside world, it would undoubtedly spark fierce competition among countless powerful cultivators. Yet he had simply handed it to her like this? Young master, this item is far too precious. How could I possibly deserve? Jiang Wanyin's delicate brows furrowed slightly, about to shake her head in refusal, but he waved her off. This holds no use for me. Keeping it would be a waste. Take it. Once I return to the Qin clan, I will thoroughly examine it in the scripture hall. If I discover anything about the anomaly in your body, I will notify you immediately. Of course, even if you truly cannot cultivate again in this lifetime, I will ensure your safety for the rest of your days. Qin Jiuge's tone was gentle as he gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her cheek. Their eyes met. Feeling the warmth on her skin and the depth of his concern in his gaze, Jiang Wanyin's cheeks flushed crimson, the color spreading even to her ears. Young master. Ding. The chosen one, Jiang Wanyin, is deeply moved. Congratulations, host, on earning 30,000 villain points. The Jiang family elders nearby all wore lecherous grins upon witnessing this. Especially the head of the Jiang family, his face practically split into a Cheshire cat grin. No need to guess, once today's events spread, they would undoubtedly cause an uproar in the upper realm, far more shocking than Jiang Wanyin becoming the young palace master of the Liuli Immortal Palace. Damn it! Jiang Ran, who had just awakened, opened his eyes to find Jiang Wanyin and Qin Jiuge in an intimate embrace, the latter wearing a bashful expression. Rage surged through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood with a pft before fainting once more. Drag him away and lock him in the dungeon. He'll await the divine sun's judgment. The sight of Jiang Ran sent the Jiang family patriarch into a rage. He had nearly become a disgrace to the Jiang clan, so naturally, he held no regard for Jiang Ran. The two were clearly meant for each other. Who was he to oppose it? He must have lost his mind. He then signaled to the elders and led all the disciples out of the hall. In the vast, empty hall, only Qin Jiuge and Jiang Wanyin remained, lost in each other's embrace. Chapter 6, Fellow Traveler, a luxurious newbie gift pack. Meanwhile, high above the heavens, a magnificent chariot sliced through the sky. Gilded and resplendent, it radiated an air of overwhelming grandeur, drawn by 4 war horses. Ancient runes were engraved upon its body, emanating a powerful aura that rippled through the sky in waves of energy. In the blink of an eye, it vanished thousands of miles away, a testament to the exalted status of its occupant. Damn it, why aren't we there yet? Ride faster, you lot. If you delay my important business, your heads won't be enough to pay for it. Young master, Kanglan City lies just ahead. We'll reach the Jiang residence within the next quarter hour at most. The servants driving the carriage ahead reported, their voices trembling with obvious fear of the man. Hearing this, the man inside the carriage snorted coldly and fell silent. Observing the young master's behavior, the guardian in the void frowned deeply, a hint of disappointment visible. He couldn't fathom what had gotten into the young master. Just 3 days prior, the 8th young master had seemed to lose his mind, demanding to lead men straight to the Jiang family in Kanglan City. His demeanor had shifted dramatically, and he no longer treated his servants with his usual courtesy. Had the young master not remained at the Xiao residence, he might have suspected possession. Inside the carriage, upon learning they would reach the Jiang residence in just 15 minutes, the man's expression brightened. His delight was palpable, and he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Just 3 days ago, he had traveled through time. By sheer coincidence, he had transmigrated into a novel he had read in his previous life. And his new identity was utterly absurd. He was the 8th young master of the ancient Xiao family. The ancient Xiao family was one of the top powers in the upper realm, tracing its lineage back to primordial times with profound heritage. The clan was guarded by an ancient emperor ancestor. His father was the current head of the Xiao clan. Being the 8th son in the family, he was named Xiao Kunba. Despite this formidable background, Xiao Kunba dared not relax for a moment. Having read the original novel thoroughly, he knew that while the Xiao clan appeared to dominate the realm with unmatched prestige, it was actually teetering on the brink of collapse. The root cause lay in the impending catastrophe that would soon engulf the entire upper realm. The Dao domains would shatter, the great Dao would fall into chaos, all things would perish, and sentient beings would suffer unimaginable calamity. That being would use the heavens and earth as his furnace, the great emperors as his alchemical ingredients, refining all realms to forge his path to immortality. What of the immortal clans, the undying great sects, the ancient divine tribes? Before him, the foundations that all clans and sects prided themselves upon would prove utterly fragile, destined only to become his nourishment. The myriad realms became slaughterhouses, and even mighty emperors were but lambs awaiting slaughter before him. Even the great emperor ancestor of his own Xiao clan was crushed to death with a single slap. Fortunately, he awakened his system. The God-tier choice system granted rewards for every decision made. Armed with this cheat code, Xiao Kunba's confidence surged instantly. Wasn't he the very embodiment of the chosen one? Moreover, he possessed memories of this very novel, knowing many powerful figures who hadn't yet come into their own. Jiang Wanyin was one of them. In the storyline, she was absurdly powerful, becoming one of the absolute pinnacles of the entire upper realm in the later stages. According to the original story, she should have already been dumped by that exceptionally powerful fiancé at this point. Her emotions must be at rock bottom now. If he could just comfort her at this moment, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to win her over? Xiao Kunba was brimming with confidence. With his background and looks, winning over this useless heiress from a minor clan should be a piece of cake, right? The mere thought of her divine beauty sent Xiao Kunba's heart racing, urging his companions to hasten their pace. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring an Emperor-tier beast ring. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a shattered 1/3 world seed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a realm-breaking talisman. Within the Jiang family's villa, Qin Jiuge reclined leisurely on a lounge chair, claiming his newbie starter pack. The realm-breaking talisman, as its name implied, could shatter the barriers of a realm, allowing passage between two domains. It was a rare, life-saving artifact. Unfortunately, as the divine son of the Qin clan, he possessed countless hidden treasures, rendering this item rather unimpressive to him. The Emperor-tier beast taming ring, as its name suggests, was used to tame beasts. Simply by wearing it, he could control the creature, rendering it unable to resist. The shattered third of the world seed holds far greater utility. If he could restore it, he would gain a small world of his own. Within this realm, he would reign as a godlike creator, unchallenged by any force. Should he encounter an enemy too powerful to defeat, he could retreat directly into the miniature world or simply imprison the foe within it. Unless the opponent possessed power strong enough to shatter an entire world, they would be at his mercy. All in all, this beginner's gift package left him quite satisfied. After reviewing the rewards, Qin Jiuge fell into deep thought once more. While his stated purpose was to annul the betrothal, there were deeper reasons behind his visit. After all, given the original host's personality, he would never have cared about Jiang Wanyin, especially now that she had become a cripple. If it were truly about breaking off the engagement, he could have set anyone to handle it without a second thought for the Jiang family's face. His true purpose in coming here was that an elder ancestor of his clan had divined that an opportunity would soon manifest within this Dao domain. Since he was still bound by the betrothal to Jiang Wanyin, he used the pretext of annulling the engagement as a cover to come here in search of that opportunity. Of course, once he learned her true identity, he wouldn't be foolish enough to call off the engagement. Such a powerful ally was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. But this Dao domain was vast. How could he possibly locate the opportunity the elder had spoken of? Your Divine Highness, Jiang Ran has regained consciousness. Shall I interrogate him regarding the origins of that fragmented soul? Ripples rippled across the void, and a white-haired elder materialized, bowing respectfully to Qin Jiuge. He was Qin Jiuge's guardian, tasked with monitoring Jiang Ran's every move. Yet he couldn't fathom why the Divine Son had spared Jiang Ran's life. Such an insignificant insect killing him would have been no trouble at all. But since it was the Divine Son's command, he naturally chose to obey. He assumed the Divine Son must have other plans. Upon hearing of Jiang Ran's awakening, Qin Jiuge's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. His voice remained icy as he declared, "No need. I shall go myself." He rose to his feet, his snow-white robes billowing without a breeze, his tall, slender form radiating an otherworldly beauty. It seems I must make the journey after all. After all, seeking out opportunities is what you children of fortune should be doing. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile, before he strode toward the courtyard exit. Chapter 7, The Young Clan Chief of the Nine Netherworlds hardly worthy to be my mount. Ugh. It hurts so damn much. Damn it, the patriarch actually struck so viciously. In the dungeon, Jiang Ran, just awakened, wailed in agony, his cries piercingly pitiful. That single slap had nearly killed him. Jiang Ran, you were far too rash this time. A cold voice echoed from the ring, clearly displeased with his recent actions. To nearly die over a woman? When had his composure deteriorated to this? How was I supposed to know he wouldn't play by the rules? A prodigy of his stature shouldn't have refused my challenge. Jiang Ran felt deeply frustrated. He had believed this battle would be his launchpad to fame in the upper realm, yet the opponent refused to play by the rules. By refusing to fight, didn't he fear damaging his Dao heart? Then it dawned on him. He's clearly afraid. He dares not face me head-on, resorting only to underhanded tricks. If he had actually fought, he might not have defeated me. Master, wouldn't you agree? Red-robed woman. He's not afraid, he simply can't be bothered with you. It's like a true dragon ignoring an ant's provocation. In a battle between you two, the odds would be at most 9-1 in his favor. You could die 9 times in a single minute. Had they personally attacked just now, Jiang Ran would already be dead. She was beginning to regret it now. Losing his mind over a woman and provoking a formidable enemy like the Qin clan, that's hardly the act of a wise man. In his current state, could Jiang Ran even bring her back to the clan? After a moment of silence, the woman spoke slowly. Jiang Ran, you should avoid provoking the Qin clan for now. The urgent priority is to escape from here. A temporary setback means nothing. What matters is whether you dare to face failure head-on and possess the courage to rise again. The woman offered gentle reassurance. Her life was now bound to a should he perish, she would not escape unscathed either. If she wished to return to her clan and rebuild her body, she would ultimately need Jiang Ran's help. You're right. I'm counting on you, master. Once the restraints binding him were lifted, Jiang Ran nodded, his usual confident demeanor returning. A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. Qin Jiuge, the humiliation of today I, Jiang Ran, remember it well. Once my cultivation reaches its peak, you shall pay dearly to wash away this disgrace. Jiang Ran snarled. He had faced setbacks before, but ultimately, he had trampled those opponents underfoot. He believed this opponent would be no exception. Oh? What price? In the pitch-black, deathly silent dungeon, where a pin dropping could be heard, a cold voice suddenly echoed. Instantly, fear washed over Jiang Ran, sending a chill down his spine. This voice he would never forget it, even in death. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed, drawing nearer and nearer. Jiang Ran's heart leapt into his throat. Under the terrified gaze of his opponent, Qin Jiuge slowly emerged from the darkness, his face breaking into a gentle smile. Qin Jiuge. Why are you here? Could it be you truly intend to exterminate us all? Jiang Ran trembled all over, his voice stuttering as cold sweat soaked his back. He hadn't sensed it in the main hall, but now, facing him directly, he felt the full terror of his presence. His aura was profound and boundless, like an endless ocean. Even the slightest pressure he casually emitted seemed capable of crushing space itself. Especially in this form, he couldn't shake the feeling that this being wasn't human at all but a terrifying demon god. Ha! Exterminating every last trace? You're overestimating yourself. Have the one inside your ring speak. What? What? What ring? What are you talking about? Jiang Ran feigned ignorance, refusing to admit anything, though his mind was already churning with shock. How did the other know? He had encountered countless people before, yet not a single one had ever detected his master's presence. Still playing dumb? Fine. Then die. Qin Jiuge frowned, no longer bothering with idle chatter. He struck out with a palm strike. The strike appeared simple and unassuming, yet it contained immense lethal intent far beyond what his opponent could withstand. No, no. Master, save me. Jiang Ran felt the terror of that strike and instantly panicked. How could this be? How could the opponent's strength be so terrifying? This was absolutely not the kind of power a young man should possess. Facing life or death peril, Jiang Ran abandoned all pretense of concealing his identity and cried out for help. He sensed it, the opponent truly intended to kill him. Even at his peak, with every last card played, he couldn't possibly withstand this strike. Ah, I am Jiuyo. Greetings, divine son. A sigh echoed through the air as Qin Jiuge's attack dissolved into nothingness. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure materialized before Jiang Ran. The woman stood suspended in the void, her brows like distant mountain peaks, her phoenix-like eyes as bright as stars. Her beauty was striking, her nose high and straight, her rosy cherry lips pressed together in a slight pout, commanding respect without a word. She wore a crimson gown that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure full in all the right places, with a slender waist and long, fair legs exposed as her jade-like feet lightly touched the ground. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders and down her back, creating an otherworldly beauty. Oh? Finally deigned to show yourself? Qin Jiuge scrutinized her closely. Even as a mere phantom, her stunning beauty was undeniable. I am Jiuyo, of the Jiuyo Nether clan. I implore you, young master, to spare this unworthy disciple for the sake of my clan. I offer my deepest apologies. Being scrutinized casually by a junior rankled Jiuyo, but circumstances left her no choice. She forced a smile and bowed respectfully. The Nine Netherworld clan? I've heard that 10,000 years ago, the young clan leader of the Jiuyo clan met with an accident. His fate remains unknown, his whereabouts lost. So it seems you are that person? Qin Jiuge pondered for a moment before raising an eyebrow. You are correct, young master. Jiuyo made no denial, though a faint trace of astonishment flickered within her heart. The Qin clan's intelligence capabilities are truly terrifying, given how well they understand the Nine Netherworlds clan. Letting him go isn't entirely out of the question. After all, he's nothing but an insect. Crushing him would only soil my hands. Qin Jiuge's tone remained flat, his demeanor as haughty as ever, showing no regard for Jiang Ran. Hearing this reply, Jiang Ran clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead as rage burned fiercely within him. That haughty demeanor again, calling him an insect for a fate-blessed son with such fierce pride, it was nothing short of provocation. But circumstances were stronger than man, and he could only swallow his rage, daring not to say more. Then, Jiuyo, I thank you in advance, young master. Jiuyo bowed gracefully, her smile as radiant as a flower, only to be abruptly cut off. Don't rush. Spare him? Of course I can. But I happen to be in need of a mount. The young clan leader of the Joyo clan would, after all, be somewhat fitting for my stature. In that case, you shall become my mount. Qin Jiuge's lips curved upward slightly as he uttered these startling words. What? Jodio was momentarily stunned by the words, then snapped back to reality, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. The Nine Netherworlds clan possessed an ancient lineage, inheriting the bloodline of the primordial phoenix. They wielded fire-manipulating abilities rivaling those of the phoenix itself, their blazing flames capable of incinerating all things. Across the entire Upper Realm, the Nine Netherworlds clan stood among the most formidable powers, with numerous great emperor ancestors anchoring their lineage in deep-rooted foundations. As the young clan leader, her power rivaled that of the patriarchs of immortal clans and the founders of immortal sects. In the past, those before him had always been respectful and cautious, never daring to act recklessly. Yet now, this upstart dared demand she become his mount? Such humiliation was unheard of. Moreover, as the young clan leader, her every action represented the face of the Nine Netherworld clan. To be made a mount for a junior was not merely a slap in her face, it was trampling the Nine Nether clan underfoot. How could she ever show her face among her clan again? Suppressing her rage, Joyo replied in an icy tone, "Young master, you jest. Perhaps you should consider a different request." "Do you think I'm joking?" The atmosphere shifted abruptly. The smile vanished from Qin Jiuge's face, replaced by a glint of murderous intent. A grim, oppressive aura enveloped the entire scene. "Your clan may be powerful, but I hold no fear of you." "And the surrounding clans?" "They've long had their eyes on you. Was it not precisely because they joined forces to hunt you down 10,000 years ago that you ended up here? What else do you know?" Joyo's expression grew grave. The opponent's tenacity far exceeded her expectations. "Tell me, what would happen if I exposed your existence?" "I believe those tribes would be quite interested in learning of your existence." Qin Jiuge regarded her with keen interest, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though she possessed divine beauty, in Joyo's eyes, this expression made her appear like a demon. A threat, a blatant threat. If hostile factions learned of her existence, her current strength would be utterly insufficient to resist. Worse still, she might be used as a bargaining chip against her own kind, something she absolutely could not accept. "Young Master Qin, what exactly do you want?" Joyo gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes widening as she fixed them intently on Qin Jiuge. She couldn't comprehend why someone of his standing in the upper realm would resort to such despicable tactics to threaten her. What benefit could he possibly gain from antagonizing the Joyo clan? Or had the Qin clan grown so powerful that they no longer regarded other factions as threats? Elder, as the old saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Even if you care nothing for yourself, you must consider your clan. Qin Jiuge shot her a meaningful glance, his implication clear. "I offer you two choices. 1. Become my mount and live in peace. Or I personally send you on your final journey. Naturally, afterward, I will unite with your clan's enemies to annihilate your entire lineage. After all, the Nine Netherworlds clan remains one of the top powers in the upper realm. Should they learn of this affair, it would cause me no end of headaches. You agree, don't you? So, make your choice. Friend or foe, choose." Chapter 8, The Incompetent Disciple, Jiang Ran's Descent into Darkness. Friend or foe? Choose. Qin Jiuge's words, cold as ice, pierced their ears. Immediately, Joyo fell silent. Master. You can't agree to his terms." Seeing Joyo's reaction, Jiang Ran beside him grew agitated, appearing like an incompetent disciple. His rise from an ordinary disciple to his current standing was entirely due to Joyo's guidance. If his master were to leave, what qualifications would he have left to roam the upper realm? This move was nothing short of ruthless. Moreover, this master who had stood by him for years had long been enshrined in his heart as his own sacred treasure, one he could not bear to see defiled by others. Senior, think carefully. Is your disciple more important, or the lives of your entire clan? Do you truly intend to defy my Qin clan for your disciple's sake, risking the destruction of your clan's centuries-old legacy? Qin Jiuge spoke with patient persuasion, showing no urgency. He believed the other would make the right choice. Joyo's brows furrowed deeply. Her crimson lips parted slightly as an intense internal struggle raged within her mind. He was right. Though she had shared years of deep affection with Jiang Ran, how could that compare to the clan that had given her life and nurtured her? The Nine Netherworld clan was powerful, yet if they clashed head-on with the Qin clan, they would still face annihilation. She couldn't gamble with the lives of her entire clan. She must fulfill her duty as the young clan leader. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran. Your servant, Joyo, greets the master. After uttering these words, Joyo seemed to deflate, her expression growing desolate. From now on, she would likely truly become the other's mount, but she had no choice. Ding! Master coerced the fate-blessed child's master into becoming a mount, aligning with villainous conduct. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 30,000 destiny villain points. Ding! The chosen one, Jiang Ran, has suffered a mental breakdown. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50,000 points of destiny villain value. You made the right choice. Qin Jiuge nodded with satisfaction, then produced a top-grade soul-nurturing jade. Come in. I'm quite lenient with my own kind. Zhou Yao said nothing, but cast one final glance at Jiang Ran before entering the soul-nurturing jade. This place. The soul-nurturing jade contained a vast, open realm, radiant with divine brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy was so abundant it seemed nearly liquid, instantly nourishing her soul essence until it became plump and full. Her exhaustion vanished instantly, and she felt revitalized. Following Jiang Ran around meant going hungry 3 days out of 4. She'd constantly provoked powerful foes, forcing her to possess Jiang Ran to flee. This relentless strain had left her physically and mentally drained, growing weaker by the day. She'd even slipped into deep slumber on multiple occasions. This had left her divine soul as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. She had little hope of ever returning to her clan. Yet, unexpectedly, she encountered Qin Jiuge at this very moment. Regardless, this object truly resolved her most pressing need. Qin Jiuge, you. Jiang Ran gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at him with venom. That bastard Qin Jiuge had not only stolen Jiang Wanyin from him, but now he had taken his master as well. Hate. He was consumed by hate. He hated Qin Jiuge, but he hated his own powerlessness even more. He swore silently within his heart, unless he killed that man, he, Jiang Ran, would cease to be human. The howls of the defeated are like the wails of stray dogs by the roadside. Watching Jiang Ran's flushed face, Qin Jiuge's lips curled into a faint smile before a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the soul-nurturing jade. No. I can't. So pure spiritual energy. I'm being filled by my master's power. So pleasurable, utterly blissful. A series of melodious sounds emanated from within the soul-nurturing jade, causing Jiang Ran's massive frame to tremble. The spiritual energy Jiang Ran usually transmitted to her was thin, weak, and scarce she could barely feel it. But Qin Jiuge was different. His spiritual energy was thick, enduring, and pure, instantly filling every inch of her being. She hadn't encountered such pure spiritual energy in ages. In that moment, she couldn't help herself and, Qin Jiuge, I'll kill you. Jiang Ran could bear it no longer and lunged toward him. What utter humiliation! Not only had he stolen her master, but he had humiliated him right before her eyes. And she felt like a powerless disciple, forced to watch it all unfold without a single solution. Before encountering Qin Jiuge, his path had been smooth sailing. He'd swept through obstacles effortlessly, trampling prodigies beneath his feet even when faced with trials. This had forged an invincible heart within him, convincing him that all prodigies in this world were nothing special. The only difference between him and his rivals, he thought, was their lack of deep-rooted backgrounds and resources. Under equal conditions, he was certain he wouldn't be the slightest bit weaker than them. Until he met Qin Jiuge. Only then did he realize his naivety, understanding what it truly meant to be a young supreme, a forbidden prodigy. Not only had he drawn a formidable enemy upon himself, but even his own master had been captured by him. Jiang Ran's eyes burned crimson, the corners darkened like soot-stained smudges. His aura shifted abruptly, becoming foul and malevolent, a clear sign he had succumbed to darkness. Purity weakened him by threefold, while darkness strengthened him tenfold. Jiang Ran's power surged dramatically. The constraints that had long held him back vanished, allowing him to break through instantly. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged at Qin Jiuge, ravenous for blood. But before he could close the distance, a terrifying surge of energy hurled him backward, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Joking aside, if he'd let Jiang Ran get close, he'd have no business being a guardian of the way he'd have to commit suicide to atone for his failure. Chapter 9, Effortless Breakthrough, the newly arrived Chosen One. Ding! The Chosen One, Jiang Ran, has suffered a mental collapse. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 points of heaven-defying villain value. Ding! The Chosen One has succumbed to darkness. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 30,000 points of heavenly mandate villain value. He's already fallen to darkness? He really can't handle a little turmoil. Qin Jiuge shook his head, somewhat speechless. This Chosen One's mental fortitude was simply too weak. He'd been thoroughly ruined by him. Still, providing him with so many villain points meant he'd served his purpose. He then opened his interface, ready to upgrade his gear. Host, Qin Jiuge. Identity, Divine Son of the Qin Clan of the Immortal Ancient Era, Imperial Son of the Xianyuan Imperial Clan. Constitution, Taboo. Cultivation, Late Enlightenment Realm. Cultivation Techniques Talents, Divine Qin Canon, Mystic Heaven Sword Record, Heaven Devouring Demon Art, Xianyuan Imperial Decision, Cultivating Demonic Essence in the Dao Heart, 10,000 Transformations Heavenly Demon Body. System Space, Emperor Tier Beast Ring, 1/3 World Seed. Bound Destiny Bound Woman, Jiang Wanyin. Destiny Villain Rating, 128,000 points. Unbeknownst to him, his villain points had surged past 120,000, more than enough to significantly boost his power. System, grant me points. Qin Jiuge smiled wickedly. Others relied on cultivation to boost their cultivation base, a hollow and unstable path. His, however, was built step by step through system-granted points, laying a solid foundation. The difference in strength was starkly evident. Hum! With a thunderous roar, golden light erupted from Qin Jiuge's body, radiating divine brilliance. His aura grew profound as the ocean, his cultivation realm rapidly ascending. Late Enlightenment realm. Peak Enlightenment realm. Early Nirvana realm. Only upon reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm did Qin Jiuge's aura stabilize. Now, his vital energy surged, a colossal pressure enveloping the surroundings, his aura far more formidable than anything he had previously emitted. His bones, meridians, and internal organs seemed forged anew, radiating a crystalline clarity. Is this the power of the Nirvana realm? Truly mesmerizing. No wonder so many would risk falling into demonic paths for such power. Qin Jiuge clenched his fists, feeling the power within his body, then broke into a gentle smile. For an ordinary prodigy, breaking through to the Nirvana realm would take at least several years. But he only needed villain points to push through unhindered, free from constraints, utterly exhilarating. He's already broken through? The guardian of the way, concealed in the shadows, nearly dropped his eyes at the sight of Qin Jiuge. He broke through that easily? And he'd leaped over an entire major realm in one go? What kind of prodigy trained like this? Moreover, his foundation appeared solid and his cultivation level stable, showing no signs of fragility or instability whatsoever. In his youth, he too had been a top prodigy of the Qin clan, cultivating at lightning speed with rock-solid foundations, effortlessly defeating opponents of higher tiers. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Qin Jiuge's guardian now. Yet compared to this man, he felt utterly insignificant. His past cultivation efforts seemed utterly wasted. How could the gap between people be so vast? Ding! New chosen one detected. Host, eliminate him immediately. At that moment, the system's alert sounded. Oh? Another prey delivered right to my doorstep. Qin Jiuge's lips curled upward. Just as he was nodding off, a pillow was delivered. He'd been worried about running out of villain points to spend. In the side hall of the Jiang residence, the family patriarch was conversing with his daughter, Jiang Wanyin. Wanyin, you've finally seen better days after enduring so much hardship. Young Master Qin truly is your benefactor. The Jiang family patriarch sighed, his face creased with wrinkles, his expression finally relaxing. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Wanyin's cultivation had regressed, enduring untold hardships. As her father, he had witnessed it all, his heart aching with worry. To help Wanyin, he had even risked offending numerous elders, yet all his efforts proved futile. Fortunately, they had encountered young Master Qin. His actions were more than just a timely help in times of need, they were like bringing the sun itself in the midst of snow. Meeting young Master Qin has truly been my good fortune, Jiang Wanyin said, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. She had expected him to call off the engagement, yet he showed not the slightest disdain toward her. Instead, he had consistently comforted her. His arrival was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness of her world, giving her the courage to carry on. Yet seeing her father's aged appearance, Jiang Wanyin's expression turned grave. Father, your injury. Jiang Ning waved it off. It's nothing. Seeing this, Jiang Wanyin said nothing more, but silently vowed within herself. She would make them pay. Report. Just then, a disciple rushed in, flustered and tense. What's with all the fuss? Stand still and speak clearly. Jiang Ning frowned sharply upon seeing the newcomer and reprimanded him without mercy. The disciple's voice trembled with fear. Master, an honored guest has arrived outside. He claims to be the 8th young master of the ancient Xiao family. HM? The ancient Xiao family? Jiang Ning and Jiang Wanyin exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Their Jiang family and the Xiao family were worlds apart, with no contact whatsoever. Why would someone travel such a great distance to visit them? But guests must be honored, especially when they hailed from a colossus like the ancient Xiao family. Jiang Ning dared not show the slightest negligence and prepared to receive them personally. Chapter 10, Could it be the butterfly effect? The God-tier choice system. Jiang family hall. What? That man hasn't left? Upon hearing the Jiang disciple's reply, Xiao Kunba couldn't contain himself. He sputtered tea from his mouth, his face frozen in utter shock. What's going on? According to the plot, he should have broken off the engagement and left the Jiang family by now. Why hasn't he departed? Could it be that my arrival triggered the butterfly effect? Pondering it over and over, Xiao Kunba couldn't make sense of it. After all, the engagement was broken. Pursuing her openly now, no one could find fault with him. And as a modern person with a system at my disposal, dealing with these natives should be a piece of cake, right? Just spout some cheesy modern pickup lines or recite a few Korean poems, and wouldn't these female leads be utterly smitten? Then there was the sacred maiden of the ancient Xiao clan, his own cousin, Xiao Xian. Endowed with a body that held irresistible allure, she too was a beauty unmatched in the world. Once he returned to the clan, he would make her his as well. The mere thought of Xiao Xian's breathtaking beauty sent a surge of lusty heat coursing through Xiao Kunba's lower abdomen. Just then, the head of the Jiang family entered the grand hall accompanied by numerous elders and Jiang Wanyin. His gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Kunba seated above. Fan in hand, he fanned himself lightly, his luxurious attire accentuating his carefree demeanor. Handsome indeed, he carried the graceful charm of a refined young nobleman. Yet after witnessing Qin Jiuge's ethereal beauty, the crowd's admiration for him waned considerably. I am the head of the Jiang family. Greetings, young Master Kunba. The head of the Jiang family spoke first, bowing respectfully. Though they knew not his purpose here, his status as the young master of the ancient Xiao clan demanded their utmost caution. Yet the young master paid him no mind whatsoever, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Wanyin. Within his heart, waves of emotion surged like a raging sea. Holy! Is she even human? How could someone be this stunningly beautiful? Truly worthy of being the female lead in a novel. Compared to her, that Xiao Xinai from the other clan was utterly, well, incomparable. I am Xiao Kunba, the young master of the Xiao family. And you must be Miss Jiang Wanyin. You are indeed as stunningly beautiful as the rumors describe. Xiao Kunba suppressed his inner excitement, clasped his fists in a bow, and forced what he hoped was a friendly smile. However, to the onlookers, his demeanor struck a rather comical note. The Jiang family patriarch's expression darkened. To be ignored in broad daylight as the head of a household was an affront. Xiao Kunba's lack of decorum was truly appalling. Even young Master Qin, with his immense background, treated people with warmth. What did the Xiao family amount to? Compared to him, they were worlds apart. Jiang Wanyin greets young Master Xiao. Jiang Wanyin returned the greeting with clasped hands. Yet her brow furrowed slightly, a deep sense of displeasure stirring within her. His lecherous gaze made her deeply displeased. Ahem. Seeming to sense her displeasure, Xiao Kunba cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. At that moment, the system's notification tone sounded. Ding. Current environment detected. Presenting the following options for the host. Option 1, attack Jiang Wanyin without hesitation, forcibly bind her back to the Xiao residence, and receive the reward bad luck sticks to you. Option 2, present Jiang Wanyin with the sacred healing medicine to obtain 1 major realm advancement card. Damn it, system, what kind of tie options are these? Option 1 was out of the question, no way was he choosing that. As the female lead, who knows how thick her fortune is? Forcibly abducting her would be suicide. What if some powerful being happened by and wiped us out instantly? Option 2 looks decent, but it'd cost me a sacred medicine. The preciousness of sacred medicine needs no elaboration. It's a treasure capable of healing even sacred realm powerhouses, essentially granting an extra life. Even as the young master of the ancient Xiao clan, he possessed only one such herb. Now he was being forced to hand it over to someone else. The pain was excruciating. Damn you, system. You're ing extortionist. Xiao Kunba raged inwardly. Ding. Host detected cursing system. Self-castration program initiating. No. System daddy, I'm sorry. I was just joking around. Why do you have to take everything so seriously? At the mention of castration, Xiao Kunba instantly backed down. If he really got castrated, what was the point of going through all that trouble to find the female lead? But then he thought, using a sacred herb to befriend the future emperor didn't seem like such a bad deal? If he could latch onto this powerful figure, he'd be set for life. Even if he couldn't, he'd still owe a favor, no real loss either way. Besides, he had no immediate use for such a sacred herb. Given his talent and comprehension, he'd likely never break through no matter how long he cultivated. In comparison, a great realm advancement card would be far more useful. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Fine, it's just an early investment. Done. After successfully convincing himself, Xiao Kunba, his face twisted in pain, retrieved a purple gold wooden box. Upon opening it, a dazzling white light flashed, followed by a mist that drifted outward, revealing the object within. As the mist cleared, a snow lotus lay quietly within the box. Crystal clear and pure white, it faintly emitted ripples of golden light, clearly no ordinary object. I heard that Miss Wanyin's cultivation had regressed, which caused me great concern. Therefore, I specially obtained this sacred healing medicine for Miss Wanyin, hoping it might be of some assistance to you. Xiao Kunba carefully weighed his words before handing the item to Jiang Wanyin. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Xiao, but this gift is far too precious. I must decline. Jiang Wanyin shook her head, declining his offer. Unprovoked kindness is either treacherous or thieving. She had no connection to him whatsoever, and given the vast distance between them, why would he travel all this way just to deliver a healing elixir? Who knew what ulterior motives he might harbor? The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Xiao Kun felt irritated inside, never expecting her to be so difficult to deal with, unmoved by either soft or hard tactics. Perhaps she was in a foul mood after her engagement was broken off? With that thought, Xiao Kunba decided to offer some comfort. Miss Wanyin, I heard that the divine son of the Qin clan broke off your engagement. At these words, a look of confusion spread across everyone's faces. Jiang Wanyin was the first to react, her expression suddenly darkening. 3 years ago, when her cultivation had regressed, he had never once come to comfort her. Yet now, upon hearing of her broken engagement, he had rushed over without delay. What was he thinking? Did she even need to guess? There's no need for young Master Xiao to trouble himself. Jiang Wanyin's tone was icy, her expression unfriendly, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Kunba. Ha! Why such a strong reaction? Xiao Kunba inwardly fretted. Why was this woman of destiny so difficult to deal with? Well then, he'd just have to find other ways to win her over. Otherwise, wouldn't he be handing her over to the locals for free? Heh, what a lively scene. Just then, a burst of laughter shattered the silence. Chapter 11, What a Terrifying Villain. System, save me. The man possessed striking features, his starry eyes shimmering like a universe within, dazzling and captivating. Clad in snow-white robes untouched by dust, his hair was neatly tied back. His figure was tall and slender, his posture effortlessly graceful. His sword-like brows and starry eyes shone like bright constellations. His robes fluttered without wind, radiating an aura of Taoist grace. Flashes of rosy light danced around him, his divine radiance ever shifting. Young master! Upon seeing Qin Jiuge arrive, Jiang Wanyin's eyes lit up as she hurried toward him. Xiao Kunba witnessed this scene, feeling utterly disgusted. After spending so much effort fawning over the female lead, only to see her turn around and throw herself into another man's arms, it felt like he'd been cuckolded. And the plot never mentioned this stranger. How did everything get so messed up? Who are you? Qin Jiuge regarded Xiao Kunba with keen interest. He'd been lamenting the lack of villainous potential when this guy practically walked right into his lap. And what's more, he was a fellow countryman and he even had a system. The only question was how much villain points he could provide. At the mention of his name, Xiao Kunba's posture instantly straightened, his voice brimming with confidence. Oomph. My name alone startles you. I am Xiao Kunba, the 8th young master of the ancient Xiao clan. Why do you not kneel before me? Xiao Kunba struck first, revealing his identity in an attempt to shock Qin Jiuge. After all, the ancient Xiao clan was one of the top powers in the upper realm, backed by an ancient emperor ancestor. Not to mention, his father was the current clan head. In terms of status, he held a prominent place even in the upper realm. In a place like this, he was undoubtedly an emperor-like figure. Though he knew nothing of the stranger's origins, in this backwater, the man clearly had no backing. Xiao Kunba could crush him with a flick of his wrist. What's more, he had brought along a saint-level protector for this journey. A sage-level powerhouse. Even in the upper realm, such a being would be considered a formidable powerhouse, capable of founding their own sect. If the other party knew better, he wouldn't recommend granting them a quick death. But the man did not display the horrified, terrified, and anxious expression he had imagined. Even the Jiang family patriarch and elders standing nearby were struggling to suppress their laughter. They were all professionally trained, they wouldn't crack unless absolutely unable to hold it in. Sigh, another fool who doesn't know when to quit. Why are all you favored sons of fortune so arrogant? Qin Jiuge shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression. With a flick of his wrist, a head plopped from the void, landing precisely before Xiao Kunba. Holy! Uncle Han! Xiao Kunba stared in horror, nearly collapsing on the spot. That head belonged to none other than his own saintly protector, Uncle Han. His eyes were wide and bulging, clearly having encountered some great terror before death, leaving him unable to close his eyes in peace. How could this happen? Xiao Kunba was utterly bewildered. Uncle Han's strength placed him among the upper echelons of the Xiao clan, otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as Xiao Kunba's guardian. Logically, Uncle Han should have been slaughtering enemies left and right in this small place. How could he suddenly end up like this? Any last words? Qin Jiuge's lips curved into a smile as he stepped toward Xiao Kunba. To the man, that smile looked like a demon reaping souls. System! System! System daddy! Save me! Xiao Kunba screamed frantically in his mind. He'd intended to show off in front of the female lead, but now he was risking his very life. Ding! Host's current scenario detected. Providing the following options. Option 1, kneel and beg for mercy, shouting, "Daddy, I'm sorry." Has a chance to trigger grease your souls and teleport you 5,000 miles away. Option 2, fight to the bitter end. My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Attack Qin Jiuge and gain true king realm strength for one day. What the hell? He's that Qin clan divine son? Hearing the system's response, Xiao Kunba was utterly dumbfounded. Why hasn't he left yet? This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go. A wave of dread washed over him. He unwittingly provoked this demon. Option 1 was definitely out of the question. Having studied the storyline thoroughly, Xiao Kunba knew the man appeared noble and upright on the surface, but privately was utterly brutal and unforgiving, holding grudges over the slightest offense. Having offended him, he would surely be hunted down no matter where he hid, enduring endless torment. Moreover, teleportation wasn't guaranteed. There was a chance it wouldn't work. Even if he were teleported away a mere 5,000 li, it would be as easy as the enemy uttering a single command. But his true king realm cultivation. Even though his saint protector had been killed by the enemy. At such close range, if he struck, the enemy wouldn't even have time to react. Moreover, who could possibly imagine the terrifying power of a true king realm cultivator? First, kidnap Qin Jiuge to instill fear in them, then seize the opportunity to escape. With his true king realm power, he'd be long gone within a day. As for the Xiao family, they might face retaliation from the Qin clan later, but that was no longer his concern. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for themselves. Saving his own skin was paramount. He hadn't even started building his harem here yet, he couldn't just die like a coward. System, I choose option 2. As Qin Jiuge drew near, Xiao Kunba suddenly erupted. Don't push your luck. His aura surged violently, radiating overwhelming might. Like an arrow released from its string, he shot forward, charging straight at Qin Jiuge. What? True King Realm. Feeling the aura emanating from the opponent, the head of the Jiang family was utterly shocked. How could a mere junior possess such formidable strength now? But before he could ponder further, he charged headlong toward Xiao Kunba. Despite the vast disparity in their power, he couldn't allow Qin Jiuge to suffer even the slightest harm. Yet he was still a step too slow. Xiao Kunba had already closed in before Qin Jiuge. Heh, you insignificant insect. How dare you overreach yourself? A flicker of scorn passed through Qin Jiuge's eyes before he stood calmly in place, showing no intention of resisting. Perfect opportunity. Xiao Kunba's eyes lit up with delight. Just as the books described, this divine son of the Qin clan was arrogant and overconfident in his own abilities. Little did he know, however, that Qin Jiuge was no native. He possessed a cheat code. Once he took down his opponent, he could seize the chance to escape. But before he could act, a pure white hand suddenly materialized from the void above. It seemed to tear through space itself, radiating crystalline halos of light, majestic and terrifying before slamming down. No! Xiao Kunba's entire space was sealed, leaving him powerless to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the palm descended upon him. Spare his life. I still have use for him, Qin Jiuge said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. As you command. The palm struck, sending blood spurting from Xiao Kunba's mouth. His internal organs shattered into fragments. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed unconscious. Ding! Congratulations, host, for severely wounding the chosen one, Xiao Kunba. You have gained 50,000 destiny villain points. The one who struck was none other than the white-haired elder behind Qin Jiuge, who appeared as withered as rotten wood. Yet his true power was terrifying beyond measure, matching that of the rulers of the major top-tier powers in the upper realm. From the moment Xiao Kunba struck to ambush Qin Jiuge to the instant he himself was knocked unconscious by a single palm strike, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, taking them a full moment to recover. The Jiang family head trembled in fear. Fortunately, Qin Jiuge had not been injured, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. Young master, are you alright? Jiang Wanyin hurried toward Qin Jiuge, running her hands over his entire body, fearing he might be injured somewhere. I'm fine. Did I scare you? Jiang Wanyin shook her head, her expression grave as she looked at the unconscious Xiao Kunba. How could his power have surged so suddenly? To surge to the true king realm in such a short time, even some demonic arts couldn't achieve that. Perhaps he was possessed? Qin Jiuge mused after a moment. His theory immediately gained the others' agreement. They truly couldn't fathom any other possibility. Though as the young master of the Xiao family, the likelihood of possession was still minuscule. Alright, leave matters here to me. Qin Jiuge gently took Jiang Wanyin's small hand, his tone calm. As for these people. Qin Jiuge turned his head to look at the servants who had accompanied Xiao Kunba. However, they still looked utterly bewildered, clearly not having recovered from the events that had just unfolded. Their young master had been possessed, their guardian had perished, and they'd now incurred the wrath of this formidable figure before them. Such a sudden calamity left their heads spinning, making it hard to accept. Dispose of them all. Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow and ordered. Yes, your highness. The Jiang family patriarch and the elders readily complied, their eyes glinting with malice as they surveyed the crowd. You, don't come any closer. Everyone felt their hearts sink, then darkness engulfed their vision. Chapter 12, Odd Changes, even remains unchanged. Five-fingered fist sword. In the Jiang family dungeon, darkness reigned in utter silence. A pin dropping could be heard clearly, punctuated only by the occasional drip of water. Xiao Kunba was imprisoned here. As a droplet landed on his face, he shuddered and opened his eyes. Hiss. I'm still alive? Wah! Xiao Kunba forced himself to stand, only to spew a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his own entrails. It soaked his clothes, staining the corners of his mouth crimson. Yet in this moment, he felt no fear. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips. Ha 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 ha. I am indeed the protagonist, my fate is not yet sealed. He recalled the novels he'd read, where villains possessed overwhelming power to crush the protagonist, yet their arrogance led them to repeatedly spare their foe, ultimately sealing their own doom. There was no doubt about it, he had traveled through time to become the protagonist. Qin Jiuge, no matter how strong you are, you're still just a local here. How could you possibly understand the protagonist's power? Once I've grown stronger, I'll make you regret today's choice. Xiao Kun, barely holding himself upright, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Oh? A native? That's an interesting label. But just then, a cold, piercing voice cut through the air, landing in Xiao Kunba's ears and sending a chill down his spine. Who's there? He whirled around, scanning the darkness nearby, where a white figure stood motionless. The figure had remained motionless and silent the entire time, though Xiao Kunba had failed to sense its presence. Heh, Qin. Qin Divine Son, I was just spouting nonsense earlier. Don't take it to heart. I'm the real deal. If you don't believe me, you can inspect my soul. I truly haven't been possessed. Xiao Kunba forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. Was there anything more awkward than bad-mouthing someone right to their face? Of course I believe you haven't been possessed. After all, someone who's possessed wouldn't dare let others inspect their soul. Qin Jiuge's lips curved into a smile as he took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Hearing this, Xiao Kunba breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to possession, I prefer your other term, time travel. So should I call you Xiao Kunba now, or the transmigrator? What? Xiao Kunba's heart lurched in horror, followed by a wave of dread. How did he know? After all, in his eyes, everyone here was nothing more than natives. As a time traveler, he possessed an innate sense of superiority. Even when he nearly died, he still looked down on these natives. But now, one of these so-called natives had revealed his true identity. How could he not feel terror? No need to be so tense. Qin Jiuge's face still bore a gentle smile, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. But his next words instantly sent Xiao Kunba reeling. Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Symbols, based on quadrants? Xiao Kunba ventured cautiously, his face lighting up with hope. Could it be, you're a time traveler too? But before he could finish, a hand pierced through his chest, leaving him frozen in disbelief. You. Thud. Xiao Kunba collapsed to his knees, eyes wide as saucers, staring fixedly at Qin Jiuge. At that very moment, the system's notification chime sounded, plunging his spirits to the depths of despair. Ding. Detecting a great terror approaching. System initiating disengagement. It's the five-finger palm sword, you fool. Qin Jiuge's tone was indifferent. He no longer held back, unleashing a terrifying, colossal aura that surged like the depths of the ocean. In an instant, overwhelming demonic intent erupted like a burst dam, engulfing the sky in a suffocating black fog. Within it, the distorted silhouette of a demon god began to take shape. He reached out, black runes surging and sinking as they plunged into the opponent's sea of consciousness. You're actually. Aha. Xiao Kunba's voice trembled with horror, as if witnessing some unspeakable terror. Every hair on his body stood on end, and he began to struggle violently. But alas, the disparity in their power was simply too vast. He possessed not a shred of resistance, and in the blink of an eye, his entire being withered into a desiccated corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the chosen one, Xiao Kunba. You have obtained 100,000 destiny villain points, 1/3 of a world seed, and 1 destiny treasure chest. Another useless piece of trash. Too weak. Qin Jiuge shook his head, expressing his disdain. The opponent's cultivation was simply too feeble, even devouring him wouldn't grant Qin Jiuge any advancement. Perhaps it wasn't that the opponent was weak, but rather that he himself was too strong. Who could imagine an 18-year-old youth already at the Nirvana realm? If word got out, it would be utterly shocking. Even some young geniuses with the potential to become great emperors would need at least 50 years to cultivate to this realm. But he was different. Relying on the swallowing heaven demon art, he only needed to devour the essence of prodigies to advance. Unfettered, his cultivation speed was skyrocketing. Were it not for the backing of the Qin clan and the Xianyuan imperial clan, such astonishing cultivation speed would likely have drawn the attention of ancient monsters long ago, who would have seized him for dissection and study. In truth, the higher-ups and ancestral elders of both the Qin clan and Xianyuan imperial clan were well aware of Qin Jiuge's secret cultivation of demonic arts. However, the sheer magnitude of the wonder Qin Jiuge had brought them his innate true immortal potential, the overwhelming celestial omens at his birth, his peerless prowess within his realm, and his lightning-fast cultivation progress had swayed them. Once he matured, he would undoubtedly propel both clans to soaring heights. Thus, they chose to stake their future on Qin Jiuge. Behind the scenes, they even captured prodigies from the major upper realms to feed him, allowing him to devour their primordial essence. It was precisely because of this that his strength progressed so rapidly. The saying that the protagonist's clan was rife with intrigue while the antagonist's clan stood united was no mere platitude. Ding! System successfully refined. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 200,000 destiny villain points. Oh, this is an unexpected bonus, Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow. He knew Xiao Kunba possessed a system. While devouring him, a flash of white light had attempted to escape, only to be captured and refined by his system. He hadn't expected it to yield 200,000 villain points. And there's the destiny treasure chest. Wonder what my luck will yield this time. With a thought, a dazzling golden treasure chest materialized before Qin Jiuge, radiating divine brilliance and dazzling splendor. That gold-plated look was undeniably flashy, radiating an almost outrageous opulence. He had learned from the system that slaying a chosen son or daughter would grant him a destiny treasure chest. Within lay wonders of heaven and earth, anything could appear with probability: cultivation techniques, secret arts, divine abilities, supreme bones with double pupils, primordial blood essence, artifact constitutions.
There was nothing it couldn't yield, only what you couldn't imagine. Open.
Qin Jiuge hesitated not a moment.
With a thought, the treasure chest burst open with a resounding bang.
Instantly, golden characters materialized before his eyes.
Congratulations, host, your luck has skyrocketed. You have obtained the immortal grade cultivation technique Yin Yang dual cultivation secret. Qin Jiuge? System, you're not getting away with this.
After venting his frustration at the system, Qin Jiuge focused his attention on studying the cultivation technique. He was merely curious, not particularly interested in the technique itself. Yin Yang dual cultivation technique, the great Dao should not be so narrow, nor should one's Dao companion be so few. A celestial grade cultivation technique, merging Yin and Yang, it can greatly enhance the cultivation of two individuals and allow them to comprehend the ancient Yin Yang Dao. The higher the cultivator's realm, the more practitioners involved, and the longer the cultivation period, the faster the cultivation growth.
Damn it, system, you're so damn bold.
Damn it, this damn system is telling him to bed 3,000 women to become an emperor. He didn't mind, but this was definitely not suitable for minors. He wondered if the dog author would get censored by the Dao. After studying the technique, Qin Jiuge began pondering the opportunity mentioned by the ancient ancestor.
Jiang Ran had already fled this place.
Though his fortune value was absurdly thin now, he still counted as a favored son of fortune.
This opportunity was likely inextricably linked to him. Of course, letting him escape was intentional.
After all, he'd already marked the man, keeping tabs on his every move. He simply awaited the right moment to seize both the opportunity and this right target.
I really am such a kind soul. Qin Jiuge wore a gentle smile.
Even when Jiang Ran had defied him so brazenly, he hadn't grown angry. Instead, he'd allowed the man to survive this long.
What villain could be as kind-hearted as him? Chapter 13, Awakening Past Life Memories, a late-night visit. System, open my personal information panel.
The moment the words left his lips, a pale blue transparent light screen materialized before Qin Jiuge. It displayed various details about him, visible only to his eyes.
Host, Qin Jiuge.
Identity, divine son of the Qin clan of the immortal ancient era, imperial son of the Xianyuan imperial clan.
Constitution, taboo. Cultivation level, peak nirvana realm.
Techniques, divine abilities, divine Qin canon, mystic heaven sword record, yin yang dual cultivation art, heaven devouring demon art, Xianyuan imperial art, cultivating demonic essence in the Dao heart, 10,000 transformations heavenly demon body. System space, emperor tier beast ring, 2/3 world seed.
Bound destiny bound woman, Jiang Wanyin. Heaven's mandate villain value, 314,000 points.
The divine Qin canon was the Qin clan's most closely guarded secret, the very foundation upon which their lineage was built. Mastery of its teachings could lead one directly to immortal status. Among the entire Qin clan, only a handful possessed the qualifications to cultivate. Those who could master this obscure and difficult technique to perfection were even fewer still. Even he had only barely mastered the basics, reaching the 4th layer. Yet even this was sufficient to make him unrivaled among those of his realm. Now, with the system, breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking for him.
System, allocate points.
As the thought formed, Qin Jiuge felt a surge of pure energy coursing through his limbs and bones. A profoundly mysterious sensation filled his mind, deepening his understanding of this cultivation technique and granting him new insights. The aura he emitted grew more steady and restrained, yet razor-sharp and imposing, radiating immense pressure.
Glancing at his dwindling villain points, Qin Jiuge felt a hint of resignation.
300,000 villain points were barely enough to break through 2 layers of the technique, proof of the Xianqin classic's extraordinary nature. Its claim of pointing directly toward immortal rank might not be mere empty words after all. Villain points were indeed valuable, but this artifact consumed them far too quickly, requiring constant hunting of the chosen of destiny to replenish them. Still, the benefits were immense. Had he attempted to comprehend this cultivation technique on his own, it would have taken him at least several years. But now, with villain points, growing stronger was merely a matter of his command.
I wonder where the next chosen one is.
After stowing away the system, a sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes as he scanned the area outside the dungeon.
Jiang Ran, you'd better pull through. Don't go dying so easily. Jiang Family Manor, Jiang Wanyin's boudoir.
She sat cross-legged at the bedside, eyes tightly shut. Cold sweat trickled down her smooth, pale cheeks, her expression twisted in agony. A dazzling white light radiated from her entire body. Countless golden runes emerged from every part of her form, shooting skyward to weave themselves into a brilliant celestial river in the air, illuminating the room as brightly as day. Her normally soft, flowing black hair stirred without wind, transforming into a dark silk ribbon that danced wildly through the air. The reverse fate pearl, hidden deep within her sea of consciousness, now glowed with a faint crimson light, vibrating violently as if a spirit consciousness were awakening. Her clear eyes suddenly glowed with a golden luster, and an ancient imperial pattern slowly emerged between her brows. As the pattern shifted, it faintly revealed the majestic authority of mountains and rivers rising and falling. Memories of her past life surged like a tidal wave, flooding her mind one after another.
In her youth, her village had been subjected to a demonic ritual sacrifice. Her parents had died horribly, while she had narrowly escaped death thanks to the desperate rescue of her guards. Later, she joined a sect and rose to fame at a young age, but her beauty attracted countless prying eyes. After enduring one harassment too many, she lost her temper and stabbed the man dead with a sword. This act, however, drew the wrath of his powerful backers, who hunted her down. To protect her own safety, the sect decisively disowned her, leaving her alone to embark on her cultivation journey. Along the way, she encountered countless prodigies and supreme masters, yet all ultimately fell at her feet, reduced to cold, white bones. Amidst relentless pursuit, she ascended step by step to claim the supreme imperial throne. From that day forward, no one in the celestial realms dared utter a word against her. Her imperial throne was forged from the bones of countless prodigies. Later, in her quest for immortality, she clashed with the demon realm empress over the 10 forbidden treasures. Yet she accidentally activated the forbidden treasure, splitting it in two and nearly causing both their deaths. Fortunately, a sliver of her divine soul found refuge within the reversal fate pearl. Now that her past life's memories had awakened, it signified her successful reincarnation. Jiang Wanyin straightened her spine, her aura surging explosively. Her robes fluttered fiercely, as if an ancient deity awakened from eternal slumber. The sheer pressure of her presence warped and trembled the surrounding air. With a gentle flick of her white hand, the skies outside the window instantly darkened. Black clouds churned violently, thunder roaring within the swirling layers. Jiang Wanyin gazed at the horizon beyond the window, a cold, solitary curve forming on her lips. Then, with a sigh of lament, she looked at the bead in her hand, her expression drifting into a distant haze. Who would have thought the beginning and end would be like this? The jade green bead appeared ordinary, small enough to fit in one hand. Yet who could have imagined that this seemingly insignificant little thing would be one of the legendary 10 forbidden treasures? Even at the height of her power, when she was unrivaled in the celestial realms, she had nearly been annihilated by the terrifying might unleashed by this tiny bead. Countless great emperors and immortal beings had fought over it, falling one after another, their numbers lost to history. Countless mighty beings clashed fiercely over it, reducing countless Dao realms to ashes and leaving living beings in utter ruin. Yet now, it had fallen into her hands. Whether she was fortunate or ill-fated, she truly couldn't say. Because of it, her master vanished without a trace, life or death unknown, whereabouts lost. And she herself had been reduced to a cripple, enduring endless humiliation. Young Master Qin. Jiang Wanyin murmured, recalling the words Qin Jiuge had spoken in the Grand Hall. Even if you can never cultivate for the rest of your life, I will still protect you for the rest of mine. Qin Jiuge's tender words echoed in her ears, leaving the Heavenly Empress's mind blank. As a cultivator, she had witnessed too much of the world's cruelty and the treacherous nature of human hearts. Even spouses, when faced with a magical artifact, would still betray each other and fight fiercely. Yet she never imagined that this husband she had never met would not despise her for being a useless person. Instead, he was willing to patiently comfort her, to stand by her side through all the storms and trials to come. Simply because of a promise, he disregarded the world's judgment and resolutely chose to walk beside her. Across past and present lives, she had never encountered such a person before. A wave of warmth surged through her heart, rippling outward. But I'm quite greedy, you know. A single lifetime won't be enough. Jiang Wanyin suddenly tilted her head back and laughed softly, her dimples deep as honey, a smile that could captivate a city. That smile startled the bronze bells from the eaves, scattered the shadows of blossoms across the courtyard, and even dimmed the lanterns swaying beneath the corridors. The moonlight across the entire estate seemed to gather at her brow, casting everything else in the world into pale shadow. Jiang Family Manor, Qin Jiuge's quarters. At that moment, Qin Jiuge sat cross-legged in meditation, an immense aura radiating from her body, as if countless cosmic realms were sinking into oblivion. As if sensing something, Qin Jiuge suddenly spoke with a smile. Miss Wanyin, what brings you here so late at night? With a creak, the door opened, revealing a slender, graceful figure. Jiang Wanyin, barefoot and snow-white, said nothing. Instead, she closed the door, glided over with graceful steps, and approached Qin Jiuge. Gazing at the man seated cross-legged in meditation before her, divine and otherworldly, Jiang Wanyin leaned in close. Her breath, fragrant as orchids, brushed his ear as she murmured softly. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her skin so tender it seemed it would glow with moisture. Slowly, she shed her garments, revealing skin as white and flawless as the finest jade. Candlelight flickered. Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow at the sight, waved his hand to extinguish the candles, and a pear blossom pressed against a sea of hibiscus. The next day, Jiang Wanyin nestled gently into Qin Jiuge's embrace, her long black hair cascading freely around her shoulders, radiating contentment. After a long while, Jiang Wanyin reluctantly asked, "Are you leaving?" Hearing this, Qin Jiuge's hands, which had been smoothing her hair, paused. He spoke slowly, "Yes." "Then, will you come back?" Jiang Wanyin's voice trembled slightly as an indescribable emotion spread through her heart. "Of course. You're my fiancée, how could I possibly leave you behind?" Qin Jiuge smiled, then pressed a gentle kiss to her pure white forehead. "I will come find you. You must wait for me." Jiang Wanyin pressed her thin lips together, her resolve already firm. Chapter 14, The 33 Heavens Creation Technique. In the grand hall of the Jiang family, all gathered together, their faces dark and the atmosphere oppressively heavy. After a full quarter of an hour, the Jiang family patriarch finally suppressed his rage and gritted out, "Jiang Ran has escaped." Who was in charge of guarding the dungeon? His cultivation was sealed. How could he possibly escape? Is the guard just eating his pay for nothing? If His Divine Highness misunderstands that we deliberately released Jiang Ran, we won't have enough lives to atone for it. The Jiang family head's face flushed crimson as his rage intensified. He slammed his palm down, shattering the rosewood table before him into splinters. One could only imagine the depth of his fury. Issue a kill order. Hunt down Jiang Ran citywide. Heavy rewards for any information leading to his capture. I refuse to believe that without his cultivation, a mere mortal like him could possibly escape. The Jiang family head gritted his teeth. Head of the family, there's something strange about Jiang Ran. For some reason, his cultivation has returned. The disciples assigned to guard him were all knocked unconscious by him. The law enforcement elder beside him stammered nervously, afraid to provoke the other's wrath. What? This has happened? Sigh. At this point, we can only take things one step at a time. Hearing this, the Jiang family head seemed to age visibly. Sitting in his seat of authority, his face was etched with worry. If what the other party said is true, by now they've likely already fled Kanglin City. He simply dared not relay this news to Qin Jiuge. Master of the house, I don't think things are quite that dire, whispered an elder standing nearby. Speak up. What solution do you propose? The Jiang family head frowned at the remark and turned his gaze toward the elder. The elder rose to his feet, bowed slightly to the assembled crowd, and then spoke. Master, in my opinion, His Highness the Divine Son must hold a deep affection for Wanyin. If Wanyin were to whisper a few words in his ear, perhaps everything would be fine. His voice trailed off, clearly lacking confidence. Sigh. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. The head of the Jiang family sighed, shaking his head helplessly, his expression heavy with worry. Father, elder, what are you doing? Just then, the chamber doors swung open as Jiang Wanyin entered. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere in the room, she furrowed her brow and asked. Wanyin, you're just in time. We need your help with something. All eyes in the room turned to Jiang Wanyin as soon as she entered, filled with hope. Father, tell me. Under such intense scrutiny, Jiang Wanyin felt a sudden tingling sensation on her scalp. Jiang Ran, he's run away. The head of the Jiang family hesitated for a moment before speaking. Oh. I see. Jiang Wanyin's tone remained flat. Head of the Jiang family? Jiang family elders? Thinking his daughter hadn't heard clearly, the head of the Jiang family repeated himself. Wanyin, that Jiang Ran, the one who offended His Divine Highness in the main hall earlier, has somehow regained his cultivation and escaped. Jiang Wanyin nodded. The young master is already aware of this matter. Rest assured, father. He won't involve our Jiang family over something like this. Hearing this, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Ha ha, I knew it. His Highness the Divine Son is so gentle and refined, how could he possibly dwell on such a trifling matter? Exactly. Whoever spread those rumors about His Highness being ruthless and arrogant? It's all lies. His Highness is truly kind-hearted. If you ask me, it's all thanks to our family head for raising such a wonderful daughter. Heaven blesses our Jiang family. Exactly. It's all thanks to the family head and Wanyin. Otherwise, our Jiang family would be in grave danger. Seeing her clan members' reactions, Jiang Wanyin knew full well they feared provoking Qin Jiuge. But now, even she found it all rather surreal. The young forbidden one she'd heard about in legends, the one she'd grown up hearing tales of, had actually become her Dao companion. Even now, it felt unreal, yet a wave of warmth surged through her heart. The next day, surrounded by numerous armored guards, Qin Jiuge stepped onto the flying vessel and sailed far away, leaving Kanglin City behind. Facing imminent separation, Jiang Wanyin naturally felt reluctant, but she was no woman who didn't know her place. She understood that a scion of a great clan like Qin Jiuge would have countless responsibilities to attend to. All she could do was stand silently behind him, offering her unwavering support. Before departing, Qin Jiuge gave Jiang Wanyin a storage ring. Within it lay treasures of heaven and earth, cultivation techniques and secret arts, along with various protective artifacts. Such treasures would make even the immortal Jiang family and the glazed immortal palace envious, let alone their humble Jiang family of Kanglin City. When Jiang Wanyin probed inside with her divine sense, she was naturally stunned by the sheer scale of his generosity. She protested vehemently, but Qin Jiuge firmly refused her refusals. After all, the Jiang family was merely a minor clan, utterly incapable of funding her immense cultivation expenses. These resources undoubtedly resolved her most pressing need. Watching Qin Jiuge's departing figure, Jiang Wanyin's resolve only grew stronger. She would never betray his expectations. In her past life, she had journeyed alone. Now, in this life, she had finally found support, experiencing familial affection and romantic love. No one would ever destroy the beautiful life she had built in this lifetime. Returning to her boudoir, Jiang Wanyin wasted no time, immediately assuming the lotus position to cultivate. The golden age was imminent, and she had to make the most of her time to be able to lend Qin Jiuge a hand in the coming struggle for supremacy. Fortunately, her current body possessed remarkable innate talent, otherwise, she wouldn't have been taken as a direct disciple by the Grand Elder of the Liuli Immortal Palace. Combined with her past life experience and the vast resources at her disposal, she was confident she could return to peak strength in record time. Eyes tightly closed, Jiang Wanyin sat cross-legged, her hands forming intricate seals. Her 3,000 strands of black hair stirred without wind, radiating a divine glow that made her appear utterly transcendent. As her fingers danced through intricate formations, a violent surge of energy erupted from the once quiet room. Spiritual energy raced toward the space like a maddened beast. The aura emanating from her body steadily intensified, growing ever more profound and dense. The 33 Heavens creation technique. This was a cultivation technique she had mastered in her previous life. Each layer she cultivated enhanced multiple attributes: her cultivation base, realm, physical body, recovery ability, combat prowess, and more. Upon reaching its full layers, one could directly attain immortal status, achieving an invincible physical body and supremacy within their realm. This was why she had been hailed as the strongest being in the celestial realm in her previous life. Unfortunately, the world she inhabited in that past life was blocked by the Heavenly Dao. Even someone as powerful as her could not take that final step. Otherwise, she wouldn't have perished in her struggle with the demon realm empress over the forbidden 10 treasures, leading to her reincarnation in this world. As her former mortal enemy, Jiang Wanyin knew her opponent's methods well. Since she had managed to reincarnate safely into this world, the other clearly possessed some hidden cards of her own. The question was where she was now, and whether she too had awakened her past life memories. And Jiang Mingho. Jiang Wanyin clenched her delicate fists, her red lips pressed tightly together as her previously composed aura turned violent. Back then, that woman had destroyed her father's dantian, turning him into a laughingstock for the entire Jiang family. Though her master later healed her father, this mortal enmity would never fade from her memory. She swore to personally cripple Jiang Mingho and avenge her father. Chapter 15, Reactions from All Factions. Jiang Mingho, young master of the Jiang family. After Qin Jiuge departed the Jiang family, news of him swiftly spread throughout the entire upper realm. As the joint heir to the Qin clan and the Shenyuan imperial clan, two of the most powerful factions, Qin Jiuge's every move naturally drew the attention of countless forces. Two events proved most shocking. The first was the arrival of the young master of the ancient Xiao family at the Jiang residence. It seemed he had clashed with Qin Jiuge and might now be reincarnated. Though Xiao Kunba's cultivation and status were nothing to write home about, pale in comparison to Qin Jiuge, he was still the young master of the ancient Xiao family, whose father remained the current head of the clan. The ancient Xiao clan was no mere demonic entity, but a top-tier power that had endured since primordial times, possessing profound foundations in ancestral lands where countless great emperors and ancient ancestors lay dormant. The murder of their young master was nothing short of a brutal slap in the face to the entire Xiao clan. Among the upper realms factions, if the Xiao clan demanded no accountability, they risked becoming the subject of endless gossip behind their backs. Countless factions sat waiting to see the drama unfold, eager for chaos to erupt and eager to witness the Xiao family's response. The Xiao family's response was swift. They publicly declared that Xiao Kunba had stolen a sacred medicinal herb from the clan and defected, issuing a warrant for his arrest. Not only did they not pursue Qin Jiuge for killing their young master, but they even expressed gratitude for helping eliminate the family traitor. They even extended a sincere invitation, urging Qin Jiuge to visit the Xiao family whenever convenient so they could express their gratitude in person. This left the major factions utterly speechless. How utterly spineless. How could you, a top-tier power, be so weak? That said, no one found it particularly odd. If the ancient Xiao family were foolish enough to demand accountability from Qin Jiuge, they'd likely end up in a sticky situation themselves. The second major development was that Jiang Wanyin hadn't been disengaged by Qin Jiuge. Many had already forgotten the name Jiang Wanyin, taking a moment to recall it. The golden age was about to dawn. Over the past 3 years, the world had undergone tremendous changes, giving rise to countless prodigies, divine physiques, and young sovereigns. As for Jiang Wanyin, that useless, no one paid her any mind. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Jiuge hadn't broken off the engagement he genuinely intended to marry a worthless. He was a rising star in the upper realm, hailed as possessing the bearing of a true immortal. His overwhelming might crushed the young generation of the entire upper realm, leaving them gasping for breath. Not to mention the colossal powerhouses behind him, the Qin clan of the immortal ancient realm and the Shenyuan imperial clan. No one in the upper realm dared to provoke him. The other was a worthless born into an utterly ordinary minor clan. In terms of lineage, background, and innate talent, she was utterly outclassed by her fiancé. What possible merit could she possibly have to become Qin Jiuge's betrothed? The crowd harbored doubts, wondering what the other party intended. Some factions were already scheming in secret, eyeing Jiang Wanyin as a potential recruit for their sex. The title of Qin Jiuge's fiancé carried immense weight in the upper realm. Hadn't they seen how the young master of the ancient Xiao family was killed, yet no one dared utter a word? Of course, the most awkward parties were undoubtedly the Changsheng Jiang clan and the Liuli Immortal Palace. One was Jiang Wanyin's main clan, the other her sect. The Liuli Immortal Palace fared somewhat better. Though their grand elder had vanished, their residual influence still held sway. Out of respect for the senior patriarch, they merely sent Jiang Wanyin back to the clan without causing a public rift. Otherwise, if the grand elder ever returned, wouldn't he tear the Liuli Immortal Palace to shreds? The Changsheng Jiang family, however, was different. The Jiang family of Kanglan City was merely one of the branches left behind by the Jiang family of Changsheng. Countless minor clans like theirs existed throughout the upper realm, and Jiang Wanyin was merely an ordinary branch disciple. Originally, upon witnessing her rise not only becoming the holy maiden of the Liuli Immortal Palace but also becoming betrothed to Qin Jiuge, the Changsheng Jiang clan sought to bring her back to the main lineage. This would bind them to these two major powers. To curry favor with her, they even made an unprecedented promise to elevate her branch into one of the main lineages of the Jiang family. Who could have foreseen that she would be inexplicably stripped of her status? In their eyes, now that she had become useless and lost her status as the holy maiden of the Liuli Immortal Palace, she naturally held no value. The annulment of the betrothal was a foregone conclusion. Thus, not long ago, elders from the Changsheng Jiang clan arrived to revoke her status as a direct line disciple of the clan and strip her branch lineage of its eligibility to become a main branch. That elder even mocked Jiang Wanyin viciously, declaring her delusional a toad dreaming of swallowing a swan. He said she was destined to remain in this wretched city for the rest of her life. This had effectively created a deep rift, completely severing all ties. Now, Qin Jiuge had not called off the engagement, leaving them utterly mortified. Within the Changsheng Jiang family, a vast and magnificent hall shimmered with golden splendor and radiant divine light. Occasional faint streaks of dawn light flickered through the air, while spiritual energy swirled thickly, almost liquid in its density. A young man sat composedly at the main seat, holding a teacup as he leisurely sipped his tea, patiently listening to the elder's report below. His features were handsome and refined, his aura transcendent. A tear mole at the corner of his eye did not detract from his beauty but instead added an extra touch of allure. Dressed in a magnificent robe with wide sleeves, his attire radiated wealth and luxury. His fingers were slender and white, giving him the appearance of a scholarly gentleman, seemingly harmless. Yet the imposing aura radiating from him was profound as an abyss, his divine light shifting and shimmering. Faint star-like points flickered around his body, clearly marking him as a terrifyingly powerful being. This man was none other than the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingho. Having cultivated for barely a century, he had already reached the peak of the Purple Palace realm, an unparalleled prodigy, the leading figure among the young generation of the Upper Realm, and the new pillar of the immortal Jiang family. Chapter 16, Merely a Pawn, Playing with Fire. Young master, the divine son of the Qin clan has not withdrawn the marriage proposal. By doing this, aren't we essentially provoking him for nothing? I heard that the young master of the ancient Xiao family met a tragic end precisely because he clashed with Jiang Wanyin. The elderly man who came to report stood hunched over, his voice thick with worry. Within mere days, the deeds of Qin Jiuge had spread throughout the entire Upper Realm. The Jiang family of Changsheng had undeniably become the laughingstock of the Upper Realm, with all major factions mocking them for losing such a golden match. Worst of all, the elder who had targeted Jiang Wanyin at the Jiang residence earlier was none other than him. His original intention had been to curry favor with Jiang Mingho through this incident, hoping to claim credit for his rise when the elder ascended to the position of family head. But who could have foreseen that fate would intervene? Qin Jiuge was actually going to marry a useless woman. This move had thoroughly alienated the other party. The memory of the Xiao family's young master meeting his end made Elder Jiang's heart pound violently, terrified he might become the next victim. Despite his considerable cultivation and status within the clan, compared to Qin Jiuge, he was nothing. Abandoned without a second thought. You might be gold, but in the Upper Realm, gold is everywhere. Within the clan, though not numerous, there were certainly many powerful individuals of his caliber. Losing one was hardly significant. His strength hadn't reached the level to rival the ancestor. Facing Elder Jiang's concern, Jiang Mingho showed no flicker of emotion. Only after savoring his tea did he respond with a sneer. I am already aware of this matter. Rest assured, Elder Jiang. Do you truly believe he would marry a useless woman? Young master, what do you mean? Elder Jiang asked, puzzled. He held deep reverence for Jiang Mingho. Outwardly, he appeared approachable, refined, and easygoing, a handsome scholar. Yet behind the scenes, he was ruthless and calculating, scheming to dominate the world. Prior to this, Jiang Mingho had kept a low profile, merely an ordinary direct descendant of the Changsheng Jiang clan. His cultivation was respectable but hardly exceptional. While the various factions within the Changsheng Jiang clan fought fiercely for the position of young master, he patiently bided his time, lying low in the shadows. Ultimately, he unleashed terrifying combat prowess, sweeping aside the clan's top prodigies and claiming the young master's position. No one could have imagined the title would fall to such an obscure, ordinary disciple. Years of quiet endurance culminated in his ascension as young master. Jiang Mingho's ascension as young master of the Changsheng Jiang clan undoubtedly caused a massive uproar, both within the clan and throughout the Upper Realm. It wasn't until Jiang Wanyin's emergence that he began to feel a sense of crisis. From childhood, she had been renowned as the sole direct disciple of the great elder of the Liuli Immortal Palace, the foremost candidate for the position of young palace master and betrothed to the divine son of the Qin clan. If the other party were allowed to mature, Jiang Mingho's position as young master would likely be in jeopardy. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, he lost all his cultivation, naturally rendering him incapable of competing for the position. Jiang Mingho set down his teacup and explained in a detached tone, the Qin clan of the immortal ancient realm is, after all, a major clan. If we were to simply annul the betrothal, while no one might say anything openly, there would inevitably be whispers behind our backs. Families like theirs place great importance on face and reputation. And Qin Jiuge is the divine son of the Qin clan, after all. And Jiang Wanyin cannot cultivate, she is merely a mortal. How long can a mere mortal live? 100 years at most before she turns to dust. Then Qin Jiuge can simply find a new bride. No one will bat an eye, they'll even praise his virtue. 100 years is but a blink for cultivators. By then, Qin Jiuge could simply retreat into seclusion, effortlessly shedding this burden while gaining a fine reputation. Why wouldn't he do it? This Qin Jiuge is quite clever indeed. He truly lives up to his reputation as the young master of the Qin clan. If only my brothers and sisters possessed half his wit, this position of young master wouldn't have fallen into my hands. A faint smile curved Jiang Mingho's lips, as if everything were under his control. After hearing Jiang Mingho's explanation, Elder Jiang's eyes widened in awe, utterly impressed. What profound insight, young master. With that settled, I can finally rest easy. Elder Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Elder Jiang, I've taken note of your contributions. I've heard that the primordial mine recently captured another large group of newly ascended slaves. The mining pace has accelerated, and we're short-handed. What are your thoughts, Elder Jiang? Jiang Mingho rested his right hand on his cheek, his expression impassive, revealing no trace of emotion. At these words, Elder Jiang's heart stirred. His body trembled involuntarily, and his face broke into a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. He replied respectfully, I shall follow the young master's commands entirely. The primordial mine was one of the Jiang family's enterprises, richly endowed with mineral resources. Whether forging weapons, magical artifacts, or armor, none could be produced without these minerals, making them of immense strategic value. For a powerhouse of his caliber, residing there meant focusing solely on cultivation, while subordinates handled all other affairs. It must be said, this was a truly enviable assignment. Moreover, every clan member stationed there was rolling in wealth. He had always envied them immensely. Jiang Mingho nodded. In that case, Elder Jiang, you may report there starting tomorrow. Remember to mention my name. Then I shall be most grateful, young master. Elder Jiang clasped his hands together, his face beaming with delight. He thought to himself, joining forces with Jiang Mingho had indeed been the right choice. Very well. If there's nothing further, you may withdraw. Jiang Mingho waved his hand dismissively. Yes, young master. I shan't disturb you further. Once Elder Jiang had withdrawn, the grand hall returned to its usual state of solemn stillness. Jiang Mingho closed his eyes tightly, exhaling softly to cool the scalding tea before murmuring faintly, fool. Ha 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 ha. What a grand gesture. A venerable sage, and in your eyes, he's nothing but a disposable pawn? Jiang Mingho, you're far more ruthless than I imagined. A sudden whirlwind swept through the once serene room, stirring up a chilling gust of wind. Black mist swirled and condensed into the shadowy form of a figure cloaked in darkness. Shrouded in darkness, his face remained hidden. An eerie, sinister aura emanated from him, amplified by his maniacal cackling. No need to guess, he clearly wasn't a good person. Jiang Mingho remained impassive, finishing his cup of tea before replying leisurely, just a fool. Killing him was no big deal. Even if I hadn't killed him, he would have caused me greater trouble later. Better to dispose of him now while it's convenient, and it serves as a fitting explanation for that person. He thought he could curry favor with me by insulting Jiang Wanyin, but little did he know the upper realm is overflowing with such self-important fools. Ha ha ha. Is that Qin Jiuge really so terrifying? What makes you panic like this? The black-robed figure laughed coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. A mere junior, he hadn't even been born when this upstart was running rampant across the world. However, Jiang Mingho's reaction was somewhat unexpected. Having served Jiang Mingho for years, he knew his true nature well. Outwardly refined and scholarly, inwardly brimming with arrogance and an immense ego. During the great clan competition held by the Changqing Jiang family back then, any clan member could challenge another. He felt humiliated in front of everyone because Jiang Wanyin's father had spoken up to challenge him. He was, after all, a member of the main branch. How dare this mere branch family member presume to challenge him? And to do so publicly, singling him out, was it a sign of contempt? So, disregarding the competition rules, he forcibly destroyed the opponent's dantian after they conceded defeat, rendering him a useless cripple. Though he had broken the rules, as a direct descendant of the main clan, while the other was merely a branch family member of the Jiang clan, naturally no one would speak up for him. The cultivation world was inherently a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak, where might ruled supreme, and the powerless held no voice. Though he heard the victim was later healed, this grudge was undeniably sealed. It must be said that Jiang Wanyin's emergence did indeed make him feel a hint of crisis. Fortunately, the heavens had seen fit to cripple her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been confident in snatching the position of young master from her grasp. I'm confident I'm no weaker than him. It's just that I'm wary of the two powerful factions backing him. Jiang Mingho toyed with his teacup, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. The Qin clan is untouchable for now. But there's no personal grudge between us. Sacrificing Elder Jiang was ample face-saving gesture. He surely won't come after me over that useless Jiang Wanyin. As for the ancient Xiao clan, Jiang Mingho shook his head, a look of contempt crossing his face. Nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings who rely solely on their ancestors' glory, stuck in their ways, living off past achievements. The golden age has dawned, yet they remain mired in past glories, stagnant and unambitious. They will inevitably fade into the annals of history, no threat at all. Any grudges you hold against him are none of this old man's concern. Remember our agreement, I secure your position as young master and you find me a suitable vessel. The black-robed figure's icy tone cut him off. Rest assured, elder. I will fulfill my promise, though it requires time. A powerhouse of that caliber isn't someone to trifle with. We need to plan this carefully. Otherwise, if we're exposed, it will undoubtedly cause immense trouble. Jiang Mingho said in a low voice. Then that is most welcome. After all these years, a little more waiting matters not to this old man. But I must admit, the spiritual energy in your world is truly abundant. Cultivating here is like achieving twice the result with half the effort. And even the resources for magical treasures and spiritual herbs far surpass those in our heaven beyond heaven. At this point, the black-robed figure's tone brimmed with greed. As long as you help me secure my position as young master, whatever you desire, I shall grant it. Jiang Mingho's lips curved into a faint smile. The heavens beyond? Sounds rather appealing. To scheme with a tiger, one must be prepared to be devoured whole. Chapter 17, Breaking Through Again, on the Terror of Background. Ding! Jiang Wanyin has successfully broken through to the Qi cultivation realm. Congratulations, host, on receiving cultivation energy return. Ding! Jiang Wanyin has completed the first layer of the 33 transformations technique. Congratulations, host, on synchronizing the cultivation method. On the flying vessel, Qin Jiuge, who had been resting with eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing the system's notification, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In just a single day, the other party had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm. Though he knew she was a reincarnated great emperor, he couldn't deny her cultivation speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, she had successfully bound herself to him. The faster she cultivated, the quicker his own realm would advance, and the greater the benefits he would reap. Simultaneously, the complete first layer of the 33 Heavens creation technique materialized flawlessly within Qin Jiuge's mind. Jiang Wanyin's profound understanding and insights into this technique were deeply imprinted within his mind, allowing him to wield it effortlessly without needing to cultivate it himself. The 33 Heavens creation technique. Qin Jiuge's eyes flashed with interest. With his discerning eye, he could readily recognize the value of this technique. Though it was only the first layer now, it was clearly no ordinary thing. However, to obtain the subsequent layers, Jiang Wanyin would still need to put in the effort. He wondered what surprises his fiancée might bring him in the future. Ding! Jiang Wanyin has entered a state of enlightenment. Congratulations, host, on gaining insights into the way of heaven. As the system's sudden notification sounded, a radiant aura began to emanate from Qin Jiuge's body. An ancient, terrifying aura surged through his limbs and bones, cleansing his fundamental constitution, meridians, spleen, and internal organs. Every pore on his body radiated brilliant golden light, transforming him into a miniature golden statue, resplendent and dazzling beyond measure. Celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy surged in wildly, coalescing into a terrifyingly vast vortex in the heavens above. Ultimately, it all poured down, converging into Qin Jiuge's will see Dantian. Hum! With a thunderous roar, the shackles of the peak nirvana realm shattered. Qin Jiuge's aura gradually stabilized. Now, his entire body radiated brilliant golden light, his aura more imposing than ever before. Breakthrough! Truly worthy of being the daughter of destiny. Her cultivation progress is utterly unreasonable. Qin Jiuge murmured in admiration. What others struggled to attain in a lifetime, she grasped effortlessly, utterly unreasonable. Unlike him, who relied entirely on his own persistence and effort. Young master, we've arrived. Seeing Qin Jiuge's breakthrough, the old man beside him remained expressionless, clearly accustomed to such feats. What manner of being was their divine son? He could never be measured by ordinary standards. The flying vessel sliced through the sky, streaking forward as golden light enveloped it. A colossal, rumbling pressure surged from the vessel, and before long, it arrived at Xiang City, not far from Kanglan City. Unlike Kanglan City, Xiang City far surpassed its counterpart in scale, industrial resources, and the prominence of its sects and clans. Within this small corner of the world, it held considerable renown. Ha! Why did it suddenly get dark? No, it's not the sky darkening. Look up there. Above? Holy! What the hell is that? Is this the end of the world? The colossal airship blocked out the light, obscuring the sun and shrouding the small city below in utter darkness. Naturally, it drew the attention of countless people. Faced with this colossal entity obscuring the clouds and light above, no one could help but feel their hearts sink. A single glance was enough to make their legs go weak and tremble, their entire bodies shaking uncontrollably, overwhelmed by boundless fear and despair. When the airship finally came to a complete halt, four dazzling beams of light shot skyward from the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest corners of Jiang City, piercing straight through the clouds. Once the light faded completely, four towering figures could be seen standing majestically against the sky. Welcome, honored elders, to Jiang City. We humbly ask for your noble names, for we have been most presumptuous. The four felt their scalps tingle, yet they bowed respectfully with clasped hands, maintaining their decorum. They exchanged glances, each seeing solemnity in the other's eyes. These four were the mightiest beings in Jiang City, each at the peak of the true king realm. They jointly governed the city, having not revealed themselves for thousands of years. Normally, they remained secluded in their ancestral lands, cultivating and striving to be the first to break through, eager to absorb the other three great families. But just moments ago, they had sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descend upon them, compelling them to emerge from seclusion. Gazing upon the colossal entity before them, the group felt utterly insignificant. It was a feeling they hadn't experienced in a very long time. They possessed flying vessels themselves, but compared to the object before them, they were mere junk. This was no ordinary flying vessel, it was clearly a terrifying war machine. Even a mere threat of its emanating pressure could instantly reduce this place to ruins, utterly terrifying. Who do you think this might be? Whispered an elderly man clad in white robes. His hair and beard were white, his face gaunt, his frame slender and withered, yet the waves of pressure emanating from him spoke of his extraordinary nature. The banner above bears the character Qin. Could it be a great figure from the Qin clan has descended? Another white-haired elder stroked his beard, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. He wore a purple Taoist robe, his entire body shimmering with specks of starlight, radiant and dazzling, his aura luminous. Though equally ancient, he radiated vitality, his demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. The opening of the Kunlun secret realm is but days away. Could this Qin clan dignitary have come for that very secret realm? One of the elderly women pondered for a moment before speaking, only to be met with shaking heads and dismissive responses from the others. How could that be? The white-haired elder shook his head and chuckled. What level of power is the Qin clan? This Kunlun secret realm may be precious to us, but in their eyes, it might not even be worth the attention of their juniors. His tone was tinged with bitter resignation. It's embarrassing to admit, but that's the truth. The pinnacle of their lifelong struggles might not even match the starting point of the other's birth. From the flying vessel, countless streaks of light shot downward, revealing their true forms. Each stood tall and slender, clad in gleaming silver armor that flashed with a cold, piercing light. Holding long spears, they stood respectfully on either side, faces solemn. At their waists hung short blades, gleaming faintly with a sharp, icy light. A murderous aura surged from them, a palpable intent to kill sweeping out and enveloping the area in a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Merely meeting their gaze made breathing difficult, as if one were drowning in a river. Clearly, these men had claimed countless lives, their aura of death solidified into tangible substance. Such aura could never be forged by slaughtering a single city or region. The number of lives lost at their hands likely reached the scale of a minor world. What is this? A flicker of terror crossed the four men's eyes, for they could not discern the cultivation levels of those before them. In other words, any one of them possessed cultivation far surpassing their own, capable of wiping them out with a mere wave of the hand. Yet these figures appeared to be nothing more than ordinary armored guards. The lofty figures they had always looked up to were, in the eyes of these opponents, merely ordinary armored guards. The group felt both bitter and curious. Who were these people, to warrant such an extravagant display? Chapter 18, Qin Jiuge's arrival, Kunlun secret realm. Before they could ponder further, a path of white light coalesced and extended outward. A figure stepped forth from it, striding with lightness and agility. The man wore a simple white robe, ethereal as snow. Faint points of light shimmered upon his garments, which fluttered without wind. His features were flawlessly handsome, his eyes sparkling like stars, deep and boundless. He seemed shrouded in white mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion. His ethereal presence felt like a divine being descending to the mortal realm. He descended the steps, his aura restrained. Following behind him was a stooped, elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, accompanied by numerous armored guards clad in golden armor and wielding long spears. In an instant, a surge of vital energy erupted, filling the air with an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. Judging by the terrifying aura emanating from them, these men were far more formidable than the silver-helmeted guards flanking the procession. Whoa! What noble son is this, to travel with such an imposing entourage? What terrifying pressure! Is this what a true heavyweight from the upper realms looks like? What a handsome young master! I feel like I'm about to Upon seeing the newcomer, countless women in the city couldn't help but blush, their eyes filled with adoration, utterly captivated, wanting only for him to take them. The four figures in the sky exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. Even in their remote corner of the world, they had heard the name Qin Jiuge. They had assumed they would never cross paths with him in their lifetimes, yet here he was, appearing in their obscure little corner of the world.
Haha, it's His Highness the Divine Sun.
Your Highness, deigning to grace our humble abode with your presence truly honors us beyond measure.
I am Wang Gang. Should the Divine Sun require anything, please command me.
I shall lay down my life without hesitation, declared one particularly robust middle-aged man. His upper body was bare, muscles bulging like coiled ropes. Veins stood out prominently on his forehead and neck, his face stern and resolute. Vital energy surged through his entire body, making him resemble a ferocious beast.
His name was Wang Gang, the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the four great clans of Xiang City.
He cultivated body forging techniques, rendering his flesh as hard as a magical artifact, capable of shattering 10,000 spells with a single punch. Seeing Wang Gang's fawning demeanor, the others inwardly cursed his lack of martial virtue, astonished by his swift reaction. They then plastered on obsequious smiles and bowed respectfully to Qin Jiuge. I am the patriarch of the Lu family. I am the patriarch of the Feng family. I am the patriarch of the Yang family. Greetings, your Divine Highness. No need for such formalities, gentlemen. Qin Jiuge waved his hand casually, his demeanor as gentle as jade, his elegance as ethereal as a celestial being.
Gentlemen, has any secret realm been rumored to appear in these parts recently? Secret realms? The group exchanged glances, then dared not withhold any information.
Your Highness, in 3 days' time, the Kunlun secret realm will open, the Feng family patriarch stated solemnly.
Oh? The Kunlun secret realm? That sounds intriguing. Continue.
Qin Jiuge's eyes lit up at the mention. If he hadn't misjudged, the opportunity the patriarch spoke of likely lay within this very place.
Seeing Qin Jiuge's apparent interest, the Feng family patriarch wasted no time and continued his explanation.
The Kunlun secret realm is the greatest secret realm in our Xiang city, opening once every 3,000 years.
Within this realm lie countless opportunities and treasures, divine herbs and miraculous medicines.
Yet it also gathers innumerable terrifying beasts. One careless step could mean certain death. Under the influence of the realm's laws, everyone's cultivation level is suppressed below the unity realm. Though he didn't know why Qin Jiuge was interested in the Kunlun secret realm, he patiently explained.
I see, Qin Jiuge nodded in understanding.
With cultivation suppressed to the unity realm, it was obvious this secret realm was prepared for Jiang Ran, that favored son of fortune. One couldn't help but marvel at the sheer strength of his fortune. An opportunity that even piqued the interest of the Qin clan's ancient ancestor had appeared in this godforsaken place. Even if he told others, no one would believe it. Your Highness, shall we enclose this secret realm? Asked the Lu clan patriarch beside him, his heart aching at the thought.
The opening of the Kunlun secret realm was a major event for the entire Xiang city.
Each time it opened, the younger generations of their clans would emerge bearing countless rare treasures, miraculous elixirs, and divine medicines, greatly enhancing the strength of their respective clans. Some even gained indescribable opportunities, soaring from obscurity to become household names throughout Xiang city. The four clans had prepared extensively for this Kunlun secret realm, only to have Qin Jiuge unexpectedly appear. If he truly intended to seize the secret realm by force, they would have no choice but to reluctantly relinquish it. In the cultivation world, might reigns supreme, might makes right. Moreover, this place only opened once every 3,000 years. Missing this opportunity meant waiting another 3,000 years. To say they weren't heartbroken would be impossible. There's no need for that. Since it's a heavenly opportunity, it naturally belongs to the capable. The Kunlun secret realm here is open to all. Qin Jiuge spoke casually, displaying no hint of possessiveness.
Of course. If he monopolized this secret realm, how could he use the chosen one of destiny to seek opportunities for him? Besides, what harm would letting them enter do? They'd just be toyed with by Jiang Ran, watch him show off and humiliate them, then snatch the opportunity and strut off. The entire opening of the Kunlun secret realm could be said to be prepared solely for the chosen one of destiny to show off and humiliate others. As for the heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs they coveted, to his Qin clan, they weren't worth the weeds by the roadside. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with them. Hearing this, the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Though Qin Jiuge regarded this secret realm as trash, to them it represented the very foundation of their clan's enduring legacy. Missing this opportunity meant waiting another 3,000 years, something they could never afford to do. Your Highness, the Divine Sun, possesses such magnanimity. We hold you in the highest esteem, truly a paragon of righteousness. The Feng family patriarch fawned obsequiously, his aged face stretched into a smile as tight as a flower bud. Even though he knew full well the other party couldn't care less about their petty little opportunity, it didn't stop him from fawning over him. For a young master from such a prestigious family, even a crumb from his fingernails would be enough to fill their bellies. If he managed to flatter him into a good mood and received even a small gift, wouldn't that be a fortune? Indeed, indeed.
Your Highness, the Divine Sun embodies noble virtue, never oppressing the weak. Your kindness is as gentle as jade, a lifelong goal for us cultivators to follow. The others silently cursed each other's lack of martial virtue, then plastered on fawning smiles to curry favor with Qin Jiuge. Enough, I understand. After briefly assessing the situation, Qin Jiuge flickered his fingertips. A streak of light shot forth, and 4 gleaming golden pills materialized before the group. Our deepest gratitude, Your Highness. Overwhelmed with emotion, they abandoned all dignity befitting the ancestors of their clans, nearly kneeling to kowtow to Qin Jiuge on the spot. But by then, Qin Jiuge had already vanished into the distance. The group accepted the pills, carefully sensing the wafting fragrance of alchemy emanating from them. The scent was intoxicating, radiating divine brilliance. Merely inhaling the scent loosened the shackles of their long stagnant cultivation realms. They felt lightheaded and elated, as if they could break through their limits and ascend to the heavens at any moment. With this pill, they were certain they could break through. Truly worthy of the Qin clan's divine son, his generosity is boundless. A single pill like this is worth a lifetime's worth of our own, sighed the young clan patriarch. But what brings His Divine Highness to our Kunlun secret realm? Could there be something here that attracts him? Who knows? Maybe it's just simple curiosity he came to take a look? Enough with the speculation. Focus on breaking through. Exchanging glances, the group transformed into 4 streaks of light, each darting back to their ancestral domains to begin their seclusion. Chapter 19, Hidden Opportunity, Gathering of Factions. Strange. Why did he find his way here? Could it be that Master told him? Damn it! She betrayed me. Among the crowd below, a middle-aged man clad in coarse hemp robes and with a dark complexion looked up at the sky. Spotting Qin Jiuge, a flash of fury crossed his eyes. Damned bastard. If not for him, how would I have ended up here? His right fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His face was covered in dust, looking weary and disheveled. This man was none other than Jiang Ran, who had altered his appearance and fled to this place. After escaping the Jiang family dungeon, he dared not linger for a moment. He channeled his spiritual energy to the limit, racing all the way to Xiang City, terrified that Qin Jiuge might discover him. But severely wounded and weakened, he encountered many unscrupulous individuals along the way. Yet under his protagonist aura, he effortlessly slew them, and they even provided him with numerous pills that temporarily stabilized his injuries. After looting the bodies, Jiang Ran altered his appearance and remained here, awaiting the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. He had learned of this place during his earlier travels. According to his master, she had sensed an utterly terrifying aura here. This aura wasn't cultivation power, but a bloodline-level suppression. His master was the young clan chief of the 9 Nether clan, a lineage inherited from ancient times. Her bloodline was pure beyond compare, and few in the entire upper realm possessed bloodlines capable of suppressing hers. Originally, he planned to bring his master here to seek opportunities after Qin Jiuge's marriage was annulled. Yet fate proved unpredictable, turning everything upside down. Not only had his master been captured, but he himself had been gravely wounded, left here clinging to life. What stunned him most was that his master had betrayed him. The existence of hidden opportunities here was known only to him and his master. Given Qin Jiuge's background, how could this secret realm possibly attract him? Therefore, there was only one truth: Joyo must have informed Qin Jiuge about the heaven-defying opportunity hidden within the Kunlun secret realm. Otherwise, he couldn't fathom why the other party would travel such a great distance. Faced with Joyo's betrayal, Jiang Ran, as the favored son of destiny, naturally chose to forgive her. After all, who could resist a master as beautiful as hers? Besides, his master must have been forced into it. Who knew what kind of torture she had endured all these days? The truth was indeed as he suspected. After subduing Joyo, Qin Jiuge began infusing her daily with the spiritual energy. Nourished by his spiritual energy, Joyo's spectral form grew clearer and more tangible, her figure becoming more graceful and alluring than before. Though she might have been a bit uncomfortable at first, it was too intense and powerful, making her unable to adapt immediately and causing her to resist fiercely. But gradually, as she grew accustomed to the intensity of his spiritual energy, Joyo's resistance waned. She adapted to the process, even finding it pleasurable. The thought that his master might still be enduring torment at the hands of that man made Jiang Ran's teeth grind together in fury. He yearned to charge forward and settle the score with Qin Jiuge once and for all. But the stark reality of their disparity instantly sobered her. Not only was his cultivation far superior, but just the legion of armored guards behind him, a single spit from any one of them could likely suffocate him. A true hero knows when to bend and when to stretch. I endure. Once the Kunlun secret realm opened, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the unity realm. Though he still wouldn't be able to defeat Qin Jiuge, Jiang Ran believed that if he could seize the opportunity his master had spoken of, his strength would surge dramatically, allowing him to surpass Qin Jiuge in one fell swoop. That would be the moment for his revenge. Jiang Ran had always held great faith in his own destiny. Since childhood, luck had favored him, spotting spirit stones while walking, discovering rare treasures and miraculous elixirs everywhere he ventured into secret realms. Even his master marveled at the sheer abundance of his fortune, calling it the most remarkable she had ever witnessed. Though he appeared down on his luck now, Jiang Ran believed this was merely a minor setback before ultimate success. "Just you wait, Qin Jiuge. Letting me go will be the biggest mistake of your life." Jiang Ran clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead as he suppressed the turmoil within. He turned and entered an inn. 3 days later, at the outer perimeter of the Kunlun secret realm, the entire Kunlun mountain range was encircled by a swarm of figures, their presence searingly bright. Terrifying ancient warships raced toward the scene, their hulls engraved with ancient runes that shimmered with divine radiance, dazzling and overwhelming. A colossal aura swept forth, sending chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. Mighty warriors rode colossal beasts, their forms towering like mountains. A single glance instilled fear and made one marvel at their own insignificance. As the grand spectacle of Xiang City, occurring but once every 3,000 years, the opening of the Kunlun secret realm naturally drew countless factions and cultivators. Even neighboring cities were no exception. Above the heavens, flying beasts and birds constantly streaked across the sky, obscuring the sun and moon with their immense forms. Their piercing screeches rent the air, echoing across the heavens and making ears ache. Their colossal forms obscured the sky, their blade-sharp claws slicing through the void, stirring chilling winds that turned the faces of onlookers pale with dread. Upon the terrifying backs of these flying beasts stood numerous elders and disciples, all clad in purple gold-embroidered robes, clearly hailing from the same sect. The terrifying aura emanating from them revealed that these disciples were all elite pillars of their respective factions. Yet now they descended upon this place as if it cost them nothing, riding ancient warships or commanding terrifying demonic beasts. Evidently, preparations for this expedition into the Kunlun secret realm had been underway not only in Xiang City but also among the surrounding sects and clans. Chapter 20: The Opening of the Kunlun Secret Realm. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the area was already packed to the brim, completely surrounded by people. The area closest to the secret realm was firmly controlled and occupied by the 4 major families of Xiang City. However, the foremost open space had been tacitly left vacant by the 4 clans. The peak of the Unity Realm represented the highest cultivation level permitted to enter the Kunlun secret realm this time. Beyond that, practitioners would be suppressed, making the effort not worth the cost. Thus, it was evident that the leaders of the 4 great families were all at the peak of the Unity Realm, representing the strongest combat forces for this expedition into the secret realm. Behind them, disciples radiated surging vitality and formidable presence, most at the Unity Realm level. Even the weakest possessed peak soul transformation realm cultivation. Flanking them were several elders at the Purple Palace realm, clad in their clan's robes. Their eyes burned with intensity as their divine sense swept over the entire gathering, openly displaying their power without restraint. They would not enter the secret realm themselves, instead tasked with safeguarding the disciples upon their return, preventing them from being killed or robbed of their treasures. When the stakes are high enough, there's no shortage of those willing to take desperate risks. Though these younger generations possessed remarkable talent and strength, they remained utterly incomparable when facing the might of the elder generation. Beyond the territories of the 4 great families lay other first-rate powers, some hailing from Xiang City, others from neighboring sects and aristocratic families. Upon learning of the Kunlun secret realm's impending opening, they arrived early to stake their claim. Of course, among those entering this Kunlun secret realm, there were also a very small number of powerful independent cultivators. Most resources within the city were tightly controlled by the major clans and sections. If these individuals wished to obtain resources, they had no choice but to join one of these groups, but doing so meant losing their freedom. The Kunlun secret realm, however, was one of the few major secret realms publicly opened by Xiang City, accessible to all. Thus, they risked entering the Kunlun secret realm, hoping to obtain rare treasures and miraculous elixirs within. Yet dangers lurked everywhere. Even with cultivation suppressed to the Unity Realm, they could not guarantee safe passage out. Following them were minor sects and families without significant backing, along with ordinary solitary cultivators. Their purpose was straightforward: to gather enough spiritual herbs and elixirs to sustain their cultivation. Jiang Ran was concealed among these solitary cultivators. His appearance remained unchanged since his recent disguise, dark-skinned and utterly unremarkable. He blended seamlessly into the crowd, impossible for anyone to recognize. He had suppressed his cultivation to the Wheel Sea realm, ensuring he remained unnoticed. But just then, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Ran. Look, what is that? What a huge spaceship. I think I saw this ship 3 days ago. The gasps of astonishment around Jiang Ran drew his gaze upward. Soaring across the heavens, an immense ancient warship raced toward them, obscuring the sky and radiating in overwhelming grandeur. Golden light rippled across its hull, adorned with intricate ancient array patterns. It emitted a heart-stopping vibration, radiating dazzling brilliance that pierced the sky. As it sliced through the clouds, its overwhelming pressure swept across the land, crushing the crowd until they could barely breathe. Compared to this vessel, the ancient warships and ferocious beasts below seemed as insignificant as little Karami. They were simply not in the same league. What is this? How terrifying! Could it be that the 4 great families were waiting for him? Some powerful figures who had just arrived from elsewhere hadn't witnessed the scene in Xiang City 3 days prior, and thus didn't recognize Qin Jiuge sitting inside. Yet the sheer weight of the overwhelming aura alone was enough for them to sense that within must be a figure far beyond their reach. As the airship docked, a golden light spread out, extending downward. Qin Jiuge remained as composed as ever, stepping onto the golden path and striding forward. His features were as elegant as a celestial being, clad in snow-white robes untouched by dust. His garments billowed without wind, fluttering as if moved by an invisible force. A divine radiance swirled around him, sparkling like countless stars, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed to make the very void tremble beneath its weight. "Your Highness, the Divine Sun." Upon seeing Qin Jiuge's arrival, over a dozen elders from the 4 great families rose to greet him. "Your Highness, please wait a little longer. The Kunlun's secret realm will open shortly," one elder said with a smile. "MHM." Qin Jiuge's tone was detached as he nodded, then his gaze fell upon the crowd in the distance. "Damn it! Has he spotted me?" Jiang Ran, concealed within the crowd, felt a sudden jolt of fear. It was as if he'd been targeted by some primordial beast, his heart trembling. Fortunately, the sensation vanished quickly, and Qin Jiuge's gaze shifted elsewhere. "That was close. I almost got caught." Jiang Ran wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his back now completely drenched. "Better stay cautious." Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. In an instant, the sky tore apart like black silk ripped by an invisible giant hand. Ink-black clouds churned into a colossal vortex, its center erupting with eerie blue lightning like the pupil of a primordial beast. The entire Kunlun mountain range trembled violently, the ground cracking open like a spiderweb. 100-foot-tall pillar of multicolored light burst forth from the earth. Within it, countless illusory bronze doors appeared, their opening and closing accompanied by primordial beast roars and ancient bell tolls. Celestial energies surged madly, forming visible whirlwinds of spiritual energy that coalesced at the pillar's apex into a suspended, ethereal realm as if another world were taking shape amidst the clouds. The Kunlun's secret realm, opening once every 3,000 years, had begun. Chapter 21, A Rich Harvest. "Your Highness, the Kunlun's secret realm has opened." The elder beside him suppressed his excitement as he addressed Qin Jiuge. Without his orders, they dared not act rashly. The other factions present, observing this, remained quietly in place, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. How ridiculous! Hadn't they seen how even the elders of the 4 great families showed such profound respect to this young man? Clearly, he was some powerful figure from who knows where. How could they dare to be insolent? Thus, one could observe countless individuals present, their eyes flickering with greed, yet their bodies dared not move an inch, a particularly comical sight. Heavenly opportunities naturally belong to those who are worthy. With a light chuckle, Qin Jiuge's form transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the secret realm above the heavens. The armored guards following behind him showed no hesitation either, transforming into streaks of light as they soared through the portal of light together. As the world spun violently and the laws of nature twisted, Qin Jiuge sensed his cultivation had been suppressed to the peak of the unity realm. Radiant light filled the air, accompanied by violent fluctuations in space and time. Soon, a passageway materialized, and Qin Jiuge led his companions out. Within the secret realm, mountains and rivers undulated, mighty rivers surged, and ancient trees soared skyward, a scene of magnificent grandeur and thriving vitality. Spiritual herbs and divine medicines grew lush and robust, exuding an enticing medicinal fragrance. The air was thick with spiritual energy, mist swirling so densely it seemed on the verge of solidifying. However, for Qin Jiuge, who had lived among the Qin clan since childhood, none of this could capture his interest. Even the guards who accompanied him looked down upon these ordinary spiritual herbs. Is this the Kunlun's secret realm? After carefully sensing the spiritual energy here, Qin Jiuge couldn't help but shake his head. It was far too sparse, not even matching the energy on the outermost mountain peaks of his own Qin clan. Yet, though he dismissed it, for cultivators from Xiang City and the surrounding sects, this place was nothing short of a heavenly paradise. Such rich spiritual energy. A single day here is worth 100 days of arduous cultivation outside. No wonder so many cultivators participate whenever the Kunlun secret realm opens. Even those from neighboring sects join without hesitation. Even if one finds no special opportunities, simply staying here to cultivate in peace is already a huge gain. Elsewhere within the secret realm, other cultivators had already entered, primarily juniors from the 4 great families and other top-tier sects. Upon sensing the profound spiritual energy here, they finally understood why the opening of Kunlun's secret realm always drew countless factions. For them, the density of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world, equivalent to years of arduous cultivation. If they could return safely to the outside world, their cultivation levels would undoubtedly surge significantly. That said, they swiftly transformed into streaks of divine light, darting about in search of rare treasures. Their primary purpose for entering the secret realm was to gather vast quantities of rare treasures for their elders and patriarchs, thereby strengthening their clans. It could be said that each opening of the Kunlun secret realm represented a reshuffling of the major factions within Xiang City. Securing valuable treasures from within could greatly enhance the strength of the clan's elders and patriarchs. Yet returning empty-handed meant stagnation, a step backward. For clans lacking sufficient foundations who also provoke powerful adversaries, the ultimate outcome is either absorption by rival factions or outright annihilation. Such is the brutal nature of the cultivation world. After wandering aimlessly for a quarter of an hour, Qin Jiuge finally sensed the mark he had left on Jiang Ran earlier. This meant Jiang Ran had already entered the secret realm. Let's go. Qin Jiuge's tone was indifferent as his figure transformed into a streak of light, darting away at incredible speed. The others who had followed him remained silent. Clad in golden armor and wielding long spears, they too transformed into streaks of light and shot off after him. On the other side, ancient trees towered overhead, mountains undulated, and countless palaces lay collapsed, reduced to ruins. Only a few columns remained standing, bearing witness to the splendor this place once held. SSSSH. Blood spattered as a terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept through, kicking up clouds of dust. Jiang Ran sheathed his long sword, casting a contemptuous glance at the demon beast below. Then, before his eyes, the once ferocious, massive beast instantly dissolved into a mist of blood, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Only after dispatching the beast did Jiang Ran turn his satisfied gaze to the fiery red divine flower nearby. 5 vivid red petals glowed with a delicate beauty, surrounded by a blazing inferno, a truly extraordinary sight. Is this the flame divine flower? Jiang Ran's heart stirred, and he reached out to pluck it. The flame god flower was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, containing potent fire elemental energy. Once refined, it could not only cause one's cultivation to skyrocket but also enhance the power of any fire-based techniques, unleashed, truly a rarity in the world. Such a heavenly treasure naturally drew formidable demonic beasts as guardians, though he had dispatched them all with ease. After securing this celestial treasure, Jiang Ran wasted no time. His form transformed into a streak of light as he continued racing deeper into the secret realm. Thus far, he had gathered numerous heavenly treasures. Once refined, they would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. By then, he was confident he would be able to stand his ground against Qin Jiuge. The Kunlun secret realm stretched boundlessly vast and limitless. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators who had come had reaped rich rewards, obtaining numerous rare treasures even in the outer regions. Yet many others had suffered severe injuries or even perished while exploring ancient ruins or engaging in fierce battles. Initially, clashes remained localized with few participants. Yet as the outer region's resources were largely depleted, factions began converging toward the secret realm's depths. As exploration deepened, clashes grew increasingly frequent and widespread, claiming more and more casualties. Many who considered themselves powerful began guarding key points around the secret realm or ruins, attempting to seize treasures directly from departing cultivators to settle matters once and for all. Whoa! It's that lord. This is bad. We must leave immediately. Do not provoke that noble one. Qin Jiuge strode forward, flanked by numerous armored guards. Their golden helmets gleamed, silver armor shimmered, and the cold steel of their spears radiated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Even though their cultivation was suppressed by this secret realm, the killing intent cultivated over years remained undiminished. Those with weak resolve might well have their minds shattered by the sheer intensity of that overwhelming aura. Upon seeing Qin Jiuge approach, the crowd instinctively stepped back, fearful of inadvertently provoking him. Wherever he passed, people avoided him as if he were the plague itself. Regardless of his identity, one that even the 4 great families feared, it was clear he was no ordinary figure. Even the armored guards surrounding him now were far beyond their ability to handle. Dealing with them would be as easy as slicing through butter. Is this the treatment for villains? How utterly boring. Qin Jiuge shook his head lightly. If this were the protagonist, they'd likely already be targeted by this group, inevitably leading to a fight. By comparison, being the villain was far too comfortable. Wherever he passed, people trembled in awe, and no foolhardy fool dared to challenge him. Enough. After all this time, it's finally time to deal with you. Qin Jiuge's thoughts flickered, and the mark left on Jiang Ran flashed. A faint connection surged through it. Ahead lay the depths of the secret realm, Jiang Ran's current location. If his guess was correct, the opportunity the ancestor spoke of lay there. Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. What could this opportunity be that had even piqued the interest of his clan's ancient ancestor? Chapter 22, The Final Place of Opportunity, The Mysterious Dragon Egg. It's just ahead. This feeling, it's getting stronger and stronger. I wonder what good things lie ahead. Deep within the secret realm, Jiang Ran's face flushed with excitement. He slashed a vicious beast across the throat with a single sword strike. Without pausing to tend to his own wounds, he transformed into a streak of light and raced forward. He had now fully reverted to his original form. Ever since entering the Kunlun secret realm, an inexplicable sensation had welled up within him as if something ahead was guiding him. This filled Jiang Ran with immense joy. Whenever he explored secret realms before, he sensed an unseen presence guiding him. Guided by this intuition, he had always reaped rich rewards within the secret realms. In just a few short years, he had amassed numerous extraordinary treasures, rapidly elevating both his cultivation and strength. Now, this sensation grew ever stronger. Clearly, a great opportunity lay just ahead. Yet as he delved deeper into the secret realm, Jiang Ran noticed the beasts here growing increasingly frenzied, as if infected by some unseen force. Their attacks were ferocious and frenzied, driven by a rabid, frantic energy. They showed no fear of injury, willing to trade wounds for mutual destruction. Monsters possessed greater physical strength than humans. Despite his formidable power, he sustained numerous wounds as they closed in for the kill. Moreover, a thick black mist had risen around them, so dense that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Even his divine sense could only cover a small area around himself. Therefore, Jiang Ran remained exceptionally vigilant, his focus unwavering. He spread his divine sense cautiously as he darted forward. Shortly after Jiang Ran departed, Qin Jiuge and the others arrived at the scene. Observing the thick black mist, Qin Jiuge carefully sensed it. A profoundly familiar sensation washed over him. It shared the same origin as his own. "Young master, something is terribly wrong here," remarked the elder beside Qin Jiuge. His divine sense was exceptionally powerful, allowing him to perceive far beyond the confines of this small area. He could distinctly sense that something was concealed deep within the palace ahead, and the swirling mists in the vicinity were emanating from it. "It matters not. Someone will guide us," Qin Jiuge murmured, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Along the way, they encountered numerous demonic beasts that had been corrupted by the black mist, becoming ferocious and violent. Yet before he could intervene, his armored guards swiftly dealt with them. They also passed numerous ancient ruins, though most had fallen into complete ruin, never to see the light of day again. Yet ancient inscriptions and traps still lurked within, capable of claiming a life with the slightest misstep. Most of these ancient traps had been destroyed by Jiang Ran, and the few remaining posed no threat to them. Moreover, since they were following Jiang Ran's lead, their journey required little effort on their part, all thanks to him. It could be said that everything Jiang Ran did was essentially paving the way for them, clearing a smooth path. "Secure the entrance here. Do not let anyone in." "Yes, young master." The men acknowledged the order and immediately surrounded the palace's exits, ensuring not even a fly could escape. Then, Qin Jiuge entered the palace alone. This wasn't out of arrogance, but because his cultivation of demonic arts was a matter of utmost gravity. The fewer who knew, the better. If he exposed his demonic arts before them, they would have no chance of survival. Though he was an antagonist, he wasn't a demon who killed indiscriminately, especially not his own kin. Moreover, he possessed immense confidence in his own strength. As the divine son of the Qin clan, he naturally held numerous hidden treasures and trump cards. Never mind this minor secret realm, even across the entire upper realm, few could kill him. "This is my destiny." Entering the palace, Jiang Ran excitedly craned his neck to look around. Yet the scene before him differed from the one in his mind. The stench of rotting sandalwood mingled with a sickly sweetness assaulted his nostrils. Copper bells dangling from the eaves swayed without wind, emitting a dull hum as if countless vengeful spirits were churning in their throats. A ghostly blue phosphorescent light floated within the hall, casting flickering shadows across the spider-webbed beams and pillars. Black viscous fluid seeped from the cracks in the floor tiles, causing the bricks beneath to crack inch by inch. The surging demonic energy in the air condensed into a haze, tracing twisted human silhouettes between the beams and pillars. Curtains hanging from the dome moved without wind, revealing grotesque faces on the modeled murals. Skeletal remains lay scattered everywhere, covered in cobwebs, clear evidence that he was not the first to reach this place. And their fates were all too obvious. This was no place of opportunity. It was clearly sealing away some peerless demonic entity. Even Jiang Ran, who had seen his share of the world, felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his heart. The occasional howling echoes behind him sent cold sweat soaking his back, stirring an overwhelming urge to flee. But the moment he thought of Qin Jiuge, rage surged in his heart, drowning out his fear. This was likely his only chance at vengeance. If Qin Jiuge left this place and returned to the Qin clan, he might never see him again in this lifetime, and revenge would become impossible. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ran steeled himself and stepped forward. Only upon reaching the altar did he realize it was a sacrificial platform. And upon the ancient bronze table before him lay an egg? Was this the opportunity? Jiang Ran's expression turned peculiar. He clearly hadn't expected that everything before him was caused by this egg. However, the egg was encircled by intricate ancient runes and intricate formations, making him hesitate to act rashly, fearful of accidentally triggering some mechanism. Though the power of these formations and mechanisms had surely diminished over the centuries, Jiang Ran wasn't about to gamble with his life. His gaze shifted to a bronze stele standing nearby, densely covered in inscriptions. Unfortunately, written in ancient script, the text was utterly incomprehensible to him. "Ah! If only my master were here," Jiang Ran sighed involuntarily. His master hailed from the legendary Nine Netherworlds clan, whose lineage stretched back through countless eras. He would surely have deciphered these inscriptions. But now, without his master, he had to rely on himself. Based on his years of experience, this stele likely contained records about the origin of this egg. There must be some mechanism here to unlock this formation. Before Jiang Ran could begin searching, a voice echoed from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. "Is this the final place of opportunity?" Jiang Ran, I owe it all to you for bringing me here. Chapter 23, Successfully Mastering the Array Mechanism. Does the villain die by talking too much? Who's there? Where are you? Stop playing ghost games. Jiang Ran whipped his head around, his eyes darting fearfully around the area. But all he saw was a thick, grayish-black mist. Even his divine sense was confined within a 3-inch radius around him, unable to discern anything within. Just moments ago, he had suddenly heard that mocking voice. That voice, a nightmare he would never forget for the rest of his life. Could I have imagined it? Seeing no response, Jiang Ran breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. The demonic energy here was peculiar. Overindulgence could easily corrupt one's mind, turning them into mindless killing machines. All along the way, he had consumed numerous pills just to barely withstand it. But judging by what just happened, he clearly needed to hurry. Otherwise, he'd end up like those skeletal remains left behind. Yet the next moment, Jiang Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly unimaginable. The murky demonic energy ahead suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a wide, straight path as if retreating in fear. And through the dissipating fog ahead, Jiang Ran finally saw the face of the figure. No, impossible. How could it be you? How did you find your way here? Jiang Ran's entire body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. The figure before him possessed a handsome face and starry eyes that shone brightly. A faint crimson glow emanated from the pupils, fierce and bloodthirsty, as if capable of piercing through the mist. Clothed in snow-white robes untouched by dust, his hair was neatly gathered back. His form was tall and slender, his posture effortlessly graceful. His sword-like brows and starry eyes shone like bright constellations. His robes fluttered without wind, radiating an aura of Taoist grace. Flashes of rosy light danced around him, his divine radiance ever shifting. The demonic energy that had been drifting about scattered like mice encountering a cat when it passed by him, not daring to come within a hair's breadth. The figure before him was none other than his sworn enemy, Qin Jiuge. Long time no see, Jiang Ran. It's thanks to you that I found this place. Qin Jiuge smiled indifferently, his pupils shifting, then turned his gaze toward the altar on the platform. Seems you've chosen a fine resting place for yourself. Qin Jiuge, what are you doing here? Jiang Ran suppressed the fear welling up inside him, his voice laced with alarm, while his mind raced with thoughts of how to escape this place. What am I here for? Naturally, to kill you. Trying to stall is useless. My men have already completely surrounded this palace. Still, I must thank you. Without you, I might never have found this place. Qin Jiuge's tone was calm, a smile playing on his lips, as if he were casually chatting with an old friend. What? Qin Jiuge, you deliberately let me escape? Jiang Ran snapped a realization, a wave of dread washing over him as cold sweat soaked his back. He wasn't some innocent little lamb. All along, he'd sensed something terribly off. Ever since escaping the Jiang family dungeon, he'd felt like he was being watched, as if some invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes. He had changed his appearance and concealed his identity to come to Xiang City, yet Qin Jiuge had followed him here. With his status, why would he ever come to such a small place? How could he possibly be interested in this minor realm? Clearly, he had already been targeted by the other party without realizing it. But at the time, rage had clouded his judgment, driving him solely toward revenge within these walls. It was you. You tampered with me, then deliberately let me escape. Jiang Ran's voice was hoarse, clearly struggling to believe it. If this were true, then the other party was terrifying. It turned out that everything had been calculated from their very first meeting. But he couldn't fathom what he possibly possessed that would warrant such scheming. Or did he, as a scion of a prominent family, harbor some hidden, unspoken obsession? Despite possessing overwhelming power that could crush him utterly, the other had toyed with him step by step, like a cat playing with a mouse. Then, just when he thought he might finally get his revenge, the other suddenly appeared and shattered his illusions. You're quite clever, but unfortunately, you've woken up too late. Since you found me this opportunity, I'll grant you a swift end. Qin Jiuge smiled as he approached, his aura abruptly shifting. A terrifying pressure, vast as an abyss, swept over Jiang Ran, forcing his spine to arch and nearly forcing him to his knees. You want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability, Jiang Ran suddenly sneered coldly. His fingertips flashed through intricate seals as streaks of light shot out in all directions, vanishing into the intricate array patterns and mechanisms scattered throughout the chamber. With a thunderous roar, the mechanisms activated. Multicolored lights flashed and converged, blindingly white, obscuring the black mist and illuminating the area completely. Simultaneously, streams of life-infused spiritual energy poured into his body. Jiang Ran no longer bore his earlier battered appearance. His previous injuries healed in an instant, and even his cultivation base rapidly surged, ultimately reaching the peak of the return to Unity Realm. At that very moment, Qin Jiuge felt waves of oppressive pressure wash over him. The force of the laws shattered, and his cultivation base was suppressed once more, dropping back down to the revolving will realm. Did you think I was wasting my breath begging for mercy? I was merely seizing the opportunity to seize control of the array patterns and mechanisms here. Now, the roles of hunter and prey are about to switch. Jiang Ran lifted his head with a smug expression, gazing at Qin Jiuge, eager to see fear and shock on his face. Ever since earlier, he had been secretly modifying and taking control of the ancient array mechanisms here. That was why he had wasted so much time talking nonsense. The outcome proved exactly as he anticipated. Jiang Ran wasn't destined to die yet, and Qin Jiuge proved no different from the spoiled brats he'd encountered before. Convinced of his victory, he'd started bragging and boasting, only for the villain to meet his end through his own verbosity. But instead of the expected look of shock and panic, a hint of amusement played across his face. Qin Jiuge, what are you laughing at? Did you really think putting on airs would make me spare you? Today, I will settle this here and now, to avenge that day's humiliation. Seeing Qin Jiuge still wearing that carefree expression, Jiang Ran's anger flared. As the favored son of fortune, his pride was unshakable. Yet this man dared to treat him with utter contempt, striking a blow to his pride. He had already mastered the array patterns and mechanisms here. With their enhancement, his cultivation had surged to the peak of the unity realm, the highest level this secret realm could accommodate. In contrast, the other party, suppressed by the array patterns and mechanisms here, could only exert less than 30% of his strength, his cultivation level suppressed to the revolving Mu realm. The chasm between their current combat strengths was as vast as a natural barrier. He could crush the other with a flick of his wrist, as easily as squashing an insect. The enemy should be kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy. Only then would he feel the sweet satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. Yet the enemy still wore that smug expression, which infuriated Jiang Ran. Is this all you've got? Why do you favored sons of fortune always wear such arrogant expressions, convinced you're invincible? Since that's the case, I'll bring you back down to earth. Qin Jiuge shook his head helplessly, his expression as calm and composed as ever, as if he held no one in his sights. The trump card you hold so proudly is utterly worthless against me. Today, I shall shatter your pride completely, so you may understand what a true forbidden heavenly prodigy truly is. Chapter 24, The Phantom of the Demon God, Jiang Ran's Demise. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying aura surged forth from Qin Jiuge. Vast as an abyss, deep as the ocean, it sent waves of energy rippling through the air. Blood red glowed in Qin Jiuge's pupils. His long hair fell loosely over his shoulders, now whipping wildly in the gale, lending him an eerily demonic aura. His demeanor transformed completely, no longer the courteous, noble young master of a distinguished family, but a ruthless, demonic fiend capable of any atrocity. What is this? What sent chills down Jiang Ran's spine even more was the grey mist surging behind Qin Jiuge, from which a colossal, monstrous hand of a god demon abruptly extended. The colossal phantom of the demon god abruptly loomed, instantly sealing off all space above and below. Endless darkness and grey mist surged forth, engulfing the entire realm within moments. Bloodlight glowed in the demon god's eyes. A black spark flickered between its brows, followed by terrifying demonic energy rising into the air. From afar, only a blurred outline could be discerned, yet an endless torrent of murky black light poured down from it. This is a demon? Struck by the demon god's gaze, Jiang Ran felt waves of terror surge through him, his heart skipping a beat as if suffocating. This was the absolute suppression of a superior over an inferior. Like a true dragon exerting absolute dominance over ants. It needed only to stand there silently to intimidate all petty criminals, robbing them of any courage to resist. Before absolute power, all scheming is futile. To witness my true form, Jiang Ran, you have earned enlightenment. Qin Jiuge's tone was cool as he spoke, striding toward his opponent. Yet now, silhouetted against the illusory demon god behind him, he appeared all the more demonic. Qin Jiuge. You, the rising star of the righteous path, dare secretly cultivate such forbidden demonic arts. Today, I shall purge the demon and uphold the righteous path, avenging the countless beings of the upper realm who perished at your hands. Jiang Ran suppressed the fear surging within him, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Streaks of light flickered, divine radiance swirling around him. Regardless, he now controlled the array patterns and mechanisms here, and held the advantage of cultivation suppression. The advantage is mine. Boom! The place erupted with tremendous force, as if some terrifying beast had awakened, blinding white light erupting from it. Countless beams converged from all directions, gathering in Jiang Ran's hands. Various runes materialized, coalescing into a terrifying force. This was his terrifying strike, channeling all his power, its might rivaling that of the divine power realm. Within this Kunlun secret realm, where all cultivation levels were suppressed to the unity realm, no one could withstand this move. Too weak. Facing Jiang Ran's full power strike, Qin Jiuge shook his head, his tone dripping with contempt. Then, as if sensing something, the illusory shadow of the demon god behind him extended a massive, pitch-black, terrifying palm. The black fist clenched, swirling with demonic energy and shrouded in black mist. Countless intertwined runes appeared before it slammed forward, colliding with Jiang Ran's full power strike. A thunderous crash echoed. Jiang Ran's body shot backward like an arrow released from a bowstring, flying tens of thousands of meters in an instant. He crashed through countless stone pillars along the way before finally slamming into a wall and embedding himself within it. Wah! Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Ran coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his shattered internal organs. How could you be this strong? Forcing himself upright, Jiang Ran raised his head to glare at Qin Jiuge. The fury in his eyes had dissolved into sheer terror. How could he be this strong? One move. Just one move. He was defeated. Had he not been wearing the protective robe he had obtained earlier, he might have perished completely. But with the shattering of this inner armor, he had completely lost all his trump cards, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. No. I can't die. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Ran roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted with refusal to accept defeat. He had meticulously planned everything, confident in his overwhelming advantage in cultivation realm. Yet, when faced with Qin Jiuge's attack, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. The opponent's overwhelming power left him utterly despairing. This feeling mirrored their first encounter in the dungeon, where he had been effortlessly defeated by a single casual strike. Had his master not intervened, he would have perished long ago. After entering the Kunlun secret realm, he had gathered countless rare treasures along the way, rapidly increasing his own strength. He had even secretly mastered the array patterns and mechanisms within this place. He had believed this time he could finally kill Qin Jiuge. Yet he never imagined the other would be this powerful. His prideful strength and trump cards proved utterly worthless in the other's eyes. Enough. After all this talk, it's time to send you on your way. Jiang Ran had completely lost the strength to resist. Seeing this, Qin Jiuge felt no need for further words. A massive, pitch-black palm slammed down with overwhelming force. No. I can't die. Jiang Ran's face twisted with madness as he burned his own vital essence, preparing for one last desperate struggle. But against overwhelming power, all was futile. As the black palm descended slowly, a system notification chimed in Qin Jiuge's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating the chosen one, Jiang Ran. You have gained 100,000 destiny villain points and obtained 1 Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Chapter 25, Primordial Demon Dragon, Walking Character Secret. System, open my personal panel. Qin Jiuge silently summoned the system in his mind, and a pale blue light screen materialized before him. Host, Qin Jiuge. Identity, Divine Son of the Qin Clan of the Immortal Ancients, Imperial Son of the Xianyuan Imperial Clan. Constitution, Taboo. Cultivation Level, Early Void Penetration Realm. Techniques, Divine Abilities, Divine Qin Compendium, Mystic Heaven Sword Record, Yin Yang Dual Cultivation Art, Heaven Devouring Demon Art, Xianyuan Imperial Art, Cultivating Demonic Essence in the Dao Heart, 10,000 Transformations Heavenly Demon Body. System Spaces, Dao Treasure Chest, Emperor Great Beast Ring, 2/3 World Seed. Bound Destiny Bound Woman, Jiang Wanyin. Heaven's Mandate Villain Points, 124,000. After slaying Jiang Ran, Qin Jiuge distinctly sensed an inexplicable aura permeating his being. A vague premonition stirred within him, confirming he had successfully seized Jiang Ran's destiny. This journey into the secret realm has been quite fruitful. Closing the interface, Qin Jiuge approached the altar. He glanced at the dragon egg sealed within the array patterns and the bronze stele standing beside it. Unlike Jiang Ran's lack of knowledge, Qin Jiuge had encountered the ancient script engraved on the stele in his family's ancient texts and knew exactly what it read. Indeed, as Jiang Ran had surmised, it detailed the dragon egg's origins. But it offered only a brief description. In the ancient era, a demon dragon had wreaked havoc before being sealed away by a great being who sacrificed his own life. The demon dragon proved too formidable to be permanently vanquished, so the sealer could only temporarily restrain it. Thus, the bronze stele was erected in the hope that future generations would come to resolve this calamity. The outcome, however, was all too evident. Whatever had befallen this place had reduced it to ruins, long abandoned by cultivators. The sealing remained unfinished. As time passed, the seal gradually weakened, allowing the demon dragon to release wisp after wisp of demonic energy. Any living being touched by this energy would lose their sanity, becoming mindless, bloodthirsty minions of darkness. Qin Jiuge carefully studied the ancient script etched upon the bronze stele. If the records were accurate, he surmised that this dragon egg must be the legendary primordial demon dragon egg. The primordial demon dragon, a being born in the dawn of creation, as legend told. Their bloodline was noble and pure, second only to the primordial dragon, granting them terrifying bloodline suppression over any ferocious beast. Their bodies were incredibly robust. A single flap of their wings could effortlessly tear through the void and blow everything away. Moreover, from the moment of their birth, they were imbued with multiple Dao paths, including supreme Dao paths like the Dao of space and the Dao of destruction. Once matured, the primordial demon dragon's power becomes even more terrifying, capable of shattering heavens and earth, obliterating myriad realms, and slaughtering emperors and immortals. So this must be the opportunity the ancestor spoke of. Qin Jiuge gazed at the egg before him. It pulsed with surging demonic energy, shrouded in swirling mists, radiating a terrifying aura. Engraved upon its shell were intricate demonic runes, their flickering patterns hinting at boundless peril. If it could grow to maturity unharmed, it would at the very least become a great emperor-level powerhouse in the future and likely one of the most outstanding among them. Who would have thought that Jiang Ran, despite his mediocre strength, possessed such remarkable luck? This made Qin Jiuge's regard for these favored children of fortune rise even higher. However, the object was shrouded in intricate array patterns and mechanisms. To claim it, one must first decipher these intricate formations. Otherwise, one would be instantly torn apart by the terrifying divine patterns surrounding it. Qin Jiuge, however, dismissed this concern with disdain. These divine patterns and mechanisms had existed for far too long, their former might long since faded, posing no threat to him whatsoever. With a violent dismantling, he easily seized the dragon egg. Storing the dragon egg within his system space, Qin Jiuge transformed into a streak of light and soared outward. Having seized the opportunity here, it was time for him to depart. "Your Divine Highness." Upon seeing Qin Jiuge arrive, the surrounding armored guards bowed their heads in unison. A stooped, white-haired and white-bearded elder bowed slightly. "Your Highness, many beasts tainted by demonic energy and some cultivators have appeared here, but we have already dealt with them all." Qin Jiuge nodded. "Well done. I have obtained what I sought. It is time to depart." "Yes, Your Highness." The others obeyed in stunned silence. Ding! Jiang Wanyin, the Chosen One, has broken through to the Wheel Sea realm. Congratulations, host, on receiving cultivation return. On the flying vessel, Qin Jiuge stood with hands behind his back, gazing at the magnificent scenery in the distance. Suddenly, the notification sound that reached his ears stirred his thoughts. To span 2 major realms in a mere month, truly worthy of the title Empress of Heavenly Mandate, Qin Jiuge murmured in admiration. Even though she was a reborn great emperor, this clearly demonstrated her solid foundation and extraordinary talent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she returned to her peak. A moment later, a golden treasure chest materialized before him, radiating divine brilliance and dazzling splendor. This was the Heaven's Mandate treasure chest he had obtained after slaying Jiang Ran within the Kunlun secret realm. Within lay myriad celestial treasures, cultivation techniques, divine arts, the supreme bone of dual pupils, Pango's essence blood, and artifact constitutions. At the time, he had put the matter behind him because of that dragon egg, but now it was time to open it. Open! With a thought, Qin Jiuge activated the mechanism. A loud clang echoed as the treasure chest swung open, revealing a golden inscription floating before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your incredible luck. You have obtained one of the 9 secrets, the secret of the character Xing. Gazing at the 3 golden characters before him, Qin Jiuge felt a surge of excitement wash over him. The 9 true words of the upper realm, revered by all as the 9 secrets, were peerless supreme techniques unmatched in the cosmos. Any one of these 9 secret arts far surpassed the techniques of ordinary great emperors. If all 9 secrets were mastered, they would rival the divine scriptures. And the technique before him was none other than the walking secret, famed for its peerless speed. Legend held it was the swiftest cultivation method in existence. Upon mastery, one could manipulate the very fabric of time, soaring through the 9 heavens above, plunging into the 9 netherworlds below, traversing any array unhindered. Yet its flaw was equally evident. Mastering this secret art demanded extraordinary innate talent and profound insight. For ordinary practitioners, it was like deciphering a book without words. But he came equipped with a cheat code. With his villain points, mastering it to perfection would be a breeze. As for the origins of the 9 secrets, they have long been lost in the upper realm, vanished without a trace. Rarely does one hear of anyone cultivating them. It is rumored, however, that some ancient, secluded sects or primordial divine clans may still preserve fragments of this knowledge. Qin Jiuge pondered silently for a moment. Regardless, obtaining the character's secret still filled him with delight. Perhaps one day in the future, he might even gather all 9 secrets? Ding! Detected the Chosen One, Lin Luoying. Just then, the system's notification sound suddenly rang in Qin Jiuge's ears once more. The Chosen One. He murmured under his breath, then glanced toward the void beside him. Old Master Ming, have you discovered anything ahead? As his words fell, ripples spread through the void, and an elderly man with a stooped figure and snow-white hair and beard stepped forth. He bowed respectfully to Qin Jiuge before speaking. Your Highness, not far ahead, numerous knights of the Great Xia Empire are pursuing a woman. Upon hearing the elder's reply, Qin Jiuge's expression turned peculiar. Well, a knight in shining armor? But he was the villain. Was this the treatment reserved for villains? Or had he, after seizing the fortune of several favored sons of fate, suddenly become so incredibly lucky that even he could enjoy the treatment reserved for protagonists? Your Highness, shall I dispose of them all? The white-haired elder continued. The people before him were feeble, possessing only the meager cultivation of true kings. Not to mention him, any random person on this entire flying vessel could effortlessly wipe them out countless times over. No need, Elder Ming. Qin Jiuge waved his hand to interrupt. He stood on the airship, hands behind his back, watching the approaching shadows grow closer. Slowly, he spoke, let me see what they intend to do. Chapter 26, The Great Xiao Dynasty. Above the heavens, streaks of light sliced through the sky, stirring waves of air that tore the clouds into shreds. In the blink of an eye, they vanished for thousands of miles. Aunt Han, put me down. You must flee. They're after me. You must leave now. What nonsense are you talking, young miss? The Lin family saved my life. Today, even if I have to risk my old bones, I'll get you out of here. Within the foremost ball of light, an old woman clutched a young girl, her body surging with spiritual energy as she fled at breakneck speed. Yet the dried bloodstains on her back and her uneven, labored breathing made it clear she was at the end of her strength. Suddenly, a dozen pitch-black daggers whipped out from the void ahead, aimed directly at the pair. No! The old woman reacted instantly, forming a seal with her hands as her form flickered like a phantom, vanishing in an instant. From the void ahead, a group of figures materialized. More than a dozen men clad in black robes, their faces concealed by masks, appeared as unsavory as their attire suggested. Seeing the two evade the attack, the group showed no surprise. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their positions. "They're the Shadow Guards!" The old woman cried out in alarm, refusing to linger in battle. She spun and fled toward the opposite side. The path ahead was cut off. After this delay, the knights from behind closed in, surrounding the two tightly. "Miss Lin, there's no point in struggling. Come quietly with us. The Crown Prince won't harm you," the man leading the group in front declared. He sat atop a fierce demon beast, its heavy panting filling the air, wisps of white mist escaping from its nostrils. His entire body was clad in gleaming armor, a great sword slung across his side, radiating a menacing aura that suggested he was ready to strike at the slightest provocation. "You bastards of the great Xiao dynasty! Do you intend to declare war on the Lin family?" Lin Luoying spat furiously, her eyes locked on the leader before her, her gaze so intense it seemed she could devour him alive. Who could have imagined that a simple outing driven by her own whims would lead to being hunted down by the great Xiao dynasty? After fleeing all this way, not only was she gravely wounded, but of her companions, only Aunt Han remained alive. Nor had she anticipated that the great Xiao dynasty would harbor such deep-seated fear of her. War? Miss Lin, you're rather overestimating yourself. Do you seriously believe the Lin family would declare war on the great Xiao empire over one dead prodigy? Hearing this, the armored man in the lead sneered before continuing. But rest assured, it won't be long before the Lin family comes to join you. What did you say? Lin Luoying clenched her fists tightly, a flicker of fire dancing in her pupils. Had she not been gravely wounded, she would have sliced this insolent fool in two with a single sword strike. "Miss, please calm down." The white-haired old woman shielded the girl behind her, whispering telepathically. "Young miss, I'll hold them off for a moment. You must escape while you have the chance. Not far to the east lies the territory under our Lin family's control. You'll be safe there." "No, if I leave, what about you, Aunt Han?" Lin Luoying asked anxiously. To her surprise, the old woman responded with a serene smile. "Young miss, I've lived long enough. Had master not taken me in all those years ago, I'd be nothing but a handful of dust by now. To die now, charging forward for you, my young mistress, is a death I welcome wholeheartedly." The old woman had resolved herself to death. Her essence blood burned wildly, transforming her once gray hair and beard into jet-black, glossy strands. The wrinkles vanished from her face, and her entire appearance grew noticeably younger. The aura emanating from her grew deeper and more terrifying. Spiritual energy surged wildly, temporarily breaking through her constraints. A terrifying pressure radiated from her, instantly engulfing the entire space. "No! She's going all out. Kill her now!" Seeing this, the leader roared furiously, directing those around him to surround and attack the old woman. She clearly had no regard for her own life. After this battle, even if she survived, she would ultimately perish from depleted lifespan. She had effectively severed her own escape route. Yes. The others obeyed the order, riding demonic beasts, clad in armor, and wielding great swords as they gradually closed in on her, daring not to let their guard down for a moment. Unexpectedly, a piercing whistle cut through the air from behind, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A majestic, imposing airship was sailing toward this location. Carved from jade like green stone, its hull was engraved with intricate runes and formations, radiating brilliant white light and divine brilliance. At its prow, a dragon swallowed clouds and missed its wings, inlaid with star patterns, flanked the vessel. At its stern, a tower flew green banners adorned with dazzling pearls. As it sliced through the sea of clouds, its trail of light streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Wherever it passed, waves of energy surged, its overwhelming pressure deep and profound like an abyss, spreading out. A dazzling halo radiates from its entire form, leaving onlookers dazzled and overwhelmed. Someone's coming. Lin Luoying, seeing this, flashed a hint of joy in her eyes and quickly called out loudly, "I come from the ancient Lin family of the eastern lands of the great Xiao dynasty. We implore this venerable elder to lend us aid. The Lin clan shall offer rich rewards. Intercept him." The armored man at the front frowned and ordered his men. "We are the guardians of the great Xiao dynasty. We answer to His Highness the Crown Prince. Whoever stands before us must consider the consequences of angering the Crown Prince." He recognized their opponent's distinguished status, but so what? This was the territory of the great Xiao dynasty, and they answered to the Crown Prince's command. Even mighty dragons bow to local serpents. Here, dragons must lie low, and tigers must crouch. If the other party knew their place, they would depart quietly. "Yes, sir." Several men beside the man acknowledged the order, riding their ferocious beasts as they transformed into streaks of light, darting toward the airship.
We are Imperial Guards of the Great Xia Dynasty. No passage ahead. We kindly request the elders to wait a moment. Clad in gleaming armor, the figures wielded massive blades, unleashing waves of overwhelming pressure that made the very void tremble. Beneath them, the ferocious beasts let out terrifying roars, their deafening roars powerful enough to shatter eardrums. Though their tone was polite, the superiority etched upon their faces was undeniable. This was the domain of the Great Xia Dynasty, and they were Imperial Guards representing the face of the empire. No one dared to show them disrespect. Should the situation escalate and draw in Imperial experts, the other party would surely suffer dire consequences. That was why they were so confident. Backed by the Great Xia Dynasty, the other party dared not make a rash move. Yet unexpectedly, their challenge was met with a single, indifferent word. Get lost. The command boomed like a temple bell, instantly piercing every ear present. Before they could react, their bodies froze. They gripped their great swords, ready to roar in defiance, only to discover with horror that they could not move an inch. Then, under the horrified stares of the crowd, their bodies dissolved into dust, vanishing without a trace. Even the ferocious beasts beneath them met the same fate. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene, so profound you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 27, Merely a Pseudo-Emperor. Aunt Han, did you see how he attacked?
Moments later, Lin Luoying regained her composure and silently transmitted her voice to the old woman, though shock still reverberated within her heart. Young miss, forget about seeing the attack.
The power gap is too vast. I couldn't even sense their presence.
The old woman shook her head helplessly, inwardly trembling with awe. The opponent's strength was so formidable it could rival that of the family head.
Just who on earth was this person? Perhaps he really could save us?
Lin Luoying murmured softly, a glimmer of hope flickering in her heart.
Let's hope so.
The old woman sighed, narrowing her eyes as she watched the two opposing forces locked in a standoff. She continuously channeled her spiritual energy, ensuring she remained at peak readiness. If the stranger chose to stand idly by, she would fight to the death to get the young lady out. After all, this was the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty.
It was unlikely anyone would be bold enough to defy the imperial family here. The wrath of an emperor was not something anyone could bear. Esteemed elder, this is a private matter of the Great Xia Dynasty.
We implore you not to intervene. If you agree not to intervene, the Crown Prince will surely reward you handsomely afterward. As for those men, they deserve their fate for daring to offend you. The armored man at the head of the group bowed solemnly toward the flying vessel from afar before speaking with utmost respect. The opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. What surprised him even more was the sheer ruthlessness of the opponent, who had slaughtered every single person sent to intercept him. On the territory of the Great Xia Empire, someone actually dared to kill members of their imperial family. He couldn't tell whether to call it confidence or sheer arrogance. But regardless, neither was something a minor true king like himself could afford to provoke. With his life at stake, he remained utterly composed.
Are you threatening me?
A faint voice echoed from within the spacecraft.
I wouldn't dare.
A chill ran down the spine of the armored man leading the group, as if some great terror had fixed its gaze upon him. Your prowess, senior, clearly marks you as no unknown figure within the Great Xia Dynasty. Given that, you must surely be aware that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince possesses extraordinary talent and vision. Countless powerful figures have gathered around him, granting him immense authority and influence. He stands as the most formidable contender for the next imperial throne. At this point, the armored man turned his gaze toward Lin Luoying standing nearby, but she was immediately shielded behind Aunt Han.
This woman is specifically requested by the Crown Prince.
There's no need for you, senior, to antagonize the future ruler of the Great Xia Dynasty over a mere woman. If you do not interfere, His Highness will surely reward you handsomely afterward.
Whatever you desire, he will grant.
I could even arrange for you to meet His Highness the Crown Prince personally. As he spoke, a look of pride flashed across his face. Although the heir has yet to be formally designated, the other princes hold negligible influence and stand no chance against the Crown Prince. Not even the sixth prince, who was lost as a child and only recently recovered, is an exception. Despite the emperor's profound affection for him, his roots within the court remain shallow and scarcely worth mentioning. The Crown Prince, however, possesses grand vision and actively recruits talent, having already gathered countless formidable figures under his banner. With your formidable abilities, joining the Crown Prince's ranks would ensure you are neither overlooked nor underutilized. You would undoubtedly be held in high regard. Once His Highness the First Prince ascends the throne, you will have earned the merit of supporting the dragon. You will stand second only to him, above all others. The leader of the group spoke persuasively, relentlessly coaxing the other man. He was confident that anyone with sense wouldn't risk offending the Crown Prince, who was currently thriving in the imperial court for the sake of a stranger. Most court officials had already openly or covertly pledged allegiance to the Crown Prince, making his ascension to the throne a foregone conclusion. Lin Luoying clenched her delicate, pale fists at these words, her heart filled with bitter resentment.
He was right. Even if given the choice, she would likely stand idly by now.
The great Xiao dynasty held immense power. Here, no one dared defy the man, especially since he was destined to become the future emperor of Great Xia. In contrast, their ancient Lin family now controlled only the eastern regions of the Great Xia dynasty. Neither their strength nor their heritage could compare to the crown princes. By standing aside, they could secure a favor from the future emperor of Great Xia. Who would refuse such an opportunity? But then, a calm voice drifted from within the flying vessel. Oh? The crown prince? What is he? A mere prince of a mundane empire? He isn't even worthy to be my dog. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned toward the flying vessel. Men gripped their blades, murderous intent radiating from them. Their hostile stares seemed poised to charge forward at any moment. Elder, I know your power is formidable, but forgive my frankness, the crown prince is the future heir to the Great Xia dynasty. You cannot afford to offend him. The leader's face darkened, struggling to suppress his rising anger. Even play figures have their breaking point. He had shown remarkable restraint, yet the other man dared to be so arrogant, refusing to give him the slightest shred of respect. And to insult the crown prince so blatantly in front of him. Had he not known he was no match for this man, he would have struck first. But the next words that came from the flying vessel left the man utterly speechless, his jaw dropping as he froze in place. Forget the crown prince. Even if the emperor of your Great Xia dynasty himself came here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. A mere pseudo-emperor, since when did you become worthy of flexing your muscles in the upper realm? What did you say? The words hung heavy in the air, leaving the leader frozen in place, unable to recover for a long while. What did he say? What had he just heard? A mere pretender to the throne. This was the territory of the Great Xia Empire. How dare he call the emperor a mere pretender? When did anyone gain the audacity to presume to judge the emperor? He's practically asking for death. Not just him, even Lin Luoying and Aunt Han beside him were stunned into silence. A mere pretender to the throne, what audacity? Lin Luoying's crimson lips parted slightly as she gazed at the flying vessel with curiosity. Judging by his tone, he held the Great Xia Emperor in utter contempt. He even went so far as to call him a pseudo-emperor. As the eldest daughter of the ancient Lin family, she naturally knew secrets unknown to outsiders. Among them were matters concerning Emperor Cheng of Great Xia. As the other party stated, he did not attain the Dao and become an emperor through conventional means, but rather through an unconventional path to enlightenment. After attaining the Dao through this unconventional path, the emperor of Daxia possessed strength far weaker than that of ordinary great emperors, ranking near the bottom among them. Yet he remained vastly superior to ordinary quasi-emperors. Those who attained the emperorhood through such means were referred to by the inhabitants of the upper realm as pseudo-emperors. Clearly, in the eyes of true emperors, this unconventional path to enlightenment was beneath contempt, and pseudo-emperors were not considered their equals. Yet for them, it was nothing short of a dimensional strike. It was precisely after achieving pseudo-emperor status that the emperor of Daxia swept across the 8 desolations, established the Daxia imperial dynasty, and ascended to the supreme throne. Yet the truth that the Great Xia Emperor was a pseudo-emperor remains a taboo within the empire today, a subject no one dares to broach. Lin Luoying's eyes shone brightly as she strained to see through the flying vessel and discern the identity of the person within. To so brazenly expose the Great Xia Emperor's past here, the other party clearly held no fear. After all, they represented a faction whose clan harbored an emperor and likely more than one. Before she could ponder further, a dazzling white light coalesced into a radiant path upon the flying vessel, extending outward. A figure stepped forth from it, striding with lightness and agility. The man wore a simple white robe, ethereal as snow. Faint points of light flickered upon his garments, which fluttered without wind. His features were flawlessly handsome, his eyes sparkling like stars, deep and boundless. He seemed shrouded in a white mist, blurring the line between reality and illusion. His aura was otherworldly, as if a divine being had descended to the mortal realm. He descended the steps, his aura restrained. Following behind him was a stooped, elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, accompanied by numerous armored guards clad in golden armor and wielding long spears. In an instant, a surge of vital energy erupted, unleashing a terrifying aura that spread out, shaking the very ground beneath them. Judging by the terrifying aura emanating from them, these figures far surpassed the silver-helmeted guards flanking them in power. Chapter 28, Effortless Annihilation, Holy King protects the way. What a handsome young master. But why does he seem so familiar? Gazing at the youth before her, as elegant as a celestial being, Lin Luoying's fair face flushed crimson, her eyes as serene as water. For some reason, a sudden flutter of attraction stirred within her. This was love at first sight, not some fleeting attraction to his looks. Who are you? The leader of the group seemed equally bewildered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He had assumed the occupant was a high-ranking figure, but why did this person look so young? And what about the armored guards surrounding him? He couldn't even gauge the cultivation level of a single one. A chill gripped the leader's heart. He seemed to have hit a brick wall. I remember now. You're the divine son of the Qin clan. At that moment, a startled cry rang out. Lin Luoying covered her red lips with her hand, her wide eyes filled with shock as she stared blankly at Qin Jiuge, the divine son of the Qin clan. The leader murmured, his mind racing to identify any Qin clan factions within the Great Xiao Empire. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his pupils contracted sharply. It can't be that one. Kill them all. Qin Jiuge's tone was flat as his gaze swept over the crowd, then a single sentence sealed their fate. No. No. Your Divine Highness, it was my blindness that failed to recognize your arrival. I have offended you, sir. I beg you, for the sake of the Great Xia dynasty, spare my life. As for these two. The leader's gaze swept over Lin Luoying and the other, then he said in terror, if your excellency wishes to take them away, naturally, that is permissible. I shall order them to release them at once. Seeing this, the accompanying men were stunned. How could their captain, who usually strutted around them with such arrogance, looking down on everyone as if through his nostrils, suddenly go limp like this? Captain, she's the one the crown prince specifically requested by name. If we just let them go like this, how can we report back to His Highness the Crown Prince? Besides, the Qin clan is merely a third-rate power in the Great Xiao dynasty. What are you afraid of? A guard in armor beside him asked impatiently, his expression growing restless as Qin Jiuge pointed his long sword directly at the man. Clearly, he had mistaken her identity. You! Catch her yourself. I'm not playing along. The leader roared in anger. He might face punishment from the Crown Prince upon returning if he even made it back alive. If he angered this demon before him, even death would be a luxury. No need. Out of sight, out of mind. Kill them all. Qin Jiuge spoke calmly. Yes. The battle cry shook the heavens, echoing across 10,000 miles in an instant and engulfing the entire space. A bone-chilling coldness rose within everyone's hearts. Your Highness, I. The leader tried to beg for mercy, but in the next instant, his perspective suddenly dropped. A headless corpse came into view, and then he lost consciousness completely. Captain. Witnessing their captain's brutal death, the group scattered like frightened beasts, fleeing in all directions at breakneck speed. They could scarcely fathom why the enemy dared to strike so boldly on the very soil of the Great Xia Empire. But with their lives at stake, they couldn't just stay and wait for death. Mounting their ferocious beasts, they scattered like streaks of light in all directions. Didn't you see they killed even the captain with a single strike? They hadn't even seen how the attack had been delivered before their leader was already dead. The disparity in strength was too vast. Even someone as powerful as the captain couldn't withstand a single strike from the enemy. How could mere lowly karamis like them hope to survive? Staying meant certain death. The Qin clan guards would never let them escape. Their figures blurred into streaks of light as they gave chase. If they truly let these men escape, they would have no face left to show anyone. From pursuit to engagement, it took but an instant for the outcome to unfold. The knights of the Great Xia dynasty were annihilated. Their skulls were pierced clean through, their bodies reduced to mist of blood. Even the ferocious beasts beneath them found no mercy. Yunxia's robes were stained with blood, streaked with crimson, while the air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. The knights, once renowned throughout the Great Xia dynasty with countless blood-stained hands, could not withstand a single strike from the Qin clan guards. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. After all, the armored guards accompanying Qin Jiuge on this journey had been specially selected for him by the Qin clan. Each possessed extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess, hardened by countless brutal battles. They were seasoned veterans, their hands stained with countless bloodshed. How could they possibly be compared to the Xia dynasty's knights, who were mere amateurs? Not to mention each of them wielded sacred artifacts, wore divine armor, cultivated the Qin clan's specialized martial arts and secret techniques, and were bolstered by battle formations capable of fighting far beyond their rank. Not only could these knights of the Great Xia Empire not stand against them, but even most second-rate powers in the upper realm would be unable to withstand their might. And first-rate or higher factions constituted less than 10% of the upper realm. In other words, with just the forces under his command, he could annihilate 90% of the upper realm's powerhouses. To fall by their hands would be an honor for these knights of the Great Xiao dynasty. Enough. Now that you've had your fill of the spectacle, it's time for you rats in the sewers to face your fate. Qin Jiuge's eyes shimmered with brilliant radiance as he turned his gaze toward the void on the other side. As the words fell, the void shattered, and a colossal hand stretched forth from within, radiant with divine light and suffused with rosy hues. Within this colossal hand, entirely of jade-white substance, clutched a group of black-robed figures. They wore black robes and hooded masks, their faces obscured, yet their agonized expressions and contorted features were plain to see. Qin, divine son. Your actions are nothing short of arrogant. Our Great Xia dynasty and your Qin clan have coexisted peacefully. By doing this, are you declaring war on our Great Xia dynasty? The leader's features contorted as he emitted wails of anguish. The others, who had been concealed within the void, sensed danger and attempted to flee. But the moment they tried to move, a massive hand seized them, holding them fast. War? You're overestimating your Great Xia Empire, aren't you? Qin Jiuge sneered at the suggestion. In my eyes, your Great Xia is no different from any mundane dynasty destroyed with a wave of my hand. It's merely that a pseudo-emperor happened to be born there. Slaughter them all. As the words fell, the jade-white giant palm clenched. The figures within were instantly crushed into a mist of blood, their souls and bodies utterly annihilated. Shatter the void. Witnessing this scene, Lin Luoying couldn't help but gasp aloud, her red lips pressed together in awe as her heart trembled with profound shock. The upper realm differed from other worlds, both its celestial laws and the power of its principles were far more complete and solid. Therefore, tearing open space and crossing spatial barriers in the upper realm required at least a Saint King-level powerhouse. In other words, the seemingly unremarkable, withered old man beside Qin Jiuge, the kind who looked like a piece of rotten wood about to collapse at the slightest breeze, was actually a Saint King realm powerhouse. What did that mean? At the Saint King realm, one was a figure of sect master level power in the upper realm. They often preside over immortal sects, noble clans, or immortal lineages, standing among the few truly great figures in the upper realm. A single such figure could represent the entire power behind them. Especially in the current upper realm, where the cosmic laws have undergone immense upheaval, causing spiritual energy to grow increasingly sparse. Countless mighty cultivators have retreated into seclusion, sleeping off their exhaustion and disengaging from worldly affairs. In this era, no great emperors emerge, no sovereigns appear. Holy King realm cultivators often become the rulers of top-tier factions. Even the ancient Lin clan, though guarded by a quasi-emperor ancestor, has a current clan head who is merely at the Holy King realm. Such a powerhouse commands revered status within the clan, wielding immense authority that towers above countless others. What faction wouldn't lavish him with the finest food and drink? Yet here he was, willingly serving as a protector by Qin Jiuge's side? Lin Luoying was genuinely stunned by this revelation, gaining a fresh perspective on the Qin clan's formidable strength. Chapter 29, One Body, Two Souls, the Ancient Lin Clan. We are profoundly grateful to His Divine Highness for extending aid. The Lin clan owes you our deepest thanks. Ding! The chosen one, Lin Luoying, has developed gratitude toward the host. Congratulations on acquiring 30,000 points of villainous destiny. After eliminating the pursuing forces of the Great Xiao dynasty, Lin Luoying and Anton approached Qin Jiuge and spoke respectfully. This debt is owed by our Lin clan to your highness. Though we cannot match the might of the Qin clan, our lineage holds many rare treasures. If your divine highness has any needs, the Lin family will spare no effort to fulfill them. Lin Luoying, struggling to support her injured body, bowed respectfully to Qin Jiuge. Her oval face featured delicate, arched brows and flawless features, a high, straight nose and lips with pearly teeth. Her pale complexion, accentuated by her severe injuries, lent her an air of tragic beauty. One couldn't help but want to embrace her and cherish her tenderly. She wore a light blue robe that perfectly accentuated her slender yet curvaceous figure, full and rounded. Her skin was fair and smooth as congealed fat, whiter than frost and snow, revealing two slender, flawless jade arms with fingers as green as spring bamboo. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her chest and back, framing a slender waist that seemed almost too delicate to hold. Her pair of round, white, straight, and slender legs were tantalizingly visible beneath the skirt, creating a uniquely alluring sight. Miss Lin, you jest. They provoked me first. I was merely defending myself. Besides, even if I hadn't intervened, Miss Lin would likely have found other means to ensure her safety, wouldn't she? Qin Jiuge's lips curved into a smile as she studied Lin Luoying with keen interest. Every detail about her floated unobstructed before her eyes. Fortune's daughter, Lin Luoying. Identity, eldest miss of the ancient Lin clan. Cultivation, early true king realm. Special ability, dual souls in one body unawakened. Fortune points, 30,000. One body, two souls. Interesting. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes. He truly sensed another presence within her, one that did not belong to her. That aura was profoundly terrifying, bloody and violent, and it felt as if it was about to burst forth at any moment, though it had gradually grown much calmer. According to the system's prompt, that must be her alternate personality. In that case, even if he didn't intervene, she would likely survive the day. The likely outcome would be her second personality awakening and eliminating the pursuers of the Great Xiao dynasty. But because he had intervened, her second personality remained dormant and unharmed. Just self-defense? Hearing this, Aunt Han's lips twitched. Good grief, what kind of self-defense involves slaughtering everyone? Offense is the best defense, right? Regardless, I'm still deeply grateful for your highness the divine child's assistance. I owe your highness a debt of gratitude. Lin Luoying spoke softly, her tone still respectful. However, her constantly fluttering eyelashes revealed that her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. By the way, why were they chasing you? Lin Luoying's subtle movements did not escape Qin Jiuge's notice. But he saw no need to press the matter now. He casually changed the subject, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, divine son Qin, you are unaware, Aunt Han stepped forward to explain. Our young mistress is naturally gifted and exceptionally talented. She has been renowned throughout the Great Xiao dynasty since childhood, a prodigy celebrated far and wide. Now, at just over 200 years old, she has attained the rank of true king. Coupled with the Lin family's expansion over the years, they've completely dominated the eastern regions of the Great Xiao dynasty, drawing the court's apprehension. To consolidate the Great Xiao dynasty's position, they have been uniting with other sects and noble families, openly and covertly suppressing our Lin family. Upon learning that the young lady attained true king status at just over 200 years old, the Great Xiao dynasty has persistently sent assassins to eliminate this threat, though they have yet to succeed. But this time, with intelligence about the young lady leaked, they've dispatched a large force of pursuers and secret guards to assassinate her. Fortunately, His Highness the Divine Sun intervened and saved the young lady's life and Han's side. The relentless pursuit had taken a heavy toll. All the guards had perished, leaving only her and the young lady. As they were about to be surrounded, she had intended to burn her essence blood to fight to the death and get the young lady out. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered Qin Jiuge at that very moment. With his aid, they turned danger into safety. Indeed, as the rumors from the upper realm had said, this divine son of the Qin clan was noble and upright, fiercely opposed to evil, and treated others with gentle courtesy and a kind demeanor. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, never bullying others with his power. He was a model of the righteous path in the upper realm, an object of reverence in the hearts of countless cultivators. Today's encounter confirmed this truth. So it was merely a simple power struggle after all. Miss Lin should be more cautious in the future to avoid such unexpected troubles. After hearing the explanation, Qin Jiuge understood and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Their fear stemmed purely from Lin Luoying's innate talent. They sought to nip it in the bud before it could fully blossom. After all, a prodigy who dies ceases to be a prodigy. This land was once a chaotic battleground where clans and dynasties clashed endlessly. New factions emerged and vanished daily amidst constant warfare, leaving the realm in utter disarray. Later, the great Xia Emperor ascended to the throne through unconventional means. Through relentless conquest, he united the scattered factions, transforming them from a fragmented mess into a cohesive force. Yet the great Xia dynasty remained a fledgling power in the upper realm, its foundations shallow and its heritage weak. The strongest figure within the court was merely a pseudo-emperor, utterly incapable of intimidating factions backed by quasi-emperors within their clans. The great Xia Emperor dared not act rashly, for doing so risked provoking other factions to exploit his vulnerability. Moreover, clashes between emperor-level powerhouses were vast in scale and terrifying in scope. Once such a battle erupted, this entire Dao domain would likely be reduced to ashes, and the power he had painstakingly built would crumble in an instant. Therefore, without absolute certainty, he would never resort to iron-fisted suppression. Thus, to win over the powerful figures from all sides, the great Xia Emperor began employing a strategy of threats and inducements. He spared no effort in carving out territories to be handed over to certain factions, granting them sole control with the great Xia dynasty refraining from interference. However, nominally they remained subjects of the great Xia dynasty, bound to obey its authority. Take the ancient Lin clan, for instance. They were already a renowned presence in this region, boasting a quasi-emperor level powerhouse within their ranks. They were one of the strongest factions in this entire Dao domain. Originally, the ancient Lin clan was on par with the great Xia Empire in strength. Yet suddenly, the other party became your superior, demanding your obedience. Who could tolerate that? If you were immensely powerful yourself, it might be different. But you, too, were merely a pseudo-emperor, and they naturally looked down on you. Moreover, they knew the great Xia Emperor harbored reservations, emboldening them further. To win over the Lin clan, the great Xia Emperor even ceded a vast territory in the eastern reaches of the empire to them, granting them full authority over it without imperial interference. Time flows on, and the world changes beyond recognition. After countless years of development, the ancient Lin family grew ever more prosperous and powerful. Countless cultivators within the clan had advanced in strength, building a foundation as deep and profound as that of the great Xia dynasty itself. The younger generation of the Lin family enjoyed immense prestige within the great Xia empire, renowned far and wide as prodigies. The Lin family's rapid rise naturally aroused the great Xia dynasty's apprehension, prompting frequent, subtle reprimands. Moreover, it allied with other noble families and clans to suppress the Lin family through both overt and covert means. The Lin family naturally refused to swallow their pride and chose to fight back, causing the conflict between the two factions to escalate relentlessly. When the younger generations met, they often fought to the death, refusing to yield. However, the outcome invariably favored the Lin family. Most disciples of the great Xia dynasty, relying on the lingering influence of their ancestors, were content to indulge in pleasure and listen to music in brothels. Even those few who strove diligently in their cultivation were mostly mediocre in talent, leaving them far behind the Lin family disciples. In contrast, the ancient Lin clan continually produced gifted young talents who earned great renown and widespread acclaim. They conducted themselves with quiet diligence, free from arrogance or impatience, devoting themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation and continually providing fresh blood for the Lin clan. Lin Luoying's meteoric rise planted a thorn in the heart of the great Xia Emperor. In this generation, the young talents of the great Xia dynasty were utterly swept aside by Lin Luoying alone. Not a single young talent in the entire great Xia empire could stand against Lin Luoying. Among his own generation, the crown prince held the highest promise, destined to succeed him. Yet unexpectedly, he was defeated by Lin Luoying despite her lower cultivation level, unable to withstand even 3 moves. Undoubtedly, the crown prince's defeat had rendered the imperial authority a laughingstock. The heir apparent to the throne of the mighty Great Xiao dynasty had been defeated by a woman who was several ranks below him and within just 3 moves. This very outcome shattered his plans to designate the crown prince as heir apparent. To this day, no suitable successor has emerged. Moreover, voices within the empire grew louder, claiming that once Lin Luoying came of age, the Lin family would inevitably plot rebellion. They warned that the Great Xia Empire would soon be renamed the Great Lin Empire. As the sovereign of a nation, the supreme ruler, the emperor of Great Xia could not fail to recognize that these were clearly rumors deliberately spread in the shadows. It was a scheme to use others' hands to do his bidding, to incite him to take action against the Lin family. Yet the accusers held a grain of truth. In ancient times, the Lin clan had been a peer to the Great Xia Empire in every measure: foundational strength, military might, and historical legacy. The sole distinction was their lack of an emperor within their lineage, which had ultimately compelled them to submit to the Great Xiao dynasty. Even after submission, the Lin family still controlled the resource-rich eastern regions of the Great Xia Empire, wielding influence over countless factions. Not to mention, after so many years of development, how many formidable figures had emerged from the Lin clan? How profound had their foundations become? After all, each successive generation of disciples within the Great Xia Empire pales in comparison to their counterparts, lacking the staying power to match. And now, the Lin family has produced this anomaly, Lin Luoying. At 200 years old, she attained true king cultivation. Her innate talent stunned him. Such cultivation speed would make her a force to be reckoned with even across the entire upper realm. If she were truly allowed to grow to her full potential, the entire Great Xia dynasty might well end up bearing the Lin surname. Thus, ever since Lin Luoying's fame spread far and wide, the emperor of Great Xia had broken his usual composure. He relentlessly allied with other noble clans and sects, promising them various benefits, attempting to unite forces to annihilate the Lin family. The leaders of other factions, seasoned foxes themselves, played endless games of evasion, using excuses to delay the matter. The Lin family was the foremost clan of the Great Xia Empire. While they weren't afraid, they certainly didn't want to become cannon fodder for no reason. Moreover, even if the Lin family were destroyed, they would inevitably suffer severe losses, allowing the Great Xia Empire to reap the benefits for nothing. After all, once the Lin family was gone, they might well be the next victims. For such meager gains, it simply wasn't worth risking their own survival by provoking the Lin family. The emperor of Great Xia found himself powerless to change this situation. His thoughts mirrored those of the others. These old foxes all wanted him to lead the charge while they sat back and did nothing. But when he actually stepped forward, they wouldn't just sit back, they'd likely stab him in the back at every chance. Who would willingly bear the weight of such a mountain upon their shoulders? After all, he was merely a pseudo-emperor. Without absolute power to suppress all factions, he could only temporarily maintain the balance. Once that equilibrium shattered, if he showed fatigue or suffered injury, these very people would swarm like locusts, rushing to be the first to topple his rule. The Great Xia dynasty and the ancient Lin family were mutually wary, locked in an eerie equilibrium. The Great Xia Emperor had contemplated eliminating Lin Luoying outright, but she remained entrenched within the Lin family. The assassins he dispatched through his secret guards never succeeded, suffering heavy losses instead. The matter was eventually dropped. Later, sensing something amiss, the Emperor of Great Xia entered seclusion. Before secluding himself, he entrusted all imperial affairs to the Crown Prince, dispatching secret guards to assist him. The Crown Prince had suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Luoying's hands, which cost him his position as heir apparent. His hatred for her ran deep, and he relentlessly sent assassins to infiltrate the Lin family compound in pursuit of vengeance. But how could such assassins evade the Lin family's vigilance? The moment they entered the Lin family's sphere of influence, they vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Until this time, when Lin Luoying secretly ventured out. News of her departure was inadvertently leaked, drawing pursuit from the Crown Prince's forces and secret guards who hunted her relentlessly. It was only after encountering Qin Jiuge that she narrowly escaped with her life. Chapter 30, The Sixth Prince, missing since childhood. Could he be the new chosen one? By the way, do you know what that person meant when he mentioned the sixth prince of the Great Xia dynasty who was lost to the world? Qin Jiuge's gaze sharpened as he pressed the question. From the leader's account, he learned that a sixth prince, long missing since childhood, had recently returned to the Great Xia dynasty. This news stirred his suspicions. Vanished in childhood, later recovered. The upper realm was boundless and vast, and after so many years had passed, finding a child from the past was no less difficult than ascending to heaven. Moreover, the timing of his recovery was too convenient. With the succession to the throne still undecided in the Great Xia Empire, the timing of his return at this critical juncture seemed far too obvious. Wasn't the throne clearly being reserved for him? Such incredible luck! If anyone said he wasn't a child of destiny, Qin Jiuge would never believe it. Lin Luoying's ancient Lin family ruled the eastern territories of the Great Xia dynasty, and naturally had spies within its inner circles. She must know the full story behind this mysterious sixth prince. The sixth prince? Let me think. Lin Luoying felt a twinge of surprise at his question. Why would he care about such a minor figure? But she didn't dwell on it, dismissing it as mere curiosity. The sixth prince. His mother hails from the Mu family of the Great Xiao dynasty, making her a member of the imperial family. The Mu family possesses considerable strength. While not the absolute pinnacle, they are a renowned first-rate power, with a supreme expert presiding over the clan. Among them, the sixth prince's uncle, the current head of the Mu family, possesses formidable strength and is renowned throughout the entire Great Xiao dynasty. The Mu family has long maintained friendly relations with the Great Xiao dynasty, with generations of intermarriage binding the two clans together in mutual advancement and retreat. When the Great Xiao dynasty was first established, the Mu family was among the first to pledge allegiance to them. Now, they are even imperial relatives. At this point, Lin Luoying's expression turned dismissive, clearly holding the Mu family in contempt. She continued, "It's said that when the sixth prince was born, assassins infiltrated the palace and abducted him. The emperor of Daxia flew into a rage upon learning this, personally ordering a thorough investigation. Yet, despite the Mu family and the imperial guards searching every corner of the palace, not a single trace was found. Rumors circulated within the palace that someone had been secretly obstructing the investigation. Yet over the following months, the Mu family still uncovered no useful leads. The matter was eventually swept under the rug, destined to fade into oblivion." "Oh? From the look on your face, it seems you know something? Could it be that your Lin family was behind this?" Qin Jiuge looked at Lin Luoying with keen interest, raising an eyebrow. "How could that be? You think too highly of my Lin family." Lin Luoying waved her hand helplessly at the suggestion. "My Lin family may be powerful, but our influence is confined to this eastern region. Our reach doesn't extend that far. Otherwise, I would have gone after them long ago." Lin Luoying snapped, clenching her fists and baring two small fangs. This starkly contrasted with her usual refined, ethereal demeanor. Clearly, she still harbored resentment over the Great Xiao dynasty's previous pursuit. "Enough with the wisecracks. Your Lin family is, after all, a prominent clan. Surely you've heard some rumors? Tell me, which faction is most likely behind this?" Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Lin Luoying's boldness, a stark contrast to the grace and elegance expected of a noble lady. "That's true." Lin Luoying nodded in agreement with Qin Jiuge's assessment. "Based on our Lin family's speculation, there's an 80% chance the Luo family is behind this." "Oh? The Luo family? What kind of faction is that?" Upon hearing this, Qin Jiuge couldn't help but press his right hand to his forehead, his head nearly sprouting black circles. The Great Xiao dynasty may be called an imperial dynasty, but in reality, it resembled a coalition of major sects and aristocratic families nominally led by the emperor of Great Xia. The Mu family, the Lin family, the Xia family, and now the Luo family? Just how weak is this Great Xia emperor? He couldn't even consolidate such minor factions. He was beginning to regret his actions. He had killed those from the Great Xia empire too soon. He should have performed soul searches on them directly. If it weren't for the presence of a protagonist who seemed destined for greatness, he would never have had any dealings with such a faction in his entire life. Multiple factions are only natural. After all, our domain itself is a land of constant warfare, ravaged by endless campaigns. It just so happened that Emperor Xia ascended the throne and forcibly united us. Lin Luoying couldn't help but add sarcastically, but he lacks the strength to truly subdue us, managing only to sustain the Great Xia dynasty's false prosperity. Should any major crisis erupt, the Great Xia Empire would collapse in an instant, each faction fighting for itself. The Luo clan, equally renowned alongside our Lin clan, was once one of the strongest factions here, with a quasi-emperor level powerhouse presiding over their lineage. When the Great Xia dynasty was founded, they were among the first to pledge allegiance. Riding on its might and resources, they expanded at an astonishing pace. Today, they thrive within the Great Xia dynasty, wielding immense power and influence, with their agents infiltrating every corner of the court. The imperial palace is heavily guarded. Aside from the Great Xia's own people, only the Luo family can gain entry. Therefore, the disappearance of the sixth prince must be their doing. Lin Luoying patted her chest, exuding confidence. You have a point. Qin Jiuge gazed at Lin Luoying's gently undulating curves, feeling that her broad-mindedness could encompass all things truly a sight to behold. Lin Luoying continued, the biological mother of the first prince, she hails from the Luo family. It's said that when the sixth prince was born, it triggered extraordinary celestial phenomena. Once he comes of age, he's bound to become a young supreme ruler. The Luo family likely fears the sixth prince will usurp the crown prince's throne, which is why they targeted him. Such is the nature of succession struggles. If even my Lin family learned of this, Emperor Xia surely knew. Yet, constrained by the Luo family's power, he chose to endure rather than confront them outright. But just recently, the sixth prince has returned, unharmed. Lin Luoying's expression immediately turned grave as she spoke in a solemn tone. She had heard rumors about the celestial phenomena that occurred at the sixth prince's birth. Once he matured and became a pillar of the Great Xia dynasty, he would undoubtedly turn against the Lin family. Therefore, she too sought to eliminate this threat before it could take root, to nip it in the bud while it was still vulnerable. The Lin family and the Great Xiao dynasty had long been at odds. Chapter 31, Slow and Steady Wins the Race. When the sixth prince went missing, he still wore a jade pendant around his neck, a birth gift from his mother. The pendant consists of two pieces, each possessing the power to nourish spiritual energy and strengthen the spirit. One piece was worn by the sixth prince, while the other was kept by the Mu family. The two pieces were interconnected, resonating with each other. When the sixth prince vanished, the Mu family retrieved their piece of the jade pendant, but it showed no reaction. Everyone assumed it had been lost along with the prince. But recently, the Mu family suddenly sensed the presence of the other half within a small world. Consequently, the head of the Mu family and his sister personally went to investigate and indeed discovered the sixth prince, barely clinging to life. Enraged, the head of the Mu family slaughtered every living soul within that realm and brought the sixth prince back. The sixth prince's return naturally sent shockwaves throughout the Great Xiao dynasty. The Emperor Xiao personally emerged from seclusion to verify the sixth prince's identity, confirming its authenticity. Moreover, owing to the debt from his childhood, the sixth prince now enjoys the emperor's utmost affection. He was showered with rare treasures and miraculous elixirs as if they cost nothing, receiving treatment that far surpassed even that of the first prince. Moreover, the Mu family is a formidable force in its own right and maintains close ties with the emperor. With their backing, the sixth prince has swiftly gathered numerous powerful allies around him. Though he still falls short of the first prince, he should not be underestimated. Moreover, with his extraordinary talent, he holds promise to inherit the position of crown prince in the future. Oh? Cast down to the lower realms? Qin Jiuge narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He had already pieced together most of the sixth prince's background. Such a tumultuous journey could only belong to a child of destiny. And who knows? He might even be his fellow countryman. Lin Luoying's dark, luminous eyes darted about before she chuckled softly. From what I gather, your divine highness seems rather interested in this sixth prince? Merely curious. Qin Jiuge shook his head. But Miss Lin, you must be cautious. It seems the Great Xia has long harbored suspicions toward your Lin family. They could strike at any moment. Should you encounter a situation like today's again, there may not be someone as kind-hearted as me to offer assistance. Indeed. Lin Luoying pressed her jade-like hand lightly to her crimson lips, her face flushing with bashfulness. Had I not encountered His Highness the Divine Sun by chance, this humble maiden would surely have met her end. Our Lin family's territory lies just ahead. Would the young master care to rest there for a moment so this humble maiden might express her gratitude? No need. I have urgent matters to attend to. Qin Jiuge waved him off without hesitation. The affairs of the Great Xiao dynasty required careful planning. It would be best to wait until both factions had exhausted themselves before stepping in to reap the benefits. Moreover, the sixth prince had only recently returned to the Great Xia Empire. If he truly was the chosen one, his fortune was still in its infancy, barely budding, not yet fully grown. Even if killed, he likely wouldn't yield much villain points. It was better to let him roam free for a while. Moreover, it remained unknown whether that mysterious sixth prince possessed a system. To be safe, he would have the Lin family probe the sixth prince's background first before making his final decision. Very well then. Should your highness find the time, please do visit our Lin family estate. We would be honored to extend our hospitality. Though rejected by Qin Jiuge, Lin Luoying remained unfazed, her smile as radiant as ever. Very well, Miss Lin. We shall meet again. With that, Qin Jiuge waved a farewell before turning to board the flying vessel, escorted by numerous guards. With a thunderous roar, the airship ignited its engines, stirring waves of air pressure. A terrifying aura radiated outward as multicolored halos shimmered around it, propelling the vessel forward at breakneck speed. Watching the airship grow distant, Lin Luoying's expression returned to calm, her willow brows slightly furrowed. What terrifying divine sense? Could he have discovered it? Lin Luoying murmured softly. During their brief exchange of gazes moments ago, she had sensed an utterly terrifying divine sense, as if it could see right through her. Deep within her heart, she had always concealed a secret. She was a single body housing two souls. From the moment she was born, another voice had echoed within her mind. She had never told anyone about this within the entire Lin family, only she knew. Neither her father nor the elders had ever detected anything unusual about her. Yet, to her shock, the other person had seen right through her at a glance. Truly formidable, as the rumors suggested. Miss? His Highness the Divine Sun has already departed. Just then, Aunt Han interrupted her thoughts. Seeing her young mistress standing motionless, her eyes fixed blankly on the sunset clouds, Aunt Han called out to remind her. Oh, I see, Aunt Han. Lin Luoying snapped back to reality, her eyes clear and no longer dwelling on the matter. Young miss, you haven't fallen for the divine son of the Qin clan, have you? Seeing her young mistress in such a state, Aunt Han couldn't help but tease her, thinking she might be experiencing her first stirrings of romance. Aunt Han, you've misunderstood. Lin Luoying shook her head repeatedly, insisting she felt nothing for him. Yet her crimson-tinged earlobes and flushed cheeks betrayed her true thoughts. Miss, I understand perfectly. Young Master Qin is peerlessly charming, elegant as a celestial being. Whether it's his background, talent, or looks, he's top tier. Countless women in the upper realms adore him, it's perfectly normal. Aunt Han chuckled softly, leaving the unspoken words hanging. Not to mention, he had just saved the young lady. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress never goes out of style. Of course, looks matter too. The handsome ones serve as slaves and maids in this life, while the ugly ones become beasts of burden in the next. Aunt Han, why do you think young Master Qin is so interested in that sixth prince? Lin Luoying quickly changed the subject. Miss, forgive my ignorance, but I believe young Master Qin is simply curious. Is that truly the case? Lin Luoying narrowed her eyes slightly, her thoughts churning. She refused to believe that someone of his stature, the divine son of the Qin clan, would care about such a minor figure as the sixth prince. Even if the sixth prince's birth had been accompanied by celestial omens, it still wouldn't have drawn Qin Jiuge's attention. Could it be that this sixth prince possessed some extraordinary quality? Lin Luoying pondered for a moment but still couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Reluctantly, she had to let it go. However, she intended to return to the Lin family and send people to thoroughly investigate the background of this sixth prince. To have drawn Qin Jiuge's attention, this sixth prince was certainly not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Chapter 32, The Ancient Domain of Xianqin, Counterattacking the Time Traveler. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After traversing countless Dao domain star systems, Qin Jiuge finally returned to the territory under the Qin clan's control. The upper realm comprised 3,000 Dao domains, each equivalent to a universe in its own right, vast and boundless. Not only were they separated by spatial turbulence and chaotic storms, but they also harbored countless terrifying beasts. Ordinary mortals could scarcely hope to traverse them in a lifetime. Within each Dao domain lay countless great thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, and small thousand worlds, the very realms where countless cultivators from the lower realms sought ascension. Of course, 3,000 Dao realms was merely a collective term. The upper realm was boundlessly vast, and to this day, no one knew exactly how many worlds it truly contained. Not to mention, whenever a new Dao domain world emerges, it causes an uproar in the upper realm, drawing countless factions into fierce competition for its control. As one of the most powerful factions in the upper realm, the ancient Qin clan naturally commands countless Dao domains. With a legacy stretching back through the ages, they possess formidable strength and profound foundations. When it comes to its reputation, no one in the upper realm dares to provoke them. The ancient Qin domain. This is a small world specially created by the Qin clan's great sages, serving as the clan's dwelling place. Within it dwelled numerous direct descendants of the Qin clan and its high-ranking elders, while many ancient ancestors lay dormant. At this moment, within one of its lavishly decorated mansions, a clear, beautiful female voice rang out. What? He didn't call off the engagement? A cold, sharp voice rang out within the room. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, her features exquisitely perfect. Her face was as smooth as jade, her willow brows slightly furrowed, her vermilion lips and pearly teeth framed by eyes sparkling like stars. Dressed in a multicolored robe, she exuded an air of delicate elegance. Her skin was milky white and smooth as congealed fat, fairer than frost and snow. Her slender, flawless arms were exposed, her fingers as green and delicate as jade. Her long, dark hair fell casually over her chest and back, framing a waist so slender it could be grasped in one hand. Though still young and not yet fully developed, Qin Jiuge possessed an ethereal beauty that was captivating and breathtaking. Her neck was held high, white and jade-like, and her entire body radiated an ethereal aura, emitting a faint air of authority that made the air tremble slightly, giving her an unapproachable air. Yes, Mississippi. His Highness the Divine Son has not withdrawn the betrothal. The maidservants ahead knelt on the ground, their voices trembling. Throughout the entire Qin clan, who didn't know that the young lady had admired His Divine Highness since childhood, clinging to him constantly? Now that word had spread of His Highness the Divine Son having a fiancée, the young lady's reaction was only natural. What on earth is brother up to? Qin Jiuge frowned deeply, clearly unaware of Qin Jiuge's intentions. Her name was Qin Jiuge. Qin Jiuge was younger sister and the young princess of the ancient Qin clan. Born amidst a descent of divine energy that stirred celestial phenomena, she too was a young supreme being, a forbidden prodigy. However, the emergence of Qin Jiuge within their clan had overshadowed the fame of the other prodigies of the Qin clan. She had only recently learned of her brother acquiring another fiancé. Even if Jiang Wanyin hadn't lost her cultivation, she still wouldn't have been a match for her brother at his peak. She had assumed her brother had gone to call off the engagement, but the outcome had clearly surprised her. Could there be something peculiar about this Jiang Wanyin? Qin Jiuge furrowed her brows before shaking her head. Since it was her brother's decision, there must be deeper reasons behind it. She would ask him about it later. I understand. You may withdraw. Qin Jiuge dismissed the maid with a cool tone. Yes, Mississippi. Hearing this, the attendants breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled the scene. Yet a lingering fear remained. The young lady's power had grown increasingly formidable. Very well. Now let me see what you're truly made of. Once everyone had departed, the spacious, bright hall was left with only Qin Jiuge. Her voice was icy as she extended her delicate, pale right hand, upon which a white orb of light now floated.
No, don't. Spare me.
Encased within the orb was a woman, her heart being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. She screamed incessantly, her cries utterly wretched. Not long ago, Qin Jiuge had been peacefully cultivating in her bedchamber when a sudden, inexplicable force violently seized control of her body, attempting to possess her. Fortunately, she possessed a life-saving artifact bestowed by the ancestral patriarch, preventing the intruder from succeeding. What puzzled her was this: the intruder's soul seemed fragile as glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch.
Why, then, had she nearly fallen victim to possession? To unravel this mystery, she had temporarily kept the intruder captive. She also sought to uncover who stood behind them, who dared to lay a hand on the Qin clan. Let me see what you're really after.
A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes as she launched into a brutal soul search.
Ah! No, don't stop. I'm dying.
Please, just put me out of my misery. From within the light sphere, heart-wrenching screams echoed relentlessly, a sound that pierced the soul and brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it.
Soul-searching was the ultimate punishment in this world.
Those subjected to it would, at best, become mentally impaired for life, reduced to fools. At worst, they would die instantly, their very essence extinguished. Even cultivators couldn't withstand its power, let alone her, a cross-dimensional traveler with not a shred of cultivation. She felt like the most pathetic transmigrator ever, bringing shame upon her fellow Blue Star compatriots. She'd barely arrived in this new world, still struggling to adjust, when the locals captured her.
And that damn system was nothing but an artificial moron.
She thought that with it, she could live a life of luxury, find handsome young men, and enjoy endless pleasure.
But who'd have guessed she'd fail its sole possession, and the system would get destroyed by this person? Who among you understands, folks?
This wasn't anything like the novel she'd read. Wasn't she supposed to come here, use her modern smarts to show these locals up, win the admiration of some handsome guy, and then rise to the top, living a carefree life forever?
How come she'd barely arrived before facing death again?
The woman wept so bitterly she could barely hold herself together, her will completely shattered. Only after a full tea break had passed did Qin Jiuge lift her head, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment.
Novel, time travel, system, guide. What on earth is this?
From the memory she had scanned, she learned this person had originally lived in a world called Blue Star. Later, due to a toy short-circuiting and getting wet, she was electrocuted on the spot, her soul transported to another world.
And this world?
It was the very novel she had read in her previous life. She was also bound to a thing called a system, which had assigned her a mission, to conquer the world's great demon lord and save all beings across the multiverse. And as fate would have it, that supreme demon lord happened to be none other than her own brother Qin Jiuge, the divine son of the Qin clan. Even Qin Jiuge, with all her worldly experience, was momentarily stunned by this punch from beyond her reality. It took her a full half-minute to recover. According to the novel's plot, her brother would ultimately clash with the entire upper realm, sacrificing countless worlds in a blood offering to seize the sole opportunity for immortality. Using the great emperor as the catalyst, he would refine the myriad realms. Seeing this, Qin Jiuge's heart swelled with pride. Truly worthy of being her brother, effortlessly accomplishing what others could not. She believed 7 or 8 parts of this novel's narrative. She understood her brother, that was simply his nature. Moreover, the book revealed numerous secrets about the Qin clan, some even unknown to her, including her brother's true identity and her own origins.
My origins? Could it be? I'm not his biological child? Reading this, a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Jiuge's eyes before she glanced backward.
After a long moment, the flame in Qin Jiuge's hand flickered, completely incinerating this time traveler.
If that's the case, then I have a chance.
A glint of light flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes, and her smile blossomed like a flower.
Chapter 33, Qin Jiuge was adorable little sister. Oh? Jiuge is back? The hollow void realm. He's broken through again? That cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Looks like he stumbled upon another opportunity.
His innate talent as a true immortal is unparalleled throughout the ages.
The surprises he brings us are truly immense.
Once he matures, the upper realm will surely revere our Qin clan above all.
But why hasn't he broken off the engagement? Who knows? Jiuge must have his reasons for doing this.
We old fogies should mind our own business and stay out of these young folks' affairs. But this makes things awkward with the Gu family. Their young lady has admired the divine son for quite some time.
Why not take them both?
Jiuge is young and impetuous, it'd be fitting to pass on his talents.
The ancient domain of Xianqin, ancestral homeland of the Qin clan.
Upon seeing Qin Jiuge's return, countless terrifying divine senses intertwined, conversing in secret. They were all ancient patriarchs of the Qin clan, of immense seniority and terrifying power.
Any one of them alone could stir up a storm in the upper realm.
It was precisely their presence that cemented the ancient Qin clan's fearsome reputation and supreme status.
Greetings, your divine highness. Greetings, your divine highness. Greetings, your divine highness.
Entering the ancient domain of Xianqin, Qin Jiuge encountered countless Qin clan disciples and attendants along his path. Upon seeing him, they all bowed respectfully in greeting. They held genuine admiration for this legendary figure of the Qin clan. Qin Jiuge responded to each with a smile. These individuals formed the foundation of his Qin clan, its future pillars. Any one of them, placed in the outside world, would be an unparalleled prodigy of rare talent. Yet within the Qin clan, they were merely ordinary disciples. This glimpse revealed just a fraction of the Qin clan's profound depth. Brother! Just then, a figure dashed forward, colliding straight into Qin Jiuge's arms. The girl lifted her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. Her brows were like distant mountain ridges, her eyes like bright stars. With clear eyes and pearly teeth, she possessed the delicate charm of a modest beauty, fresh and ethereal. Dressed in a multicolored phoenix robe, she was petite and delicate, her legs tightly wrapped around Qin Jiuge's waist as she clung to him like a koala. Why are you here? Recognizing the visitor, Qin Jiuge spoke with indulgent affection, gently lifting Qin Xianer and stroking her forehead. Brother, I missed you. Qin Xianer whined, burying her little head deep into Qin Jiuge's chest and nuzzling against him. You. Qin Jiuge sighed helplessly, letting her have her way. After all, his little sister deserved nothing but his indulgence. The Qin clan disciples nearby were all dumbfounded. Qin Jiuge had always presented himself to the outside world as aloof and detached, cold and proud, commanding everyone's reverence. It seemed only Miss Xianer dared to be so bold with the divine son. Xianer, what's your cultivation level? Qin Jiuge casually probed her cultivation and found it had advanced. Brother, while you were away, I'd been diligently cultivating all this time. Qin Xianer stuck out her little tongue playfully, looking utterly charming. Qin Jiuge nodded. Indeed, she possessed the flawless immortal physique. Her birth had triggered celestial phenomena, drawing divine energy to crown her head and open her immortal orifices, granting her a natural advantage over others. Moreover, the flawless immortal physique ranked among the highest tier immortal physiques in the upper realm and was widely acknowledged as one of the fastest cultivating constitutions. Qin Xianer was only 16 years old, yet her cultivation had already reached the unity realm. In terms of cultivation speed alone, she was nearly catching up to him, who practiced demonic arts in secret. But Qin Jiuge suddenly frowned as if recalling something. At her birth, celestial energy had descended, bathing her entire being and opening her celestial orifices, thus bestowing upon her the flawless immortal physique. This was the source of her terrifyingly exceptional talent. Yet according to his memories, after the great cataclysm in the upper realm, spiritual energy plummeted, making it exceedingly rare for immortal bodies to be born anymore. Immortal bodies born in this realm, due to the impure essence of heaven and earth, inevitably carried minor flaws. Even flawless immortal bodies were no exception. Though the difference was slight, the Qin clan boasted a long lineage and countless powerful elders. How could they possibly accept a flaw in a flawless immortal body? Thus, the Qin clan's ancient ancestor employed a secret technique to gather vast amounts of fortune from the upper realm. Through this, he cleansed the flawless immortal body, rendering it utterly perfect. The concept of destiny has been extensively studied among the major powers of the upper realm. After all, which of these factions had not been blessed with immense destiny to endure through the ages and establish an immortal lineage? The Qin clan was no exception. To forge a flawless immortal body, the Qin clan patriarch wielded supreme divine power, employing secret arts to draw boundless fortune from the upper realm. This concentrated fortune was used to purify Qin Xianer's body, rendering it utterly flawless. The core of this fortune originated from a minor dynasty within the Heavenly Dao domain. It was said that after the fortune-blessed maiden of that small dynasty had her fortune drained, she became frail and plagued by illness. The young sovereign destined for a meteoric rise ultimately became lost among the masses. Even within her own dynasty, significant rebellions erupted. Quite the predicament, Qin Jiuge murmured, shaking his head slightly. Judging by the pattern, this girl likely possessed an exceptionally high growth ceiling. If he ignored her fate entirely, who knew what troubles she might bring upon the Qin clan in the future? Of course, no matter what, he would protect the Qin clan and safeguard his family. Brother, what are you thinking about? Seeing Qin Jiuge's distracted state, Qin Xianer's face clouded with displeasure. You've been gone so long, I've been dying to see you. And now you dare zone out while talking to your own sister? Or could it be that now you have a fiancée, you've forgotten about your little sister? Hearing this, Qin Jiuge chuckled helplessly. This little girl, is she jealous now? He'd been gone less than 2 months at most. Even a cultivator could easily meditate in seclusion for longer than that. Alright. I was wrong. Big brother apologizes. Qin Jiuge's face softened with affection as he ruffled her hair. I didn't recognize you at first, thought some stunning beauty had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and thrown herself at me. Hearing this, a gleam of delight flashed in Qin Xianer's eyes. Overjoyed, her exquisite, flawless face broke into a radiant smile, her earlobes flushing crimson. Yes, a peerless beauty throwing herself at me. Qin Jiuge sighed helplessly. His little sister was perfect in every way except she was far too clingy. He then produced a storage ring, his voice dripping with affection. A gift for you. Care to see if you like it? I love everything you give me, brother. Qin Xianer shook Qin Jiuge's arm excitedly, her face beaming with delight. Wow! It's so beautiful. When her divine sense probed inside, Qin Jiuge was stunned by what she found within the ring. Inside the storage ring lay a Guangzhou embroidered palace gown, resting quietly. Radiant light swirled around it, the skirt's silhouette capturing myriad scenes. Golden threads wove dragons playing with pearls, while silver threads embroidered phoenixes clutching branches. 12 layers of moonlight silk gathered at the hem, as if the Milky Way itself had been pleated into fabric. Peacock feather threads densely embroidered cloud patterns on the cuffs, the stitches slightly raised. The waist was cinched with a vermilion gold filigree sash, studded with shards of colored glass. As it moved, it radiated a shimmering glow, like scattered diamonds falling into a deep pool. This garment was specially exchanged from the system by Qin Jiuge for his younger sister, and it also served as a protective artifact. The love of beauty is universal. As the young princess of the Qin clan, her sister naturally had no shortage of ordinary magical artifacts and elixirs. But rather than those, he preferred to select a beautiful garment to present to her. Clearly, Qin Jiuge was quite pleased with this gift. "Thank you, brother. I absolutely love it." Qin Jiuge, overcome with excitement, threw herself into Qin Jiuge's arms once more. Just then, a maid approached from the side, bowed slightly to the pair, and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, Miss Jiuge, the patriarch requests your presence." "Oh? Father needs us?" Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow at the news, then gently set Qin Jiuge down. He whispered to her, "Let's go. Let's not keep father waiting." Chapter 34, Qin Clan Chieftain Qin Yuan. In the center of the grand hall, cast from lapis lazuli and built with white jade, a towering figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the void as if deep in thought. Behind him, myriad illusory forms materialized. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth, the cosmic principles of yin and yang, all manifested in this moment. Chaotic mist swirled around him, while the resounding voice of the Tao echoed ceaselessly. The aura was profound and terrifying, as if emanating from a supreme deity. "Father!" Only when Qin Jiuge and his sister arrived did the man turn to face them. Boom! As the sun and moon turned, the heavens and earth opened, and a terrifying, majestic aura spread out, its power unfathomable. The figure before them was none other than Qin Jiuge's father, the patriarch of the Qin clan of the immortal ancient realm Qin Yuan. As clan chief, Qin Yuan's power was naturally terrifying, ranking among the most powerful and influential figures in the upper realm. He was perpetually occupied with countless affairs of state, making him rarely seen by others. A single decree from his lips could send shockwaves rippling through the outer realms. He could effortlessly alter the balance of power in the upper realm, and a single utterance was enough to determine the rise, fall, life, or death of countless powerful factions. It was no exaggeration to say that a figure like him, a sovereign of an immortal lineage, a powerhouse of the immortal cult, was a colossus overlooking the eternal, indestructible cosmos. "You're back. Did you gain anything this time?" Seeing Qin Jiuge and the others arrive, Qin Yuan's stern expression softened into a warm smile. Only in the presence of his wife and daughter did he ever show such a side. Qin Jiuge nodded and chuckled softly. "Thanks to father's auspicious words, the harvest has been bountiful." With that, he waved his hand lightly, and a dragon egg shrouded in black mist appeared in his palm. The moment the dragon egg materialized, demonic energy instantly swept through the grand hall, its terrifying aura permeating every corner. Qin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, but he merely waved his hand casually. The demonic energy that had filled the hall abruptly dissipated, returning to normal. The dragon egg trembled faintly, as if it had been targeted by some unimaginable terror. "Father, you frightened him." Qin Jiuge shook his head helplessly, his heart racing with hidden alarm. Father's power had grown even more terrifying than before. He was likely not far from reaching the level of an emperor. Though this ancient demon dragon's origins were terrifying, it had yet to fully mature. How could it possibly compare to a supreme being? "Brother, what is this?" Qin Jiuge's wide eyes brimmed with curiosity. The memory she had seized from the transmigrator contained no information about the origin of this object. "This is an ancient demon dragon egg," Qin Yuan explained. As the clan chief of the Qin tribe, he was well-traveled and knowledgeable, and could naturally recognize this object. He then turned to Qin Jiuge, his face radiating satisfaction. "You're quite fortunate. It seems this is the opportunity the ancestor divined for you. Once a primordial demon dragon matures, it becomes peerless within its realm. Slaughtering emperors and slaying immortals would be but a trivial matter." "That powerful?" Qin Jiuge exclaimed in shock. That meant, as long as it didn't perish prematurely, brother would always have at least one great emperor-level powerhouse by his side. "And surely your gains from this journey extend far beyond this?" Qin Yuan turned to Qin Jiuge, his question tinged with interest. Father truly sees through everything. Qin Jiuge shook his head helplessly before producing a divine-grade soul-nurturing jade. "Elder, come forth." Immediately, a crimson figure materialized above the soul-nurturing jade, curtsying gracefully toward Qin Yuan and Qin Jiuge. "I am the young clan chief of the 9 Netherworld clan." "Greetings, clan chief Qin Yuan." "Greetings, young lady." Her voice was cool and detached, her tone as if untouched by worldly concerns, yet it carried profound reverence. The Qin clan chief this was in existence who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her father. She had heard her father speak of this Qin clan chieftain before. He had admitted openly that he was no match for him. Not to mention the Qin clan behind him, a colossal force that even her father found terrifying. And now she was merely a fragment of a soul, her very life hanging by a thread in Qin Jiuge's hands. Naturally, she held him in profound awe. Qin Jiuge wore a fiery red gown. Her peerless beauty resembled a meticulously carved jade, her brows like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes like ink-painted stars. Her cold elegance radiated an innate nobility and grace. Her skin was milky white, fairer than frost and snow. Her waist was willow slender, her hips curved like a peach, her arms supple as if without bones, as translucent and smooth as freshly peeled lotus root, her fingers slender and jade-like. A pair of long, snow-white legs hung suspended in the void, their graceful contours bathed in moonlight like radiance, utterly free of any excess flesh. Her bare feet bore 10 toes, each round and delicate, white and dainty like newly bloomed lotus buds, radiating an otherworldly grace. Hovering in midair, she radiated an ethereal, otherworldly aura and a sense of cool detachment. After Qin Jiuge's prolonged infusion of spiritual energy, the nine netherworld phantom grew increasingly tangible. Her complexion blossomed into a radiant beauty, shedding the previous pallor and listlessness. Though coerced, it must be acknowledged that Qin Jiuge's generosity was extraordinary. Moreover, his spiritual energy far surpassed Jiang Ran's in potency, enabling such profound transformation in such a short span. Back when she followed Jiang Ran around, she went hungry 9 times out of 10. Forget about supplying her with spiritual energy, it was already a miracle they weren't being hunted down. Who are you? The moment the nine netherworld's phantom appeared, Qin Jiuge instantly grew wary, her expression darkening as a faint sense of danger washed over her. Why was there a woman by her brother's side? They seemed extremely intimate. And this woman was so strikingly beautiful, no wonder she was suspicious. Qin Jiuge glanced at the broad chest before her, then looked down at herself, feeling a pang of regret. Could it be that her brother preferred larger ones? But she wasn't small either. Besides, she was only 16 now, with plenty of room to grow. In the future, she would definitely not be much worse off than her. The nine netherworlds clan. Seems your luck really is quite good. Qin Yuan nodded, filled with satisfaction. This brat finally got it through his thick skull. The nine netherworlds clan, it was passable, I suppose. Qin Jiuge, however, pursed her lips, clearly displeased. Qin Jiuge then spoke softly, Father, I need some rare treasures capable of solidifying a body. I must first help this elder solidify his form. No problem. I'll have someone deliver the materials to you shortly, Qin Yuan nodded. A mere trifle of resources, what the Qin clan lacked least was resources. Since his son had requested it, he would naturally not be stingy. Hearing this, Jiuge, standing nearby, felt a ripple of emotion stir within her heart. Could it be this simple? Was he really going to reshape his body so soon? Rebuilding a body required numerous and varied treasures, all of which were extremely rare and difficult to find in the upper realm. Originally, she had planned that if Jiang Ran could gather some of these resources within 100 years, it would already be remarkably swift. Of course, the greater likelihood was that Jiang Ran wouldn't gather them all, or that she herself wouldn't survive that long. She had gradually stopped holding out much hope. Yet, through a twist of fate, she had ended up following Qin Jiuge. Though this was a tremendous challenge for Jiang Ran, for Qin Jiuge, it was merely a matter of a single word. The vast disparity between them left Jiuge's heart unsettled for a long time. Had she not been coerced by him, where in the world would she be now? And this dragon egg. It seems it's about to hatch. Place it in my palace. Qin Jiuge then turned his gaze to the dragon egg. As a renowned dominant power in the upper realm, the Qin clan naturally possessed countless talented individuals, including experts in nurturing spirit beasts. But this creature was different, it required vast amounts of spiritual energy to nurture it before it could break free from its shell. When it came to the concentration of spiritual energy, few places within the entire Qin clan could rival his palace. Placing it within his palace was the most fitting arrangement. You've made considerable progress in your cultivation since your last outing. Qin Yuan gazed at Qin Jiuge, his heart filled with profound emotion. The hollow void realm. He'd only been gone for a mere 2 months, yet the other's strength had improved so rapidly. He even suspected the other might be secretly cultivating demonic arts behind the scenes. His gaze was so intense it made Qin Jiuge feel slightly embarrassed. He couldn't very well tell him he'd been grinding away at Deep Blue, could he? Qin Jiuge, however, gazed at him with pure admiration. In her heart, her brother was the most formidable person in the world. Wasn't it only natural for him to cultivate so swiftly? By the way, I heard you didn't call off the engagement when you visited the Jiang family? Qin Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked. News of Qin Jiuge's betrothal had already spread throughout the entire upper realm, known to every notable power there. After all, Qin Jiuge's stated reason for leaving was to call off the engagement. He hadn't expected her to refuse. Could it be that he found Jiang Wanyin too beautiful to bring himself to break it off? Father, this betrothal was arranged by our ancestor. How could I break it for my own selfish desires? Wouldn't that make the Qin clan appear cold and heartless? How would the various factions of the upper realm view us afterward? Qin Jiuge declared with righteous indignation, having prepared his excuse long ago. But his answer only earned him a dismissive roll of the eyes from Qin Yuan. I don't buy it for a second. Still, he didn't care. If Jiuge was happy, that was all that mattered. After all, the Qin clan didn't need to rely on alliances through marriage to solidify their position. As for anyone daring to scheme behind the scenes, they'd better consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Qin clan. I've heard from the Grand Elder that Wanyin is a promising young talent. But her cultivation journey has been too smooth sailing, making her mindset somewhat restless and overly ambitious. This crisis is also a test for her. If she can endure solitude and re-examine herself, she will surely rise like a phoenix from the ashes, reborn through fire. Of course, that assumes she can resume her cultivation. At this point, Qin Yuan let out a faint sigh. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding the strange phenomenon of Jiang Wanyin's cultivation regressing. Despite the deep ties between his Qin clan and the Grand Elder of the Liuli Immortal Palace who had even sought their assistance. His Qin clan had ancient origins, and their ancestral texts documented such anomalies, yet none offered solutions. Then his tone shifted abruptly. But since that's the case, you'll have to handle that little girl from the Gu family yourself. Understood, father. Qin Jiuge nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. Given his status and standing, it was only natural that he had more than one betrothed. Even if he were willing, the elders might not be so eager. As the current divine son of the Qin clan, Qin Jiuge's innate talent had astonished the elders, who were eager for him to produce an heir to inherit his gifts. Were it not for the formidable strength of his own ancestral line capable of shielding him, he would likely have been snatched away long ago by the elders of other branches to marry their beautiful granddaughters. His betrothed from the Gu family, however, had been specifically chosen for him by the Qin clan. The Gu family of the Eternal Life clan was another immortal power in the upper realm, far surpassing ordinary immortal clans and immortal sects in strength. The Gu family's divine maiden, renowned far and wide for her extraordinary beauty and transcendent power, possessed the Ice Phoenix Jade Marrow physique. Such a physique was an exceptionally rare mutation in the mortal world. It was said that those blessed with it possessed innate beauty, skin as fair as jade and bones as delicate as ice, a rare, ethereal beauty in this world. When cultivating ice attribute techniques, they not only progress at astonishing speeds but also wield immense power, gaining a natural 30% boost to their strength. Most crucially, this physique offers immense advantages in dual cultivation, enabling lightning-fast progress. But that was all for later. The two then discussed several other matters. Qin Yuan personally examined Qin Jiuge's cultivation base and found no signs of superficiality or unstable foundations, which greatly relieved him. Oh, and if you have the chance, remember to visit your mother at the Qin Yuan Imperial clan. She's been thinking of you both quite a lot lately. As they were about to leave the palace, Qin Yuan added. Qin Jiuge nodded. I understand, father. At the mention of his mother, the image of a gentle and graceful woman surfaced in Qin Jiuge's mind. She had been the previous imperial princess of the Qin Yuan Imperial clan, a peerless beauty in her youth and a renowned prodigy throughout the upper realm. The Qin Yuan Imperial clan stood as the foremost among the 10 great imperial clans of the upper realm today, possessing profound foundations and formidable strength that in no way paled in comparison to the immortal ancient Qin clan. The Qin Yuan Imperial clan and the immortal ancient Qin clan had always maintained friendly relations, advancing and retreating together. A marriage alliance between them was merely a foregone conclusion. With these two great powers of the upper realm backing them, anyone contemplating harming Qin Jiuge would have to carefully weigh the consequences, considering whether they could bear the wrath of these two formidable forces. Yay! I get to go out and play again. Qin Xianer, however, was quite lively. Such was her innate nature. Though playful, her cultivation and power were truly terrifying, nurtured by the Wuxian divine body and the countless heavenly treasures of the Qin clan. In the upper realm, she would be counted among the world's rarest young supreme beings, a forbidden prodigy. This was the chasm between prodigies and mortals. After leaving the Qin clan's main hall, Qin Jiuge spent some more time with Qin Xianer before returning alone to his residence. The entire palace was adorned with intricately carved dragons and vivid paintings, its walls built with white jade bricks and blue stone tiles arranged in a harmonious, staggered pattern. Rare herbs and protective treasures, seldom seen by countless powerful beings outside, were commonplace here, used merely as simple decorations. Intricate array patterns flickered faintly across the palace walls and beams, while mysterious runes pulsed with an eerie glow, dazzlingly brilliant. The hall was saturated with spiritual energy, so potent that under the influence of the spirit-gathering array, it was nearly liquefied into tangible substance. A single breath could rival a century of arduous cultivation outside. The dragon egg in Qin Jiuge's hand trembled lightly, clearly thrilled. From now on, you shall reside here. Placing the dragon egg to one side, Qin Jiuge sat cross-legged. Chapter 35, Reshaping the Body, Put It On Yourself. System, open my personal information panel. Within the palace, Qin Jiuge sat cross-legged, silently summoning the system in his mind. A pale blue light screen then materialized before him. Host, Qin Jiuge. Identity: divine son of the ancient Qin clan, imperial son of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Constitution: taboo. Cultivation level: early void penetration realm. Techniques: divine abilities, divine Qin canon, mystic heaven sword record, yin yang dual cultivation art, heaven devouring demon art, Xianyuan imperial art, cultivating demonic essence in the Dao heart, secret of the character Xing, 10,000 transformations, heavenly demon body. System space: emperor grade beast ring, 2/3 world seed. Bound destiny bound woman, Jiang Wanyin. Heaven's mandate villain points, 124,000. This outing proved remarkably fruitful. Not only did he bring back a fate-bound maiden, but he also acquired the secret of the character Xing, a primordial demon dragon, and a divine scripture. Even his own cultivation had skyrocketed. Yet Qin Jiuge dared not relax for a moment. His strength might be unmatched among the younger generation, but compared to the true powerhouses of the upper realm, he still fell far short. Not to mention, the upper realm was a veritable den of hidden dragons and tigers. Who knew how many ancient monsters lurked in the shadows? They were the true rulers of the upper realm, capable of deciding the fate of countless factions with a single word. Should his secret cultivation of forbidden demonic arts be exposed, it would inevitably draw the combined forces of countless upper realm factions to hunt him down. By then, even the Qin clan might struggle to protect him. Moreover, the upper realm harbors countless protagonists, each a potential threat. The Great Xiao dynasty had a sixth prince rumored to possess a system, and within the minor Heavenly Dao domain, a girl blessed with destiny was concealed. All these individuals must be dealt with, otherwise he would be unable to rest easy. Fortunately, they operate in the open while he remains hidden. Unaware that he has already targeted them, this situation offers considerable maneuverability. A flicker of thought crossed Qin Jiuge's mind before he softly called out, "Old Ming." As the words fell, the void trembled. An elderly figure with snow-white hair and beard materialized, bowing slightly toward Qin Jiuge. "Your Highness, the Divine Son, your servant is here." Old Ming served as his guardian of the way, possessing the cultivation of a holy king. Such power would make him the leader of a major sect in the upper realm, a truly formidable presence. In the past, whenever major matters arose in the upper realm, he had always entrusted them to Elder Ming. Investigate the Great Xiao dynasty and the Lin family. Focus particularly on that sixth prince. And the Heavenly Dao domain. I demand to know what has become of that minor dynasty from back then? A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes, his presence commanding respect without a trace of anger. "Yes, sir. Your servant obeys." After receiving Qin Jiuge's orders, Elder Ming said no more, tearing through the void and departing immediately. Being the villain sure is easier. You can just delegate everything to your subordinates, no need to handle every detail yourself. Qin Jiuge murmured softly. The Qin clan's spies were spread throughout the upper realm, and Elder Ming was a same king-level powerhouse, a top-tier figure even in the upper realm. Entrusting this matter to him was the most appropriate choice. It wouldn't be long before intelligence on these two protagonists began pouring in. Then, the next step would be to help Joyo reconstruct his body. 1,000 thoughts swirled through Qin Jiuge's mind. The 9 netherworlds and the Nether clan were a force to be reckoned with in the upper realm as well. Their clan was teeming with powerful beings, possessed profound foundations, and had produced more than one great emperor. If he could bring them under his control, it would undoubtedly bring great benefit to the Qin clan. In the ancient Qin domain, atop the rear mountain of a vast divine island, Dao patterns were intricately engraved and intertwined, a vast formation enveloping the surroundings. A terrifying aura radiated outward, sending shivers down one's spine. All descendants of the Gu family on this island had been expelled by him, to be used as material for the 9 netherworlds to reshape its body. Within a pool on the divine island, mist swirled and rosy light filled the air, while dazzling white flashes erupted continuously. A graceful figure sat cross-legged within, water splashing around them. Crimson flames swirled ceaselessly, radiating extreme heat, interwoven with crimson gold light. The sky was filled with dazzling, magnificent radiance, resplendent and brilliant. Qin Jiuge could only feel the intense heat, his own temper flaring. Hundreds of thousands of years' worth of sacred herbs, divine materials, and spirit essences poured in as if they were worthless, gathering within the cauldron. Were any alchemists to witness these materials, they would surely cry out in horror at such waste. For any single one of these ingredients, if found outside, would be extremely rare and command a high price. Yet here, they were being squandered without a second thought. Soon, as the various rare divine materials poured in, the original blazing heat dissipated. A terrifying, colossal pressure spread out. This was the unique aura of the Saint Realm, and specifically, the Saint King Realm. Merely a hint of its aura caused the void to tremble incessantly, as if struggling to contain this terrifying presence. As the pressure gradually dissipated, a delicate, translucent snow-white jade foot emerged from the mist-shrouded pool, still dripping with droplets of water. Following the path of that snow-white jade foot upward, one could see a face of breathtaking beauty, meticulously carved like the finest jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes shone like inky stars, a cold beauty radiating innate nobility and grace. Yet at this moment, Joyo's cheeks were flushed crimson, her face burning with both shame and indignation. Her fair skin, whiter than snow, was also tinged with a faint blush. Her willowy waist and pert hips were framed by arms as supple as boneless silk, as translucent and smooth as freshly peeled lotus root. Her 10 fingers, green as spring bamboo and jade-like in their smoothness, were interlaced before her. A pair of long, snow-white legs hung suspended in the air, their lines graceful and luminous as moonlight, without a single ounce of excess flesh. Her feet were snow-white and delicate, her 10 toes rounded and exquisite, fair and dainty like newly bloomed lotus buds, radiating an otherworldly elegance. Compared to the previous phantom, the current Jojo was undeniably more chillingly alluring. "Greetings, Master." "Thank you, Master, for reshaping my body." Jojo stammered, her heart filled with unease. Though her form had been reborn, not a trace of joy graced her face. For she knew what lay ahead. "It seems you've come to understand. That's good. I've always been lenient with my own people." Qin Jiuge's lips curved into a faint smile, clearly pleased with Jojo's response. "Put this on yourself." A flash of brilliance erupted from Qin Jiuge's hand, materializing a black collar adorned with a small bell. He sent it toward Jojo with a surge of spiritual energy. It was none other than the imperial-grade beast ring the system had granted him at the very beginning. Gazing at the beast ring before him, Jojo's face turned deathly pale, his expression filled with reluctance. Once he put it on, he would be utterly reduced to the other's spirit pet from that day forward. As the young clan chief of the 9 netherworlds, a figure who sat on equal footing with the leaders of the major powers of the upper realm, how proud was Jojo's spirit? How could he possibly endure such humiliation? She was already a Saint King, a renowned powerhouse throughout the entire upper realm. A mere breath from her could obliterate them 1,000 times over. Yet, she dared not, nor could she. This was the Qin clan, the most terrifying place in the entire upper realm. If she struck, the 9 netherworlds would face utter annihilation. For her parents. For her kin. She had no choice but to swallow her pride and make concessions. Chapter 36, The Xianyuan Imperial Clan, Xianyuan Yu. Master. After uttering these words, Jojo seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Numbly, she donned. Her snow-white, delicate neck as proud as a swan's was encircled by black, with a small golden bell dangling beside it, glaringly out of place. She knew that from this day forward, she would lose her freedom completely. But if her solitary freedom could secure the peace of her entire clan, she would gladly accept it. Very good. You're quite obedient. Qin Jiuge nodded approvingly at Jojo's compliance. His task was to shatter this young clan leader's pride and self-respect, piece by piece. Make her personally, willingly, submit. Only then could he mold her into a suitable spirit pet. I'm boiling with rage right now. A faint smile played on Qin Jiuge's lips. With a casual wave, he summoned a grand armchair from his storage ring. Qin Jiuge casually leaned back in the chair, then slowly extended his right index finger. Jojo's expression darkened. Her silver teeth clenched tightly as a fierce internal struggle raged within her. Finally, she sighed helplessly. Yes, Master. Jojo slowly approached, kneeling halfway. Tears glistened in her eyes, her crimson lips moist and luminous. Brother, we're almost there. On the flying vessel, Qin Xianer tugged excitedly at Qin Jiuge's arm, chattering nonstop with a face full of excitement. Yes, we'll be there soon. Beside her, Qin Jiuge gazed at Qin Xianer with indulgent affection, listening patiently. At her age, Qin Xianer was naturally lively and energetic, fascinated by everything around her. What's more, she'd been confined to the Qin clan for cultivation recently, unable to go out. Naturally, she was bursting with pent-up energy. I'll see Mother soon. I miss her so much I could die, Qin Xianer said wistfully. It had been ages since she last saw her mother. Though to cultivators, this span of time was but a drop in the ocean. Hearing this, Qin Jiuge, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile as the image of a gentlewoman flashed through his mind. He had brought his sister along specifically to visit their mother this time. Of course, he had also brought along Jojo, who had recently rebuilt her body. The Xianyuan Imperial Clan, now the foremost among the 10 great imperial clans of the Upper Realm, boasted countless powerful members and profound foundations, in no way inferior to the Qin clan. His mother was the previous imperial princess of the Xianyuan Imperial Clan and now served as the Grand Elder. Her power was equally unfathomable, making her one of the most influential figures in the Upper Realm. The one currently in charge of the Xianyuan Imperial Clan was none other than his own uncle. His uncle devoted himself entirely to cultivation and had yet to produce an heir. Thus, the position of imperial heir of the Xianyuan Imperial Clan naturally fell upon him. Both the immortal ancient Qin clan and the Xianyuan Imperial Clan stood among the most formidable powers at the pinnacle of the Upper Realm. With these two supreme powers backing him, his life was destined to be anything but ordinary. Watching this scene unfold, Jojo felt a pang of envy welling up inside. Throughout their journey, Qin Xianer had been lively and energetic, clutching Qin Jiuge's hand and chattering incessantly, while he listened patiently with an indulgent expression. It was the first time she had ever seen such genuine affection on Qin Jiuge's face. When had he become so gentle? But why was he so harsh and brutal toward himself? Zhou Yao's face twisted with bitterness before he shook his head, refusing to dwell on it any longer. In the heavens, the flying vessel journeyed onward. Countless immortal mountains and divine islands passed by along the way. Celestial mists swirled and radiant auroras spilled forth, dazzlingly brilliant. Countless mighty cultivators channeled their spiritual energy, radiant divine light transforming into streaks of celestial rainbows as they sped along. Yet upon witnessing the arrival of this flying vessel, reverence and anticipation inevitably surfaced on their faces. The ancient banner above it fluttered proudly, bearing the character Qin, a clear declaration of the visitor's identity. They knew the Lord had arrived. The flying vessel traversed unimpeded, passing through countless teleportation arrays before finally arriving before a magnificently adorned palace. Many elders were already waiting below. "Greetings, Your Highness the Divine Sun." "Greetings, Miss Xianer. The temporary palace has been prepared for you," a white-robed elder said respectfully. "MHM." Qin Jiuge nodded, and the group followed the elders into the temporary palace. Nestled amidst verdant mountains, the palace appeared from afar as a sea of vermilion walls and golden tiles, its soaring eaves and upturned corners seeming to take flight, as if stepped out of a painting. Inside, towering beams and pillars stood majestically. Plaques bore calligraphy as fluid as dancing dragons, while antique rosewood tables and chairs exuded timeless elegance. White jade bricks and blue stone tiles, cast in glazed tiles, radiated divine brilliance. An ethereal aura permeated the air, bathed in dazzling white light, creating a scene of unparalleled splendor. At the palace's center, a beautiful middle-aged woman had been waiting for some time. She wore a moon-white gown that draped gracefully around her form, faint starlight shimmering upon its fabric. Her face was exquisite, radiating an air of grace and nobility, appearing to be around 30 years old. Time had not only failed to leave its mark on her face but had instead added a mature charm. The moment Qin Jiuge laid eyes on her, a palpable connection stirred within him, stirring his heart. This was her mother, Xian Wanyin. Spotting Qin Jiuge and his companions approaching, the middle-aged beauty's eyes lit up with joy, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Jiuge, Xianer, you've arrived." "Greetings, mother." Qin Jiuge bowed respectfully to the woman. "Mother." Qin Xianer immediately threw herself into Xian Yuanyu's embrace, clearly having missed her dearly. "It's been so long. Look how much you've both grown." Xian Yuanyu cradled both their faces in her hands, gazing at them for a long time, her eyes brimming with longing. In just a few short years, both had grown so much. Especially Xianer, she seemed to have become even more clingy. "And this one is from the 9 netherworlds?" Xian Yuanyu then turned her gaze to the tall woman standing behind them. "I am Jiuyo." "Greetings, madam." Jiuyo hurriedly bowed in respect, feeling as though she had been completely read through and through. "You finally come to your senses." Xian Yuanyu looked at Qin Jiuge with a satisfied expression. She hadn't expected her son to be drawn to this sort of woman. She had originally planned to introduce the imperial princess of their clan's generation to Qin Jiuge, hoping to strengthen the bond between the two clans. Yet it seemed he already had someone in mind. In the upper realm, marriages between humans and demons weren't unusual. Polygamy was even less noteworthy. She just wondered if her son would take a fancy to dragon maidens, phoenix maidens, or fox maidens, then she could help arrange introductions. "Mother, you've misunderstood. She's my follower," Qin Jiuge said, his face darkening. Why did people keep pressuring him to marry even in the upper realm? Could it be because he's too handsome? "I understand." Xian Yuanyu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She already carried her son's aura, how could she be just a follower? And a saint king at that. Her son's charm truly knows no bounds. Chapter 37, Clan Competition, Xuanyuan's Imperial Daughter. After so long apart, Xian Yuanyu chatted with the two for a long while. Finally, she said, "Since you've made the rare trip here, you two should stay a while longer." "MHM." The two nodded slightly, naturally having no objections. As for Qin Jiuge, there was no need to elaborate. News from Elder Ming hadn't arrived yet, so he could relax for a while. As for Qin Xianer, her lively and energetic nature had nearly driven her to boredom during her training at the Qin clan. Now that she could stay here, she was naturally delighted. "By the way, our clan's grand competition has produced quite a few prodigies this time. Would you two like to come with me to take a look?" Xian Yuanyu suddenly asked. In top-tier noble clans like theirs, prodigies were naturally abundant. The clan competition served as a platform to test these prodigies. The higher one ranked, the more clan resources and support they would receive in the future. If one possessed terrifyingly formidable talent, elders would personally step in to protect their path. Take Qin Jiuge, for instance. His publicly acknowledged protector was a saint king. In the current upper realm, where emperors remain secluded and sovereigns seldom appear, a saint king stands among the very pinnacle of power. As for his hidden trump cards, once deployed, even an emperor could not shake his very foundation. This is precisely why he dares to be so arrogantly defiant. Arrogance requires substance, and he possesses it in spades. Of course, any cultivator who reaches the level of an emperor is bound to be someone who has seized great opportunities and possesses an arrogant spirit. Though his power and talent were terrifying, he ultimately remained confined to the ranks of the younger generation, not yet worthy of the grand stage. The upper realm has seen its share of prodigies who dominated their generation in youth only to fade into obscurity later. In this world, people only value results, judging heroes by their successes and failures. As for attacking him? That would be laughable. Setting aside the protection afforded him by the Qin clan of the immortal ancient era and the Xianyuan imperial clan, could they even succeed? Even if they did succeed, they'd have to consider whether they could withstand the retaliation from these two powerful factions. And above all, they were mighty emperors, standing among the very pinnacle of the upper realm. To actually attack a junior, it would be laughable beyond belief. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well join the commotion and see what kind of prodigy has been born here from mother. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly. The family competition. What a classic plot device. I wonder if there's any luck-favored prodigy among them? Lately, his villain points have been running dangerously low, and he's been missing these favored sons of fortune terribly. The elders nearby exchanged glances upon hearing Qin Jiuge's words. Who didn't know that you, Qin Jiuge, possessed the bearing of a true immortal, hailed as the foremost young talent of the upper realm? Though the Xianyuan imperial clan's prodigies were formidable, they still fell short of him in many ways. They were already secretly relieved that they had been born earlier. Otherwise, bearing the weight of such a towering presence above them would surely bring utter despair. To share an era with Qin Jiuge was both their fortune and their misfortune. Mother, I want to go too. Qin Xian'er cried, waving her hands. Naturally lively and restless, she'd nearly gone stir-crazy confined within the Qin clan. Now that she'd finally ventured out, she naturally wanted to join the excitement. Alright. In that case, let's go. Shen Yuanyu nodded, then led Qin Jiuge and the others toward a teleportation array, surrounded by the elders. By the way, Mother, are there any disciples in the clan who were originally mediocre in both strength and talent, but suddenly surged ahead during this grand competition? Qin Jiuge suddenly asked during their journey. Disciples who were originally mediocre in both strength and talent, yet suddenly surged ahead? Shen Yuanyu furrowed her brow, pondered carefully, then shook her head helplessly. The person you're looking for isn't here. Every disciple in the clan shows clear signs of progress in their strength. No one rises to prominence overnight. Moreover, all resources within the clan are earned solely through their own strength. If one were to feign weakness to deceive others, wouldn't that be a losing proposition? I understand, Mother. Qin Jiuge nodded in response. Though she had anticipated this outcome, a faint disappointment still lingered. It seemed that finding a chosen one of destiny truly wasn't so straightforward. Moreover, he believed that given the nature of those favored by fate, they likely wouldn't engage in such counterproductive actions either. After traversing several teleportation arrays, the group arrived at the center of a vast, majestic plaza. The square was already densely packed with tens of thousands of disciples, all those who had achieved outstanding results in the clan competition. At the very front stood several elders overseeing the competition. Upon seeing Shen Yuanyu, surprise flickered across their faces before they transformed into streaks of divine light, swiftly materializing before the group. Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, Imperial Prince. Greetings, Miss Xian'er. The elders bowed respectfully in unison. Make yourselves at home. I've come to see if there are any promising candidates here. Shen Yuanyu nodded, her aura commanding respect without needing to raise her voice. Her expression was as cold as ice, a stark contrast to her earlier gentle demeanor. Yes, ma'am. The elders acknowledged the order and led the group to the center of the viewing platform in the square. Qin Jiuge stood with his hands behind his back at the very center of the platform. His divine sense swept over the tens of thousands of disciples below, and he gave a slight nod. This batch of disciples possessed genuinely impressive strength. With bone ages around 100, most cultivated at either the Marquis realm or King realm. Such cultivation speed would rank among the top even in the upper realm, with all of them likely capable of breaking through to the true King realm before the age of 200. Yet these individuals were merely a drop in the ocean of the entire Xianyuan imperial clan. No wonder the Xianyuan imperial clan had endured for so long, becoming a dominant power in the upper realm. Naturally, this was inseparable from the fresh blood within the clan. But then, his gaze swept lightly over the crowd, settling on a woman. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth turned upward. Mother, who is that? Following Qin Jiuge's gaze, Shen Yuanyu's eyes lit up with delight as she whispered, Jiuge, that is the imperial princess of our generation, the champion of this clan competition. What do you think? Have you taken a liking to her? Shall mother arrange things for you? Chapter 38, could he be the son of fortune from the son-in-law clan? Following Qin Jiuge's gaze, at the very front of the central square stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Her features were exquisite and flawless, eyebrows like distant mountain ridges, eyes as bright as stars, a high, straight nose, and lips as red as rubies with teeth as white as jade. She wore a black robe that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, full and rounded, with a graceful silhouette. Her skin was milky white and delicate, fairer than frost and snow. She revealed two slender, jade-like hands, long and pale. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her chest and back, framing a waist so slender it seemed as though it could be grasped in one hand. Especially her pair of perfectly round, white, straight, and long legs, resembling the most exquisite creations in the world. A sight to behold, but never to be touched. This was none other than the imperial princess of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Weiyang. Having cultivated for a mere 100 years, she had already attained the rank of true king. She is also the strongest among the younger generation of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Ding. Detecting individuals related to the chosen one. Oh? Related individuals? Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow as if recalling something and turned to ask Xianyuan Yu beside him. Mother, does my cousin have any existing marriage engagements? Xianyuan Yu froze at the question, clearly taken aback by Qin Jiuge's inquiry, before nodding. Indeed. When the clan elder of her branch was young, he was ambushed by enemies while on a mission. At the moment of crisis, a powerful figure intervened and saved him. Later, to express gratitude to this powerful figure, both families arranged a marriage between their descendants. If the descendants were a man and a woman, they would marry. But all this time, no one has come forward, so the matter was eventually forgotten. Jiuge, are you worried about that person? Xianyuan Yu murmured softly. She had originally intended to introduce the imperial princess to Qin Jiuge. Compared to some unknown upstart, she naturally hoped her son would marry the imperial princess. They knew each other inside out, were a perfect match in talent and appearance, and came from equally distinguished families. A union couldn't be more fitting. If the other party agreed, then the previous betrothal would naturally cease to matter. I see. Qin Jiuge nodded, a mischievous thought suddenly sparking in his mind. Turtle ninjas married in law plot? But judging by the situation, it seemed the plot hadn't even begun yet. Greetings, Grand Elder. Greetings, elders. Greetings, Divine Son. Inside the Grand Hall, Xianyuan Weiyang bowed respectfully to the assembled elders while curiously observing her Divine Son younger brother. She had heard the name Qin Jiuge mentioned countless times before. When he was a child visiting the Xianyuan imperial clan, she had even held him in her arms. But now that he held such exalted status, she dared not act as freely as she had in childhood. But she couldn't deny it, her Divine Son brother was growing more and more handsome. My dear cousin, such formalities are unnecessary between us. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, as gentle as a March breeze caressing the face. It must be said, Qin Jiuge truly possessed a stunningly beautiful face, a model-perfect face. Even among the sea of stunning beauties and handsome men in the upper realm, she could easily outshine them all. Come to think of it, I recall you kissed me when we were children, cousin. You certainly weren't this deferential back then. Qin Jiuge's lips curved upward slightly as she looked at the other with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I never. You must be mistaken. Don't say such things. Xianyuan Weiyang flushed bright red at the accusation. Why did he still remember this after all this time? And the elders and his mother were all present. Being called out like this in front of so many elders made Xianyuan Weiyang feel so embarrassed she could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her feet. Ahem, I suddenly recall some unfinished business. I must take my leave. With that, Xianyuan Yu grabbed Qin Xianer's hand and, ignoring her protests, forcibly dragged her away. Ahem, I must also. I suddenly remembered that the 6th elder still owes me several sacred medicine beads. I must hurry back before he reneges on his debt. I've got a cauldron of pills brewing, gotta get back before it blows up. My spirit beast is pregnant. I need to find out which bastard did this. Our lineage's ancestor seems about to give birth to. I'd better hurry back and check on her. With that, the elders transformed into streaks of divine light and departed without delay. Within the grand and opulent hall, only Qin Jiuge and Xianyuan Weiyang remained in an instant, leaving it feeling rather desolate. Come to think of it, it's been ages since I last returned. I wonder if my cousin has time to accompany me on a stroll? Qin Jiuge spoke softly, a smile playing on his lips as he looked expectantly at Xianyuan Weiyang. Of course I can. Xianyuan Weiyang's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded, offering no refusal. In that case, cousin, let's go. With that, Qin Jiuge reached out and took Xianyuan Weiyang's delicate hand. Her small hand felt cool and smooth to the touch. Xianyuan Weiyang's cheeks flushed even deeper. She tried to pull away, but it was futile. She could only let Qin Jiuge hold her hand. Chapter 39, Opening Hearts, Forced Kiss. The two strolled near a scenic spot. A small bridge of blue stone lay across the murmuring stream. Dark green moss crept over its surface. Below, the stream collided with jade-like stones, sending up fine sprays of water. The air was filled with the fresh, moist scent of various spiritual herbs and divine medicines. Willow branches dipped to the water's edge, creating ripples that spread in concentric circles whenever the breeze stirred. Qin Jiuge and Xianyuan Weiyang walked side by side, their shadows stretched long by the setting sun. Along the way, Xianyuan Weiyang kept describing the surrounding scenery to Qin Jiuge. Unlike his other siblings, Xianyuan Weiyang didn't show the same reverence toward his famed cousin. Perhaps it was because she had held him as a child. Moreover, the two chatted cheerfully throughout the journey. He often made her laugh, a stark contrast to the cold, icy demeanor described by her sisters. Could it be because he likes me? The thought made Xianyuan Weiyang abruptly snap out of her daydream, stealing a glance at Qin Jiuge beside her. He was as graceful as jade, as elegant as a god, the most perfect creation in the world. Even as the daughter of the Xianyuan emperor, having seen countless prodigies renowned throughout the upper realms, she had never encountered anyone who could compare to Qin Jiuge. Such thoughts were nothing short of blasphemy against Qin Jiuge. But recalling that Qin Jiuge's mother was the Grand Elder, she felt a sense of relief. After all, in her youth, the Grand Elder had stunned the upper realm with her divine beauty, earning the title of the realm's most exquisite maiden. And Qin Jiuge had undoubtedly inherited her mother's otherworldly beauty. By the way, cousin, I heard you have a betrothal arrangement? Qin Jiuge suddenly asked. Yes. Xianyuan Weiyang's mood visibly darkened at the mention, and she couldn't help but confide her troubles to Qin Jiuge. Not everyone was like Qin Jiuge, who had been showered with affection by countless members of two superpowers since childhood, her word law. As descendants of prominent clans, they could effortlessly obtain rare resources that ordinary people could only dream of, sparing them the need to fight tooth and nail for such assets. They enjoyed the protection of their clans, shielded from the fear of provoking others and inviting retaliation. Yet, in exchange, they surrendered their freedom. Bound by familial commands, they became pawns in the intermarriage alliances between major factions, used to uphold status. The betrothal binding her was a debt of gratitude owed by her branch's ancient ancestor, foretelling her future marriage to a complete stranger. To this day, she had never laid eyes on him. She knew nothing of his appearance, his cultivation level, or his origins. Xianyuan Weiyang was far too proud to ever consider becoming a Dao companion with someone she had no affection for whatsoever. Therefore, upon learning of this arrangement, she threw herself into relentless cultivation, daring not to slack even for a moment. Her sole purpose was to become the Xianyuan imperial princess, the strongest among the young generation of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Only then would she possess the confidence and power to shatter the shackles binding her. I never imagined my cousin had such a story behind her. It's truly admirable, Qin Jiuge murmured softly. His admiration for Xianyuan Weiyang was genuine. For a seemingly fragile woman to rise within the Xianyuan imperial clan, one of the most powerful factions in the entire upper realm, to become the Xianyuan imperial princess, to sweep aside all the prodigies among the disciples, and to become the strongest among the younger generation. The effort she must have put in was unimaginable. Compared to her, his path had been far easier. From the moment he was born, he had been showered with affection by countless people, who feared he might suffer even the slightest injustice. Whatever he desired, both clans would spare no effort to procure it for him. Still, my cousin has truly endured hardship to find sweetness. With your standing in the clan now, no one would dare defy your decisions lightly, Qin Jiuge remarked with a sigh. Xianyuan Weiyang was the strongest among the current young generation of the Xianyuan imperial clan and the future pillar upon whom the clan would rely. Barring unforeseen circumstances, even without his intervention, the marriage arrangement involving Xianyuan Weiyang would likely be dissolved. No faction would willingly give away such a prodigy from their clan. Doing so would be laughable. Originally, Xianyuan Weiyang's betrothal was merely a private matter within their branch of the clan, none of the other branches concerned. But now that Xianyuan Weiyang has become an imperial princess, her betrothal has become a matter of utmost importance for the entire Xianyuan imperial clan. Even the patriarch of their branch holds no authority over this decision. That's right. Now that I'm the Xianyuan imperial princess, this marriage arrangement will most likely be called off. Xianyuan Weiyang nodded, her heart brimming with joy. Then, her beautiful eyes fluttered gently as she gazed quietly at Qin Jiuge. Also, thank you for listening to what I had to say. I've kept these things buried inside for so long. Speaking them now finally feels like a weight lifted. Hearing this, Qin Jiuge shifted slightly to help smooth the strands of hair ruffled by the wind, then smiled softly. You're too kind, cousin. If anything troubles you in the future, you can always come to me to talk it out. Speaking it out loud will lighten your heart. Mm. Xianyuan Weiyang nodded softly, murmuring to herself, her ears flushing crimson as she avoided meeting his eyes. They were getting a little too close right now. After that, the two resumed their leisurely stroll. Perhaps because she had opened her heart, Xianyuan Weiyang grew increasingly affectionate toward Qin Jiuge. Qin Jiuge would occasionally pick up the conversation thread, teasing her until she covered her mouth and giggled softly. Before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, and dusk began to settle. Qin Jiuge halted their steps. Alright, cousin, let's part ways here for today. Younger brother Shensi, I'll be going now. Xianyuan Weiyang murmured softly, feeling truly happy today. As she waved goodbye, ready to depart, Qin Jiuge suddenly grabbed her hand. Oh, right, cousin. I remember you took quite a few liberties with me when we were kids. Before she could leave, Qin Jiuge flashed a devilish grin. His right hand hooked around Xianyuan Weiyang's fair, smooth chin, and he pressed his lips against hers forcefully, stealing her first kiss. Xianyuan Weiyang's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting Qin Jiuge to be so bold. She instinctively tried to resist, but inexplicably, her body went limp, leaving her limp, leaning against Qin Jiuge. Her delicate fists were utterly powerless, landing on him with no real impact, as if a young bride were playfully teasing him. Qin Jiuge took advantage of her state, wrapping an arm around her slender waist as his tongue slipped into her mouth, entwining with her delicate tongue. After kissing for a long time, Xian Wanyin finally could barely hold on any longer, and only then did Qin Jiuge release her.
That's enough. Now we're even.
With that, Qin Jiuge licked his lips, his expression lingering with satisfaction.
You rascal.
I clearly kissed your forehead back then. That was my first kiss.
Xian Wanyin's cheeks flushed crimson, her beauty radiant and delicate.
She lowered her head, her heart pounding wildly, unable to meet Qin Jiuge's gaze.
She never imagined he'd be so bold. They were brother and sister. How could he do such a thing?
And that was her first kiss.
Gone like that.
First kiss?
Mine too.
Qin Jiuge traced her lips, the memory flooding back. It truly was his first kiss, since he hadn't kissed anyone else today.
If you feel cheated, I'll let you kiss me back.
With that, Qin Jiuge spread his arms wide, his face wearing an expression of helpless resignation, as if to say, take what you will.
You, who wants to kiss you? Xian Wanyin was so flustered she nearly burst into tears.
Stamping her foot, she transformed into a streak of light and hurriedly vanished from the scene.
Ha. That kid finally got the hint, knows how to treat his granddaughter right.
The ancient ancestors observing Qin Jiuge from the shadows nearly dropped their jaws in shock at seeing him force a kiss on Xian Wanyin. Especially the patriarchs from Xian Wanyin's lineage, who couldn't help but let out wicked, villainous chuckles. The other elders shot him contemptuous glances, though envy gnawed at their hearts as they wondered if their own lineages harbored any granddaughters or great-granddaughters of striking beauty. In the cultivation world, it was quite common for siblings or cousins within the same clan to become cultivation partners. Marrying within the same clan not only meant they knew each other inside out, but also allowed them to refine their bloodlines. Their offspring were more likely to exhibit ancestral traits, resulting in stronger innate talents.
As for Qin Jiuge? Well, that was another story entirely.
Everyone secretly hoped he'd find more women to pass on his terrifyingly powerful innate talent.
Chapter 40, Training Jiuyo, the chosen one of Qingyang realm.
After parting ways with Xian Wanyin, Qin Jiuge returned to his imperial residence. Within the opulent and grand palace, only Jiuyo remained waiting, making the place feel rather desolate.
Master.
Upon seeing Qin Jiuge return, Jiuyo stood obediently by to greet him, displaying utmost respect. She held a tray of tea in her hands, presenting herself as a tea-serving maid, with not a trace of the arrogance one might expect from the young chieftain of the Jiuyo nether clan.
Qin
Jiuge nodded approvingly, then casually sat down in a chair.
Seems the training was quite effective after all. She's much more obedient than before, isn't she? System crafted, guaranteed excellence.
That Emperor-tier beast ring possessed not only the ability to control spirit pets but also several other extraordinary uses. He had only recently discovered this fact himself. Judging by Jiuyo's expression, she was clearly terrified by those tricks, which was why she was being so obedient now. Taking the tea from Jiuyo's hands, Qin Jiuge sipped it lightly, observing her with interest as he teased, "Tea personally brewed for me by Jiuyo, the young clan leader of the Nether clan. I doubt anyone else in the entire upper realm enjoys such an honor." "As long as my master enjoys it, it is my honor to brew tea for you," Jiuyo replied respectfully, her head bowed.
Seeing her timid demeanor, Qin Jiuge couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Rest assured. I've always been quite lenient with my own people.
If you prove yourself worthy, I may even allow you to return to the 9 Netherworld clans someday.
Moreover, I can resolve any difficulties your clan currently faces." "Really, master?"
At these words, Jiuyo's previously downcast expression lifted dramatically. Her eyes brimmed with light as she gazed at Qin Jiuge, her face filled with hope.
Though returning in his current state would be humiliating, if it meant resolving the 9 Netherworld clans crisis, it would all be worth it.
Of course it's true.
However, it all depends on your future performance. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly. A slap followed by a sweet reward. The principle couldn't be simpler.
The once unapproachable celestial prodigy, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the great sect masters before the outside world, was nothing more than a toy he could manipulate at will in his presence. Of course, what he desired was far more than a simple toy. He craved an unrivaled powerhouse capable of dominating a realm. Only then would playing with her bring true satisfaction.
"Alright, since you brewed this tea yourself, you should have a sip too." With that, Qin Jiuge dipped his index finger into the tea. "Yes. Jiuyo. Thank you, master, for the tea." Jiuyo bowed forward, obediently kneeling before Qin Jiuge. Like a kitten, she gently licked and played.
Qin Jiuge's fingers were slender and fair, smooth and delicate, with a hint of glistening moisture on his index finger, fresh tea droplets from moments ago. Jiuyo gazed at Qin Jiuge with adoring eyes, parting her rosy, cherry-red lips to gently take his finger into her mouth. Her small, fragrant tongue licked and played obediently. Watching Jiuyo's eager expression, Qin Jiuge felt deeply satisfied. He knew she would never escape his grasp for the rest of her life. In the days that followed, with no chosen one of destiny emerging, Qin Jiuge found himself with ample leisure. Each day unfolded with playful banter with Xian Wanyin, flirtatious exchanges with the ladies, companionship with Qin Xianer, and the disciplined training of Jiuyo, thus concluding another splendid day. Upon learning that Xianyuan Weiyang had become another confidant in Qin Jiuge's life, Qin Xianer was overcome with jealousy, her heart stinging with envy. After all, she had come first. But after Qin Jiuge spent 2 days with her, Qin Xianer soon forgot all about it. New chosen one detected. Host, wish to inspect? Inside the imperial retreat, Qin Jiuge lay sprawled across Joyo's smooth, bare thigh, basking in the tender massage of her fingers and the mouth-to-mouth feeding. Unexpectedly, the long silence system voice suddenly chimed in. Oh? A new chosen one of destiny. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes. This was the first time the system had proactively alerted him to the birth of a chosen one. Could it be that Ninja Turtle was coming? Moreover, since dealing with those 2 chosen ones, he'd noticed the system seemed to have gained a hint of humanity. It no longer sounded as cold and mechanical as before, nor did it emit those eerie, cackling laughs. Ding! A new chosen one has emerged from the Qingyang realm. Host, please proceed to eliminate them promptly. Qingyang realm? So it's not that Ninja Turtle after all? Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow. He thought it was that Ninja Turtle coming, and he'd even planned to give the guy a surprise. But the Qingyang realm, he seemed to have some recollection of it. If his memory served him correctly, the Qingyang realm was a lower realm governed by one of the subordinate factions under the Xianyuan imperial clan. The upper realm was teeming with countless minor realms like Qingyang realm, nothing particularly noteworthy. But since a chosen one had emerged there, out of respect for the protagonist, he naturally had to head down to the lower realm to take a look. The previous chosen one, Jiang Ran, had brought him a primordial demon dragon long vanished from the upper realm. Now, he wondered what kind of surprise this newly born chosen one of Qingyang realm would bring him. Jiuyo. Qin Jiuge suddenly spoke, startling Jiuyo. What is it, master? Issue the order, I am going to the Qingyang realm. Have them prepare. Yes, master. Jiuyo nodded slightly, silently transmitting the order to the maidservants outside. Meanwhile, Qin Jiuge remained lazily sprawled across Jiuyo's snow-white, smooth thigh, basking in the massage of her slender fingers. Then he rolled over, facing Jiuyo's side. Qingyang Realm, Eastern Wastes, Xiantian Holy Land. Among the 4 great sacred lands of the Eastern Wastes, the Xiantian Sacred Land held supreme authority and served as the dominant power across the entire region. Its sect boasted nearly 1 million disciples and countless elders at the Marquis realm. The sect master himself was an unparalleled master standing at the threshold of the King realm. Moreover, the previous Grand Patriarch of the Xiantian Holy Land still lived, being the sole King realm powerhouse in all of the Eastern Wastes. With the backing of powers from the upper realm, even the most formidable forces from Central Continent dare not act recklessly here. Undoubtedly, within the Eastern Wastes, the Xiantian Holy Land stands as a local overlord of force whose every move sends shockwaves across the entire region. Yet today, the people of the Eastern Wastes were astonished to witness the Xiantian Holy Land throw open its gates. Nearly 1 million disciples and elders stood silently in the center of the square, waiting in quiet anticipation. At the forefront were the Grand Elders and the Sect Master. Even the elderly Sect Master, whose lifespan was nearing its end, had personally emerged from seclusion to wait nearby, eyes closed in meditation, as if anticipating something. As the dominant power across the entire Eastern Wastes, every move made by the Xiantian Holy Land naturally drew the attention of other factions. Seeing this spectacle, the other factions were utterly baffled, unable to fathom what the Xiantian Holy Land intended. Even visitors from Central Plains wouldn't require such an elaborate display, would they? Not to mention them, even the disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land were utterly bewildered at this moment. They had been quietly cultivating within the sect when the old patriarch suddenly emerged from seclusion and summoned them all together. Even disciples who were secluded in meditation or on missions were summoned back by the elders. The entire Xiantian Holy Land seemed to be on the brink of a storm. Master, what exactly is happening? Why did the old master summon us all here in such urgency? An elder, unable to contain his curiosity, addressed the Xiantian Holy Master standing before them. The Xiantian Holy Master did not answer. Instead, he pointed toward the sky and spoke slowly, "A great figure has arrived." In the sky? A great figure? The elder was initially bewildered, but then a realization dawned on him. His expression turned grave as he whispered, "Master, could it be that the rumors are true? Is there really an upper realm?" Across the entire Eastern Wastes, no cultivator had ascended for tens of thousands of years. Whether the upper realm truly existed had gradually become a mystery. The Holy Sovereign of Xiantian nodded. Indeed. The upper realm is real. The guest we are receiving this time is a truly formidable figure from the upper realm, a terrifying existence that even our own upper realm patrons must treat with utmost caution. Even he felt his heart skip a beat at this mention. The reason the Xiantian Holy Land could dominate the Eastern Wastes was precisely because they had the backing of powers from the upper realm, allowing other factions to show them a measure of deference. Their role was to scout for talented individuals in this world, recommending promising disciples from various sects to the upper realm. But in recent years, talent had grown scarce, and it had been ages since any truly exceptional disciples had emerged. Their relationship with the higher realm had grown increasingly distant, with no contact for a long time. Yet not long ago, that High Lord from the Upper Realm who had long ceased contact with the Xiantian Holy Land suddenly sent a telepathic message to the old patriarch. He commanded the patriarch to receive a great figure from the Upper Realm. He was also sternly warned to attend to this noble's every need, no matter what. Failure to do so, he warned, would bring utter ruin not only upon this lowly lower realm but upon them as well. The old patriarch sensed the gravity and urgency in his tone, daring not to show the slightest negligence as he repeatedly agreed. In their eyes, this elder alone was already a terrifyingly powerful figure. A single decree from him could sweep away all opposing forces, rendering him unrivaled in this realm. So what kind of terrifying figure must this great person he spoke of be? It was almost too terrifying to contemplate. Qingyang realm divisions. Body tempering, chi refining, soul nurturing, will see, mystic elixir, spirit condensation, soul transformation, will turning, return to unity. Divine powers, enlightenment, nirvana, penetrating the void, purple palace, marquis, king, piercing the void, true sovereign. Chapter 41, The Traveler Lin Chen. Master, what is the Xiantian Holy Land up to? We've been waiting for 3 whole days now, yet no one has come. In the square, a young man with a determined expression and ordinary features, clad in the robes of a Xiantian Holy Land disciple, murmured softly. On his right ring finger sat a simple, ancient-looking blue ring. If it weren't for hearing that this Xiantian Holy Land is the overlord of the eastern wastes, offering the shelter of a mighty tree, I'd never have agreed to come here. I hear Central Plains is overflowing with spiritual energy and resources, far surpassing the other 4 realms. Even a pig could cultivate here. If I went there, wouldn't my strength skyrocket? Xiao Chen, don't get ahead of yourself. Just then, a cold, clear female voice from within the ring interrupted him. While Central Plains' resources and spiritual energy far surpass the other 4 realms, it's also teeming with powerful cultivators, making the battles far more brutal. The Xiantian Holy Land is the dominant power in the eastern wastes. Joining them will at least spare you from mortal danger. Moreover, I hear they're backed by a power from the upper realm. If you prove yourself, you might even be guided there someday. Only the upper realm is the ultimate destination. Yes, I understand, master. The man responded casually, paying no heed to the woman's words. As if he was the legendary chosen one of heaven's mandate, ascending to the upper realm would be a mere trifle. Lin Chen harbored a secret deep within his heart, one even his master was unaware of. He was actually a transmigrator. That's right, he had traveled through time. In his previous life, he was a struggling, broke writer from Blue Star, barely scraping by on a measly few hundred yuan for perfect attendance. His daily pastime was binge-watching borderline video stuff like Tanshin's 8 Great Families, which somehow gave him incredibly muscular arms. Then one night, while heading out to buy instant noodles, he stumbled into a stroke of incredible luck. When he woke up again, he found himself still alive, but no longer in his original world. It took him a full 3 days to finally accept the reality, he had truly crossed over. Netizens hadn't lied, striking it rich really could transport you to another world. And his name Lin Chen sounded like the perfect protagonist name. As everyone knows, the protagonist's parents either have high-risk occupations, both perish tragically, or become legendary figures. As for Lin Chen, the transmigrated soul, he undoubtedly fell into the former category. The original owner was a lowly menial disciple in some minor sect of the eastern wastes. Not only was he a complete failure himself, orphan and alone, but he was also constantly bullied by the other disciples. Naturally, upon his arrival, he received the full protagonist treatment, beaten, kicked, and verbally abused. His misery knew no bounds. But the moment he discovered a ring on his finger, everything changed. This thing was all too familiar to him. What was it? This was clearly his cheat code. As a proper transmigrator blessed with this cheat code, how could he possibly be bullied by a few mere natives of this strange world? Then he shouted that classic line from his past life, "Fortunes change over time, never underestimate a young man's potential." Sure enough, those disciples were stunned by his overwhelming aura of dominance. Then he got beaten even worse. In the days that followed, Lin Chen endured beatings as before, a minor one every 3 days, a major one every 5, yet his ring remained utterly unresponsive. His mantra gradually evolved from never underestimate a poor youth to never underestimate a poor middle-aged man, then to never underestimate a poor old man. Only when death seemed imminent did the ring finally react, emitting a rainbow-hued glow that healed his wounds. Lin Chen nearly wept with relief. His golden finger, the old man, had finally arrived. After 50 years of transmigration, he was still just an ordinary mortal. He hadn't been beaten to death, but he'd nearly aged to death instead. What he hadn't expected was that inside the ring wasn't some old man at all, but a beautiful young woman. Having been a pervert in his past life, Lin Chen knew better than to complain. Forgiveness was the only option. Later, after hearing her introduction, he learned her name was Ling Xiao. She came from the upper realm and had been an elder in a third-rate faction there. She was also a top-tier alchemist, her pill-refining skills reaching divine heights, commanding great prestige within her sect. During an outing, she fell victim to a treacherous plot orchestrated by a sect traitor colluding with hostile forces, ultimately meeting her demise. A fragment of her divine soul had managed to escape, taking refuge within a ring. Over time, the ring somehow drifted down to the lower realm, eventually finding its way to Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't incapable of cultivation, it was simply that all the spiritual energy he cultivated was being absorbed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt helpless about this situation. The spiritual energy in the lower realm was far too sparse, and coupled with Lin Chen's truly mediocre talent, it nearly drained him dry before she could awaken. To repay Lin Chen's kindness, Ling Xiao chose to take him as her disciple and began teaching him diligently. In the days that followed, with guidance from the ring-wearing lady from the upper realm, Lin Chen naturally progressed rapidly, and his protagonist aura began to gradually manifest. Whenever the secret realm opened, Lin Chen would always get incredibly lucky, reaping huge rewards and becoming the biggest winner. In every magical duel, his opponents would resort to verbal attacks just as they were about to win, only to be decisively countered and defeated by him. This only fueled Lin Chen's growing arrogance, making him increasingly convinced he was the protagonist straight out of a novel. However, due to the original host's inherent limitations, Lin Chen soon hit a bottleneck, unable to progress any further. To break through this barrier and advance further, Lin Chen secretly set up a grand formation that enveloped the entire sect. He refined all the elders and disciples within the sect to enhance his own innate talent. After succeeding, Lin Chen formally joined the Eastern Wast's dominant power, the Xiantian Holy Land. Thanks to his exceptional talent and Ling Xiao's covert guidance, Lin Chen swiftly rose from an ordinary outer sect disciple to become a true disciple, personally accepted by an elder. Of course, after becoming Ling Xiao's disciple, Lin Chen actually looked down on this elder of the Xiantian Holy Land. No matter how powerful he might be, he would forever be confined to the tiny realm of Qingyang. As for Lin Chen, he was the protagonist who had traveled through time, a true dragon destined to soar through the 9 heavens. However, considering the elders standing within the Xiantian Holy Land, a position that offered both protection and access to abundant cultivation resources, Lin Chen reluctantly agreed to the arrangement. Of course, his stay at the Xiantian Holy Land wasn't solely for resources. The most crucial reason was the woman waiting ahead. Chapter 42, Descent to the Lower Realm. Following Lin Chen's gaze, one could see a woman standing quietly at the very front. Her icy fair skin and jade-like bones, her graceful posture and slender figure, even just her beautiful silhouette drew countless disciples to steal glances. Lin Chen was no exception. His gaze toward her burned with intensity and desire. This woman, he must have her. Su Qinghuan, the holy maiden of the Xiantian sacred land, possessed not only extraordinary talent but also unparalleled beauty, a face that could topple kingdoms and cities. Hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wastes, she was also said to possess the legendary 9 mystic body. Such a physique represented the pinnacle of alchemical vessels. Not only did it allow for rapid cultivation progress, but it also offered immense benefits to dual cultivation partners, enabling progress that could be described as leaps and bounds. Naturally, such a physique was exceedingly rare, even in the upper realm. It was truly a treasure beyond compare. Once discovered, it would inevitably spark fierce competition among countless ancient cultivators. Thus, for women, possessing this physique is more akin to a death sentence. Without sufficient strength and backing, a woman possessing this physique rarely meets a good end. Fortunately, Su Qinghuan was born in this lower realm. Aside from her master, no one else could recognize this constitution. Otherwise, should word of Su Qinghuan's 9 mystic body leak, she would inevitably be targeted by countless ancient powerhouses. Not even the Xiantian Holy Land could protect her. They care not for what comes after their time. For those ancient monsters nearing the end of their lifespan, nothing could drive them madder than the prospect of advancing their cultivation to extend their lives. Naturally, Lin Chen also desired to claim Su Qinghuan for himself. He was far too shrewd to broadcast her constitution to the world. Moreover, after spending so much time together, the two had actually developed mutual affection. At this thought, a faint smile curved Lin Chen's lips. Though conversations with girls lacked dialogue options, his years of experience playing niche games combined with his knowledge as a time traveler made conquering these natives a piece of cake. He was confident it wouldn't be long before he could hold Su Qinghuan's hand. The disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land stood idly in the center of the square, their faces etched with resignation. They had been standing here for 3 full days. Not only had they seen no people, they hadn't even spotted a single fly. Who exactly were the elders waiting for? Suddenly, a terrifying thunderous roar exploded from the heavens, sweeping across the sky in an instant. Some disciples with weaker cultivation bases were so startled they were knocked flat to the ground. "Get up! Look at you lot, all crooked and twisted, what a disgrace! You're bringing shame upon the entire Xiantian Holy Land." The Xiantian Holy Master, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but shout in rebuke. The disciples, feeling utterly ashamed, scrambled to their feet, daring not to utter another word. But just then, the Xiantian Patriarch, whose eyes had been tightly closed, suddenly lifted his head and spoke in a calm voice, "They've arrived." Then, high above, multicolored clouds gathered, the layers of the sky suddenly ripped apart. A purple-gold lightning bolt, coiled like a dragon across the heavens, thundered down. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the white figure within became clearer. The multicolored halo surrounding him dyed the heavens and earth a glazed glass hue, revealing his true countenance. His features were strikingly handsome, elegant as a celestial being. His starry eyes shone brilliantly, their pupils seeming to hold a universe within, dazzlingly enchanting yet darkly profound. Clad in snow-white robes untouched by dust, his hair was loosely gathered. His form was slender and graceful, his posture effortlessly poised. The wind rustled his robes, petals danced around him, yet not a single leaf clung to his form. At this moment, the white-robed youth bore a faint trace of worry upon his brow, yet a subtle smile played upon his lips, a smile whose meaning remained elusive. His robes rustled without wind, a mystical aura flowing from his body. Flashes of rosy light danced around him, his divine radiance shifting. His entire being seemed veiled in mist, his true nature elusive and indescribable. The moment Qin Jiuge appeared, he naturally drew the attention of countless female disciples at the Xiantian Holy Land. Wow! What a handsome young master! Where did this gentleman come from? Just seeing him makes my legs tremble. No. I can't take it. How can a gentleman be this handsome? I feel like I'm about to. He's so handsome, he's practically on par with the readers glued to their screens right now. Without a doubt, Qin Jiuge's arrival sent the female disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land into a frenzy. One after another, they tossed their hair and flirted, sending him air kisses and electric glances, practically begging to offer themselves on the spot. Compared to him, the male disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land seemed like a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, utterly incomparable. The male disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land were utterly dumbfounded. Their usually elegant, aloof, and unapproachable senior and junior sisters now resembled the most wanton courtesans, flirting and offering themselves to a stranger. I knew you were all trash. The Xiantian Holy Maiden is far superior. She certainly isn't as shallow as you lot. Lin Chen observed the female disciple's behavior. Whether out of jealousy or not, he snorted coldly, his face twisted with disdain. A bunch of shallow, vulgar creatures who only knew how to play the surface game. Usually aloof and cold, as if above it all, they instantly revealed their true colors the moment they saw a man of power and influence. Compared to them, the Holy Maiden of Xiantian was far superior, utterly unlike these shallow women. Lin Chen gazed expectantly at Su Qinghuan at the front, hoping to see something different in her compared to the others. But the next moment, his expression froze abruptly. The Ice Queen, who should have remained unmoved and indifferent, now had a glint in her eyes, staring unblinkingly at Qin Jiuge. An inexplicable feeling of betrayal welled up in his heart. We humbly welcome young Master Qin to grace our Xiantian sacred land with your presence. Your arrival truly illuminates our humble abode. The Xiantian patriarch spoke with reverence, hastening forward to greet him. His voice boomed out loud and clear, instantly reaching every disciple's ears and silencing the previously noisy crowd. They recognized this man, the venerable patriarch of the Xiantian Holy Land, currently the most powerful figure in all of Eastern Wasteland. His portrait still hung in the sect's grand hall. That even the venerable patriarch had personally emerged from seclusion to welcome this young master gave everyone a fresh understanding of Qin Jiuge's terrifying status. Qin Jiuge cast a casual glance at the elder standing before him, his tone indifferent. Your lifespan is nearly spent. Had you remained in seclusion within the ancestral lands, you might have clung to life a little longer. But now, it seems you won't last much longer. Is it worth it? To witness the young master's divine countenance in person is an honor beyond measure for this old man. A mere few days of life are nothing, the Xiantian patriarch replied respectfully. You certainly know how to speak. Qin Jiuge chuckled lightly. Young master, every word I speak is true, straight from the bottom of my heart. Xiantian old ancestor grew anxious, his voice trembling with fear. Enough. I'm no bloodthirsty demon. There's no need for such trepidation. Take this as a gift. Qin Jiuge flicked his finger, sending a golden pill plummeting to land before Xiantian Laozu. Xiantian old ancestor respectfully accepted the pill, then looked at Qin Jiuge with a puzzled expression. Despite his keen eyesight, he couldn't discern the origin of this pill at all. This is the Dragon Essence Pill. After you take it, it will be sufficient for you to break through to the sky-shattering realm and live another lifetime. As a pill originating from the upper realm, it was only natural that the Xiantian patriarch couldn't recognize it. Moreover, it wasn't particularly precious, he'd eaten them like candy beans as a child. This old man thanks you, young master. At the mention of breaking through, Xiantian old ancestor's eyes lit up. He made a move to kneel before Qin Jiuge, but a powerful surge of spiritual energy caught him before he could fall. Enough! At your advanced age, kneeling before so many disciples and descendants, don't you find that shameful? You are absolutely right, young master. The two were far from the square, so the disciples did not overhear their exchange. Yet when they witnessed the elder patriarch of Xiantian about to kneel before Qin Jiuge, their pupils contracted sharply, their worldviews teetering on collapse. He was the old patriarch, the highest-ranking and most powerful figure in the entire sect. Yet now he was kneeling before a mere youth. It was utterly mind-boggling, and at the same time, it stirred their curiosity. What was the background of this young master that even the old patriarch showed him such profound respect? Enough. Prepare a guest palace for me. I'm feeling weary. Yes, sir. Please follow me. The venerable Xiantian patriarch personally led the way, preparing to escort Qin Jiuge to the most luxurious and comfortable guest quarters within their Xiantian Holy Land. But as he was about to leave, Qin Jiuge cast a brief glance at the disciples gathered in the square.
"Who is that woman?" Following Qin Jiuge's gaze, the elder of Xiantian replied, "Young master, that is our sex holy maiden. She's quite beautiful." With that, Qin Jiuge did not linger, continuing onward.
Xiantian old ancestor's eyes lit up at the remark, and he hurriedly followed. He'd been fretting over how to curry favor with the young master. Now an opportunity presented itself. He'd lived for thousands of years. At his age, even a pig would have become a spirit. If he couldn't grasp the hidden meaning in Qin Jiuge's words, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it.
"Master, what is that man's background?"
In the center of the square, Lin Chen watched Qin Jiuge's receding figure, his heart filled with seething envy. One day, he, Lin Chen, would stand atop the entire world, commanding the admiration of countless souls.
"Xiao Chun, if I'm not mistaken, that man should be from the upper realm."
A cool voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind.
"The upper realm?"
Lin Chen paused slightly. He had, of course, heard of this upper realm mentioned by his master.
Barring any surprises, it should be a new map he hadn't unlocked yet.
But he still had a long way to go before ascension.
Why would a lower realm NPC suddenly appear to him? Could it be that this NPC held some opportunity he needed?
Lin Chen pondered silently.
Chapter 43, Coercion. Upon entering the Imperial Palace, Qin Jiuge immediately summoned Joyo. "Master." Joyo bowed slightly in greeting before stepping behind Qin Jiuge to begin massaging her.
She wore a fiery red gown that accentuated her curves of voluptuous figure with a slender waist and pert hips, perfectly outlining her toned physique. Her pair of long, snow-white legs were especially alluring and pleasing to the eye, left to be grasped and caressed by Qin Jiuge's large hands. Old Master Ming remained occupied investigating matters concerning the Great Xiao dynasty and the ancient Lin family, preventing him from traveling here. Thus, for this descent to the lower realms, he brought Joyo along as his guardian, a companion who could also help alleviate his boredom. Zhou Yao, also a Saint King and a demon beast of ancient lineage, possessed strength that in no way lagged behind Elder Ming's, far surpassing that of ordinary Saint Kings.
Moreover, Joyo possessed her clan's unique innate talent, the 9 Netherworlds Inferno.
Once unleashed, it could incinerate all things in the world, making it nearly impossible for ordinary beings to withstand. Thus, even among peers of equal cultivation, Joyo stood at the pinnacle, effortlessly suppressing others. However, this world imposed a realm suppression, limiting the strongest to wielding only true king realm power.
Exceeding the true king realm would trigger annihilation by the world's Dao's will.
Of course, this assumes the Dao's will of this world is truly capable of annihilating a Saint King. Even in the upper realm, a holy king is a renowned overlord capable of tearing through space and shattering the force of rules. The will of heaven in a mere lower realm was no more than a creature she could crush with a single hand.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a respectful male voice. "Young Master Qin, I have urgent business to discuss."
Qin Jiuge swept her divine sense over the 2 visitors and couldn't help but let a cold smile curve her lips.
The Xiantian Holy Land moves rather swiftly, doesn't it?
No sooner had he sat down than they sent someone over. "Come in." With a creak, the chamber doors swung open, revealing the 2 figures outside. 1 man, 1 woman.
The man he had seen earlier in the square, none other than the Xiantian Holy Lord. As for the woman, she was none other than the Xiantian Holy Maiden. After receiving Qin Jiuge's instructions, the Xiantian patriarch dared not delay for a moment. He promptly summoned his subordinates to escort the Xiantian Holy Maiden over. Truthfully, even without Qin Jiuge's request, they would have brought the Xiantian Holy Maiden. After all, this was someone even their powerful backers sought to curry favor with, who knew how terrifying he truly was. Yet no matter how formidable, he remained a young man, impulsive and prone to the allure of women. If they could use this opportunity to draw closer to this noble figure, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to their Xiantian Holy Land. Yet when he caught sight of the stunning beauty standing behind Qin Jiuge, the Xiantian Holy Lord paused in surprise. When did such a stunning woman appear by the young master's side? Yet he was a man of experience, well versed in what could and could not be said. He promptly bowed his head, offering a slight curtsy to Qin Jiuge before speaking with utmost respect. "Young master, our sex holy maiden has long admired you. She wishes to remain by your side, serving you tea and attending to your needs. We humbly request your acceptance." Su Qinghuan stood silently nearby, her face clouded with worry, saying nothing. "Very well. Since that is the case, you may stay." Qin Jiuge nodded slightly, his voice soft and amused. Then, with a flick of his finger, a golden pill appeared before the Xiantian Holy Lord. "This is for you. This pill will be enough for you to break through your bottleneck and advance further." "Yes, this one thanks you, young master." The Xiantian Holy Lord replied with a smile, then slipped the pill into his sleeve. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further, young master." With that, the Holy Lord of Xiantian departed immediately, leaving the Holy Maiden of Xiantian alone. Qin Jiuge scrutinized the Xiantian Holy Maiden before him. The girl wasn't very old, appearing to be about his age. She wore a pink long dress, her hair pulled into a high ponytail, her appearance refined yet not extravagant. Her oval face featured large eyes and a delicate, straight nose. Without any makeup, she appeared both innocent and sweet. Her skin was fair and smooth, like congealed cream, fairer than frost and snow. Despite her youth, she was well developed, her figure fully matured. Her long, dark hair fell casually over her chest and back. Her waist was slender, barely a handful, and her full breasts gave her an air of vulnerability, brimming with youthful vitality. Her pair of round, snow-white, straight, and slender legs were faintly visible beneath her skirt, creating a uniquely alluring sight. "What's the matter? Is being my maid beneath you?" Qin Jiuge stepped forward, lifting her smooth, fair chin with a teasing tone. Without a doubt, even in the upper realm, the appearance of this Xiantian holy maiden would be enough to make anyone's eyes light up. Simultaneously, information about Su Qinghuan appeared before him via the system interface. Name, Su Qinghuan. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Xiantian Holy Land. Constitution, 9 Mystic Essence Body. Cultivation level, Peak Soul Transformation Realm. Special ability, 9-Tailed Celestial Fox Bloodline. Fortune points, 100,000. My lord jests, Su Qinghuan replied with a wry smile. It is my honor to serve you, young master. I merely recalled some painful memories and apologize for disturbing your pleasant mood. As if recalling something, Su Qinghuan's expression turned deeply despondent. You're beautiful. I've taken a liking to you. Qin Jiuge reached out and pulled Su Qinghuan into his embrace, his right hand gently caressing her smooth, fair chin. Su Qinghuan's delicate body trembled as if struck by lightning. This was her first time being so close to a man. Breathing in his scent and gazing upon his divine features, Su Qinghuan's cheeks flushed against her will. Her heart pounded wildly, like a frightened deer. A humble maiden like me could never catch the young master's eye. The women I take a liking to have never dared to refuse me, Qin Jiuge declared with utter dominance. Held in his arms, Su Qinghuan sighed softly upon hearing this. She knew he wasn't joking. His background and status were undoubtedly far more formidable than she could ever imagine. She dared not refuse. The Xiantian Holy Land owed her a debt of gratitude. If she angered him, the Xiantian Holy Land would surely face utter destruction. The truth proved exactly as Qin Jiuge had stated. Given his status and standing, countless women in the upper realm would have sought to follow him, among them even sacred maidens of great sex and young ladies from distinguished families. Before his transmigration, however, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, showing no interest in romantic entanglements. Even so, countless heavenly beauties still sought to become his disciples, with no chance even to serve as his maidservants. I understand, young master. Su Qinghuan replied with a helpless, bitter smile. Her aunt had passed away not long ago, and now she had been sent by the Xiantian Holy Land to a man she knew nothing about. Perhaps this was simply her fate. Su Qinghuan gently loosened her garments, the embroidered skirt sliding down slowly to reveal her smooth, snow-white arms. Though she had steeled herself mentally, undressing before a man still filled her with profound shyness. Qin Jiuge, of course, made no objection. He enjoyed Joyo's massage while admiring her undressing performance. Young master. Let me serve you. Su Qinghuan's face flushed crimson as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks and skin. Qin Jiuge remained composed, quietly observing her. Though still young, it must be said that Su Qinghuan had developed remarkably well, far surpassing her peers. Though she still couldn't compare to Joyo, she had achieved a modest level of accomplishment. He believed that with his own efforts, he would surely help Su Qinghuan advance even further in the future. Chapter 44, Offering Herself. Seeming to have made up her mind, Su Qinghuan took a deep breath before striding directly to Qin Jiuge and sitting on his lap. Please be gentle with me, young master. Qin Jiuge naturally did not refuse. His hands swiftly grasped Su Qinghuan's slender waist, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly, as if electrified. His other hand lifted her smooth, fair chin as he asked with interest, Is the holy maiden so eager? So bold, don't you fear I might devour you? Su Qinghuan's initiative caught him completely off guard. He had expected her to resist, though the outcome would likely be the same. Do I have a choice? Su Qinghuan replied with a bitter, resigned smile. When she was brought here by the Xiantian Holy Lord, she had already prepared herself for the consequences. Facing a figure from the upper realm, one whom even the ancient patriarchs treated with caution, she held no room for choice. You truly have no choice. Even in the upper realm, few dare defy my decisions. Qin Jiuge chuckled lightly, his tone brimming with confidence. But I'm not one to be utterly heartless. I've always been quite lenient with my own people. Go ahead. What troubles you? Perhaps I can help resolve it. Otherwise, wearing that sourpuss face is just a real downer. Su Qinghuan heard this, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she hesitated inwardly. This young master hails from the upper realm, his vision and capabilities must be extraordinary. Perhaps he truly could find a way? Her aunt treated her like a daughter, with genuine affection. Even if there was only the slightest chance, she refused to give up. Su Qinghuan composed herself and murmured softly, I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself, young master. My aunt passed away tragically just days ago, and my heart remains heavy with grief. Ding! High corruption value mission detected. Completing the high infiltration value mission will grant substantial favor points from the Daughter of Destiny. Just then, the system alert sounded abruptly. Oh? A high corruption value mission? Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new mechanic introduced by the system. Simply put, while pursuing these Daughters of Destiny, one might occasionally trigger high corruption value missions. Completing these quests would grant him substantial favor points from the target, paving the way for successful bonding. Take Su Qinghuan, for instance. Resurrect, my beloved, Su Qinghuan's aunt has died. Consumed by grief, she was then given to the host as a maid by the Xiantian Holy Lord, her heart filled with sorrow and indignation. If the host revives Aunt Su Qinghuan, it would significantly increase her affection. Qin Jiuge quickly adapted to this new gameplay mechanic. Two large hands roamed freely over her body without restraint, while his voice asked, I see. What if I told you I could bring your aunt back to life? What? Su Qinghuan froze in place, frozen by the words, allowing Qin Jiuge's touch to continue. Master. Are you saying you could save my aunt? Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you? Qin Jiuge's lips curved into a faint smile. But you must choose carefully. You only get one chance. Will you revive your aunt or protect your beloved Lin Chen? Hearing this, Su Qinghuan's face froze. She hurriedly protested, Young master, you misunderstand. Lin Chen and I. Young master, please don't. That spot. It's very sensitive. Qin Jiuge's fingers kneaded gently as he murmured into Su Qinghuan's ear, you and that Lin Chen, your relationship must be rather special, right? What do you say? Are you willing to sacrifice reviving your aunt to protect him? Young master, you misunderstand. Lin Chen and I are merely fellow disciples. I'm still pure and untouched, he hasn't even held my hand. Su Qinghuan's cheeks flushed pink as she hurriedly explained, terrified Qin Jiuge would misunderstand. Though she had no idea how he knew about her relationship with Lin Chen. But with her aunt at stake, she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Besides, what she said was indeed the truth. She and Lin Chen merely harbored mutual affection, he hadn't even held her hand yet. How difficult could it be to choose between a fellow disciple she had a slight crush on and her aunt, who treated her like a daughter? Young master, can you truly revive my aunt? Su Qinghuan clutched Qin Jiuge's hand, her big, innocent eyes fixed on him with earnest hope. Qin Jiuge casually pinched her cheek. Reviving someone is indeed difficult. But if I'm not mistaken, your aunt isn't human, is she? Am I right, little fox? The words barely left his lips before Su Qinghuan froze in place, taking a full moment to snap back to reality. Young master, how did you know? He was too perceptive, it felt like nothing could be hidden from him. How did I know? Qin Jiuge smiled faintly. The demonic aura on your body, it can't hide from me. And after you took off your clothes, there was a faint fragrance emanating from you. This scent possesses enchanting properties. Should an ordinary person encounter it, they'd likely be drained dry, their essence exhausted until death. In the upper realms, only the Celestial Fox clan fits this description. So if I'm not mistaken, both your mother and aunt are from the Celestial Fox clan. Of course, the scent on you isn't quite that extreme, so you must be a half-demon. Am I correct? Qin Jiuge smiled faintly. Of course, all this was just him making things up based on what he saw in the system. With the bloodline of a Celestial Fox running through her veins, how could she be anything but a demon? Su Qinghuan, of course, had no idea what was going through Qin Jiuge's mind. She just thought he was incredibly impressive, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What young girl doesn't yearn for romance? Being a young woman herself, she had no defense against a rich, handsome, and powerful man from the upper realm like Qin Jiuge. Not to mention, he surpassed her in every way: background, looks, power, status, and knowledge. Suddenly, Su Qinghuan felt that serving as his maid might not be so unbearable after all. Young master, I'm willing to serve you. Please, save my aunt, Su Qinghuan pleaded earnestly. Lin Chen and I are innocent. All this time, he hasn't even touched my hand. If you can save my aunt, I'll do anything you ask. Up until now, Su Qinghuan and Lin Chen had only shared mutual affection, they were nowhere near the point of life and death devotion. Facing her own aunt, she could never abandon her. Ding! Su Qinghuan, the chosen one, has decreased her affection for Lin Chen. Congratulations, host, on gaining 50,000 villain points. As if remembering something, Su Qinghuan spoke again. Young master, there's actually one more thing Qinghuan has kept from you. Qinghuan isn't just a demonic being, she's also a nine-in mystic body. Su Qinghuan's face flushed crimson as she spoke shyly. Ding! Detected that the chosen one, Su Qinghuan, has revealed her true self to the host. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50,000 points of destiny villain value. Oh? The nine-in mystic body? Qin Jiuge's lips curved into a faint smile. He knew this physique all too well. The name alone revealed it was a vessel physique and one of the most exceptional kinds. Not only did it grant exceptionally rapid cultivation progress, but it also conferred even greater benefits upon the dual cultivation partner. Even in the upper realm, such a physique was rare and hard to come by. Once discovered, major factions would inevitably vie to seize and claim it. The fact that the other party had voluntarily revealed this secret clearly signaled complete submission and surrender.
In that case, I'll be watching your performance tonight. Qin Jiuge's smile was radiant as he gazed at Su Qinghuan with eager anticipation, then whispered softly into her ear. Yes, young master. I'll follow your every command. Su Qinghuan's face flushed crimson as she nodded.
But the next moment, Qin Jiuge seized her head firmly and forced her face down onto the ground.
Su Qinghuan offered no resistance, obediently kneeling on the ground.
As for Jiao, he sensibly sealed off the entire palace, concealing himself within the void to leave the space solely for Qin Jiuge and Su Qinghuan.
Chapter 45, Lin Chen's Delusion. Finally, another breakthrough.
Within the cavern surging with spiritual energy, Lin Chen's expression brimmed with excitement. Clenching his fists tightly, he carefully sensed the pulsing of his meridians.
An aura far more terrifying than before radiated outward, stirring waves of energy. He had broken through to the Unity Realm.
Among the true disciples, this realm undoubtedly placed him among the foremost ranks. Even within the entire Xiantian Holy Land, it placed him among the pillars of strength, marking his initial entry into the ranks of the powerful.
In remote regions, he would be a local overlord.
Even in minor sects, the founding patriarchs rarely surpassed this realm. In other words, with his current strength, he was already capable of founding his own sect and commanding the reverence of countless followers.
Congratulations, Xiao Chen. You've broken through again.
A green-clad figure flew over, beaming with delight at witnessing Lin Chen's breakthrough. Though Lin Chen started later than others, his relentless cultivation, combined with his guidance, had propelled him forward with remarkable momentum, allowing him to break through yet another realm swiftly.
Perhaps one day, he truly could take him back to the upper realm to seek vengeance?
Ling Xiao thought to himself, a glimmer of hope suddenly rising within him.
This is largely thanks to the pills you refined, Master,
Lin Chen said with a faint smile. As a powerful cultivator from the upper realm, Ling Zhao's assistance had been invaluable. His guidance during cultivation sessions could resolve Lin Chen's doubts with a single sentence, bringing him sudden enlightenment. His knowledge was vast, like an encyclopedia. Every time Lin Chen encountered array patterns and mechanisms while exploring secret realms, it was Ling Xiao who unlocked them.
Moreover, as an alchemist, Ling Xiao naturally possessed knowledge of many rare and precious pill formulas.
It was precisely through the elixirs he had refined that Lin Chen had been able to progress so rapidly.
This golden finger was simply amazing. By the way, Master, have you heard anything about those from the upper realm in the past 3 days?
Lin Chen asked, observing the faint green silhouette before him. He remained highly cautious toward this NPC who had suddenly and inexplicably descended to the lower realm. A place as godforsaken as this lower realm, only someone bored out of their mind would come here. Based on his years of reading novels, this descent couldn't be without reason. Perhaps some earth-shattering opportunity lay hidden in this realm, drawing them here. As a transmigrator, the legendary Chosen One, this opportunity might be fate itself preparing something special for him. If he could just trail the intruder like a treasure-hunting rat, he might snatch that opportunity for himself and soar to new heights.
Ling Xiao shook his head and replied, no.
Ever since arriving at the Xiantian sacred ground, that person has remained confined within the imperial palace.
Is that so? Could I be overthinking this?
Lin Chen pressed his right hand to his chin, his brow furrowing slightly.
That shouldn't be the case.
Based on his years of reading novels, the other party's identity should be that of a minor villain with some influence in the upper realm. He'd come to the lower realm seeking some opportunity, only to have the protagonist himself beat him to it, humiliating him thoroughly before he slunk back to the upper realm. Having incurred his enmity, when Lin Chen ascended to the upper realm, he would inevitably face fierce retaliation.
But under the glow of his protagonist aura, he would effortlessly defuse every threat. The villain kept retaliating, and the protagonist kept humiliating them. Eventually, the protagonist's cultivation skyrocketed, becoming a figure even the villain's clan looked up to in awe. The protagonist then crushed them completely, culminating in the satisfying climax of a humiliation story. How could it be that 3 whole days had passed, yet the other party was still holed up in the imperial palace, refusing to emerge? Could they be doing something questionable? The thought filled Lin Chen with contempt. He had thought the opponent possessed some extraordinary ability, but now it seemed he was nothing more than a spoiled brat, hardly worth worrying about. Xiao Chen, this opponent's background is no simple matter.
Moreover, during his descent to the lower realm, he was accompanied by an utterly terrifying aura. That aura surpasses even my peak strength.
It would be best if you didn't provoke him for now. Seeing Lin Chen's dismissive expression, Ling Xiao patiently advised.
Lately, Lin Chen had been too successful, causing his attitude to become a bit arrogant. This was not a good sign. It would lead to trouble down the road.
Even you, Master, sense such terror? Is this so-called Qin young master truly that formidable?
Lin Chen paused in surprise. He had witnessed Ling Zhao's strength firsthand.
Moreover, as an alchemist, though his combat prowess might not match that of ordinary powerhouses, Ling Xiao possessed exceptional expertise in the realm of divine souls.
If even she had spoken up, it meant the hidden powerhouse lurking in the shadows was truly no ordinary figure. But then he dismissed the thought. He was the protagonist, after all. Why fear a mere NPC? Besides, this was the lower realm, where the Heavenly Dao suppressed power. No matter how formidable the enemy, they could only unleash a fraction of their true strength. He still had Ling Xiao as his trump card. Worst case, he could just possess someone. He'd used this tactic to eliminate countless enemies in the past. Lin Chen felt a quiet satisfaction, not giving Qin Jiuge a second thought. If the other knew better than to provoke him, fine. But if they dared to cross him, he would make them understand exactly why the flowers were so red. With that, Lin Chen channeled his spiritual energy and flew toward Su Qingwan's cave dwelling. The mere thought of Su Qingwan's ethereal beauty made his heart pound wildly. She was breathtakingly beautiful. In his previous life, he'd been a penniless beggar. How could he have ever seen someone so stunning? Now, after crossing over, not only did he have a beautiful master by his side, but he also shared an ambiguous connection with Su Qingwan. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could take another step closer to her to hold her hand. Lin Chen thought to himself. Chapter 46, The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox and Lin Chen's Burning Rage. Lin Chen flew straight toward Su Qingwan's cave residence. Just then, he overheard two disciples nearby whispering to each other. At first, he paid them no mind. But when he heard Su Qingwan's name mentioned, his curiosity got the better of him, and he paused. Did you hear? Our holy maiden of the Xiantian Holy Land hasn't emerged from that noble's palace since entering 3 days ago. What else could it be? I saw it with my own eyes. And it was the Holy Lord himself who escorted her inside. How enviable. Holy Maiden Qinghuan is the most beautiful woman in all of Eastern Wasteland, and now she has found her heart's desire. 3 whole days? That noble one is truly formidable. No rest for 3 full days. Of course not. He's a great figure from the upper realm. How could he be compared to us? Who knows? If that noble lord is pleased, perhaps the entire Qingyang realm will soon revere our Xiantian Holy Land above all else. The two chatted casually, yet their voices dripped with envy and a touch of sourness. Everyone knew this young master from the upper realm came from a powerful background. Su Qinghuan had hooked up with this big shot. Her future was bound to skyrocket. In that moment, they bitterly wished they were women, able to stay by Qin Jiuge's side and ease his burdens. Yet to Lin Chen, their words struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering his heart and mind in an instant. What did you say? The holy maiden Qinghuan was sent by the Holy Lord to that upper realm man's palace? Lin Chen lunged forward, his iron-clawed hands clamping down on the disciple's throat. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, transforming him into a ferocious beast. The disciple, terrified by his appearance, stammered, "Yes, yes." Many disciples saw it. It's absolutely true. Where is he? Lin Chen roared, all traces of his usual composure gone. He had merely retreated for seclusion. How could his woman be snatched away by another? True, Lin Chen and Su Qinghuan hadn't even held hands yet. But in his heart, Su Qinghuan had already become his exclusive possession, untouchable by others. And now, just because he'd gone into seclusion for a bit, his woman had been sent to another man's bed. 3 days had passed, and Lin Chen felt a greenish haze over his head. It's over there. The disciple dared not disobey, pointing in a direction for Lin Chen. Lin Chen casually tossed the disciple aside before launching himself forward at full speed. Ah. Young master, am I being good? Within the imperial retreat, Qin Jiuge gazed at the docile Su Qinghuan before him, a faint smile touching his lips. This Su Qinghuan truly lived up to her heritage as a descendant of the Celestial Fox clan, and natural beauty radiating an innate allure from her very core. With just a little guidance, he could awaken her true nature, allowing her to grasp concepts with ease. If Su Qinghuan, with her half-ox demon bloodline, was this alluring, then what must her aunt, a pure-blooded celestial fox, be like? Add to that their perfect compatibility. Just imagining it sent shivers down his spine. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan of the upper realm was a mighty lineage, sacred, majestic, and stunningly beautiful, holding immense influence among the demonic races. Of course, in the beginning, the celestial fox clan wasn't as powerful as it is today. Moreover, due to their innate beauty, they were often abducted by others to be kept as spirit pets or female slaves. Later, however, members of the clan began exhibiting ancestral bloodline traits. Through diligent cultivation, they ascended to become nine-tailed celestial foxes, greatly improving the clan's circumstances. Today, the Celestial Fox clan stands as one of the few major powers in the upper realm, boasting formidable strength and profound foundations. Few dare to provoke them. Su Qinghuan, possessing Celestial Fox blood and being a woman of extraordinary destiny, is not merely capable of ascending to the legendary nine-tailed Celestial Fox, she is destined to do so. Nine-tailed Celestial Foxes are now exceedingly rare in the upper realm, attainable only through bloodline regression. Once Su Qinghuan's Celestial Fox bloodline awakens, the Celestial Fox clan will undoubtedly devote their full resources to her cultivation. By controlling Su Qinghuan, he would indirectly control half of the Celestial Fox clan. Whether it was future plans involving the demon clans or ambitions for the upper realm, his confidence in success would be greatly enhanced. Then there was Jiuyo. The Jiuyo Nether clan behind her was equally formidable. Though still far below his Qin clan, they were nonetheless a top-tier power in the upper realm, possessing profound foundations. With these two spies within the demonic race providing cover for him, the scope of his actions would expand tremendously. "You bastard Qin, get your ass out here." At that moment, a furious roar erupted from outside the hall, followed by the clatter of combat. Su Qinghuan, who had been obediently licking, suddenly snapped back to her senses at the sound. That voice is Lin Chen. Su Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the voice, but worry immediately filled her. In her current state, how could she possibly face him? Moreover, the young master was present. Having provoked him so grievously, the man might well lose his life. Though she had resolved to sever all ties with him, the lingering affection from their past made her unwilling to see him die so senselessly. Most crucially, if this angered the young master, wouldn't her plea for him to revive her aunt be ruined? Su Qinghuan's expression flickered between light and shadow. Qin Jiuge, observing her flushed cheeks, knew exactly what she was thinking. He gently pinched her cheek. Young master." Su Qinghuan let out a soft whimper as Qin Jiuge took her earlobe into his mouth, murmuring softly against her ear, "That man outside must be your little lover, Lin Chen, right?" Master. I belong only to you." Su Qinghuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. "Don't worry. Since you're so obedient, I'll give you a chance." "What kind of chance?" "If you can persuade him to leave, I'll overlook his disrespectful behavior and spare his life. But if he chooses to court death, then it won't be my fault," Qin Jiuge said with interest. "Yes, young master. I will definitely persuade him to leave," Su Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. In his eyes, this was Qin Jiuge giving her face. Otherwise, given his status, why would he care about the life or death of a minor figure like Lin Chen? This warmed Su Qinghuan's heart. It seemed she held some standing in his eyes after all. However, Qin Jiuge didn't see it that way. The reason protagonists are called protagonists is precisely because they are blessed with divine favor, everything goes smoothly for them, and wherever they go, mighty beings submit and beauties throw themselves at their feet, right? If the protagonist could endure having his wife stolen away, wouldn't readers tear him apart? He believed that no normal man could endure such a betrayal, let alone someone blessed with divine favor. Except for the Dragon King's son-in-law, of course that guy had completely lost touch with reality. Chapter 47, The Breakup, and the Villain's Rich Reward. Outside the palace halls, the battle raged with brutal intensity. Lin Chen's rage burned fiercely, his power far surpassing his previous limits. In mere moments, over a dozen disciples lay knocked to the ground, their fates unknown. No! He's broken through again. Damn it, how can he be so relentless? The disciples fighting Lin Chen wore grim expressions. How had they never noticed before that Lin Chen was this terrifying? They were no match for him at all. Quickly notify the elders and the sect master. Lin Chen has gone mad. If he angers the great master within, our Xiantian Holy Land will surely face utter destruction, someone exclaimed anxiously. They've been notified. The elders are on their way. But for now, we must hold him off. Blocked outside the hall by the crowd, Lin Chen's face was equally anxious. His robes were stained with blood, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were about to devour someone. He looked utterly mad. Su Qinghuan was still trapped inside the enemy's palace. Who knew what they were doing in there? He certainly didn't believe they'd spent the past 3 days discussing life aspirations. With every passing minute, Lin Chen felt his head grow greener with jealousy. But facing the fearless disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land who desperately blocked his path, Lin Chen could do nothing but shout at the palace from outside, "Qin! I know you're in there. You coward! You claim to come from the upper realm, yet you don't have the guts to face me. If you've got the guts, stop hiding like a turtle. I, Lin Chen, hereby challenge you. Do you dare accept?" Lin Chen roared with fury, his rage palpable. "Lin Chen! What nonsense are you spouting? Who gave you permission to speak to young Master Qin like this? How dare you, Lin Chen? Are you attempting to betray the sect?" The disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land standing nearby were nearly petrified by the exchange. They knew full well the status of the man inside. He was someone even their sect's ancestral patriarch revered as a deity. If they angered him, forget the Xiantian Holy Land, the entire Qingyang realm would be swept away. As Lin Chen continued his tirade outside, the palace doors suddenly swung open, revealing a graceful figure. "Qinghuan!" Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he recognized the stunningly beautiful woman stepping out. But his expression froze instantly. For at that moment, Su Qinghuan was draped in a man's robe, her face flushed crimson, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her hair disheveled. A pale jade-like hand rested on her slender waist, seemingly allowing the other person to take liberties. Most crucially, a trace of snow-white substance lingered at the corner of Su Qinghuan's mouth. Her current state struck him like a bolt from the blue, shattering him completely. Then, Qin Jiuge's figure materialized. Looking at the favored son before him, Qin Jiuge couldn't help but smile. Fresh prey had finally arrived. Simultaneously, information about the other party appeared before him. Chosen 1, Lin Chen, time traveler. Status, true disciple of the Xiantian Holy Land. Constitution, none. Cultivation level, early unity realm. Special ability, fragment of a higher realm soul. Fortune points, 100,000. Oh? Another fellow countryman? Qin Jiuge was already silently plotting how to maximize his harvest from this greenhorn, this chosen one. Xinghuan, how are you holding up? And you, Mr. Qin, get your filthy hands off me. Lin Chen's entire body was trembling. How could this be? He was a transmigrator, the protagonist of this world. Shouldn't he be the one dominating everyone else? How could the goddess he idolized be snatched away by someone else? Alright, bid him farewell. Qin Jiuge said in a flat tone. Yes, young master. Su Qinghuan dared not disobey, silently sighing to herself. Out of past affection, she would do her best to spare Lin Chen's life. Su Qinghuan stepped forward, feigning indifference as she said. Lin Chen, I'm fine. I came here of my own free will to accompany you, young master. Let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid the young master might misunderstand. Xinghuan, what did you say? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. But upon seeing Qin Jiuge standing behind her, he quickly snapped out of it, gritting his teeth. Xinghuan, tell me, did he force you? I'll kill him right now. Lin Chen made a move to draw his sword, but Su Qinghuan hurriedly stopped him. Lin Chen, I've made myself perfectly clear. I came to accompany you of my own free will. He has nothing to do with it. Furthermore, I am now the young master's maid. Do not address me so familiarly. There is nothing between us. Su Qinghuan's tone was firm. The situation was tangled beyond untangling. She was doing this for Lin Chen's sake, unwilling to watch him die like this. After all, Qin Jiuge was accompanied by a truly formidable figure. If they angered that person, Lin Chen would certainly suffer dire consequences. Unfortunately, Lin Chen remained unaware of Su Qinghuan's benevolent intentions, still convinced she was being coerced by Qin Jiuge. His voice was filled with urgency. Xinghuan, what happened? Tell me. Don't be afraid of him. I have a trump card. I can definitely save you. Lin Chen, stop this. I told you, I'm doing this of my own free will. It has nothing to do with the young master. Leave now. The young master won't hold it against you. Xinghuan, why are you trying to stop me? Why are you always speaking for him? Is it because he's some big shot from the upper realm that you're willing to sacrifice your virtue just to climb the social ladder? Lin Chen roared in anger. He couldn't understand why the other party kept obstructing him. He was a time traveler, the protagonist of this world, so why had even the woman destined for him been defiled by another? I didn't. Su Qinghuan felt deeply wronged. She had stooped so low, becoming someone else's maid, solely to protect the Xiantian Holy Land, to revive her aunt, and to save Lin Chen's life. She had sacrificed for so many others, yet never once considered herself. Yet Lin Chen still spoke to her like this, leaving her with grievances she couldn't vent. If you didn't, then let go. Don't stop me. No. Lin Chen, listen to me. Leave this place immediately. The young master won't hold it against you. The two stood their ground, locked in a stalemate. Ding. The fate-blessed maiden and fate-blessed son are locked in a heated argument, neither yielding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20,000 points of destiny villain value. Ding. The fate-blessed maiden's favorability toward Lin Chen has decreased. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20,000 destiny villain points. Ding. The chosen son, Lin Chen, has developed an obsession with purity toward Su Qinghuan. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100,000 destiny villain points. Qin Jiuge watched the spectacle unfold from the sidelines, thoroughly enjoying the show. In just a short while, the other party had provided him with nearly 200,000 villain points. It couldn't have been more satisfying. Simultaneously, his gaze toward Lin Chen shifted. This wasn't some green, tender scallion to be easily plucked. This was clearly a golden goose laying eggs. Chapter 48, Full Force Strike, casually parried. Su Qinghuan. I, Lin Chen, have misjudged you. So you're no different from those other women, just another sycophant who climbs on the coattails of the powerful. You can't help but fawn over anyone from the upper realms. You're nothing but a... Lin Chen erupted in a torrent of curses, his usual composure completely shattered. He was a transmigrator, the protagonist. This world should revolve entirely around him. Every beautiful woman should be his, Lin Chen's. But the goddess he pursued for so long had turned into a lowly mistress in just 3 days. Who could bear that? As a transmigrator, Lin Chen naturally felt a sense of superiority over these natives of the original world. The beautiful women were his, the opportunities were his, everything here existed because of him. Yet his dream goddess had been defiled by one of these natives? How could he possibly tolerate it? Unsurprisingly, Lin Chen tore off his false facade completely, revealing his true nature as his words grew increasingly vile. Lin Chen, what are you saying? Su Qinghuan froze in place, unable to believe the words that had just come out of his mouth. Gazing at the figure before her, eyes bloodshot, face contorted in fury, Su Qinghuan suddenly felt as though she was looking at a stranger. Where had the polite, gentle Lin Chen gone? Whenever Lin Chen needed spirit stones, she had lent them to him. Whenever he needed rare treasures, she'd use her connections at the Xiantian Holy Land to find them for him. She had never looked down on Lin Chen, nor had she ever treated him unfairly. Even when forced by circumstances, she had always sought ways to save his life. Yet he showed no gratitude whatsoever, instead uttering such words. Did he truly see her, Su Qinghuan, as nothing more than a woman who climbed the social ladder by attaching herself to those in power? Gazing at the utterly unfamiliar Lin Chen before her, Su Qinghuan suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Perhaps this was Lin Chen's true nature all along, a truth she had never seen through. Think whatever you want. What I do has nothing to do with you. Su Qinghuan's tone was cool and detached, her disappointment in Lin Chen now complete. After all, she was the Xiantian holy maiden, a noble and exalted figure, naturally possessing a proud spirit. Being insulted like this, even with her temperament, she couldn't hold back any longer. Ding! The fate-blessed maiden Su Qinghuan has completely lost faith in Lin Chen. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,000 destiny villain points. Ding! The fate-blessed maiden Su Qinghuan has severed ties with the fate-blessed son Lin Chen. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 150,000 destiny villain points. What? Hit a nerve? Getting angry and embarrassed? Lin Chen continued his taunts. His gaze then shifted to Qin Jiuge, who stood behind Su Qinghuan, watching the spectacle with glee. Facing the very culprit who had cheated on him, Lin Chen's rage burned even hotter. How could a mighty transmigrator like him be cheated on by a native of the original world? If word got out, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Qin, if you've got the guts, come fight me. What kind of man hides behind a woman? Lin Chen roared. After all, Su Qinghuan had once been the goddess of his dreams. But compared to Su Qinghuan, the person he truly hated most was Qin Jiuge. Everything that happened today was all because of him. Lin Chen wanted nothing more than to devour his flesh and drink his blood. If Su Qinghuan hadn't kept blocking him, he would have slashed Qin Jiuge to death long ago. In his eyes, the man had been hiding behind Su Qinghuan all this time, too cowardly to strike. He couldn't be that powerful, likely just another upper realm cultivator, no match for him. At worst, he could simply kill him outright. Even if Qin Jiuge hailed from the upper realm, where dimensional barriers prevented powerful beings from easily descending, Lin Chen feared no retaliation from his backers. Once he cultivated to perfection and ascended to the upper realm, he would utterly eradicate this faction. Oh? You wish to challenge me? Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow at the words, casually appraising Lin Chen with a glance. His tone was indifferent. You're too weak. He then walked over to Su Qinghuan, pulled her into his embrace, and began to freely touch her all over. Simultaneously, he flashed Lin Chen a warm smile, very smooth. Young master. Su Qinghuan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she dared not resist, allowing him to run rampant over her. But to Lin Chen, her expression appeared embarrassingly coy, a sight that sent his blood boiling and shattered his last shred of restraint. Especially that very smooth remark, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ding! Detected, Chosen One. Lin Chen's mental state has collapsed, causing him to lose control. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,000 points of destiny villain value. He's already gone mad? These Chosen Ones really can't handle a little turmoil. Qin Jiuge shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. How did someone with such a fragile state of mind ever become a Chosen One? You two bastards. I'll kill you both. Lin Chen channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent shockwaves through the surrounding disciples, causing them to tremble in fear. As the saying goes, a whitewashed weakling is 3 times weaker, but a darkened villain is 10 times stronger. In his current possessed state, Lin Chen unleashed power far surpassing his previous limits. Before anyone could react, Lin Chen had already closed the distance between himself and Qin Jiuge. His sword shot from its scabbard, slashing toward Qin Jiuge's head. This strike contained all of Lin Chen's murderous intent. Swift as a startled crane, graceful as a gliding dragon, it moved so fast it left afterimages as it sliced straight toward Qin Jiuge. Seeing Qin Jiuge still frozen in shock, Lin Chen's heart surged with wild elation. This Qin fellow truly possessed no real strength. Killing him would finally avenge his grievances. But the next instant, Lin Chen's expression froze. His entire being seemed to have witnessed some great horror, his face contorting with terror. The sword that should have effortlessly severed Qin Jiuge's head was now held firmly between 2 slender, white fingers, frozen in place, unable to move. The blade, once razor sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, now seemed to have lost its very essence. It hadn't even pierced her fingers. Lin Chen struggled desperately, but to no avail. Those 2 fingers clamped down like giant pincers, holding the sword fast and immovable. Is this the full extent of your power? Weaker than I imagined. Qin Jiuge's tone was indifferent. With a light squeeze of her fingers, the icy cold blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground with a loud clang. Chapter 49, Casual Suppression. The terrifying might of an upper realm being. You! Lin Chen recoiled in shock, vanishing from his spot in a flash. Staring at the scattered fragments, Lin Chen snapped back to his senses, his eyes filled with both heartache and dread. The long sword in his hand was a low-grade spirit artifact, obtained long ago in a secret realm. It had accompanied him for years, slaying countless enemies and demonic beasts along the way. Later, he had forged it further using mystic iron essence and mystic spirit crystals, making its strength rival that of a common mid-grade spirit artifact. In the lower realms, magical artifacts were classified as either treasure artifacts or spirit artifacts. Treasure artifacts were graded from 1st to 9th rank, while spirit artifacts were divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Supreme grade spirit artifacts were exceedingly rare in the eastern wastes. Only the 4 sacred lands were rumored to possess them, treasuring them as heirloom artifacts. Unless facing a clan-annihilating battle, they would never be deployed lightly. Forget top-tier spirit artifacts, even ordinary ones are rare in the eastern wastes. Most cultivators consider themselves fortunate to possess a single treasure artifact, and even the Xiantian Holy Land is no exception. Lin Chen possessed a long sword comparable to a mid-grade spirit artifact, a stroke of luck that could only be described as defying the heavens. This long sword had always served as his trump card. No matter how formidable the foe, brandishing this blade would effortlessly dispose of them. Lin Chen believed this time would be no different, but the outcome before him left him utterly stunned. His ultimate trump card had shattered at the opponent's slightest pinch, not even scratching the surface. How terrifying must the opponent's physical body be? The thought sent an inexplicable wave of dread washing over Lin Chen. But now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to pull the trigger. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to suppress his fear and strike again. Don't get cocky. I'll see just how many of my moves you can block. Lin Chen's fingers flashed through a series of seals as spiritual energy surged around him, his aura intensifying dramatically. Noisy. Yet in the next instant, Qin Jiuge's icy voice cut through the air, cold and detached like a celestial being. Though not loud, the words rang crystal clear in every ear present, sending a chill down their spines. Then, a terrifying and majestic pressure descended directly upon Lin Chen. What? Lin Chen's face drained of color. Feeling this terrifying force, he dared not delay and fought back with all his might. Yet in the blink of an eye, the pressure shattered his legs, pinning him to the ground. He was forced to his knees, utterly immobilized. As for the other disciples, they too felt the terrifying pressure, easily pinned to the ground by its aftershocks, unable to move. Standing right beside Qin Jiuge, Su Qinghuan could clearly sense this overwhelming aura, and shock surged through her heart. Though she had long known this young master was formidable, witnessing his power firsthand revealed just how limited her previous understanding had been. If a mere wave of pressure could so effortlessly crush a cultivator at the Unity Realm, how terrifying must this young master's true strength be? What? How could he be this strong? As the pressure dissipated, Lin Chen lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, utterly immobilized and utterly humiliated. He turned his head, staring blankly at Qin Jiuge, fear coursing through every fiber of his being. This was the first time he'd ever suffered such a crushing defeat. He had assumed his opponent was no different from the sect disciples he usually encountered, a bunch of useless nobodies who only relied on the power behind them to show off. But only now did Lin Chen realize how wrong he was and how utterly wrong he was. His opponent was far too powerful. He was completely beyond Lin Chen's current capabilities. Master! Master! Lin Chen's mind screamed Ling Xiao's name, desperate for her intervention, but the ring remained utterly unresponsive. Young master, we are late. Only after Lin Chen was dealt with did the Xiantian Holy Sovereign and the Xiantian Ancestor finally arrive. In truth, they had arrived long before, during the clash between Lin Chen and Qin Jiuge. They had simply refrained from intervening, unwilling to steal the spotlight from the young master. Qin Jiuge cast a casual glance at the pair, his tone cool as ice. Xiantian Holy Land, is this how you treat your guests? It seems you no longer have any reason to exist. Hearing this, both men were so terrified their legs went weak. They immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Please forgive us, young master. This is the fault of the Xiantian Holy Land. We beg you to give us another chance. As they spoke, they shot meaningful glances at Su Qinghuan, hoping she would intercede on their behalf. They knew their very lives hung on her next words. Watching their pleading expressions, Su Qinghuan nodded helplessly. Young master, this matter was ultimately caused by Lin Chen and me. It has nothing to do with the Xiantian Holy Land. Please, young master, show your magnanimity and spare them this once. Su Qinghuan leaned gently against Qin Jiuge, her tone pleading. After all, the Xiantian Holy Land had been kind to her, and she couldn't bear to see it destroyed like this. Spare them. I suppose that's possible. But next, you must. Qin Jiuge murmured softly into Su Qinghuan's ear, his large hands already wandering restlessly, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Yes, I'll do whatever you say, young master. Su Qinghuan nodded, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Is this the young master from the upper realm? He sure knows a lot. You bastard, Qin. Lin Chen lay sprawled on the ground, watching Qin Jiuge's hands roam freely over Su Qinghuan's delicate form. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips as rage surged through him. But now, gravely wounded and unable to move, he was as frustrated as could be. Simultaneously, he kept calling out to Ling Xiao in his heart, hoping his master would possess him and aid him. Yet his cries fell on deaf ears, vanishing like stones sinking into the sea. Oh, and what are you going to do with this Lin Chen? Qin Jiuge then glanced at Lin Chen, who lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Gone was his former composure, now he was a mangled, disheveled mess, his face twisted in fury. "I'll follow whatever you decide, young master." Seeing Lin Chen's pitiful state, Su Qinghuan sighed helplessly. She had shown him every kindness, but he insisted on courting disaster. There was nothing she could do to stop him. In that case, lock him in the dungeon for now. Qin Jiuge cast a casual glance at Lin Chen, paying him little mind. "Yes, young master. Bring men at once. Escort Lin Chen to the dungeon." Xiantian Shinju and Xiantian Laozu, standing nearby, were puzzled as to why Qin Jiuge merely imprisoned Lin Chen instead of executing him outright. But as it was the Lord's command, they dared not disobey and promptly summoned disciples to carry out the order. Once Lin Chen was led away by the disciples, Qin Jiuge lingered no longer. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Su Qinghuan's slender waist and strode back into the main hall. Today had proven remarkably fruitful. After Lin Chen's outburst, any possibility between him and Su Qinghuan was now utterly impossible. Moreover, their rupture had earned him a significant boost in villain points. "Oh, I have a cultivation technique to pass on to you. It suits your physique perfectly. If you master it, you'll surely be able to travel 1,000 miles in a single day. While I have the time now, I can personally guide you through it." Qin Jiuge wrapped his arms around Su Qinghuan's slender waist and whispered softly into her ear. "Yes, young master." Su Qinghuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Clever as she was, she understood perfectly well what Qin Jiuge meant by guidance. Chapter 50, Teaching the Art. Once the palace doors closed, the two elders of the Xiantian Holy Land collapsed onto the floor, utterly relieved. There was not a trace of their former authority left. Had it not been for Su Qinghuan's intercession today, their Xiantian Holy Land might well have been consigned to history. Serving the ruler is like serving a tiger, it's no mere saying. The aura emanating from this nobleman is overwhelming. Indeed, elder. That young master is truly terrifying. I even sense that I myself am no match for him. Fortunately, the Holy Maiden interceded, allowing us to escape this calamity. Their hearts pounded wildly as they collapsed to the ground, their backs soaked through with cold sweat. That Lin Chen is nothing short of a scourge. How could I have ever held such high hopes for him? I was utterly blind. He nearly destroyed our 6,000-year legacy in an instant. Ancestor Xiantian was filled with lingering dread. The mere thought of provoking Qin Jiuge sent a chill down his spine, deepening his hatred for Lin Chen. Issue orders immediately, ensure Lin Chen is closely guarded. There must be no further incidents. Xiantian Old Ancestor commanded sternly. "Yes, Ancestor." Xiantian Holy Lord replied respectfully, his own hatred for Lin Chen now boiling over. "Zhou Yao, go and secretly monitor Lin Chen." Upon entering the imperial residence, Qin Jiuge instructed Zhou standing beside him. "Yes, young master." The latter bowed respectfully before transforming into a streak of light and darting away. "Why are you so concerned about Lin Chen, young master?" "It's not concern. Merely curiosity. To you, young master, Lin Chen is but an insignificant insect, one you could crush with a single finger. Why go to such trouble?" Su Qinghuan looked utterly perplexed, completely baffled by Qin Jiuge's actions. She had expected Qin Jiuge to kill Lin Chen outright, but his reaction was truly unexpected. "I'll spare his life for now. I have my own plans." Qin Jiuge smiled faintly before turning to Su Qinghuan. "As for now, we have some interesting things to do." "Yes, young master." A blush instantly spread across Su Qinghuan's cheeks. She nodded obediently, then slowly slipped off her robe, revealing her snow-white, flawless body. She knelt down and lowered herself onto the ground. "Young master, please enjoy." Su Qinghuan purred seductively. Smack! Su Qinghuan's delicate body trembled slightly as a vivid red handprint appeared on her jade-like skin, stark and unmistakable. "Nice feel." Qin Jiuge carefully savored the sensation under his palm, murmuring with a hint of admiration. No wonder the nine-tailed celestial fox clan had been hunted by so many powers from the upper realm. If Su Qinghuan, a half-human, half-demon fox cub, was this alluring, how irresistible must her aunt be as a complete nine-tailed celestial fox? He found himself growing increasingly eager for the day when Su Qinghuan and her aunt would kneel before him, begging for his favor. "By the way, I'll pass this cultivation technique on to you. It's perfect timing since I can still guide you now." Even while cultivating, Qin Jiuge didn't forget to guide Su Qinghuan, lightly tapping her pressure points with his fingertips. After a faint prickling sensation, Su Qinghuan found a new cultivation technique imprinted in her mind. "Young master, what is this?" Su Qinghuan was utterly astonished. Though she didn't know the cultivation level of this technique, she could sense its profound mystery far surpassed any cultivation method she had ever encountered. This is an immortal tier cultivation technique. Upon mastering it, one can attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Qin Jiuge said casually. The cultivation technique he had passed on to Su Qinghuan was, of course, the yin-yang dual cultivation art. Immortal tier cultivation techniques were not scarce within his Qin clan, but an immortal tier dual cultivation technique was something he had never encountered before. Su Qinghuan possessed the Nining mystic body, a perfect crucible physique that complemented this cultivation technique perfectly, making her cultivation progress twice as fast with half the effort. An immortal tier cultivation technique. Su Qinghuan couldn't help but exclaim aloud. This cultivation technique completely surpassed her imagination. In the Qingyang realm, the highest grade cultivation technique in the entire Eastern Wastes was merely a low-grade heaven tier technique. Created by Tiang Xuanzi, the founding patriarch of their Xintian Holy Land, it was also the only heaven-tier technique in all of the Eastern Wastes. The cultivation technique she practiced now was the Heavenly Mystic Sutra, passed down from the Xintian Holy Land. Even within the entire Holy Land, only a handful possessed the qualifications to cultivate it. Yet here was someone who, with their very first move, displayed a divine-grade cultivation technique she had never even heard of. It was simply too extravagant. Though Su Qinghuan had long known the other party aided her cultivation solely because of her physique, she couldn't help but feel deeply moved at that moment. Compared to Lin Chen, Qin Jiuge was 1,000 times better. Not only was he terrifyingly powerful and strikingly handsome, but his status and background were both top tier, a true upper world rich and handsome guy. Though initially forced into it, she had gradually grown accustomed over the past few days. Moreover, he treated her well and tenderly, not as crude as she'd imagined. He was knowledgeable and well versed in many things. For someone of her lowly status from the lower realm, being his attendant was a blessing beyond her wildest dreams. What more could she possibly want? Ding! Fate's chosen one Su Qinghuan's favorability toward the host has increased. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 69,000 destiny villain points. In the silent, desolate dungeon, darkness reigned. The air was thick with death, so still that even the dripping of water echoed clearly, punctuated only by the occasional faint footsteps of disciples patrolling the entrance. After an unknown span of time, Lin Chen finally awoke within the dungeon, his face deathly pale. His hands and feet were shackled in iron chains, and even his cultivation had been sealed, reducing him to a mere mortal. Master, why didn't you intervene to help me back then? Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chen couldn't help but voice his resentment. If Ling Xiao had intervened then, even if he couldn't kill that man, he could have at least helped him escape. Why endure such humiliation? As the chosen one of destiny, Lin Chen naturally harbored ambitions as vast as the heavens and possessed an ironclad pride that brooked no injustice. Ling Xiao's inaction had undoubtedly caused his admiration for her to plummet. Ah, little Chen, it wasn't that I didn't want to help you. It was because there was an extremely terrifying aura surrounding that person at the time. Had I intervened, it would have inevitably alerted him. If my identity were exposed then, even I wouldn't be able to get you out of there. Ling Xiao said helplessly. That aura was truly terrifying. Even at her peak, she wouldn't have stood a chance against it. How could she possibly hope to defeat it now, reduced to nothing more than a tiny fragment of a soul? What troubled her most, however, was the opponent's identity. He bore the surname Qin, hailed from the upper realm, and was accompanied by such a terrifying guardian. Please, let it not be that family. If it was that clan, even she would be powerless. What? Even you, master, couldn't defeat him? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. In his eyes, his golden finger had always been infallible, never failing him once. Whenever he encountered powerful foes in the past, he'd simply let Ling Xiao handle them. This was the first time even his master had shown such apprehension toward him. Could that Qin fellow really be that formidable? Chapter 51, A Fallen Tiger is Bullied by Dogs, The Final Farewell. Enough, Lin Chen. Ignore him. We need to get out of here quickly, Ling Xiao whispered. Though he didn't know why the other party had spared them, at this point, escaping was the priority. All right, master. Lin Chen nodded, about to agree. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the dungeon entrance, accompanied by the sound of two people whispering. Ling Xiao hurriedly retreated into the ring, while Lin Chen feigned indifference. Did you hear? The Holy Maiden has been staying at that noble's palace for several days now. Damn, she's truly extraordinary for someone from the upper realm. If it were you, you wouldn't last 3 seconds. You! Looking for trouble. The cursing grew louder and closer. They're discussing junior sister Qinghuan. Lin Chen instantly perked up his ears, holding his breath as he strained to listen to the two men's conversation. Truthfully, he'd regretted it the moment he'd cursed Su Qinghuan. Lin Chen had always been a shy guy. Forget about hooking up, he'd never even held a girl's hand before. Su Qinghuan was his first love, his dream girl. The deeper the love, the sharper the pain. Deep down, he still harbored fantasies about Su Qinghuan. Perhaps she was acting against her will, coerced into it? I truly envy that nobleman our Eastern Waste's most beautiful woman has already found her heart's desire. Yeah, not just the Holy Maiden, even the female disciples within the sect are all scrambling to curry favor. It makes me so jealous. One disciple spoke with a tone dripping with envy. Su Qinghuan was the Eastern Waste's most beautiful woman, a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. But now, the Eastern Waste's most beautiful woman had become that nobleman's maid, breaking countless hearts. With that nobleman's status, what woman wouldn't want to climb into his bed? Once he takes a fancy to you, it's like one person gains enlightenment and the whole household rises to heaven. The Holy Maiden is no exception.
Not necessarily.
Even if that noble one forced himself upon her, the Holy Maiden wouldn't be able to refuse.
With his stature, how could he stoop to such things? I think you're just jealous, Brother Wang.
The disciple slapped his shoulder with a lecherous grin, winking and saying, "Ha, Brother Wang, you can just keep envying him.
I've got a date with Sister Su tonight."
Senior Sister Su is indeed renowned for her beauty within our Xintian Holy Land. Her only flaw is that mole on her, but not exactly elegant.
You lucky bastard, actually landing Sister Su.
The disciple named Wang replied, his voice dripping with envy.
That's true.
The disciple nodded in agreement. But immediately afterward, he sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Before he could ponder further, a rough voice cut him off.
You guys think Su Qinghuan was forced by that person from the upper realm, right?
Lin Chen gripped the railing tightly, his face pale, eyes bulging with anxiety as he demanded.
Whether it's true or not. What the hell is it to you?
Brother Wang shot Lin Chen a dismissive glance, his face brimming with contempt.
What the hell? You actually dare to compete with the young master for the Holy Maiden?
You should take a good look at yourself.
If not for young Master Qin's magnanimity, our entire Xintian Holy Land would have been consigned to history.
So it's you, Lin Chen, you little punk. Another disciple's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam before his fist slammed into Lin Chen's face. With his cultivation sealed, Lin Chen could only rely on his physical strength. Unable to react in time, he was sent crashing into the wall.
Damn it, weren't you acting all cocky before? Try being cocky now.
The disciple cursed under his breath before following senior brother Wang away. As a transmigrator, Lin Chen looked down on the local natives and had no shortage of grudges with them. But back when the other party was at the height of their power, they dared not provoke him. But now that Lin Chen was locked in the dungeon, it was the perfect chance to show him who was boss.
Damn it! A tiger in a bad way gets bullied by dogs. I'll remember this.
Lin Chen struggled to his feet, his face contorted in fury as he glared viciously at the departing pair.
Master, help me escape this place. I must find Su Qinghuan. Ling Xiao? Lin Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Seriously, what time is it now, and he's still thinking about women? Master, you heard it yourself. Saintess Qinghuan might have been forced into it.
No, the Holy Maiden Qinghuan must have been forced.
I must find her and get to the bottom of this.
The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more sense it made. She came from a powerful background. The Holy Maiden Qinghuan must have been coerced.
Su Qinghuan was his first love. He simply couldn't let go of her. Lin Chen, do you know who that person is?
Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, feeling increasingly distant from Lin Chen. Surnamed Qin, hailing from the upper realm, accompanied by a terrifying guardian.
If it was indeed as she suspected, the opponent's identity would be terrifying.
That clan, no one in the upper realm had ever dared provoke them. Lin Chen was lucky to have his life spared.
Instead of fleeing this place, he was going after a woman?
He ended up here because of a woman in the first place.
Master, I won't provoke that person.
I only wish to see Su Qinghuan one last time. Master, help me escape this place.
Let me confront Su Qinghuan and get to the bottom of this. After this matter is settled, I'll obey everything you say. I'll never defy your decisions again.
Lin Chen pleaded desperately.
Fine, Lin Chen. See her once and leave immediately. Ling Xiao sighed in resignation, conceding to his request, though his disappointment in the disciple deepened. To be so desperate over a woman that he couldn't distinguish between urgency and triviality. In this state, could he truly lead her back to the upper realm? Where had that Lin Chen gone, the one who remained unfazed by praise or criticism, always confident of victory? Or was this his true nature all along, one she had simply failed to recognize? But now they were two ants on the same rope. If Lin Chen died, she couldn't survive either.
So she had no choice but to possess his body. As Ling Xiao took control, Lin Chen's severely wounded body rapidly healed.
Even his cultivation levels surged from tempering body realm to enlightenment realm. The prison before them could not hold Ling Xiao.
Unnoticed, she slipped silently from the dungeon. Yet neither of them realized that a pair of eyes had been watching them all along.
Truly worthy of being the master, foreseeing everything with divine insight. It seems this remnant soul is the source of his confidence.
Zhou Yao's gaze burned like fire before his form dissolved and vanished from the area.
She intended to relay this news to Qin Jiuge. Chapter 52, The Trial for Su Qinghuan, Zhou Yao's Initiative. Within the imperial retreat, Su Qinghuan had long since fallen into a deep slumber. After days of relentless combat, she was utterly exhausted.
Qin Jiuge sat cross-legged nearby, carefully examining his own inner state. Truly worthy of its legendary reputation as the Ninein mystic body, no wonder so many powerful figures vie for it. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly as he sensed his own strength. Thanks to Su Qinghuan's Ninein mystic body, his cultivation had now broken through another minor realm, reaching the mid-stage of the hollow void realm. Considering he had only cultivated for a mere few days, the sheer power of this physique was truly beyond belief. Moreover, Su Qinghuan's favorability had already reached its peak and would not increase further. Still, he was just short of binding himself to her. Qin Jiuge surmised that perhaps only by reviving her aunt could he raise that final sliver of goodwill. This must be the source of her lingering attachment. Resolving it would instantly boost her favorability by a significant margin. If it remained unresolved, he would likely need a long time to slowly win her over before successfully binding with her. Looks like I need to revive her aunt quickly, Qin Jiuge pondered carefully. But just then, a streak of light flashed by. It was Joyo rushing back. She wore a fiery red gown that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her nose was high and straight, her lips red and teeth white, her figure curvaceous with a willowy waist and full hips. Her long legs were slender and fair, dazzling like scattered flowers. Her bare feet were delicate and dainty, with rounded toes. A black collar adorned her proud, snow-white neck, not detracting from her beauty but only adding to her allure. Master. Upon returning, Jodo obediently approached Qin Jiuge from behind, her slender jade-like fingers massaging his shoulders. Any discoveries? Qin Jiuge asked lazily, propping his forehead with his hand. Just as you suspected, Master. The other party had a fragment of a soul, which has now left the dungeon. And I overheard Lin Chen say he wants to come out to see Su Qinghuan one last time. As Joyo spoke while massaging, her admiration for Qin Jiuge deepened. He seemed to foresee everything with uncanny precision, as if every move of the enemy had been calculated by him. Another woman? I wonder what her identity is. Qin Jiuge frowned and thought. Protagonists of the old man's ring type may start from humble beginnings, but they possess tremendous growth potential. With guidance from powerful figures early on, their cultivation progress is undoubtedly accelerated. Moreover, in the upper realm, the factions backing them posed no small threat. But to him, that was nothing. Joyo was the young clan leader of the Joyo Ming clan, one of the great clans of the upper realm. Though he didn't know the other party's exact status, they seemed to hold even less standing than Joyo. How strong is she? Utterly insignificant. I could cut her down with a casual swing. Joyo declared with confidence. After all, he was a formidable Saint King-level powerhouse, on par with the sect masters of the upper realm. Even if the opponent were at full strength, let alone being merely a fragment of a soul now, Joyo was confident she could finish them off. That weak? Qin Jiuge sighed inwardly at the remark, having hoped for a more formidable challenge. A weakened soul of a weakling held no value worth preserving. Compared to a fragment, he actually hoped to encounter something more like a little green bottle or a pearl, the kind of protagonist-level items. But it was too early to jump to conclusions. He'd observe for a while first. Since the system had actively brought him here, he believed some immense opportunity must be hidden within, waiting for him to unlock it. Qin Jiuge patted Su Qinghuan's pert bottom, rousing her from her slumber. Young master, let me rest a little longer. I really can't hold on much longer. Su Qinghuan opened her sleepy eyes, utterly exhausted, thinking Qin Jiuge was getting frisky again. How could he be so relentless? Didn't they say there are no worn-out oxen, only plowed fields? After days of this relentless exertion, her body felt like it was falling apart. What are you thinking about? I told you to get yourself together and stay by my side from now on. Qin Jiuge couldn't help but snort. Was he that impatient? Oh, I see. Su Qinghuan nodded, showing no embarrassment. After all, she'd done what needed to be done and perhaps more than needed. She might have felt shy at first, but now it had become second nature. Young master, I'll head back now. I still need to sort through some of my aunt's belongings. Su Qinghuan said softly. Her aunt's death remained a scar in her heart. Go ahead. Qin Jiuge gave her a pat on the butt. Watching Su Qinghuan's receding figure, Qin Jiuge's expression turned cold and grim. I hope you won't disappoint me, Qin Jiuge said in a flat tone. Beauty meant nothing to him. What he demanded was absolute loyalty. If Su Qinghuan failed his test, he would have no choice but to crush the flower. Master, I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation recently. Could you help me break through? After Su Qinghuan left, Joyo straddled Qin Jiuge, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, exhaling a faint, sweet fragrance. Her master hadn't favored her in ages. Watching him guide Su Qinghuan through relentless cultivation sessions, a sour pang of jealousy gnawed at her heart. What? Are you jealous? Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, his large hands roaming relentlessly over her entire body. Not at all. Joyo is merely your spirit pet. How could she dare to feel jealous of you? Joyo murmured with her head bowed, unable to meet Qin Jiuge's gaze, her pitiful expression tugging at the heartstrings. Why so docile now? I recall when I first took you in, you were quite the rebellious spirit. Qin Jiuge lifted her smooth, bare chin, his tone teasing. It was Jiu Yao's fault. I was ignorant and presumptuous, daring to oppose my master. Thanks to my master's generosity in forgiving past mistakes and granting me a chance, I can now atone for my sins. If my master does not disdain me, Joyo is willing to serve you for generations to come. Joyo spoke with reverence. After a period of training, she had long since become utterly devoted to him. Good to see you've learned your place. First, enjoy some appetizers. We have a grand spectacle to witness shortly. With that, Qin Jiuge's large hand firmly pressed Joyo down, and she offered not the slightest resistance. Chapter 53, Swords Drawn, Lin Chen's True Colors Revealed. Meanwhile, Su Qinghuan had just stepped out of Qin Jiuge's palace, her expression dazed. She realized she had fallen for Qin Jiuge. Yes, though it had begun out of necessity, after spending these past few days together, she realized she truly had grown fond of him. She cherished his gentle embrace, his warm chest, his profound knowledge, and everything about him. As for Lin Chen, they were merely ordinary fellow disciples. She might have harbored some feelings for him before, but compared to Qin Jiuge, they were utterly insignificant. Qinghuan, you're finally out. Suddenly, an excited male voice rang out. Su Qinghuan turned to see that it was none other than Lin Chen. Lin Chen, how did you get out? Su Qinghuan's expression darkened, her gaze toward Lin Chen brimming with wariness. Qinghuan, I'm here to take you away. I spoke too harshly earlier. Don't take it to heart. Before Qin Jiuge discovers us, you must come with me now. Once we leave the Xintian Holy Land and the Eastern Wastes, no one will find us. Lin Chen pleaded urgently, reaching out to grab Su Qinghuan's hand only to be dodged. Su Qinghuan snapped sharply, Lin Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? I've said it before, I became the young master's maid of my own free will. He didn't force me. I won't leave with you. Give up that notion. Out of respect for our former fellow discipleship, I'll give you this advice, go apologize to the young master now. Perhaps he'll spare your life. What? Lin Chen stared in disbelief. Qinghuan, what did you say? You weren't forced? Lin Chen, I've made myself perfectly clear. Everything was my own choice. No one ever forced me. Go apologize to the young master immediately. Perhaps he might spare your life. As for me, I've long been the young master's property. If you persist in this nonsense, don't blame me for taking action. With that, Su Qinghuan lost her patience. A long sword gleamed coldly in her hand, pointing menacingly at Lin Chen from a distance. Su Qinghuan, you. Facing his beloved turning against him, sword drawn, Lin Chen's frustration was palpable. Especially since he had risked his life to bring Su Qinghuan away with him, only to be treated this way in return. Ha ha ha. So it was all just my own foolish delusion after all. Su Qinghuan, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You're nothing but a gold digger who despises the poor and adores the rich. Lin Chen's voice cracked with grief, tinged with madness and bitter resentment. Think whatever you want. If you don't surrender peacefully, don't blame me for taking action. Su Qinghuan swung her sword, unleashing a terrifying aura. No matter what, she would not let Lin Chen escape. Thanks to Qin Jiuge's guidance over the past few days, she had successfully broken through to the wheel-turning realm. Though she still couldn't match Lin Chen, he was severely wounded. She was utterly confident she could take him down. No! Xiao Chen, get out of here immediately. Young Master Qin is nearby too. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Chen, who had been about to act, to hesitate. Damn it! Su Qinghuan, we'll meet again. Next time, I'll make you regret today's decision. Giving Su Qinghuan one last furious glance, Lin Chen transformed into a streak of light, poised to depart. But in the next instant, he found himself utterly immobilized, as if frozen in place. Did I give you permission to leave? The bone-chilling voice sent a cold sweat running down Lin Chen's back. He recognized it. Wasn't this the voice of that Qin fellow? Master! Master, save me! Lin Chen cried out in desperation. With his life hanging in the balance, composure was the last thing on his mind. Ah, little Chen, calm down first. The surrounding space is sealed off. Even I can't do anything about it. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly, feeling a hint of displeasure toward Lin Chen. If it weren't for his insistence on coming here, they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Lin Chen's current predicament was entirely his own doing. What? Master, are you saying we're all going to die? No. I can't die. After finally crossing over, I haven't reached the pinnacle yet, I haven't built my harem yet, I absolutely cannot die like this. Lin Chen roared inwardly. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Ling Xiao grew even more disappointed in him. The phrase fear of death and love of life was embodied in him to the fullest. As a cultivator, one should be fearless, charging forward without hesitation, never regretting one's choices. In the upper realm, countless cultivators pressed forward relentlessly, driven by the pursuit of that elusive Dao. Even death on the battlefield held no regret for them. Within those immortal sects and immortal clans, the selection of young masters and sacred sons demanded enduring countless trials, stepping over countless corpses, with a single misstep leading to a 10,000-foot precipice. Is not every one of their identities supremely noble? Yet never has there been a single heir from any faction who feared death or clung to life. Competition in the upper realm is brutal. Not only must they stand out among their peers and secure sufficient resources through their own abilities, but they must also guard against assassination attempts by hostile forces. Those who fear death and cling to life could never have reached this stage. Master, you come from the upper realm. You must have a way out, right? You can take me away from here, can't you? Even now, Lin Chen clung to his illusions. He was a transmigrator, the protagonist of this world. There was no way he could die so easily. Alas, little Chen, at this point, even I have no solution. When that young master arrives, if we show him proper respect, perhaps he won't hold our past actions against us? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. What? No, there must be a way. There has to be a way. Wait, master. You're a soul entity, right? If you self-detonate your soul form, I'll definitely be able to escape. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something, his voice filled with urgency. What? Ling Xiao stared in utter shock, utterly unprepared for such words to come from Lin Chen's mouth. Having spent decades with Lin Chen, she had long treated him as her own flesh and blood disciple. Whether it was cultivation, elixirs, or techniques, she had always given him the very best. Yet now, faced with danger, he was telling her to self-detonate his soul? Everything she had done was to return to the upper realm and exact her revenge with her own hands. But if she died, what meaning would any of it hold? Master, I saved your life. If not for me back then, you would have died long ago. You owe me a life. Now is the perfect time to repay it. As for your enemies in the upper realm, once I reach there, I will avenge you. Facing life and death, Lin Chen's true nature was laid bare as he pressed his advantage relentlessly. This so-called golden finger of mine is utterly useless. Not only is it completely ineffective, but it won't even sacrifice itself for me. If it weren't for me back then, how could she have survived to this day? Even in death, Lin Chen clung to the superiority of being a transmigrator. For her, a native of this realm, to sacrifice herself for him was an honor. He would remember her kindness. When he ascended to the pinnacle of power in the future, he would fulfill her final wish. Wasn't that enough? Chapter 54, Lingxian Heavenly Palace Ling Xiao. Just then, Qin Jiuge strolled over, accompanied by a stunning red-clad woman none other than Zhou. Young master. Su Qinghuan's eyes lit up at Qin Jiuge's arrival. She hurried forward, eager to explain. No need for explanations. I saw everything just now. You handled it very well. After praising Su Qinghuan, Qin Jiuge turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Come out, senior. How long do you plan to hide? Qin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Chen forced himself to remain calm, though his mind was already churning with turmoil. Ling Xiao's existence had never been detected before. How did the other party know? He dared not admit it, nor could he. But just then, the ring on his finger reacted. Ah! I am Ling Xiao. Greetings, young Master Qin. As the words fell, a greenish figure materialized, revealing a woman's exquisite features and voluptuous form. Her oval face was breathtakingly beautiful, with arched willow brows, sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips with pearly teeth. Though she wore no makeup, her beauty was extraordinary. She wore a simple moon-white robe trimmed with azure, her figure voluptuous yet not heavy. Her ample bosom formed peaks and ridges, each angle revealing a different beauty. Her shoulders and neck flowed like moonlit water, while a slender blue sash at her waist gently cinched her curves, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her figure swayed like a willow in the breeze. Against the simple elegance of her robe, her full form shed its chill, gaining instead a gentle warmth. Though now merely a shadowy remnant of a soul, it was evident that in life, this woman had been a beauty. In certain aspects, even Jiuye could not rival her. Qin Jiuge scrutinized Ling Xiao from head to toe as information about her surfaced. Ding! Detected, Fate's chosen one, Ling Xiao. Fortune's daughter, Ling Xiao. Identity, elder of the Xianling Heavenly Palace. Constitution, none. Cultivation level, early void penetration realm. Fortune points, 30,000. P.S. Possesses exceptional alchemy talent. Recommended for host to recruit. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao was also a woman of destiny, though her destiny points were slightly lower. Yet her alchemy talent is truly exceptional. Even the system recommends recruiting her. Though alchemists are rare, they hold little special significance to him. Still, having a personal alchemist would allow him to concoct some illicit potions which sounded rather appealing. If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the upper realm, right? After sizing up the other party, Qin Jiuge spoke in a detached tone, having already decided how to handle the situation. Indeed, I hail from the Xianling Heavenly Palace in the upper realm. Has the young master heard of it? Ling Xiao responded respectfully, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Though she was now but a fragment of a soul, her discernment remained sharp. The young master before her appeared outwardly refined and tolerant, yet he couldn't conceal that air of confidence that looked down upon the world and the aura of a seasoned ruler who had weathered countless storms. Clearly, this man was no ordinary figure. Even if he wasn't the heir to some great clan or sect, he was undoubtedly close. As for the crimson-robed woman behind him, her power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Even at her peak, Ling Xiao might not have been her match. The Xianling Heavenly Palace, a renowned alchemy sanctuary in the upper realm. I've certainly heard of it, Qin Jiuge remarked with a faint smile. Xianling Heavenly Palace held considerable renown in the upper realm as a famed sanctuary for alchemy. Though the sect itself wasn't exceptionally powerful, barely scraping into the ranks of third-tier forces, it housed countless alchemists within its walls. In the upper realm, an alchemist's network was vast. Though they might not be powerful themselves, they could easily summon countless strong allies, so few dared to offend an alchemist. Alchemy sects like the Ling Chen Heavenly Palace wielded terrifying cohesive power within their respective domains.
Yet, alas, before absolute power, all else is but fleeting. Like countless ants still merely ants.
It's just a matter of one more stomp, the outcome remains unchanged. When the Qin clan's million-strong elite cavalry trampled through, not only would a minor Lingxuan vanish, but the entire Dao domain itself would be reduced to fleeting dust.
Young master, have you heard of the Ling Chen Heavenly Palace?
At these words, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. My disciple acted foolishly earlier, angering you, young master.
I beg your magnanimity to spare his life. I offer my deepest apologies on his behalf.
Should I ever return to the Xianling Heavenly Palace, I shall spare no effort to repay your kindness. Ling Xiao bowed respectfully, his movements deliberate and measured. Though the Lingxian Heavenly Palace couldn't compare to the top-tier powers of the upper realm, it was no minor sect either.
A favor from someone of the upper realm, especially from a renowned alchemy sanctuary, was undeniably valuable.
I am certainly familiar with the Xianling Heavenly Palace.
However, I wonder if you have heard of the ancient Qin clan?
Qin Jiuge spoke softly, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth.
What? The immortal ancient Qin clan? Young master, could you possibly be from the immortal ancient Qin clan? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat.
The most dreaded possibility had materialized. This young master truly hailed from that clan.
The most terrifying power in the upper realm, the immortal ancient Qin clan.
Legend held that the immortal ancient Qin clan had existed since before the separation of chaos and primordial chaos. Their existence was profoundly ancient, traceable even before the birth of the upper realm. No one knew when they had come into being, nor did anyone know their origins. When countless top-tier powers were just beginning to rise, the Qin clan already stood at the pinnacle of this world. Through the ages, many ancient imperial clans and noble houses of their era have long since perished. Yet the immortal ancient Qin clan has remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the upper realm from beginning to end, witnessing the world's transformations and observing its rise and fall with detached amusement.
A wave of despair suddenly washed over Ling Xiao.
When Qin Jiuge was born, she had long been betrayed in exile to the lower realms, so she never knew him. Otherwise, even if she had 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare provoke them. If the other party truly hailed from the ancient Qin clan of the immortal realm, forget about their tiny Lingxian Heavenly Palace. Even the combined might of several neighboring Dao domains wouldn't be enough to scratch their teeth. Fortunately, the other party seemed unconcerned and continued to ask.
But I am quite curious, senior. How did you come to be stranded here, and why did you take such a worthless disciple?
As he spoke, Qin Jiuge shot Lin Chen a glance, his eyes brimming with undisguised scorn.
Qin. Who do you call a good-for-nothing? Lin Chen roared.
Even in this life-threatening crisis, Lin Chen as the favored son of fate remained sharp-tongued, unable to tolerate the slightest insult.
Lin Chen, shut your mouth. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao barked at him in the next instant. Kneel before me.
Under Ling Zhao's imposing pressure, Lin Chen was forced to kneel on the spot, his knees pressed flat before Qin Jiuge. To savor the spectacle, Qin Jiuge naturally had Joyo lift the spatial seal binding Lin Chen, allowing him to witness this display of benevolent master and dutiful disciple firsthand.
Chapter 55, Senior, why not surrender to me?
I apologize for the embarrassment, young Master Qin.
My disciple is ignorant and disrespectful. I will personally discipline him later. I humbly ask for your magnanimity, young master. Please do not stoop to the petty quarrels of these lowly mortals from the lower realms. Ling Xiao wore a bitter smile as he apologized repeatedly to Qin Jiuge. Master, you.
Lin Chen felt like spitting blood inside.
Kneeling before his sworn enemy, where could he possibly hide his face now?
And the one who struck him down was none other than his own master. Bowing low before his enemy while striking him down with heavy blows, Lin Chen's resentment toward Ling Xiao only deepened.
Shut up. Do you think this isn't already a big enough mess?
Ling Xiao snapped, his disappointment in Lin Chen now complete. How could he still fail to grasp the situation at this point? Both their lives now hung in the balance, held in the other's hands. Life or death depended entirely on his word. Had he shown a bit more deference, there might still have been a chance to scrape by.
But the way Lin Chen was acting now, did he actually want to rush off to be reincarnated?
Senior Ling Xiao, you've gone to such lengths to consider others, yet it seems he doesn't appreciate your kindness. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, ready to add fuel to the fire.
Ah, I'm afraid I've made a spectacle of myself before you, young master.
Ling Xiao shook her head slightly.
Even Qin Jiuge, a stranger meeting her for the first time, could see her earnest efforts.
Yet Lin Chen, her disciple for years, remained stubbornly self-willed, refusing to heed her advice.
Ding! The chosen one Ling Xiao is disappointed in Lin Chen.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 30,000 points of villainous destiny. Ling Xiao then recounted to Qin Jiuge how she had been betrayed in the upper realm and how she had taken Lin Chen as her disciple in the lower realm.
I see. It seems Senior Ling Xiao truly had poor judgment in choosing companions.
Not only was she betrayed in the upper realm, but she ended up here as well. Even now that she's in the lower realm, she's found herself a troublemaker who causes nothing but headaches.
Ling Xiao fell silent upon hearing this, offering no rebuttal.
In the past, she had held high hopes for Lin Chen. Though his temper was a bit hot-headed, she understood it as youthful exuberance. But after experiencing all these events, she finally saw Lin Chen's true colors. This wasn't youthful impetuosity at all, it was sheer arrogance, blind to the reality of the situation. If Lin Chen continued to stubbornly cling to his delusions, his recklessness would inevitably lead to his downfall. Senior Ling Xiao, forgive my bluntness, but taking Lin Chen as your disciple was likely just a means to return to the upper realm for revenge, wasn't it? But look at him now with such a temperament, can he truly lead you back to the upper realm? Qin, what do you mean by that? Lin Chen raised his head in fury, his face twisted in rage. Nothing at all. A pearl lost in the dust, such things have always existed since ancient times. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its perch, and a virtuous minister chooses his master. Staying by Lin Chen's side is nothing short of squandering such talent. You'd be better off pledging your allegiance to me. You should be aware of the power behind me. Your enemies are nothing but a mere word to me. But if you rely on Lin Chen, whether you can return to the upper realm in this lifetime is still uncertain, let alone exacting revenge. Qin Jiuge's tone was calm as he extended an olive branch to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao remained silent, head bowed in deep contemplation. He was right. Her disappointment in Lin Chen only grew deeper by the day. If she agreed to submit to him, returning to the upper realm would be a certainty. Even vengeance would be as simple as him uttering a single word. But if she chose Lin Chen instead, even if he did ascend successfully, the road ahead would still be long and arduous. Given Lin Chen's nature, he would inevitably attract other powerful adversaries and they wouldn't be as accommodating as young Master Qin. Of course, the greater likelihood was that he wouldn't even survive that long, his soul scattered to the winds long before. This was the gulf between them. Merely the starting point of his birth was already a goal Lin Chen could never hope to reach in his lifetime. Pitifully, he remained blind to the situation, persistently provoking young Master Qin time and again. Had he heeded her advice, how could he have fallen into this predicament? Moreover, she could sense Lin Chen's growing wariness toward her, his distrust deepening with each passing day. With that scheme to sow discord now in play, even if she stayed, Lin Chen would likely never trust her again. Sigh. Compared to a top-tier noble like young Master Qin, Lin Chen was utterly crushed on every front. Master, you must not agree to his terms. Seeing Ling Xiao fall silent, Lin Chen's heart sank. Ling Xiao was his greatest asset. His own growth to this point was entirely due to her. If he were to leave, how could he possibly survive in this unfamiliar world? He absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to leave him. Master, you can't do this to me. When you fell into slumber, it was I who awakened you. I saved your life. You can't just abandon me like this. Lin Chen spoke with trembling urgency, terrified Ling Xiao would leave him. He had nothing left, he absolutely couldn't lose Ling Xiao too. Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt even more heartbroken. Couldn't he see through such an obvious attempt to drive a wedge between them? Did he really see her as some opportunistic social climber, someone who only loved wealth and despised poverty? After all this time together, he had long regarded her as his own disciple, pouring his entire legacy into teaching her. Yet he had never once trusted her? My apologies, young Master Qin. I must decline your kind offer. Lin Chen has done me a favor. No matter what, I will not abandon him. Ling Xiao declined politely. Even if Lin Chen had utterly disappointed her, even if better options now presented themselves. But Lin Chen had done her a favor. Unless he personally asked her to leave, she would never abandon him. To repay the debt, she would sacrifice her very life without hesitation. Qin, you saw that. Don't assume everyone is some kind of gold digger who only loves the rich and powerful. Some people won't choose to submit to you just because you're noble. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. At last, he had gained the upper hand. You truly embody loyalty and righteousness, senior. You repay grievances with kindness. Yet it's a pity some people simply aren't worthy of such treatment. Qin Jiuge maintained his smile, then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. I'll make you hand her over willingly. With a flick of her delicate hand, 3 glowing orbs materialized before Lin Chen. Chapter 56, Selling out his own master in an instant. These 3 items will be exchanged for your master's life and yours. Lin Chen snorted derisively, intending to refuse. Yet the 3 luminous spheres were so dazzling, their dazzling effects overwhelming, that he couldn't help but glance at them. What are these? Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, knowing he had taken the bait. With a flick of his elegant hand, he revealed the true forms of the light orbs, a pill, a long sword, and an ancient book. Lin Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to these objects, staring motionless at the treasures. The dazzling array of special effects clearly signaled these were extraordinary treasures. Where had he ever witnessed such a spectacle? These 3 items are the 3 supreme treasures of my ancient Qin clan. This is the cosmic super invincible. Immortal pill. Consume just one, and you shall instantly comprehend the Tao, purify your bones and marrow, undergo a complete transformation, and be reborn. Attaining immortality would then be merely a matter of time. Qin Jiuge held up the pill in his hand and said. Lin Chen stared intently at the multicolored pill, its surface erupting with all manner of extraordinary effects as exaggerated as could be imagined. The fragrance of the pill spread freely, permeating 10,000 miles. Merely inhaling a whiff, he felt his qi and blood surge upward, his entire body brimming with power. Clearly, the other party wasn't lying. This mind-blowing cultivation technique is a closely guarded secret of the Qin clan. Very few are capable of mastering it. Once mastered, it will purge all distractions from your mind, allowing you to dedicate yourself wholly to the Tao. You shall not rest until you attain the Great Way, and its power is truly terrifying. Qin Jiuge then displayed the ancient tome. Its 4 golden characters radiated an aura of primordial Tao, grand and awe-inspiring. As for this great sword, it cuts through iron like mud, sharp beyond compare. It could cleave an entire star system in two with a single swing. Even I find it terrifying. I offer these treasures in exchange for your master. Furthermore, I shall overlook all your previous indiscretions. What do you say? Qin Jiuge asked with keen interest, his gaze fixed on Ling Xiao. Lin Chen, don't agree to him. Ling Xiao whispered telepathically to Lin Chen. His actions were far too calculated, and the special effects were downright over the top. She was no stranger to treasures, but genuine ones always appeared understated and ordinary, never this ostentatious. Unexpectedly, her cautionary words reached Lin Chen's ears, and he misinterpreted them as her reluctance for him to leave her behind. Lin Chen pondered deeply. If his master was so worried, it meant these treasures were truly extraordinary. She feared being abandoned. In that case, what she said must be true. Looking back at Ling Xiao's performance these past days, he'd been utterly useless, leaving Lin Chen utterly disappointed. If he could exchange these treasures for Ling Xiao, even without her, he was confident he could surpass her in the future. Then, once he grew strong enough to kill her, he would reclaim Ling Xiao. Fine. I agree to your terms. After pondering for a long moment, Lin Chen finally agreed to Qin Jiuge's terms. What? Ling Xiao's expression turned stunned, her face filled with utter disbelief. She had spent so much time with him, remaining unmoved by Qin Jiuge's threats and temptations. Yet Lin Chen had sold her out for mere treasures? Master, I've thought it through carefully. Young Master Qin is right. With my current strength, it's indeed unlikely I could bring you back to the upper realm. It's better for us to each get what we need, at least you'll have a good place to go. Lin Chen explained solemnly, as if he truly had her best interests at heart. Ha! I told you before, senior. Some people simply aren't worth treating this way. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, utterly unsurprised by Lin Chen's choice. After all, these transmigrants were notoriously arrogant, prioritizing personal gain over friendship and abandoning principles for profit. To him, everyone here was merely a native utterly beneath his notice. Not even his own master was an exception. Given sufficient incentive, he would betray them without a second thought. Qin, you're not going back on your word, are you? Lin Chen asked warily, his fingers tightening around the ring. Of course not. I, Qin, am a man of my word. Hand over the ring, and all these belong to you. Fine. Xiao Chun, you. Ling Xiao exclaimed anxiously, but before she could finish, Lin Chen had already slipped the ring off his finger and tossed it to Qin Jiuge. Having received the ring, Qin Jiuge naturally kept his word and handed over the 3 treasures to Lin Chen. The moment the treasures touched his hands, Lin Chen immediately stowed them away in his storage pouch, fearing Qin Jiuge might change her mind. Ding! The chosen son of destiny, Lin Chen, and the chosen daughter of destiny, Ling Xiao, have completely severed ties. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 300,000 destiny villain points. Ding! The chosen daughter Ling Xiao is utterly disillusioned with Lin Chen. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 50,000 villain points. The system notifications filled Qin Jiuge with pure delight. Ling Xiao was essentially the plot device that ran through the entire story, her importance self-evident. Add to that the backing of the Lingxian Heavenly Palace. Even if Lin Chen ascended to the upper realm someday, she would remain a crucial ally. But now, just because of some so-called treasures, she'd sold him out? It was laughable. Senior, it seems you truly picked the wrong person to trust. Qin Jiuge toyed with the ring in his hand, delivering a merciless final blow. Ah! Young Master Qin, was it truly worth it to pay such a heavy price for my sake? Ling Su shook his head slightly, his disappointment in Lin Chen now complete. Of course it's worth it. With your loyalty and integrity, Master, gaining your trust is priceless. I'd pay any price, let alone these mere possessions, Qin Jiuge declared earnestly. These words warmed Ling Xiao's heart. Compared to Qin Jiuge, Lin Chen was undoubtedly utterly overshadowed. Moreover, after spending so much time together, Lin Chen hadn't left even when faced with Qin Jiuge's enticements. Yet here was Lin Chen, selling him out for mere treasures. Qin Jiuge, on the other hand, was not only courteous and gentle but also completely free of arrogance. To see him pay such a heavy price for her mere fragment of a soul left her feeling both humbled and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, witnessing this, grew even more contemptuous of Qin Jiuge. Men understood men best. After all that talk, hadn't he simply succumbed to lust? Seems no different from the villains in those books. Once I've developed my abilities, I'll make him regret today's decision. Chapter 57, Lin Chen castrates himself, losing both master and brother. Alright, staying in this wretched ring for so long must have been quite an ordeal for you, senior. With that, a large piece of golden jade materialized in Qin Jiuge's hand, the finest soul-nurturing jade. Please enter first, senior. This is top-grade soul-nourishing jade. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The name Supreme Soul-Nurturing Jade alone revealed its purpose. Merely standing beside it, Ling Xiao felt his soul begin to show signs of recovery. Thank you, young master. Ling Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly. No one had ever been so kind to her before. Then, her soul form shot straight into the jade. Ah, so comfortable. A soft moan echoed from within, causing both Jodio and Su Qinghuan's cheeks to flush. That voice, they knew it all too well. However, they misunderstood. The Supreme Soul Nurturing Jade contained such an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy that Ling Xiao was instantly saturated the moment she entered. Unable to contain herself, she let out a cry of pure bliss. After all, she was merely a soul. In the past, Lin Chen's power had been too weak to provide her with much spiritual energy, making it incomparable to this richly endowed Supreme Soul Nurturing Jade. Enough. As agreed, you must let me go now, Lin Chen said, his expression wary. Get lost. Qin Jiuge shot him a glance before flicking her sleeve, sending Lin Chen flying backward. Damn it! Lin Chen felt utterly humiliated, vowing silently that he would return with Qin Jiuge's treasures to kill her. Then, he would watch Qin Jiuge beg for mercy before his very eyes. Ah! Young master only spared Lin Chen because of me. Watching Lin Chen fade into the distance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but blame herself, her guilt toward Qin Jiuge deepening. The two had long been at odds. Though he possessed the strength to kill her, he still honored their pact and let her go. Was it all for his sake? Ding! The fate-blessed maiden's favorability toward the host has increased. Congratulations, host, on gaining 30,000 points of destiny villain value. You can't say that. If not for Lin Chen, how would I have met the senior? In my eyes, you matter far more than him. As long as I can have you, what does it matter if I let him go? Qin Jiuge murmured softly in consolation. Young master. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao felt even greater affection for Qin Jiuge. Young master treats Ling Xiao so well, I don't know how I could ever repay you. Now that things have come to this, how about that senior stays by my side for the rest of his life to repay his debt? Qin Jiuge couldn't help but tease. If you don't mind, Ling Xiao is willing to follow you for life, never to betray you. Ling Xiao said earnestly. Ding! The fate-blessed maiden Ling Xiao's favorability toward the host has significantly increased. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 30,000 points of destiny villain value. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who had just escaped from Qin Jiuge's pursuit, raced all the way to a hidden cave dwelling. He had discovered this cave dwelling alone long ago, and no one else knew of its existence. Nestled within a dense forest, it was home to all manner of terrifying demonic beasts. Those lacking sufficient strength risked becoming their prey. So Lin Chen wasn't worried about being found by others. Alright, then. Next, let me take a look at these treasures. Entering the cave, Lin Chen couldn't wait. He could almost envision the day when his cultivation reached its peak and his opponent would kneel before him, begging for mercy. Then, Lin Chen took out the cosmic supermighty immortal pill he had obtained from Qin Jiuge. The moment this pill appeared, an array of exaggerated special effects erupted around it. It radiated an extraordinary, overwhelming aura, bursting with vibrant colors and emitting halos of every hue imaginable, truly as extravagant as it could possibly be. Merely inhaling its fragrance made Lin Chen feel his qi and blood surge through his entire body, as if he could take down an ox. What a marvelous thing! Lin Chen's eyes flashed with excitement as he promptly swallowed the pill. Surprisingly, it wasn't bitter as he'd imagined, but rather quite sweet, like a sugar pill. Shortly after swallowing it, Lin Chen felt an intense heat surge through his entire body, as if he were being roasted alive, his qi and blood surging wildly. Looks like the pill is working, Lin Chen thought excitedly. He then retrieved the cultivation manual. It looked well-traveled and weathered by time, with a corner missing from the lower right of its cover, clearly no ordinary item. In the center of the cover, 4 golden characters were inscribed, the secret manual of the sunflower. Lin Chen eagerly flipped to the first page. To practice this art, one must first castrate oneself. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen quickly made his decision. After all, it was just a little thing less than 3 inches long. Once he became an immortal, he could always get a bigger one, couldn't he? Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen drew his mighty sword, which sliced through iron like mud, its blade blazing with dazzling, flamboyant divine light. It'll hurt a bit, but if I'm quick enough, I won't feel it. Lin Chen whispered softly to himself, then closed his eyes tightly. With a sharp crack. Ah! The piercing scream echoed like a tolling bell, reverberating far and wide and sending countless birds and beasts scattering in fright. Inside the cave, Lin Chen wailed in agony, his trouser leg soaked in blood. When he had used that treasure sword to cut through, for some reason, the blade had suddenly jammed halfway through, as if it had rusted. But having already made the cut halfway through, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and pushed on. If it meant growing stronger, a little pain was nothing to be ashamed of. After dispatching his second brother, Lin Chen frowned, his face twisted in a grimace. It took him a full moment to recover before he flipped to the second page. One may cultivate martial arts without castration. Put. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly losing control, but managed to steady himself. It's no big deal. I haven't used it in all these years anyway. If it's cut off, it's cut off. I'll just get a bigger one later. After steadying his mind, Lin Chen turned to the third page. Ha! Lin Chen was utterly baffled. The third page was a blank sheet of paper, not a single word, not even a speck of ink. Panic seized him as he frantically flipped through the remaining pages, only to find them all blank like the third. Put. Lin Chen spat out another mouthful of blood. He finally realized he'd been tricked by Qin Jiuge. This wasn't some god-tier cultivation technique at all, it was clearly just Qin Jiuge playing a joke on him. How ridiculous that he'd actually believed it. He hurriedly inspected the great sword. Stripped of all its dazzling effects, the blade revealed its true form. The blade was pitch black, and the hilt was nearly falling off. This wasn't some divine sword at all, it was just an ordinary iron blade, as common as they come, and even rusty to boot. Forget slicing through iron like mud, it wouldn't even cut through a tree trunk easily. No wonder it got stuck earlier. Damn it! Qin. I, Lin Chen, swear this life I will never rest until you are destroyed. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Here he was, a time traveler, yet he'd been completely outmaneuvered by a local native. He'd even handed over his own master to the enemy and lost his second younger brother. The thought of his recent actions made Lin Chen's vision darken, nearly causing him to stumble. But then he felt his qi and blood surge through his body, his skin flushing crimson as a wave of intense energy coursed through him. Now he knew what that pill was. You bastard, Qin! I will kill you! With those words, Lin Chen could no longer contain himself and burst out of the cave dwelling. At that very moment, a purple crystal lion Ling King led its cubs out to patrol their territory. Chapter 58, Su Qinghuan's Origins. Spotting Lin Chen charging toward it, the purple crystal lion Ling King roared in alarm, as if facing a formidable foe. Human, what do you think you're doing? I want. With that, Lin Chen's eyes turned bloodshot as he lost all restraint. He lunged forward, knocking the purple crystal lion Ling King to the ground. Then, under its stunned gaze. Nearby, several young purple crystal lion Wing Kings stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Ding! Chosen one Lin Chen has castrated himself. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 50,000 points of Destiny Villain value. Meanwhile, Qin Jiuge was leisurely enjoying the attentions of the two women. But at that very moment, the system's untimely notification sounded. Upon hearing that Lin Chen had castrated himself, Qin Jiuge jolted upright, startling Su Qinghuan. What's wrong, young master? Did I do something wrong? Su Qinghuan looked up, her face filled with confusion, thinking she might have displeased the young master. It's nothing to do with you. Continue. Qin Jiuge ruffled Su Qinghuan's hair encouragingly, though his mind was racing with thoughts. This Lin Chen, wasn't he being a bit too foolish? He'd only intended to toy with Lin Chen, but who knew the man would actually fall for it? Had he glanced just one more page further, he wouldn't have made such a foolish mistake. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He had more important matters to attend to. Afterward, Qin Jiuge helped Su Qinghuan smooth out her silky hair. From initial awkwardness to now performing the task with practiced ease, Su Qinghuan grasped things quickly, a testament to her remarkable learning ability. After Su Qinghuan finished cleaning him up, Qin Jiuge suddenly asked, by the way, why have I never heard about your mother? Did you live with your aunt since childhood? My mother. Caught off guard by Qin Jiuge's sudden question, Su Qinghuan looked perplexed, as if lost in recollection. A full quarter of an hour passed before Su Qinghuan snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with sorrow. Young master, ever since I can remember, I've lived with my aunt. My father was an elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, but he has since passed away. I once asked both my aunt and father about it, but they only shook their heads and never told me. Is that so? Qin Jiuge murmured, his gaze lowered in deep thought. He seemed to have already pieced together her origins. If his guess was correct, Su Qinghuan's mother likely came from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan of the upper realm, holding a position of considerable status. That was why Su Qinghuan had awakened the bloodline of a celestial fox. Then, for some reason, she came to the lower realm, fell in love with her father, and bore Su Qinghuan. Naturally, the nine-tailed celestial fox clan behind her would never consent to this marriage. They sent agents to capture Su Qinghuan's mother. When Su Qinghuan eventually ascended to the upper realm, it would likely trigger another rescue her mother plotline. But whether it's exactly as he suspects, well, why not ask her aunt? Don't be sad. I'll take you to revive your aunt right now. Seeing Su Qinghuan's sorrowful expression, Qin Jiuge offered gentle reassurance. Really, young master? At his words, Su Qinghuan's face instantly brightened. Her aunt's death had always been a scar on her heart. She had raised and cared for her since childhood, and the bond between them was as close as mother and daughter, their blood thicker than water. After her aunt's death, she had even mobilized the Xiantian Holy Land to investigate, yet found not a single clue. Now, hearing that Qin Jiuge intended to revive her aunt, her heart surged with excitement. Though the dead could not be reborn, he was, after all, a powerful figure from the upper realm. Who knew what methods he might possess? Of course it's true. Let's not delay. We should depart immediately. Qin Jiuge patted Su Qinghuan's pert behind. He too had some questions he needed to clarify through her aunt. Moreover, once he revived her aunt, Su Qinghuan's favorability toward him would inevitably skyrocket. At that point, he could bind himself to her. Once bound, even if he sat idle every day, his cultivation would synchronize with hers. After all, the cultivation speed of a woman blessed by destiny was truly extraordinary. One or two might not surpass his own, but when combined, it would be no exaggeration to say they could advance by leaps and bounds. Knock knock knock. Just then, a series of knocks sounded from outside the hall. Young master, I'll go see. Su Qinghuan addressed Qin Jiuge before striding away with cheerful steps. Knowing her aunt was about to be revived, Su Qinghuan couldn't help but feel her mood lift. What a simple little fox, she can't hide her feelings at all. Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, growing increasingly curious about her aunt. Outside the imperial retreat, the Xiantian holy sovereign stood visibly tense, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He truly had no idea how to explain this matter to young Master Qin. Lin Chen had been specifically ordered by young Master Qin to be locked in the dungeon and guarded strictly. Yet, after only a few days, the man had managed to escape? The dungeon was guarded layer upon layer, not even a fly could escape. And Lin Chen had his cultivation sealed. How had he managed to escape under such circumstances? The Xiantian Holy Lord's face was etched with worry, fearing that the enraged young Master Qin might annihilate their entire Xiantian Holy Land. With a creak, the palace doors swung open, revealing Su Qinghuan's figure. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden. Spotting the visitor, the Xiantian Holy Lord jolted upright and hastily bowed in reverence. Though nominally he was the Holy Lord and Su Qinghuan the Holy Maiden, placing him far above her in status, she was, after all, the young master's personal attendant. Moreover, young Master Qin clearly held her in high regard. If he inadvertently angered her, a mere whisper in his ear could spell his doom 1,000 times over. Naturally, he dared not show her the slightest disrespect. What is it? Su Qinghuan spoke indifferently, her expression cold and distant. It's like this, Holy Maiden. Lin Chen has escaped from the dungeon. The Holy Sovereign of Xiantian spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully, fearful of inadvertently provoking her. Yet Su Qinghuan seemed to have anticipated this news. Her expression remained unchanged as she replied in a detached tone. I understand. Issue a kill order. Bring Lin Chen back at all costs. Holy Maiden, what about the young master? Zuantian Shengzu spoke slowly, avoiding Su Qinghuan's gaze. As for the young master, I will handle it myself. Focus on your own duties. If there is nothing further, you may withdraw. Su Qinghuan's tone remained impassive as she turned and stepped into the imperial residence. Yes, Holy Maiden. We owe you our deepest gratitude. Zuantian Shengzu expressed his gratitude, visibly relieved that his sect had a holy maiden who could whisper advice into young Master Qin's ear. Chapter 59, Lin Chen's father Lin Retian. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a middle-aged man transformed into a divine rainbow, streaking through the air at incredible speed. Simultaneously, his divine sense spread out, sweeping across all directions. Not a single flicker of movement in this area could escape his perception. Wherever he passed, countless ferocious beasts bowed their heads in submission, trembling violently, or fled in panic, not daring to provoke him in the slightest. It should be somewhere nearby. Xiao Chen, where are you? The middle-aged man's face was etched with anxiety. During the Lin family incident years ago, he had managed to escape the ambush, but the Lin family had been wiped out, and his son had vanished without a trace. After a long period of investigation, he discovered that Lin Chen had somehow ended up in the eastern wastes and had even joined the Xiantian Holy Land. Upon first learning this news, Lin Retian had been overjoyed. As a father, his greatest concern was his son. He refused to burden Lin Chen with his own hatred, forcing the boy to carry the weight of a blood feud at such a young age. If Lin Chen could live out his days in peace, that would have been enough to satisfy him. But not long after, he learned that Lin Chen had been suppressed by a powerful figure from the upper realm. Rage surged through him, nearly driving him to attack the Xiantian Holy Land, but he managed to restrain himself. After several days of investigation, he learned Lin Chen had escaped from the Xiantian Holy Land. He then began searching everywhere for any trace of Lin Chen. This location, however, was one he had discovered while secretly tailing Lin Chen, so he chose to come here on a whim. Wah. There's a sound. It's coming from over there. Lin Retian's divine sense was exceptionally keen, naturally detecting the commotion nearby. But when his divine sense swept over the area, he was stunned by the sight before him. As if unable to believe his eyes, Lin Retian instantly flashed to the cave entrance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the spectacle unfold before him. Before him, a young man sat astride the purple crystal Lion Wing King. The purple crystal Lion Wing King was towering and formidable, while the youth appeared frail and small in comparison. Yet the frail man held the purple crystal lion wing king firmly pinned beneath him, his entire body thrashing wildly atop the beast. The strange sound he had heard earlier was coming from the purple crystal lion wing king's mouth. The small purple crystal lion-winged king circled Lin Chen, tugging at his thighs and arms, desperate to pull him off its father. But to no avail. Lin Chen seemed rooted to the spot, utterly immovable. Lin Chen stared at the scene in utter disbelief, his worldview shattered. How could his son have become so sexually repressed in just a few days? He wouldn't even let the demon beasts off the hook. Something's wrong. Lin Chen instantly realized the truth. His son's state clearly indicated he'd been drugged. Without hesitation, he drew his treasured, peerless blade. With a single strike, the purple crystal lion wing king and its offspring instantly turned to ash. Lin Chen's body collapsed to the ground. His eyes blazing crimson, he ignored the pain and immediately sprang to his feet, charging toward Lin Chen. His intentions were painfully obvious. However, while Lin Chen might have stood a chance against the purple crystal lion wing king, he was clearly no match for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's form flickered like a phantom, effortlessly slipping past Lin Chen. With a light tap of his blades back, he knocked Lin Chen unconscious. Inside the cave, Lin Chen was overcome with guilt. Had he arrived just a moment sooner, Lin Chen might have been spared such brutal treatment. Simultaneously, he burned with hatred for the person who had drugged his son, vowing to kill him and avenge his child. After a long while, Lin Chen's brows furrowed as he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Chen instantly rushed forward, his heart pounding with anxiety. The first thing Lin Chen saw was a man with a scruffy beard and dark skin, his stubble nearly pricking Lin Chen's face. "Who are you?" Before he lost consciousness, it seemed this very man had saved him. Could it be that heaven, pitying his misery, had come to grant him another miracle? "I'm your father." Lin Chen delivered the devastating blow. "You!" Lin Chen blurted out instantly. Lin Chen froze at the curse, seemingly thinking Lin Chen hadn't heard clearly. He then looked serious and said slowly, word by word, "Son, I really am your father." "I'll your mother." Lin Chen cursed reflexively again. He knew this dark-skinned guy had apparently saved him, but did he really have to take advantage like this? "Son, I really am your father, your biological father. Why won't you believe me?" Lin Chen sighed helplessly. But then he remembered they'd never met since Lin Chen was a child. It made sense that the boy didn't recognize him. After much persuasion, Lin Chen finally managed to ease Lin Chen's wariness. "You're telling the truth? You really are my father?" Lin Chen asked doubtfully, still struggling to believe it. This dark-skinned, scruffy-bearded ugly monster was actually his father? Where did they even resemble each other? Lin Chen even began to doubt whether he was truly his biological son. "Of course I am, son. Though we've never met, the same blood runs through our veins. I am your father." Lin Chen's face flushed with emotion as he clasped Lin Chen tightly in his arms. "It was my fault before, making you suffer. But now I'm back. From this day forward, no one will ever bully the son of Lin Chen again." With that, Lin Chen unleashed his terrifying aura without restraint. In an instant, the entire forest seemed enveloped in profound dread. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, causing countless birds and beasts to cower on the ground, trembling violently. "Father, what realm have you reached now?" Seeing the overwhelming power before him, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with sharp insight. The pressure he displayed far surpassed that of the Xiantian Holy Lord. Lin Chen then recalled how he had effortlessly slain the purple crystal lionwing king with a single stroke not long ago. If that was merely a casual feat, just how formidable must he be? If this man was truly powerful, then acknowledging him as his father might not be such a bad idea. "Your old man here. My current realm is True King." "True King." Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and without hesitation, he knelt down on the spot. "Father, I've actually sensed you were my father all along. I was simply too overwhelmed to acknowledge it at the time. Now that we've finally met, son, I've been suffering terribly from missing you." Lin Chen stammered, his entire body trembling. Consider this, the strongest individual in the entire Eastern Wastes was merely at the King Sealing realm, yet his father was at the True King realm. In other words, his father alone possessed the might to sweep across the entire Eastern Wastes. Whether it was the Xiantian Holy Sovereign or the Xiantian Ancestor, they were mere minions in his father's presence. To have such a powerful backer, even if he weren't his father, he'd still want to claim him as one. With a True King backing him, wouldn't he be able to walk all over the place? Even Qin Jiuge probably never imagined he had a True King backing him up. In this lower realm, True Kings are the mightiest beings, unrivaled in this world. No matter what tricks an opponent might wield, they stand no chance against a True King. Chapter 60, The Lin Clan of Central Plains, Lin Chen's Origins. "Ah, son, get up quickly. It's your father's fault for making you suffer." Lin Chen hurriedly helped Lin Chen to his feet. Seeing Lin Chen accept him so readily filled Lin Chen with immense joy, yet also deepened his sense of guilt. Living alone all this time, one could only imagine the hardships Lin Chen had endured. "Father, if you're so formidable, why have I never heard of your name?" Lin Chen asked with genuine curiosity, though a hint of suspicion began to form in his mind. "Ha ha ha. My dear son, it's perfectly normal you haven't heard of your father's name, for I am not from the eastern wastes. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Not from the eastern wastes. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with sharp brilliance, his breathing quickening noticeably. Exactly as you surmised, I hail from Central Plains, Lin Chen declared with pride. As a native of Central Plains, he took immense pride in his birthplace. Among the 5 realms of Qingyang, Central Plains stood supreme. Home to imperial capitals, sacred sites, and countless noble clans and sects, it far surpassed the other 4 realms in power, resources, and territory. Though his strength wasn't the strongest in Central Continent, it was utterly overwhelming in the Eastern Wastes. Take this so-called strongest warrior of the Eastern Wastes, for instance, merely at the King realm. A single casual strike from him could obliterate the man 1,000,000 times over. Father, what about me? Lin Chen's excitement surged, his breathing quickening noticeably. So his parents weren't deceased, they were both kings. You are my son, naturally hailing from Central Plains as well, and the eldest son of the Lin family of Central Plains. I'm from the Lin family of Central Plains, and I'm the eldest son. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Could it be that heaven, pitying his wretched plight, was finally preparing to bestow a blessing upon him? Father, is our Lin family powerful? Lin Chen pressed. Of course. Our Lin family of Central Plains was once the dominant power across the entire region. Every faction bowed before us, Lin Chen declared with unwavering confidence. That powerful. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly. So he wasn't some backgroundless good-for-nothing after all. Like Qin Jiuge, he too was the young master of a prestigious family with immense influence. That's fantastic. Father, can you help me take revenge? There's this young master from the upper realm named Jiqua. Not only did he nearly kill me, but he also left me in this wretched state. It was because he drugged me earlier that such things happened. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, exaggerating his words as he spoke. His eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched tightly, his heart filled with utter hatred for Qin Jiuge. He never imagined a young master from an upper realm noble family could act with such despicable, shameless cruelty. After hearing Lin Chen's lament, Lin Chen felt even more heartbroken. He never imagined that in just 100 short years, Lin Chen would have fallen so far. Not only had his woman been stolen, his second brother mutilated, but even his own chastity was gone, transformed from a virgin to a man. Chener, you've suffered so much. Where is that so-called young master? Take me to him, I'll split him in 2 with my blade. Dare to mess with the son of Lin Chen? I'll make him pay. Lin Chen grabbed Lin Chen's shoulders and shook him violently, his rage palpable. How could a father tolerate his son being treated this way? Father, aren't you the head of the Lin family? If that's the case, we should return to the Lin residence first and then mobilize 1,000 troops to hunt him down. By then, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape. After the previous incident, Lin Chen had grown somewhat more astute. Though his father was powerful, they were vastly outnumbered, and the enemy had a guardian whose strength was unknown. What if his father proved no match? Wouldn't that be courting disaster? Playing it safe, sending troops to surround and kill him was the wiser choice. After all, he now had connections to leverage, why not use them? This was the perfect chance to experience the thrill of bullying others with his newfound power. Chener, there's something I forgot to tell you. Back then, the Lin family was indeed the dominant power in Central Plains. But now, our entire clan has been wiped out. Only you and I remain of the Lin lineage. We are the last bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Chen declared solemnly. What? Lin Chen's face froze in shock before he forced a smile. Father, you must be joking, right? To his surprise, Lin Chen shook his head. Chener, every word I've said is true. The reason you ended up in the Eastern Wastes back then was because our Lin family was hunted down by the major powers of Central Plains. I barely escaped their encirclement with my life. After a long investigation, I finally found you. As for the Lin family, Lin Chen gazed up at the sky, his voice filled with desolation. Now, only the 2 of us remain. Lin Chen nearly froze in place, his mind racing with an expletive he wasn't sure if he should voice. You were bragging so much earlier, I actually thought the Lin family was powerful. Turns out they'd been wiped out ages ago. Thank goodness I didn't act on impulse and foolishly seek revenge against Qin Jiuge. Otherwise, I might have truly met my end. Still, a starving camel is bigger than a horse. After all, the other guy was a true king. Having him protect me is better than going it alone. I definitely can't let him off the hook so easily. Lin Chen pondered silently before voicing his concerns. Father, that man hails from the upper realm, and he has an extremely terrifying guardian by his side. To be safe, we should investigate his background thoroughly first. Seeing Lin Chen's concern for him, Lin Chen felt deeply gratified, his gaze toward Lin Chen growing ever more tender. Chener, you needn't worry. So what if he's from the upper realm? Our Lin family has connections there too. Just days ago, using the Lin family's secret techniques, I successfully contacted our ancestral patriarch in the upper realm. Our Lin family's ancestor is peerless under heaven. Having ascended to the upper realm 10,000 years ago, he founded an immortal great sect. With millions of disciples and followers, his power is terrifying, drawing countless upper realm factions to pay homage. A mere stomp of his foot could shake the entire upper realm. Even if they truly hail from the upper realm, facing our Lin family's ancestor would be like a mouse meeting a cat, nothing to fear. Watching Lin Chen spout his nonsense with deadpan seriousness, Lin Chen rolled his eyes inwardly, utterly speechless. Like hell I believe you, you wicked old codger. If things were truly as you say, how could my Lin family have been wiped out, and how could I have ended up stranded in the eastern wastes? Lin Chen didn't believe a single word Lin Chen said. Were it not for the man's terrifying strength and his potential usefulness, Lin Chen would have fled long ago. As a transmigrator, Lin Chen naturally felt no emotional attachment whatsoever toward this native before him. He was the original host's father, not his own. After all, he had taken over the boy's body. To be precise, they were enemies. If his strength permitted, he would have disposed of him first, terrified that one day the man might uncover his true identity. He lived in constant dread, unable to sleep at night. Chapter 61, The Lin Clan's Secret, the Root Cause of Their Downfall. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, which seemed to say, "Look at the little cutie," Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "Shunner, everything I've told you is true. These are things the ancestor personally told me. Before long, the ancestor will descend personally to wipe out the forces that destroyed our Lin family, avenging our fallen kin." Lin Chen clenched his right fist, his voice ringing with resolve. Raging flames surged, blades flashed, and blood spilled like pillars, staining the entire land. The clang of weapons clashed with curses, roars of fury, and the wails of infants, a cacophony of sounds. The scene of his clan's annihilation flashed before his eyes time and again, and the seed of hatred took root within him. Had he not been too weak and feared alerting his enemies prematurely, he would have already wiped out every last member of those Central Plains clans. All right, I understand, father. But what brings you here this time? Lin Chen asked softly. Ever since his second brother had been castrated, Lin Chen's entire mindset had undergone a significant shift, and he had grown much more composed. His smooth journey since arriving in this world had only fueled his arrogance. Little did he realize that this was the cultivation world. Though he was indeed the protagonist, one misstep could truly cost him his life. Without absolute certainty, he would never provoke Qin Jiuge again. "I've come to lead you to a place of opportunity," Lin Chen declared, then swept his right hand through the air. An ancient scroll materialized in his grasp. It was precisely because our Lin family obtained this treasure map that calamity befell us. A treasure map. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, as if he already understood why Lin Chen had come seeking him. It seemed fate was once again bestowing an opportunity upon this protagonist. According to our family's investigations, this map points to a colossal opportunity buried within. Legend has it that it was left behind by a supreme being from the upper realm. Whoever obtains this opportunity will wield terrifying power, sweeping all before them to become the world's sole sovereign. It was precisely because this information leaked that our Lin family was annihilated. A supreme being from the upper realm. Unrivaled under heaven. Lin Chen's breathing quickened noticeably. If what the other party said was true, just how powerful could the treasure left behind by that peerless powerhouse from the upper realm be? If he could obtain it, wouldn't that mean revenge was within reach? A sudden thought struck Lin Chen: could Qin Jiuge's arrival in the lower realm be for this very opportunity? Otherwise, what else could possibly be worth his personal visit to this insignificant lower realm? "Father, may I see this treasure map?" Lin Chen asked softly. "Of course. You are my son. This opportunity was meant for you all along." Lin Chen patted his shoulder before handing the scroll to Lin Chen. Having failed to fulfill his duties as a father for so many years, now that they were finally reunited, he naturally wanted to make up for it in every way possible. After receiving the treasure map, Lin Chen examined it carefully, a powerful stirring rising within him. His intuition told him that the opportunity hidden within this treasure map was crucial. He had to obtain it. So this explains why Qin Jiuge came to the lower realm for this very opportunity? The thought struck Lin Chen suddenly, sending a wave of excitement through him. If that was indeed the case, even if he couldn't kill him now, he could still snatch away his opportunity and rub it in his face. Moreover, an opportunity significant enough to draw him down personally must be extraordinary. If he could seize it, perhaps he'd finally have a chance at revenge. "Father, where is this opportunity? Let's hurry," Lin Chen urged impatiently. He couldn't wait to find this opportunity and personally take revenge on Qin Jiuge. "Don't be impatient, Shenner. The treasure map points to a secret realm in Central Continent. It should open soon. As long as we follow the guidance on this map, we will surely find it." With that, Lin Chen extended his hand, revealing 3 bronze shards. "Within the secret realm," Lin Chen murmured to himself, his expression growing excited. If this were true, wouldn't it be divine intervention? The secret realm imposed cultivation suppression. Even if the guardian behind him was powerful, his cultivation would still be suppressed. Then, he could finally exact his revenge. If the other hadn't entered this secret realm, he could still claim the opportunity within. He had a premonition: if he could obtain that opportunity, he would surely soar to new heights, and his revenge would be within reach. Regardless of whether the other entered this secret realm or not, the outcome was already predetermined. "Father, what is this?" Lin Chen snapped out of his reverie and asked, staring at the 3 bronze shards in Lin Retian's hand. "These are the keys to unlocking that opportunity. Once inside the secret realm, they will guide you to its location. If my guess is correct, there should be 4 pieces in total. Only by gathering them all can the mechanism be fully activated, allowing you to find that opportunity," Lin Retian said solemnly. He had searched for a long time, yet still lacked one piece. He hoped that luck would favor him then, allowing him to find the final fragment. "In that case, father, we should prepare as soon as possible." Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing with excitement. With heaven, earth, and man all aligned, that opportunity would surely be his. "Oomph. Qin Jiuge, sparing me back then will prove to be the most regrettable decision you've ever made in your life." Lin Chen thought to himself, already itching to see the regret on his opponent's face. "Indeed, that secret realm is about to open. That's why I came here to take you to Central Continent." Lin Retian nodded solemnly before grabbing Lin Chen. Their forms transformed into a divine rainbow, vanishing from the spot in an instant. All manner of terrifying beasts lurking in the surrounding forest now lay prostrate on the ground, trembling violently, not daring to make a single sound. Only after confirming that terrifying aura had dissipated did they slowly return to stillness. "Young master, this is the place." Meanwhile, accompanied by Su Qinghuan, Qin Jiuge arrived at a vast, lush forest. Ancient trees towered skyward, their branches intertwining to block out the sun. Distant mountains lay layered like ink, and a waterfall plunged from the cliff, resembling a river of stars cascading from the heavens. "This place is quite nice," Qin Jiuge remarked casually as he surveyed his surroundings. Along the way, they had encountered quite a few ferocious beasts. Yet to the 9 netherworld, these beasts possessed bloodlines so tainted and weak that their power was pitifully feeble. A mere flicker of his aura was enough to terrify them half to death, so they naturally wouldn't bother them. This is where my aunt and I lived together back then." Su Qinghuan's tone grew melancholy, as if lost in memories. Chapter 62, an 8th grade formation, yet still a formation master. Su Qinghuan changed into a white dress, applied light makeup, and tied her long hair into 2 pigtails, giving her a rather innocent look. Her furrowed brow now accentuated that melancholy aura. Back then, living carefree and unrestrained in this forest with her aunt had been the happiest time of her life. Yet in the blink of an eye, everything had changed, people gone, things left behind. It was truly heartbreaking. Fortunately, she had met the young master. "Young master, look. That wooden cabin up ahead is the one auntie and I built together. She's inside right now." Suddenly, Su Qinghuan pointed her finger toward a small cabin in the distance. "Don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine." Qin Jiuge took Su Qinghuan's small hand, patted it gently twice, and offered reassurance. Su Qinghuan leaned gently into Qin Jiuge's embrace. "Young master, an array barrier protects this place. Cultivators below the king's sealing realm will perish if they enter. I'll remove it for you first." Su Qinghuan murmured softly before forming a hand seal. Divine radiance surged from her fingers, sending countless streams of light scattering in all directions, revealing the area's true form. A semicircular spatial barrier descended around the cabin, leaving a passageway open at the front. "All right, young master, let's go inside." "I hadn't realized you knew array formations," Qin Jiuge murmured with a smile, carefully surveying the surroundings. The formation here was quite formidable. It seemed Su Qinghuan's aunt was no ordinary person. If that elusive fox had no redeeming qualities, he wouldn't mind putting a collar on it and treating it like a pet. But more than that, he hoped she possessed something truly worthy of his attention. Take Su Qinghuan, for instance. Not only did she possess the 9ing mystic body, making cultivation twice as effective and aiding him immensely, but she also carried the bloodline of a celestial fox. Once she awakens and her bloodline reverts to its ancestral form, her future potential would be immeasurable, a worthy investment. As for her aunt, her talent for array formations seemed promising. The formations here were layered upon one another, their power approaching that of an 8th grade formation. Upper realm arrays were categorized into 3 tiers, heaven, earth, and human, with each tier further divided into 9 grades. The 8th grade formation here naturally refers to the 8th grade of the human tier. While it was nothing special to him, it was considered the pinnacle in this lower realm. In the upper realm, the art of formations holds equally profound mysteries, giving rise to numerous formidable practitioners. Some fanatics, driven by an obsession for greater power, even fused killing arrays into their very souls, enduring the constant agony of soul-devouring pain. Not to mention the grand formations deployed by major sects and clans, which invariably required the expertise of array masters. A top-tier array master was undoubtedly a highly sought-after figure in the upper realm, coveted by all major factions. After all, the existence of formations is intrinsically linked to the survival of one's faction. When a sect needs to construct an array, whether relying on its own array mage or an outsider speaks for itself. Above the heavenly tier array master lies the legendary Emperor Array Master. An Emperor Array Master possesses power far surpassing that of an ordinary great emperor. To attain this status, one must attain enlightenment through arrays requiring not only transcending the great emperor realm but also breaking through to the emperor tier soul. Of course, discussing this now is still premature. Regardless, Su Qinghuan's aunt clearly possessed formidable array talent. After all, stacking arrays is far from a simple 1 + 1 = 2 operation. If she can stack several arrays now, she might be able to stack thousands or even tens of thousands in the future. Just imagine, two powerful adversaries locked in combat, when suddenly the array master unleashes thousands upon thousands of killing arrays. The sheer scale of that scene sends chills down your spine. All this was taught to me by my aunt. The formations here were also set by her. I only know the basics. Su Qinghuan felt a bit embarrassed, then took Qin Jiuge's hand. Young master, let's hurry inside. Within the formation lay a hidden realm. Birds sang amidst blooming flowers, fragrances wafted through the air, and the concentration of spiritual energy far surpassed that outside the formation. Towering trees stood majestic, their branches alive with the constant chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. In the lake, flying fish occasionally leapt from the water, sending splashes of crystal-clear droplets sparkling in the sunlight. But Su Qinghuan clearly had no interest in strolling about. She headed straight for the house. Inside the small wooden hut stood only a table, a few chairs, and some simple furnishings. Though modest, each piece bore elegant carvings. Moreover, the wood used was of exceptional quality. Even after some time had passed since Su Qinghuan's last visit, the place remained spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Young master, my aunt is in the inner room. Gazing at the familiar door, memories flooded back and tears glistened at the corners of Su Qinghuan's eyes. The scenery of her hometown remained unchanged, yet she would never see that familiar face again. Young master, can you truly save my aunt? Su Qinghuan turned back, her slender frame trembling as she gazed at Qin Jiuge with palpable trepidation. Despite his confident assurances, the matter seemed too fantastical to be true, and she still found it hard to believe. The most terrifying thing in the world isn't despair itself, but when someone pulls you out of it, offers you hope, only to plunge you back into utter despair. Qin Jiuge understood her thoughts. He gently stroked her head, his tone unwavering. I never make promises I can't keep. Rest assured, your aunt will be fine. What you need to do now is wait quietly outside and wipe away your tears. Otherwise, if your aunt wakes up and sees you like this, it will only break her heart. As he spoke, Qin Jiuge gently wiped away a tear from the corner of Su Qinghuan's eye. Yes, young master, I believe you. Su Qinghuan nodded, clinging tightly to Qin Jiuge. After a long while, the two parted, and Qin Jiuge entered the inner room alone. The upper realm was different from the lower one. No matter how you looked at it, Su Qinghuan was just an innocent 18-year-old girl. She had grown up carefree, untouched by the hardships and evils of the world. The death of her aunt, whom she regarded as a mother, would be devastating for a young girl to witness. But he was different. In the upper realm, especially among the great clans and noble families, respect and status could only be earned through one's own strength, fought for blow by blow. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every gift bestowed by fate came with a price already marked in the shadows. To bask in the glory of one's ancestors, one must bear the weight of the family's responsibilities. Thus, the lives of those born into great houses were far from the carefree existence imagined by the common folk. On the contrary, the trials they endure far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. Not only must they overcome countless trials to rise above their peers, but they must also guard against challenges and assassination attempts from rival factions. A single lapse in vigilance could mean life or death. It is precisely through the steadfast dedication of generation after generation that these clans have maintained their position at the pinnacle of the upper realm, never declining. He was no exception. Though he was only 18 now, holding a prestigious position within the Qin clan and cherished by all the great elders. But behind this splendor lay countless blood-soaked robes, day after day of sweat-drenched toil, and above all, a steadfast resolve to embrace solitude and dedicate himself to honing his skills. Chapter 63, Swimming Against the River of Time, Reviving the Great Fox? Inside the inner chamber, only a simple bed and a few chairs occupied the space. Su Qinghuan's aunt lay upon the bed. With a light flick of his right hand, Qin Jiuge dissolved the formation enveloping the woman. This formation was clearly set by Su Qinghuan herself, vastly different from the one outside earlier. It merely slowed the passage of time, preventing her corpse from decaying too quickly. Qin Jiuge scrutinized the woman before him. Blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, her clothes stained crimson. Her face was deathly pale, her body covered in scars, every wound a near fatal blow. Even the tails protruding from her back hung limply, drenched in blood. Some had been severed entirely. Young master. Ling Xiao emerged from the soul-nurturing jade and bowed respectfully. After this period of continuous nourishment from spiritual energy, Ling Xiao's form had grown increasingly solid. He appeared much more spirited, his complexion radiant, no longer the listless figure he once was. Ling Xiao, can you determine her cause of death? Qin Jiuge asked softly, knowing that professional matters should be left to professionals. In life, Ling Xiao had been an alchemist. He should be able to discern the cause of the woman's death. After scrutinizing the woman for a long moment, Ling Xiao finally spoke slowly. Young master, she sustained multiple fatal wounds all from blades and her body also bears scorch marks. The killer is a blade cultivator, brutal and ruthless, who also practices fire elemental arts. If I ever see the killer, I will recognize him without fail, Ling Xiao declared with absolute confidence. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiuge furrowed his brow. According to Su Qinghuan, this fox had already reached the marquee realm in cultivation during her lifetime. Combined with her innate talent for array formations, her strength was formidable. Who in the eastern wastes could possibly kill her? Moreover, she had always stayed here, rarely venturing out. In this desolate wilderness, who would come here for no reason to provoke a marquee-level great demon? Seems she had some secrets of her own after all. Qin Jiuge frowned deeply, scrutinizing the great fox before him. Young master, if you cannot revive her, you could simply tell Su Qinghuan. I believe she would understand your situation. After spending time together recently, Ling Xiao had grown quite close to Jiudio and Su Qinghuan. The three referred to each other as sisters. Seeing Qin Jiuge's troubled expression, Ling Xiao assumed he was worried about how to explain this to Su Qinghuan. She spoke softly. Though she was an alchemist capable of reviving the dead and healing the broken, even if the victim had only a faint breath left, she was confident she could save them. But this person clearly had not even a breath left, dead as a doornail. Forget her, no one could possibly bring such a person back to life. Qin Jiuge nodded. I understand. Indeed, others might be powerless before a corpse, but he was different, he had a cheat code. System, open my personal interface. Qin Jiuge silently summoned the system in his mind, and a pale blue light screen appeared before him. Host, Qin Jiuge. Identity, divine son of the Qin clan of the immortal ancient era, imperial son of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Constitution, taboo. Cultivation level, mid-stage of the hollow void realm. Techniques, divine abilities, divine Qin compendium, mystic heaven sword record, yin yang dual cultivation art, heaven devouring demon art, Xianyuan emperor's secret art, cultivating demonic essence within the Dao heart, 10,000 transformations, heavenly demon body. System space, 2/3 world seed. Bound destiny, bound woman, Jiang Wanyin. Destiny villain rating, 634,000 points. Having not opened the system for ages, his villain points had reached a terrifyingly high figure. Ha. Long time no see, host. What might you require? This system has been missing you terribly lately. The moment he activated the system, its lecherous voice echoed in Qin Jiuge's ears. Miss me? More like you're craving my villain points, aren't you? Qin Jiuge couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Host, don't be so blunt. This little system needs to eat too. If I don't get any more villain points coming in, this little system will be out on the streets. What? Cut the banter. I've brought you a big job this time. Just tell me if you're taking it or not. What kind of big job? Qin Jiuge glanced at the giant fox lying on the bed. Can you revive her? I can do it, but host, without villain points, it's tough for me to pull this off. Tongzi rubbed his hands together like a fly. I've got a whopping 630,000 villain points. Isn't that enough to resurrect a single person? Qin Jiuge frowned slightly. Ever since gaining consciousness, this system had become ungrateful, coveting his villain points. It seemed he'd need to give it a proper interrogation later. Of course not, host. Do you think resurrecting someone is that simple? The system poured out its grievances. How hard could it be? For my beloved system, shouldn't this be as easy as waving a hand? Or is it that you're not up to the task? Qin Jiuge goaded. Don't be ridiculous. This master is peerless. There's nothing in this world I can't accomplish. But let's be clear, resurrecting someone isn't as simple as you imagine. To resurrect someone, you must pinpoint their current coordinates, then journey upstream through the river of time to find them in the past. After that, you must cross the river of time again, guided by their coordinates, to return to the present. Of course, during this journey, you must protect them, preventing them from being swept away and perishing in the currents of time. The villain points consumed during this process are substantial. What you currently possess isn't even a fraction of what's needed. But don't worry, host. This system offers special personalized services, including free loan assistance. Since this is your first loan, the interest rate is a mere 0.01%, with a repayment term of 99,999 years. After taking out the loan, the host only needs to repay 999 villain points daily. Isn't that an incredibly good deal? Don't just think about it, act now. If you're interested, hurry up and place your order. The system pitched earnestly. Qin Jiuge was stunned, speechless. Holy crap, what's with this familiar feeling? How come the cultivation world has loans too? Loans for cultivation? Staring at the dense rows of 9,999. A sudden wave of dread washed over Qin Jiuge. Was this damn system trying to fleece him? If he agreed to this, would he ever have a decent life again? In his past life, he'd already been excluded from the 3 loans and the 5 insurances. Such a petty temptation before him was nothing to him. He'd turn it down without a second thought. Shut your trap, system. I'll name my price. 500,000 villain points. Can you revive this great fox for me? Chapter 64, The Woman Awakens, Binding the Second Fate-Blessed Maiden. 500,000 villain points? Host, you're being way too harsh. I won't even recoup my costs. Sigma? Enough chatter. Worst case, I'll just slaughter a few more favored sons afterward. Follow me, and you'll never lack for villain points again. Fine. Since we've known each other this long, I'll be the good Samaritan and just revive you outright. The system was speechless. This host didn't seem easy to manipulate. Looks like things were going to get tough from now on. A flash of golden light erupted, and countless strands of Dao pattern spiritual energy surged into the great fox's body. A miraculous sight unfolded. A golden aura began to radiate from the great fox's body. Countless beams of light surged toward her, enveloping her form. Her wounds gradually healed, the knife scars fading away. Her breathing steadily evened out as injuries across her body rapidly closed, and her vital energy steadily rose. Young master, what is this? Ling Xiao, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Her cherry-red lips formed an O shape, her face filled with disbelief. She could actually sense the breath of life emanating from this great fox. Which meant, young master had actually revived a dead person. How could that be possible? Ling Xiao's entire worldview seemed to crumble. In the upper realm, powerful beings abounded capable of regenerating severed limbs, reincarnating from a single drop of blood. No matter how severe the injury, as long as a single breath remained, they could restore themselves to perfection. Yet even an emperor, once dead, would vanish into nothingness. No resurrection existed. Yet here, before her very eyes, Qin Jiuge had casually revived a person, seemingly without the slightest effort. Qin Jiuge's feat had undoubtedly stunned Ling Xiao. If Qin Jiuge possessed the power to resurrect others at will, who in the entire upper realm could possibly stand against the Qin clan? As the halo gradually faded, the great fox revealed her true form. Without a trace of makeup, she was exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly stunning. Her fox-like eyes were utterly captivating, her delicate nose petite, her crimson lips and pearly teeth radiant. A pair of fox ears curled adorably, adding to her irresistible charm. Lying there in quiet repose, she resembled a sleeping beauty, a beauty so breathtaking it made hearts tremble, overshadowing everything around her. Her chest was broad and full, her waist slender enough to fit in one's palm. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded freely behind her, and a rich, pleasant fragrance emanated from her body. Her skin was smooth and milky white, like congealed cream, fairer than frost and snow. Her arms were as pure as frost, her fingers slender and delicate, green as jade. A pair of snow-white, slender legs hung quietly in the air, perfectly rounded and fair, soft and delicate. 3 fluffy, snow-white fox tails unfurled behind her, appearing delightfully playful, tempting one to stroke them. Her vitality gradually returned to its peak, and even her injuries healed completely. As the halo faded, she made a move to collapse toward Qin Jiuge. Seeing this, Qin Jiuge had no choice but to catch her in his arms. The moment he held her, Qin Jiuge felt the substantial weight of her ample curves. No wonder Su Qinghuan had developed so well. One could glimpse the source from this big fox. It seemed Su Qinghuan had inherited it after all. Ling Xiao, observing the scene, turned and retreated into the soul-nurturing jade, no longer disturbing the couple's private moment. Who are you? The fox's head felt heavy. Upon waking, she found herself naked, held in the arms of a complete stranger. 2 claws roamed freely, exploring every inch, like a curious soldier probing a dark, unexplored corner. The fox spirit snapped awake, her body jerking back as if electrocuted. She instinctively tried to push Qin Jiuge away. But alas, her body was utterly limp and weak, unable to muster even a shred of strength. She could only let Qin Jiuge take and squeeze her at will. Sleep now. After a good sleep, everything will be better. Qin Jiuge held the woman tightly, his voice carrying an almost magical quality. Upon hearing these words, the woman actually felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Weariness spread throughout her body, her eyelids grew heavy, and finally, they closed slowly as she fell into a deep, sound sleep. Qin Jiuge gently carried her to the bed, thoughtfully tucked the quilt around her, and left the inner chamber. This cunning fox had only recently been revived, and her body was still weak. If she overexerted herself, her body would likely not be able to handle it, leaving her utterly shattered. But a good night's sleep would restore her to her former self. Young master, how is my aunt? As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Su Qinghuan pacing back and forth by the door, nervously picking at her nails, clearly filled with anxiety. With my intervention, it was easily resolved. Your aunt is inside, but she's still very weak. It's best not to disturb her. Once she sleeps it off, she'll be fully recovered. Qin Jiuge stroked Su Qinghuan's fox ears and whispered softly. Is that true, young master? My aunt, she really came back to life? Su Qinghuan's voice trembled, still struggling to believe it. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and see for yourself. Qin Jiuge smiled softly. Thank you, young master. I don't know how I could ever repay you. Though she had no idea how Qin Jiuge had managed it, it was clear he must have paid a tremendous price. She was merely a lowly maid from the lower realms, of humble status, yet Qin Jiuge treated her with such kindness, showing not the slightest disdain. Not only had he imparted cultivation techniques and guided her practice, but he'd also revived her aunt who had treated her like family. She truly didn't know how to repay him. It was nothing more than a small gesture.
As for repayment? Haven't you already repaid me? Qin Jiuge smiled faintly. Su Qinghuan understood his implied meaning, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment.
Young master, I should go see my aunt now, she said awkwardly. With that, Su Qinghuan hurried toward the inner chambers, her cheeks still flushed. Qin Jiuge made no move to stop her. Having worried about her aunt for so long, Su Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her safe and sound.
Her gratitude toward Qin Jiuge deepened. Ding! Fortune's daughter Su Qinghuan's favorability toward the host has increased. Favorability has reached its peak. The host may bind with her. Proceed with binding? Bind! Qin Jiuge's eyes lit up.
After so long, he had finally successfully bound another female lead.
Though Su Qinghuan's current abilities were unimpressive, she possessed the bloodline of a nine-tailed celestial fox.
Once awakened, it would mark the beginning of her rise to power.
Naturally, the more binding targets, the better. After all, these women of destiny weren't mere ornaments.
They were favored by the Dao, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the upper realms. In the future, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger against enemies. The fortune-blessed women by his side alone would be sufficient to handle them. Chapter 65, Bronze Fragments, the Mysterious Intervener.
With the successful binding of the second son of destiny, Qin Jiuge could distinctly feel the destiny energy within him grow even more potent.
His spiritual energy had also become purer, and his power was now even more terrifying than before. If he bound a few more daughters of fortune, he feared his cultivation would rise on its own even if he sat idle all day.
3 days later. Auntie, you're finally awake.
Su Qinghuan sat beside her, watching the woman's eyes slowly open, her expression filled with excitement. The young master hadn't lied to her after all. Her auntie had truly awakened.
Qinghuan, what happened to me?
The woman forced herself to sit up, a sharp pain shooting through her head. She remembered that day she had encountered a man, and then a fierce battle had erupted between them. She was no match for him and had been severely wounded. At that moment, she had felt her life slipping away, knowing she wouldn't survive.
But now, why was she lying here unharmed?
Moreover, her wounds had healed completely, and even her strength had returned to its peak.
Right.
A fragment of memory flashed through her mind, and the woman seemed to recall something. If she remembered correctly, when she woke up, she had encountered another man. He was quite handsome, but his hands weren't exactly well behaved. He liked to take liberties with her.
Auntie, you're really okay now.
Su Qinghuan clung tightly to the woman, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Auntie, I missed you so much.
Please don't leave me again." From childhood onward, Su Qinghuan had been raised solely by the woman.
The two were as close as mother and daughter, their bond naturally profound. After the woman passed away, Su Qinghuan grieved for a very long time.
I'm sorry, Qinghuan. It's my fault for making you worry.
The woman held Su Qinghuan tightly in return, her pale hand gently patting her back.
By the way, Qinghuan, this is...
The woman asked softly, her mind still filled with unanswered questions. How had she survived? And who was that man who had taken advantage of her earlier? Oh, Auntie, I forgot to introduce him. This is young Master Qin. I now serve as his maid.
It was thanks to his intervention that he saved your life, Auntie. Su Qinghuan introduced the young man softly to the woman.
Only then did the woman notice the handsome young man standing behind Su Qinghuan. However, having just regained consciousness and being completely focused on Su Qinghuan, she hadn't immediately noticed Qin Jiuge's presence. But now, upon focusing her gaze, the woman's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and her delicate frame grew faintly warm.
Wasn't this the very man who had made advances toward her earlier?
Thank you, young master, for saving my life. The woman murmured softly, her voice ethereal and melodious. Having weathered many storms in her life, she maintained a flawless composure on the surface, save for the faint blush on her cheeks.
It was nothing.
Since you are Qinghuan's aunt, I would naturally lend a hand.
Qin Jiuge smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow. May I ask your honorable name, senior? My name is Fox Lingxi.
Thank you for your assistance, young master.
Without your help, I might truly have perished here.
Huli Sisi bowed respectfully, her mind racing. Qin.
Could she be from that clan?
Judging by her bone age and cultivation realm, she was clearly a prodigy of the highest caliber, the sort only that clan could produce.
But, when did the Qin clan become powerful enough to casually resurrect someone?
And this person was merely a junior.
It was nothing.
Though I am curious, Qin Jiuge asked casually, how did a powerhouse like you, who reigns supreme in this lower realm, sustain such severe injuries? He was genuinely puzzled. A marquee-level powerhouse was undoubtedly a dominant force in this lower realm, especially in such a remote area. Who could he have provoked to bring such a deadly threat upon himself? Or perhaps, it was a case of robbery followed by murder.
I don't know either. I didn't know that person.
Fox spirit, she shook her head helplessly before continuing. That day, I went out as usual, but encountered a man along the way. His power was terrifying, a true king. Without a word, he swung his blade at me. I was no match for him and fell, mortally wounded. Did he say anything? Qin Jiuge furrowed his brow. The man's actions clearly weren't impulsive, they were premeditated. But what could he possibly possess that would warrant a true king's pursuit? After all, true kings represented the pinnacle of this lower realm. While Fox Lingxi was indeed a great demon at the Marquis realm, she hardly warranted a true king personally pursuing her. Moreover, the dantian within Fox Lingxi's body remained intact, indicating the attacker wasn't merely seeking to kill a demon for its essence. Let me think. Ah, right. During the battle, I heard him muttering something about bronze fragments. Fox Lingxi suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Bronze fragment. Qin Jiuge's eyes lit up. This seemed to be the crucial clue. That bronze fragment was something I happened to acquire. I kept it in my storage pouch. Fox Lingxi said, her gaze shifting towards Su Qinghuan. Storage pouch? Auntie, when I found you, I didn't see any sign of a storage pouch, Su Qinghuan said, looking puzzled. The storage pouch contained her aunt's belongings, and she had searched it thoroughly before, yet found nothing. The facts are clear enough. It seems they truly came for that bronze fragment. Senior, do you know the origin of that fragment? Qin Jiuge asked. A mysterious figure, a bronze fragment. This looked exactly like the protagonist's destined opportunity. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he'd seen Lin Chen, and he found himself missing the man. Based on the tracking device he'd left on Lin Chen earlier, the guy had somehow ended up in Central Plains. Hope Lin Chen works hard and secures an immense opportunity for himself. Then they could meet again in the underworld among the other favored sons of fate. I don't know. The fox spirit, she shook her head helplessly, then fixed her unblinking gaze on Qin Jiuge. By the way, if I may ask, are you from the ancient Qin clan of the Upper Realm? Indeed, I am the divine son of the Qin clan in this generation. Qin Jiuge nodded, feeling somewhat surprised. This fox actually knew of the immortal ancient Qin clan clearly, it wasn't from the lower realms. He could tell that much from the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline radiating from her. The lower realm held no nine-tailed celestial foxes as purebred as her. This merely confirmed his suspicions. You know so much about my clan, senior. You must also come from the upper realm. Qin Jiuge countered immediately. Fox spirit, she nodded without contradiction. Indeed, I am from the upper realm. She then turned to Su Qinghuan, her gaze gentle and her expression soft. Qinghuan, there are things I must confess to you. I apologize for keeping this from you for so long, but now is the time for you to know the truth. Chapter 66, Imprisonment in the Ancestral Land, Rescuing Mother. Auntie, what are you talking about? Why are you being so serious? And auntie, you're from the upper realm too? Why didn't you ever tell me? Su Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Fox Lingxi. After all, auntie had never once mentioned anything about the upper realm to her. Ah, I'm sorry, Qinghuan. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Young Master Qin was correct. We are not natives of this realm, but come from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan of the upper realm. As for your mother, Qinghuan. Fox Lingxi shook her head, then whispered softly, your mother, she never perished. On the contrary, she has always remained in the upper realm. What? Mother is still alive. Su Qinghuan's voice trembled with sudden excitement as she clasped Fox Lingxi's hands tightly. Then where is my mother now? She had never met her mother growing up. Her aunt had raised her from infancy. Whenever she had asked about her mother before, her aunt would only tell her that her mother was dead and that she should never speak of it again. Learning her mother was still alive sent waves of emotion through Su Qinghuan, her slender frame trembling slightly. Your mother is currently imprisoned in the ancestral lands of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan in the upper realm. Fox Lingxi spoke slowly, glancing at Qin Jiuge. I apologize for the inconvenience, divine son. Qinghuan, years ago your mother was ambushed in the upper realm and drifted into this world, where she met your father. With your father's help, she recovered from her injuries. As they spent time together, their bond deepened and they were soon married. But their happiness was short-lived. As the previous generation's celestial fox maiden, her clan could never allow her to remain in the lower realm. It happened that you were just born at that time. To protect your safety, your mother returned to the upper realm with them. Out of concern for you, I never revealed these matters to you. This was also your mother's wish. She never wanted to involve you in these matters, desiring instead for you to live a carefree life here in the lower realm. Fox spirit, she stroked Su Qinghuan's head, her expression filled with heartache. To be born without ever seeing one's mother, how cruel that must be for a child. But they had no choice. Had her sister not threatened to take her own life, this world would have been obliterated long ago. I had assumed you would remain in this lower realm for the rest of your life. Yet, through a twist of fate, you unexpectedly became young Master Qin's maid. When you return to the upper realm, you'll inevitably face these matters. So I might as well not keep it from you. So that's how it was. So, my mother has always been here, but for my safety, we could never meet. Su Qinghuan lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly. Qinghuan, don't blame your mother. She had no choice, fox spirit, she urged gently. Unless she had no choice, how could a mother bear to tear herself away from the child she carried for 10 months? Su Qinghuan laughed bitterly. Auntie, how could I ever blame my mother? I will return to the upper realm, back to the celestial fox clan. Then, relying solely on my own strength, I will rescue her with my own hands. Su Qinghuan declared, her fists clenched tightly, her voice unwavering. Meanwhile, in Central Plains. Well done, Shuner. Keep pushing. On a vast, open plain, Lin Chen swung his greatsword relentlessly, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead. Yet he couldn't afford to rest. Like a machine, he repeated the same motions tirelessly, mechanically. Blazing blade technique. Lin Chen roared, his body erupting with scorching crimson light patterns, as if molten lava surged through his meridians. His blade hummed and vibrated, its edge instantly engulfed in roaring flames that warped the surrounding air. His foot stomped the ground, sending pebbles flying as his figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string. The blade's momentum carried a scorching heat wave that threatened to incinerate everything in its path as it slashed forward with brutal force. The crimson blade's glow sliced through the sky, leaving a fleeting trail of flame in the void. Ha 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 ha. Good son. Truly worthy of being my Lin Ritian's offspring. Lin Ritian slapped Lin Chen's shoulder, unable to contain his laughter as he roared to the heavens. Excellent, excellent. In just 1 month, you've mastered this sword technique of your father's. Once you've solidified your foundation, I'll pass down the second tier of this blazing blade art to you. Father, I feel power coursing through my entire body now. My combat strength far surpasses what it was before. Is this technique truly this terrifying? Lin Chen lowered his head, gazing at the long sword in his hands, his voice brimming with delight. In just a single month, his combat prowess had surged several-fold compared to before. This mysterious middle-aged man who claimed to be his father seemed to have some real skill after all. He was confident that if he ever faced Qin Jiuge again, he wouldn't suffer such a crushing defeat like last time. Ha ha ha. Of course. The cultivation technique your father passed down to you is a legendary heaven tier technique, a top-tier heaven tier one at that. There are only a handful of such techniques in all of Central Continent. Legend has it that our Lin family's ancient ancestor cultivated this very technique to become unrivaled across Central Plains, establishing the Lin clan and ascending to the upper realm. Today, the Lin clan is a colossal power in the upper realm. Our ancestor commands millions of disciples, wielding terrifying influence that spans countless territories. A single stomp from him could trigger earthquakes across the entire upper realm. If you dedicate yourself diligently, you will surely surpass even our ancestor one day. I understand, father. I will train diligently. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he could already envision Qin Jiuge kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Recently, I heard that the Central Plains 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild held an auction featuring many rare treasures. You could start by checking there for any worthwhile items. Perhaps you can complete that final bronze fragment. Then, the entire Secret Realm's fortune will be ours. Father, aren't you coming? Lin Chen asked in confusion. I have urgent matters to attend to. You may go on your own. Besides, these clans have never ceased their search for me over the years. If I were to follow you constantly, it would only put you in danger. I understand, father. Lin Chen nodded. It was just as well he wasn't coming. If they stumbled upon any treasures along the way, he wouldn't want to share them. He'd always been confident in his own luck. Don't worry about me. If things go smoothly, I'll come find you soon. Of course, should any unexpected events arise along the way, I'll wait for you at the Secret Realm. With that, Lin Ritian's form transformed into a divine rainbow, vanishing from sight in an instant as he soared toward the distant horizon. Oomph. A mere native thinks he can be my father? Pa! Once Lin Ritian was completely out of sight, Lin Chen sneered with contempt, spitting in the other's direction. As a transmigrator, who didn't consider themselves superior? Moreover, he and Lin Ritian shared no blood ties whatsoever. He had directly possessed the man's son, leaving not a shred of his soul behind. But for now, he still needed Lin Ritian's help. It wasn't wise to turn against him so easily. Once he and Qin Jiuge battle each other to mutual ruin, I can swoop in for the kill, killing two birds with one stone. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he calculated how to maximize his gains and eliminate both of them in one fell swoop. Chapter 67, System Store Open Silk of the Heavenly Worm? Meanwhile, in the eastern wastes. Inside a wooden hut, Qin Jiuge sat cross-legged, his aura surging relentlessly as a terrifying pressure spread outward. Taoist aura flowed around him, demonic intent manifested, divine radiance shone brightly, and halos swirled before ultimately dissipating into nothingness as he withdrew his power inward. Finally, another breakthrough. Qin Jiuge opened her eyes, exhaled in relief, then activated her personal information panel. Host, Qin Jiuge. Identity, Divine Son of the Ancient Qin Clan, Imperial Son of the Xianyuan Imperial Clan. Constitution, Taboo. Cultivation level, Early Purple Palace Realm. Techniques, Divine Abilities, Divine Qin Canon, Mystic Heaven Sword Record, Yin Yang Dual Cultivation Art, Heaven Devouring Demon Art, Xianyuan Imperial Art, Cultivating Demonic Essence in the Dao Heart, 10,000 Transformations Heavenly Demon Body. System Space, 2/3 World Seed. Bound Destiny Maidens, Jiang Wanyin, Su Qinghuan. Heavens will villain rating, 64,800 points. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Leveraging his accumulated villain points, he successfully elevated his cultivation to the Purple Palace realm. It must be noted that even for prodigies from the top clans and immortal sects of the upper realm, breaking through to this realm typically required nearly a century. As for the remaining villain points, he channeled them into refining his cultivation techniques. Every technique he cultivated was an upper realm masterpiece, making their difficulty unimaginable. Yet once mastered, their power was formidable, rendering one virtually unmatched at the same cultivation level. Not to mention he was simultaneously cultivating so many top-tier techniques his strength was beyond ordinary estimation. Of course, the most crucial element was the swallowing heaven demon art, a technique that could be described as bug level. Its most distinct feature compared to other techniques was that it required only the absorption of others' primordial energy to continuously grow stronger, without any limitations. Unfortunately, this lower realm was far too weak, having produced few true powerhouses to provide sufficient nourishment. It seems I must return to the upper realm for the swallowing heaven demon art to truly shine, Qin Jiuge murmured to himself. The power of the celestial geniuses in the upper realm far surpassed that of this lower realm, even rivaling some of the ancient powerhouses who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention, they possessed all manner of heaven-defying constitutions. For Qin Jiuge, this was nothing short of the finest nourishment. Qin Jiuge then opened the system shop. Previously, his villain points had been insufficient to unlock it. But after accumulating 1 million villain points, the time had finally come for the store to unlock. At a glance, the shop was filled with an array of items. Qin Jiuge searched through them carefully. Physical attributes. Supreme Bone, 5 million villain points. Chaos Sword Body, 7 million villain points. Double Pupils, 10 million villain points. Innate Holy Body Dao Embryo, 10 million villain points. Techniques. Chaos Return to Origin Art, 4 million villain points. Celestial Transformation Cannon, 4,500,000 villain points. Primordial Wasteland Dragon Art, 7 million villain points. Treasured Artifacts. Soul Severing Gourd, 10 million villain points. For Swords of Immortal Execution, 10 million villain points. Heaven Grasping Vessel, 999,999. Dense and dazzling, a veritable feast for the eyes. But alas, he couldn't afford a single one. Qin Jiuge sighed helplessly. He was still too poor. There were many splendid items here, even an emperor would covet them, but they were far beyond his current means. Seems I'll need to accumulate more villain points after all. Qin Jiuge's thoughts raced as he silently resolved himself. But then, his brow furrowed slightly as he clearly noticed something else. Black Heavenly Silkworm Stockings, 100 villain points. White Silk Stockings, 100 villain points. Blue and White Sailor Uniform, 500 villain points. Black and White Maid Outfit, 500 villain points. Black Leather Jacket, 500 villain points. Black Heels with Red Soles, 200 villain points. Damn system, what the hell do you think you're doing? Qin Jiuge seethed inwardly. It seemed this damn system was determined to squeeze every last drop of villain points out of him. Still, driven by curiosity, Qin Jiuge redeemed a pair of white silk stockings. Of course, he was merely curious, how did this silk compare to the stuff he'd seen in his past life? Were they the same? But now he understood this stuff was identical to what he knew from his past life, only with superior material and greater tier resistance. Of course, for cultivators like them, tearing it apart wasn't particularly difficult anyway. Young Master. Just then, the door opened, and Su Qinghuan approached with light steps. Young Master, do you require my company tonight? Su Qinghuan's face flushed with coyness, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Qinghuan, you've come at the perfect moment. I have something to give you. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Jiuge's eyes before he pulled Su Qinghuan into his embrace. Qinghuan. I'll do whatever my young master wishes. Su Qinghuan lowered her head, hesitating to meet Qin Jiuge's gaze. Though this wasn't their first intimate encounter, today was different. Her aunt was still in the next room. The thought of being discovered by her aunt made Su Qinghuan's heart race with nervousness. Qinghuan, put this on first. Saying this, Qin Jiuge took out the white silk stockings he had just purchased and handed them to Su Qinghuan. Young master, what is this? Su Qinghuan looked puzzled, running her fingers over the silk stockings. They felt smooth and cool to the touch, and looked quite pretty, though she had no idea what they were for. These are silk stockings, a decorative item worn on the legs. I happened to acquire them today, so I'm giving them to you. Qin Jiuge explained patiently. I see. Thank you, young master. Su Qinghuan's eyes lit up. The love of beauty is universal, and she was no exception. And what's more, this was a gift from the young master himself. Alright, let me help you put them on. With that, Qin Jiuge reached out and patiently slipped the white silk stockings onto Su Qinghuan's legs. As the favored daughter of fate, Su Qinghuan's beauty needed no elaboration. Few in the entire upper realm could rival her. As for her snow-white, slender legs, the silk stockings accentuated their graceful curves, making them appear even more elegant and flawless. Her skin glowed with a jade-like radiance, like a meticulously crafted work of art. Chapter 68, The Great Chu Dynasty, Wanbao Merchants Auction. Young master, is this what silk from the heavenly silkworm is like? Su Qinghuan looked utterly fascinated, running her fingers over her legs. The fabric felt silky smooth and cool to the touch. It certainly looked impressive. With that, she deliberately swayed her legs lightly. Beneath her skirt, the silk fabric shimmered with a radiant glow, like moonlight spilling forth. "Machem, I didn't lie to you, did I? After obtaining this treasure, you were the first person I thought of." As he spoke, Qin Jiuge reached out and took hold of her delicate, crystal-clear feet, clad in white silk. Feeling Qin Jiuge's intense gaze, Su Qinghuan smiled delightedly and teased playfully. "Hee, young master, since that's the case, I'll help you out with my feet first." With that, Su Qinghuan effortlessly climbed to the peak. In another room, Fox Spirit, she was deep in cultivation. Suddenly, a series of low, muffled sounds drifted in. Before long, they transformed into high-pitched, melodious tones. Forced to interrupt her practice, Fox Lingxi extended her divine sense only to flush crimson instantly. "That dead girl, doesn't she know to show some restraint? I'm still here." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gave a soft, disapproving snort, her tone tinged with both embarrassment and playful reproach. She had practiced asceticism for 1,000 years, remaining pure and untouched to this day. Yet, when she thought of Qinghuan. At that thought, Fox Lingxi's heart trembled slightly. That sort of thing, is it truly that pleasurable? Su Qinghuan's melodious, lingering murmur reached her ears, tinged with boundless delight. Each note drifted into her ears, causing even this 1,000-year-old fox spirit to feel her heart stir. A curiosity and a ripple of emotion she had never known before welled up within her. The next day, Qin Jiuge gently tucked the quilt around her, caressing her cheek. "You're such a greedy little fox," Qin Jiuge murmured with a faint smile. Then, a ripple rippled through the void, and Jiuyo emerged from it. "Master." Jiuyo bowed respectfully. "How did it go? Any findings?" Qin Jiuge turned away, standing with his hands behind his back, his tone detached. Upon learning that Lin Chen had arrived in Central Plains, Qin Jiuge dispatched Jiuyo to monitor his every move, lest he stumble upon any extraordinary opportunities. With Jiuyo's prowess, traversing between the two realms was effortless and took little time. "Master," after departing, Lin Chen encountered an unfamiliar man. The man claimed to be his father, radiating surging vitality and formidable power, a true king. It was this man who brought him to Central Plains, though the two have since parted ways. Lin Chen has entered the Great Chu Empire and appears to be searching for something. Jiuyo reported, hands clasped in a respectful salute. "Oh? His father?" Qin Jiuge raised an eyebrow. A true king, the pinnacle of power in this realm. It seemed this was the final stroke of fortune in Lin Chen's destiny. However, he held no interest in Lin Chen's origins. He cared only for what opportunities the other might bring him. Otherwise, why go to all this trouble? That's how villains operate. The chosen one just needed to wait obediently for death while seeking opportunities for him. As the antagonist, he had far more to consider. But to be fair, this man was actually quite pitiful. He likely still didn't realize that the Lin Chen before him was an impostor. His true son had long been possessed by the other. "Rest here for 2 more days, then we'll head to Central Plains." "Yes, young master." "Oh, I happen to have something to give you." Qin Jiuge spoke as he retrieved a black leather jacket from his storage ring and handed it to Jiuyo. "Master, what is this?" Jiuyo took it with a puzzled look. The fabric looked like it was meant to be clothing. But why would the master suddenly give her a piece of clothing out of the blue? Could it be? Jiu Yao flushed crimson. "Tonight, you'll come with Su Qinghuan." Qin Jiuge gave her a meaningful look. Meanwhile, in Central Plains. Within the imperial capital of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin Chen wandered aimlessly through the streets. Everywhere he turned, he saw hawkers shouting their wares, splendidly dressed young masters from noble families, and heavily guarded soldiers. Rumors had recently spread that the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild was holding an auction, featuring a grand finale treasure. Not only within the imperial city, but even several major cities nearby had drawn crowds. For a time, the streets were ablaze with human figures, teeming with crowds. To maintain order, the Great Chu dynasty had even dispatched special military units. The scale of this auction was truly unprecedented. The Great Chu dynasty stands as one of Zhongzhou's foremost powers, boasting vast territories and profound foundations. Its history includes legendary ancestors who ascended to the upper realms. Within the imperial capital, multiple true king realm elders held sway, making it a colossal powerhouse that ranked among the mightiest in all Central Plains. A mere stamp of its foot could send shockwaves rippling across the entire realm. The 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild, meanwhile, was a merchant alliance personally cultivated by the Great Chu dynasty to amass wealth. As the saying goes, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. With the support of the Great Chu dynasty, the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild grew rapidly, soon becoming the foremost merchant guild within the empire. Whether one sought martial arts manuals, secret techniques, miraculous elixirs, or spirit pets and magical artifacts, one could find them here. Rumor has it that the current emperor of the Great Chu dynasty himself visited this place in his youth and personally purchased a protective artifact. It was precisely this protective artifact that enabled him to repeatedly escape perilous situations and ultimately ascend to the imperial throne. Amidst the legendary aura surrounding the current emperor, the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild has grown to a scale far surpassing its past, drawing countless factions to observe its grandeur. Those once rare glimpses of influential figures are now so commonplace you could practically throw a stone and hit a cluster of them. You might bump into an unassuming old man on the street who turns out to be the patriarch of some powerful faction. The usual spoiled brats who like to bully others have vanished without a trace. They had either received word early on or been strictly forbidden from venturing out by their families. Though arrogant, they weren't foolish. They know that with their family connections, their petty squabbles used to be overlooked. Everyone turned a blind eye. But these are extraordinary times. If they accidentally provoke a powerful figure, even their fathers might have to personally apologize. They knew exactly what was more important. Chapter 69, The Last Bronze Fragment. Hunting bargains, ending up scammed. The auction. I wonder how my luck will hold this time. Will I snag another bargain? Lin Chen muttered to himself, casually scanning his surroundings. Since arriving in the Great Chu dynasty, he had thoroughly investigated the local situation. Rumor had it this auction would be vastly different from previous ones, featuring several grand finale treasures that had drawn many powerful individuals. Perhaps I'll come away with something worthwhile. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. After all, it was an auction. Judging by the novels he had read in his previous life, this auction seemed tailor-made for him, a perfect stage for showing off and humiliating others. The auctions he'd attended before always featured bizarre, oddly shaped items. They appeared ordinary and useless at first glance, yet concealed hidden potential. He'd snag them at bargain prices, turning them into powerful tools in his hands. This time would surely be no different. As for spirit stones? He'd already secured them from his cheapskate father long ago. It must be said, the man was truly generous. Knowing he was penniless, he handed over his entire savings without hesitation. A whopping 8 million top-grade spirit stones. Lin Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'd never seen so many spirit stones in his entire life. Such reserves could easily rival those of the top powers in Central Continent. With this much spirit stone, what couldn't he buy? Top-tier Xian-grade cultivation techniques, now only 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Don't miss out. Freshly harvested Nirvana realm-grade demon core, bones, blood, fur, everything you could want. Interested parties, hurry over. Low-grade spirit artifact freshly retrieved from a secret realm. Seeking trade for a 10,000-year spirit herb or a quasi-earth-grade cultivation technique. The chatter of vendors filled the air, the crowd bustling with activity. Lin Chen glanced briefly before losing interest and turning to leave. He was currently in the city's marketplace, where most vendors were low-level cultivators selling their wares. The assortment was indeed diverse, offering everything imaginable, but the quality was uniformly mediocre. After all, he was now a man of means. What couldn't he afford? The junk before him was naturally beneath his notice. Just as Lin Chen turned to leave, a flash of emerald green light suddenly caught his eye. He turned his head to look and immediately felt a surge of excitement. For on a nearby stall, a fragment of jade green bronze lay quietly. Lin Chen recognized it instantly. Wasn't this the very bronze fragment that man had shown him? He had already collected 3 such fragments. With just the final one, he could locate the place where that opportunity lay. Truly, heaven is aiding me. I knew it. I am the protagonist of this world. Lin Chen thought excitedly. Once he obtained this final bronze fragment, he would gain access to that legendary opportunity. Then, he would finally be able to exact his revenge. Lin Chen forced himself to suppress his excitement, feigning nonchalance as he approached the stall. Good customer, what might I assist you with today? I have everything under the sun here, honest dealing for all ages, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Spotting Lin Chen approaching, the stall owner immediately broke into a friendly smile and stepped forward. I'm just browsing. You go ahead and mind your business. With that, Lin Chen began circling the stall, examining the goods. Finally, his gaze settled on a long sword. Hey, boss, how much for this long sword? Lin Chen asked casually. Sir, you have excellent taste. You've set your eyes on my prized possession. The vendor's eyes lit up instantly. This blade is a mid-grade spirit artifact. Legend has it that it was forged from the bones of a great deep-sea demon. It cuts through iron like mud and is incredibly hard. Since you're such a connoisseur, I'll sell it to you at a discount. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Just 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Isn't that a bargain? What? Lin Chen nearly toppled over upon hearing this. Holy crap, you really are bragging. The shop's prized treasure? You don't even have a shop, and you're calling it your prized possession? He's asking 300,000 high-grade spirit stones for this crappy knife? Even though it's a drop in the bucket for him now, Lin Chen still felt pretty pissed off. This native is way too greedy. Of course it's fine. I like this item very much. I'll take it. Lin Chen declared boldly, like some spoiled rich kid. Oh, and this little trinket looks interesting. I'll take that too. With that, Lin Chen reached out for the bronze fragment. Natives are natives, they just don't recognize quality goods. Based on his years of experience reading novels, he knew the trick: pick out an ordinary item, then casually pretend to notice a small trinket and take it without a second thought. After all, this thing looked utterly unremarkable. Plus, he'd just splurged on a treasure, so most shopkeepers wouldn't bother arguing over it. Anyway, it wasn't anything special. Taking it wouldn't hurt. But these foolish natives had no idea that the most valuable item on the entire stall was this very bronze fragment. Just as Lin Chen was about to take the bronze fragment, the shopkeeper abruptly interrupted him. "Excuse me, sir. This knife is 300,000 spirit stones, but this bronze fragment is 3 million high-grade spirit stones." The vendor grinned slyly. "What the hell? 3 million high-grade spirit stones? You're selling me a piece of broken bronze for 3 million? Why not just rob me outright?" Lin Chen froze, then erupted into a torrent of curses. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. 3 million. Not a penny less." The shopkeeper sneered with utter disdain. Did he really think Lin Chen knew nothing? He'd seen more of the world than the other guy had eaten rice. Though he had no clue what this bronze fragment was, the seller's reaction made it clear it was incredibly important to him, perfect for squeezing every last penny out of him. "You!" Lin Chen clenched his right fist, gritting his teeth as he stared at the boss. He thought he could pull the wool over the other guy's eyes, but now it seemed he'd ended up looking like a fool instead. "What? You think you can just snatch it? Let me remind you, this is the imperial capital, the emperor's domain. Guards patrol every corner. Steal it if you dare." The boss wore a look of utter fearlessness. He'd been hustling in this place for years. What kind of situation hadn't he seen? If he let some young upstart scare him, he might as well pack his bags and get lost. Damn it! Lin Chen was utterly frustrated. Qin Jiuge was one thing, but now he was being mocked by a mere street vendor? This was the second time he'd been humiliated, aside from Qin Jiuge. "Hey! Are you going to buy anything or not? If not, get out of here." "I've got business to attend to," the vendor said with obvious disgust. He thought he'd landed a big sale, but now it seemed he'd just stumbled upon a self-important cheapskate who thought he was smarter than everyone else. "Fine. I'll take it. 3 million it is." Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. Though the loss was staggering, as long as he could seize that opportunity, it would all be worth it. "Alright, now it's 5 million high-grade spirit stones," the boss raised the price again. "You bastard. We agreed on 3 million. Lin Chen cursed. "I've changed my mind. 5 million, not a penny less. Take it or leave it." The shopkeeper wore a smug expression, certain he had Lin Chen cornered. Lin Chen suppressed his rage. "Fine. 5 million it is. Not a penny more." Chapter 70, tearing through space with a casual gesture, the fragile rules of the world. "Of course, sir. Our shop's prices are transparent, no cheating, young or old." The vendor grinned slyly. Lin Chen shot the vendor a furious glare before reluctantly pulling out the spirit stones. 5 million high-grade spirit stones equaled a mere 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Though not a huge sum for him now, being toyed with like a little darling by this local native still rankled him. Fortunately, he had secured spirit stones from Lin Chen beforehand, otherwise, he truly would have been helpless this time. After all, his former fortune wouldn't even cover the tip of the iceberg here. After taking the bronze fragment, Lin Chen stared intently at the vendor, as if etching his features into his memory. That damn native dared to rip him off. If he didn't exact revenge later, he wouldn't be a man. "Sir, are you still interested in that long sword?" the vendor called after Lin Chen. Lin Chen whipped around and glared at him fiercely, saying nothing before turning and walking away without looking back. Watching Lin Chen disappear, the vendor felt a pang of doubt, a hint of regret stirring within him. He seemed to have sold it too cheaply. He'd pulled out that top-grade spirit stone without a second thought, showing not a shred of reluctance. Judging by his demeanor, could he be some wealthy young master? But what young master would venture out alone? The vendor shook his head, weighing the storage pouch in his hand. A smile spread across his face as he dismissed such trivial thoughts. With this much spirit stone, what couldn't he buy? He promptly packed up his stall and departed. The immediate priority now was to lie low for a while and enjoy himself while he could. Once the dust settled in a few months, he'd change his appearance. Even if the other party sought revenge, they'd have no way to track him down. "Wow, young master, it's so lively here." On the main street, Qin Jiuge led his entourage as they wandered about. Su Qinghuan was like a curious little child, peering here and there with wide-eyed wonder. Since birth, she had lived alone with her aunt in the forest, rarely venturing out. Even after joining the Xiantian Holy Land, she remained aloof and cold, focused solely on cultivation and detached from worldly affairs. This was her very first time experiencing such a bustling scene. Moreover, the sights here were far more prosperous than anything she'd seen at the Xiantian Holy Land. "Come now, Qinghuan, this is just the beginning. When you eventually ascend to the upper realm and return to the young master's family, you'll understand what it truly means that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another sky." Jiao Yao giggled softly, covering her mouth, and gave her a gentle pat on the head. The upper realm, what kind of place is that? Su Qinghuan asked, her face brimming with curiosity. The upper realm is vast, encompassing countless small worlds, some of which are far larger than yours. But small worlds like this one are countless throughout the upper realm, as numerous as the hairs on a cow's back. The upper realm, is it truly this vast? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Qinghuan's eyes. Having lived her entire life in this place, her horizons were limited. The eastern wastes already felt vast enough to her. As for Central Continent, she'd only heard of it through rumors. This was her very first time setting foot there. Given the eastern wastes' current strength, no faction possessed the power to casually traverse between realms. Each border crossing demanded immense sacrifice, making it a losing proposition. Moreover, the eastern wastes were nowhere near as prosperous or powerful as the Central Plains. Over time, the Central Plains had lost interest in them, and for a very long time, there had been no exchanges between the two realms. In the upper realm, small worlds like theirs were as numerous as cow hair, countless beyond measure. This sparked Su Qinghuan's first genuine curiosity about the upper realm, a world long rumored to exist. You must understand that even a minor power in the upper realm possesses territories vastly exceeding this entire world. And your status, young master, is among the most exalted even in the upper realm. You are destined to become the formidable figure who will preside over the entire Changsheng clan and establish the rules of the upper realm. Zhou continued. That's incredible. Su Qinghuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had suspected Qin Jiuge's powerful background, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to descend to this realm so freely. She never imagined the power behind him could be this terrifying. The Immortal Clan? The very entities that would shape the rules of the upper realm? Clearly, with Qin Jiuge's background, he ranked among the absolute elite even within the entire upper realm. Zhou Yao was right. Once you reach the upper realm and witness the true world, you'll understand your own insignificance. Qin Jiuge spoke indifferently from ahead. After 2 days of rest in the eastern wastes, he led the women to Central Plains. With no ties left in the eastern wastes, Fox Spirit Shi, now alone, decided to follow along as well. With Zhou power, traversing the barrier between these two realms took but an instant. After all, the world's rules here were far less refined than those of the upper realm. Here, once one reached the sky-piercing realm, they could freely tear through space and traverse realms. But the upper realm was vastly different. The upper realm's world rules were far more solid and complete, virtually indestructible. Therefore, in the upper realm, tearing through space to traverse realms requires breaking through to the same king realm. Moreover, under the same cultivation level, the destructive power unleashed by a powerful being in the lower realm far surpasses that in the upper realm. It is akin to two worlds differing in their level of solidity, resulting in varying degrees of destruction. For instance, in the lower realm, a powerful being could easily obliterate an entire city. Yet in the upper realm, they might barely manage to damage a mountain. To put it simply, it's like comparing two houses, one built of wood, the other of reinforced concrete. The latter is undoubtedly far more robust. Strike the former with an axe, and it may collapse at any moment. Strike the latter, and it remains unscathed. Before he knew it, Qin Jiuge had arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Treasures trading house. Carved dragons adorned the beams, gilded splendor shimmered everywhere, radiating an aura of immense wealth and power. Let's go inside and take a look. With that, Qin Jiuge walked in, hands behind his back. The 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild was a renowned merchant alliance throughout the entire Great Chu dynasty, ranking among the most prominent in all of Central Plains. An auction was scheduled to take place in 2 days. With Lin Chen still nearby, wasn't this opportunity clearly meant for him? The only question was what form this opportunity would take. The women exchanged glances and naturally followed suit. Chapter 71, Factions Gather, Auction Commences. Upon entering the Merchants Guild, the receptionist maid approached them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He's so handsome. How could there be such a handsome young master in this world? Young master, is there anything I can assist you with? Any service at all? The young maid bowed respectfully, then flashed Qin Jiuge a flirtatious glance. Her expression seemed to say, "Come take me, young master. Do whatever you desire. Thank you for your offer, but I'd prefer to wander around on my own." With that, Qin Jiuge ignored the obsequious servant and began wandering aimlessly on his own. This maid possessed a face of about 6 or 7 points in beauty, a goddess rarely seen in a crowd. Yet, she held little appeal for him. Of course, she only acted so forward in his presence. Had Lin Chen come instead, he'd likely be mocked mercilessly at the door. "Young master, you look like it's your first time here. Why not let me show you around, familiarize you with the place?" The young maid showed no signs of giving up. After all, this young master looked incredibly handsome, radiating an air of nobility that clearly signaled his high status. Especially the 3 beauties behind him, though veiled, their faces obscured, they were clearly rare beauties, a sight seldom seen in this world. This only strengthened her conviction. This young master was clearly someone important, and he clearly loved beautiful women. This thought instantly boosted her confidence. In terms of looks, she was confident she could hold her own against anyone. There was no reason for him to be so cold toward her. Just as the woman pondered how to advance, further, deepen her interaction with Qin Jiuge, an elderly man had appeared before him. "Greetings, Chairman Su." The maid snapped back to her senses upon recognizing the visitor and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Qin, your journey from afar truly graces our 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild." Ignoring the maid, the elder turned instead to bow respectfully toward Qin Jiuge, leaving the young attendant beside him utterly bewildered. After all, the man before them was the very head of the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild, a true King Realm powerhouse, a figure of supreme authority throughout all of Central Plains. His every word and action could send shockwaves through Central Plains, a presence rarely seen in ordinary times. Yet here he was, bowing to a young man, an act that utterly shattered the maid's worldview. "Your Wanbao Merchants Guild certainly has its fingers in every pie, huh?" Qin Jiuge gave the man a casual glance, having clearly spotted the old man's presence long before. The elder clasped his hands together respectfully. "Young master, your bearing is so extraordinary. Even without knowing you came from the upper realm, I could tell you were no ordinary person." The existence of beings from the upper realm was hardly a secret among the top powers of Central Plains. The 10,000 Treasures Guild, backed by the Great Chu dynasty, naturally knew many of its secrets. "Enough with the pleasantries. I have a matter to discuss with you," Qin Jiuge said in a flat tone. "What is it?" "Whatever the 10,000 Treasures Guild can accomplish, I shall spare no effort." The elder's expression instantly turned solemn. "Nothing major. At the auction in a couple of days, I simply need you to deal with one person." Qin Jiuge gave the order casually. "So it's just a minor matter." "Rest assured, young master. Leave it to me. I'll ensure your complete satisfaction." The old man patted his chest, confidently guaranteeing the task. He thought it was some grand affair, but it turned out to be just some nameless nobody. Forget Lin Chen. If Qin Jiuge asked him to take down a true king, he'd do it. If this meant he could latch onto the young master's coattails, it would all be worth it. Then, a golden pill flashed before the old man. Its brilliant radiance shimmered, divine patterns swirled around it, and an intoxicating fragrance filled the air. It was so potent that the old man felt a slight tremor in his long-established cultivation realm. "Young master, what is this?" the old man asked, his face filled with confusion. Having presided over the Merchants Guild for years, with his discerning eye, he was astonished that a pill existed in this world he couldn't recognize. "It's a 9th-grade pill. Enough to advance your cultivation further," Qin Jiuge said casually. "What? A 9th-grade pill?" the old man exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, his breathing becoming ragged, all traces of his former composure gone. "A 9th-grade pill? The pinnacle of elixirs in all Central Continent. Even throughout the entire history of the Qingyang realm, 9th-grade elixirs had appeared only a handful of times. Each appearance sparked fierce battles, igniting fierce competition among the major powers of Central Plains. And now, the other party casually produced one as if it cost nothing. Though he had already learned of Qin Jiuge's background beforehand, he couldn't help but be awed by the sheer extravagance displayed. "Unless you have urgent business, withdraw." Qin Jiuge issued his dismissal without further ado. "Yes, young master. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform us. The 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild will spare no effort to fulfill your needs, young master." After receiving the elixir, the elder bowed respectfully and departed immediately with his attendant. "Now, let the show begin," Qin Jiuge murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. 2 days later, the entire 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild was bustling with noise and teeming with people. As a major event across the entire Great Chu dynasty, the auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild undoubtedly drew the attention of countless people. Not to mention, the 10,000 Treasures Guild had privately leaked word that a precious treasure would be unveiled at this auction, drawing countless factions to participate. After all, if the treasure proved subpar, it would be the 10,000 Treasures Guild that would lose face. They certainly wouldn't do anything to tarnish their own reputation. That man is the head of the Li family, a king-level powerhouse. The Li family ranks among the top noble houses in the Great Chu dynasty, with a sky-breaking realm ancestor presiding over the clan. They easily rank among the top 5 families in the entire Great Chu. That is the head of the Wang family, also a king-rank powerhouse. The Wang family is in no way inferior to the Li family, with a sky-breaking realm ancestor also presiding over their clan. That is the head of the Su family. Though far less powerful than the Lis or the Wangs, the Su family remains a first-rate force within the Great Chu dynasty. However, it's rumored their patriarch's lifespan is nearing its end, and he will soon enter nirvana. If they fail to find longevity treasures soon, the Su family may well decline. That one is the Marquis of Feng, the youngest Marquis-level powerhouse in the Great Chu dynasty today. The Marquis of Feng earned immense merit on the frontiers, slaying countless peers of equal cultivation. He holds the current emperor's profound favor. There are even rumors in the palace that the emperor intends to marry his princess to the Marquis of Feng. A procession of ornate carriages arrived. Countless young nobles clad in luxurious brocade garments stepped out, respectfully opening doors and waiting by the side before obediently following behind their family heads. Though they might appear arrogant and unruly elsewhere, in the presence of their elders, they could only offer such reverence, daring not to overstep in the slightest. The imposing aura of these seasoned leaders was overwhelming. Moreover, every figure present was an elder or patriarch from a prominent faction within the Great Chu dynasty. Merely standing there, the sheer pressure they radiated was enough to send chills down the spines of the younger generation. Onlookers gathered at a distance, murmuring in astonishment. Such a gathering of rarely seen dignitaries, appearing one after another, was a spectacle likely seen only at imperial events or this auction hosted by the 10,000 Treasures Trading House. Chapter 72, Lin Chen, mocked and humiliated. Who knew it would be this lively here? Looks like there might be some good stuff here. Hidden within the crowd, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully before deciding to venture inside and try his luck. If he could snag some treasure at a bargain price, he'd be getting a huge deal. Even if not, equipping himself with a new set of gear wouldn't be bad. After all, he had plenty of spirit stones to spare now, and spending them didn't bother him in the least. Speaking of which, that low-grade spirit artifact he'd worked so hard to obtain earlier had been destroyed by Qin Jiuge, leaving him heartbroken for quite some time. If you can destroy a low-grade spirit artifact, I refuse to believe you can destroy a top-grade one. This was the perfect chance to deck himself out in top-tier gear and show Qin Jiuge what it meant to be ridiculously wealthy and utterly dominant. Halt! Present your invitation. Lin Chen made a move to enter, only to be stopped by the guards at the entrance. Invitation? What invitation? Lin Chen looked utterly bewildered. Hadn't Lin Chen mentioned needing an invitation to attend the auction? This auction is attended by prominent figures from the Great Chu dynasty. Only those with invitations are permitted entry. Kid, looking at your shabby appearance, you'd better go chill somewhere else. One of the guards sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at him. These days, it seemed like any Tom, Dick, or Harry dared to try to sneak in. Judging by his appearance, he didn't look like some rich kid from a prominent family. He was here alone, without any elders or bodyguards by his side. Clearly, he had no connections. If he accidentally offended some important figure inside, it wouldn't just be the kid who suffered, he'd be dragged down with him. Then why won't they take him? Lin Chen pointed to a young man being ushered through the entrance by a crowd nearby. The young man seemed to have heard Lin Chen's remark. He turned his head and gave him a piercing stare. Are you looking for death? That's young Master Yi. The sole heir to the Yi family patriarch. How could a vagrant like you compare? The guard shuddered and barked sternly. This isn't a place for you. Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, the guard made no pretense of politeness. He drew the long sword from his waist, its cold gleam fixed squarely on Lin Chen. His stance made it clear that if Lin Chen didn't leave immediately, he would be cut down without mercy. Heh, Brother Yi, I never imagined there'd be someone in the Imperial City who doesn't recognize you. Seeing the man pause to watch, a young man dressed in brocade robes, unremarkable in appearance, approached from behind him and teased. That's not quite right. I'm just a nobody. The Imperial City is full of hidden talents. Who knows how many big shots are lurking here? What if someone's low profile hides a true status far above both of us? The man named Ji shrugged indifferently, laughing off the remark with a few more playful jabs. But those who knew him well understood that the man outside was in for a world of trouble. Don't be fooled by his cheerful facade behind closed doors. He was a smiling tiger who loved to scheme, with an ego as big as a mountain. Being mentioned by some unknown country bumpkin like Lin Chen in front of so many people undoubtedly made him feel humiliated. Especially that line, why doesn't he want an invitation? Did he really need an invitation? Wasn't that clearly looking down on him? Why single him out among all these people present? They all moved in the same circles in the imperial capital. Once today's news spread, he was bound to be mocked by many. They'd mock him for looking down on some penniless kid. Who knows where this penniless kid came from, not even recognizing young Master Yi. Where else could he be from? Certainly not the Imperial City. Young Master Yi is renowned as a prodigy among the younger generation there. At just 30 years old, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the Unity realm. He's just one step away from entering the Divine Power realm. He's just some provincial upstart who's never seen the world. It's no wonder he doesn't recognize young Master Yi. I'd wager his hometown couldn't produce a peerless prodigy like young Master Yi in 10,000 years. As the favored son of fortune, Lin Chen undoubtedly radiated a protagonist aura, drawing mockery from countless onlookers. Don't mistake them for ordinary nobodies with no background. They're no different from Lin Chen. But living in the imperial capital, they felt inherently superior, looking down on those from other regions. After all, the mere thought of residing in the grandest capital of the Great Chu dynasty made even a lowly servant stand tall with pride. Did you hear that? If you don't leave now, my blade won't spare you. The guard barked sternly, urging Lin Chen to leave immediately. Oof, bullying people with your power, looking down on others with your dog's eyes. Is this how the 10,000 treasures merchants conduct their business? Lin Chen's face darkened as the crowd's mocking words seeped into his ears. Damn it! A bunch of frog in the well fools. Even though I'm a time traveler, I don't look down on you lot. Yet you natives dare to look down on me? Oof. How the Wanbao merchants conduct our affairs is none of your business. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Do you even belong here? Get lost. Having just been swindled out of 5,000 top-grade spirit stones by a crooked merchant, he now faced harassment from a guard all while enduring the scornful whispers of the crowd. Lin Chen could no longer endure it. He drew his sword as well. What? You want to fight? The guard sneered inwardly, unleashing a terrifying aura that engulfed Lin Chen. A mere soul transformation realm cultivator? Crushing him would be easier than squashing an ant. This was the perfect opportunity to curry favor with young Master Yi. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from the guard, Lin Chen knew he stood no chance. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to hold back. Though he possessed a trump card capable of instantly eliminating this man, it was reserved for Qin Jiuge. There was no need to waste it on such a minor figure. Moreover, this was the territory of the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild. Killing someone here would likely make escape impossible. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Qin Jiuge alone was already troublesome enough. There was no need to provoke the 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild and stir up a whole mess. I've no time for you. Send your manager out here. I have a valuable treasure to auction. Otherwise, if you delay, the only ones to suffer losses will be your Wanbao Merchants Guild. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Ha! You? Have a treasure to auction? And you want our manager to come out and see you? Do I look like a fool? The guard sneered with utter contempt. With his pathetic, penniless appearance, what kind of treasure could he possibly have? He probably just wants to distract us so he can sneak in, right? Sorry, sir, we don't take junk here. If you wish to auction junk, please take your business elsewhere. The moment he spoke, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Look at that guy, his face is turning bright red. Exactly. Doesn't he even look in the mirror? What kind of person thinks he belongs in the Wanbao Merchants Guild? He looks like a total cheapskate. What kind of treasure could he possibly have? Probably something so worthless nobody would even pick it up off the ground. Chapter 73, showcasing the treasure clearly just a worthless stone. The crowd traded barbs, mercilessly mocking Lin Chen. I'm telling the truth. Get your manager out here to see me. Otherwise, if the auction of this treasure is delayed, you'll be held responsible. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his face flushed crimson, seething with frustration. Damn it, they actually look down on me. Just wait until I unveil this treasure, then you'll be begging me on your knees. Then I'll see if you still look the same. Who is making such a commotion outside? At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. Inside the room, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue scholar's robe, his figure bulky, stepped out. Mr. Li. Upon seeing the manager arrive, the guards bowed respectfully. The crowd outside, which had been noisy in chaotic moments before, now fell completely silent, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Are you the manager of Wanbao Trading House? Lin Chen scrutinized the man. A middle-aged man clad in a blue gentleman's robe, his large belly protruding, twirling his handlebar mustache. Long accustomed to authority, he exuded an air of command without needing to raise his voice. I am the proprietor of the 10,000 Treasures Trading House. I overheard you mention you have a valuable treasure to consign to our auction? Manager Li said in a deep voice. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed. He then shot a fierce glare at his guard before producing an ice blue stone. This is a crystal ice stone. See for yourself. At the mention of the glassy ice crystal stone, Manager Li visibly stiffened. He reached out to take it, carefully examining the deep blue, crystal clear jade before him. A crystal ice stone. The onlookers gasped in awe at the name. The ice crystal jade was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, exceedingly precious, found only in the harsh, glacial cold. Even in Central Plains, it had only surfaced a handful of times over the years. Each time, even the smallest fragment could fetch astronomical prices. Yet the piece before them was nearly half the size of a fist. If genuine, this artifact would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Central Plains. The gazes now fixed upon Lin Chen were no longer mocking, but instead brimming with curiosity and utter astonishment. Who exactly was this man before them? To produce such a large piece of glazed ice crystal stone, he couldn't possibly be an unknown figure in Central Plains. Could it be that they had misjudged him, that he was simply too low-key? Even the group of young masters from prominent families gathered at the entrance pricked up their ears, their attention now fully focused. Brother Yi, what do you think, is this genuine? One of them asked curiously. The man surnamed Yi shook his head. Let's hear what Manager Li has to say first. The name Crystal Ice Stone carried such weight that they couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with it. But because it was so rare, nearly extinct in Central Plains, none of them had ever seen one. Only Manager Li could determine its authenticity. At that moment, Yi had already made up his mind. If this item was genuine, he would no longer pursue the matter with that person. To produce such a massive piece of this heavenly rarity, the other party must have considerable connections. Moreover, doing so in broad daylight signaled either immense confidence in themselves or unwavering trust in their powerful backing. To provoke them rashly could very well bring formidable enemies upon the Yi family. He would never commit such folly. Shopkeeper Li held the crystal ice stone, examining every detail meticulously, daring not to be the slightest bit careless. See? I told you there was a treasure to be auctioned. This item is probably something even your 10,000 Treasures Guild has rarely seen. If you delay the auction, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Chen stood with his hands on his hips, a smug look on his face, shooting a malicious glance at the guard. He had already planned how he would exact revenge afterward. To humiliate him like this, he wouldn't let it slide so easily. Seeing Lin Chen's confident expression and Li the manager's gradually furrowing brow, the guard's heart instantly tightened with anxiety. Could it be true, as the man claimed, that this item was an extraordinarily rare treasure of heaven and earth? If so, he was in serious trouble. The guard desperately prayed within himself this item had better be fake. After a long while, Manager Li finally completed his appraisal. It seems the truth is quite clear now. Lin Chen snorted coldly, folding his arms as he waited for the other party to come and invite him. But reality turned out vastly different from his expectations. Instead of respectfully inviting him into the 10,000 Treasures Guild, Manager Li erupted in fury, shouting, "What glass ice crystal stone? This is nothing but a worthless rock. You scoundrel! You've come all the way to my 10,000 Treasures Guild to swindle people. Get out of here immediately, and don't let me see you again." With that, Manager Li flung the crystal stone aside. What? It's fake. Lin Chen's face turned pale with shock as he scrambled to catch it, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he stared at Manager Li. Fake? How could that be? This was given to him by his late father, who claimed it was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, impossible to find anywhere else. How could it be fake? Mr. Li ignored Lin Chen, instead glancing coldly at the guard. Don't just let anyone in here. This isn't a dumping ground. With that, he turned away without another glance at Lin Chen and strode straight into the house. Yes, sir. After being addressed, the guard nodded repeatedly until Manager Li had left the premises. You bastard. You almost pulled this off. The guard spun around and delivered a merciless palm strike to Lin Chen's face, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. That bastard, he'd almost believed his lies. Thankfully, the shopkeeper had come out to investigate personally. If he had introduced him and the manager discovered the counterfeit, wouldn't he be held responsible? But even now, the shopkeeper had taken notice of him. Before leaving, he'd specifically warned him. All of this was because of this brat standing before him. How could he not be furious? So it was fake after all. I knew it. Just look at him, he never looked like someone who could produce anything valuable. Exactly. He's got some nerve, lying without batting an eye. But a fake is still a fake, no difference at all. He can't possibly think that just by putting on a convincing act, he can fool the shopkeeper. Let's go, brother Yi. He's just putting on airs. No twist here, nothing worth watching. Let's go. The man surnamed Ji cast a disappointed glance at Lin Chen lying on the ground before turning and entering the house. He must have lost his mind to believe that guy had some big connections earlier. Now it was clear he was brain dead. Chapter 74, The Theory of Destiny, the auction begins. Lin Chen struggled to his feet, still clutching the glassy ice crystal stone tightly in his hand. At that moment, he felt like he was going mad. Not only had he been swindled out of spirit stones earlier, but now he'd been publicly humiliated and thrown out in front of everyone. How had things escalated to this point? According to his plan, he was supposed to be harassed at the entrance, draw the steward's attention, then seize the moment to display the treasure. He'd earn everyone's gasps of awe, and the steward would then respectfully usher him inside, treating him to fine food and drink. How could the stone in his hand suddenly be fake? Lin Chen's heart raced with anxiety. Being barred from the auction meant the treasures within were now beyond his reach. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the glass ice crystal stone in his hand was indeed genuine. However, for the 10,000 Treasures Trading House, aligning themselves with Qin Jiuge held far greater importance than the crystal stone itself. While the crystal ice stone was rare, the favor of a young master from the upper realm was an opportunity that came but once in a lifetime. Ding! Chosen one. Lin Chen's attempt to show off has failed. Congratulations, host, you have gained 30,000 points of Destiny Villain value. Within the luxurious private room, clouds of smoke swirled amidst a dazzling display of jewels and treasures. The walls were constructed of glazed ice, shimmering with iridescent light, while the floor was laid with naturally formed warm jade, radiating a gentle glow. Surrounding the space were priceless treasures of every kind. Jade-carved tables and chairs displayed exquisite craftsmanship, their surfaces inlaid with sparkling gems. An intoxicating fragrance drifted through the air, a blend of orchid and musk, unlike anything of this world. The entire space felt like a dream, a paradise on earth. The villain points are dwindling. It seems Lin Chen's luck has run its course. Qin Jiuge sat by the window, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. When he saw Lin Chen being driven out, he smiled knowingly. Thinking of snagging a bargain at the auction? Then I'll make sure you can't even get inside. Young master, is this the man who provoked you back then? Why not just deal with him directly, young master? Fox spirit, she stared at Lin Chen, her brows furrowed. She felt like she'd seen him somewhere before. Senior, have you ever heard of Destiny? Qin Jiuge spoke softly. Fortune? Huli Sisi pondered for a moment, then her eyes flashed with understanding.
Are you suggesting this Lin Chen is a man of immense destiny, favored by the way of heaven?
In the upper realm, the concept of destiny was no longer as ethereal as it once was.
Major factions had all conducted research on it.
After all, as top-tier powers, their clans and sects had achieved eternal existence, a feat that naturally required immense destiny.
Among them, the Jinyun Heavenly Palace of the Northern Cold Dao domain possessed the deepest understanding of destiny.
Legend held that their founding patriarch had attained the Dao through the very essence of destiny itself. This very foundation fueled the celestial palace of destiny's ascent to ever greater prominence. Its ranks swelled with prodigious disciples, its foundations grew ever more formidable until it rose to become one of the upper realm's foremost powers.
This Lin Chen is no ordinary man. With such immense destiny upon him, perhaps he holds some hidden opportunity. So, young master, you mean, to use him as a treasure-hunting rat to seek opportunities for you? Fox Spirit Shi, ever astute, instantly grasped Qin Jiuge's scheme.
When Lin Chen finally stumbles upon that great opportunity, it will be the day he meets his end. This divine son of the Qin clan truly had a cunning mind. Had anyone else been wronged by Lin Chen, they likely would have lost their temper long ago. Yet he endured the solitude, exploiting the other to gradually seek fortune for himself, a scheme that could only be described as insidious. When Lin Chen finally found the opportunity after enduring countless hardships, only to discover that all his efforts had merely paved the way for someone else's success, how utterly despairing that would be. A chill crept into Fox Lingxi's heart as she shot Qin Jiuge a piercing glance. Fortunately, there was no grudge between them.
Otherwise, facing such an enemy who calculated every move with deadly precision, how terrifying would that be? By the way, senior, have you ever seen this Lin Chen? Qin Jiuge suddenly asked.
After all, Lin Chen was the favored son of fortune in this world.
There might be some connection between them. Fox Lingxi shook her head. No.
I have lived in the forest my entire life, rarely venturing out, let alone encountering humans. Then her brows furrowed slightly. But for some reason, he feels vaguely familiar.
As if I've seen him somewhere before, though I can't quite place it. Familiar?
Qin Jiuge nodded slightly, lowering her head in thought.
Fox Lingxi had long lived in seclusion within the forest until a bronze fragment inexplicably drew the pursuit of powerful adversaries. He surmised that the bronze fragment was likely the very opportunity Lin Chen sought. He needed that bronze fragment to activate some mechanism, only then could he obtain the opportunity within. Coincidentally, not long ago, a man claiming to be Lin Chen's father had appeared by his side. Moreover, this man was a true king-level powerhouse, far surpassing Fox Lingxi in strength. Given this, the person who killed Fox Lingxi was most likely Lin Chen's father.
After obtaining the bronze fragment, he had rushed off to deliver the opportunity to Lin Chen. This added another possible cause to Lin Chen's death. Meanwhile, the auction was in full swing. True to its reputation as the most renowned merchant guild in all of Central Continent, the 10,000 Treasures Guild had already unveiled numerous treasures since the auction began. Among them were even heaven-tier cultivation techniques, high-grade spirit artifacts, and 7th-grade elixirs, sparking fierce bidding wars. In the blink of an eye, the treasures had been driven to astronomical prices. Members of lesser clans and minor factions, their coffers running dry, could only watch helplessly as others drove up the bids. The price of any single treasure on display could rival the accumulated wealth of their families over hundreds of years. Though they held distinguished positions and were respected figures in their own right. Here, however, they seemed utterly insignificant. Even an unassuming old man in the corner could be someone they couldn't hope to curry favor with. Their sole purpose in attending was to serve as mere backdrops for the true power players. Chapter 75, 8th Grade Pill Breaking Void Pill. Congratulations to Box 6, who has obtained this heaven-tier cultivation technique. The host on stage exclaimed excitedly, then instructed the attendant beside him to deliver the item to Box 6.
Another heaven-tier cultivation technique. The 10,000 Treasures Merchants Guild is so wealthy. Su Qinghuan couldn't help but exclaim.
In the eastern wastes, only their Xiantian Holy Land possessed a single heaven-tier cultivation technique. Yet here, heaven-tier cultivation techniques seemed as common as cabbages by the roadside, found everywhere. From the start until now, 3 heavenly-tier cultivation techniques had already been auctioned off, each fetching astronomical prices. Compared to Central Plains, the eastern wastes were still far behind, not even in the same league. After all, Central Continent is the strongest and most resource-rich of the 5 domains. It's no wonder they have such foundations. Besides, these heaven-tier cultivation techniques aren't anything special. Even in the upper realm, they'd barely be considered decent. Qin Jiuge remarked indifferently. Such things held value only for cultivators of this world. In his eyes, they were worth less than junk, naturally drawing no admiration. By the way, how's your cultivation progress with that technique I passed on to you? Qin Jiuge asked casually. The cultivation technique I passed on to you is a divine-tier cultivation technique. Even in the upper realm, it's exceptionally rare. Some top-tier great sects might not even possess it. With your talent, if you cultivate diligently, you'll undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself in the upper realm someday. He spoke the truth. With Su Qinghuan's status as the daughter of destiny, coupled with her 9 mystic body and immortal fox bloodline, the upper realm would never be her final destination. How far she could rise depended entirely on her own efforts. I've been diligently cultivating lately, and my cultivation has advanced rapidly. But there are still some unclear points. I need you to give me some private lessons tonight and personally guide me, with a little hands-on help. Su Qinghuan's crimson lips parted, her words as fragrant as orchids, as she shot Qin Jiuge a meaningful glance. Since you've asked, I suppose there's no harm in that. With that, Qin Jiuge reached out and stroked Su Qinghuan's fox tail. This little fox, she's become more and more alluring lately. Fox spirit she, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Girls grow up too fast. Judging by Su Qinghuan's expression, has she actually gotten hooked? Could that kind of thing really be that pleasurable? Fox Lingxi couldn't help but wonder. Still, if Su Qinghuan were to follow Qin Jiuge, it would be a decent outcome. His status, strength, talent, and background were all top tier. Moreover, judging by how doting Qin Jiuge seemed toward her, she felt reassured. With the Qin clan backing her, even if Su Qinghuan returned to the upper realm someday, she wouldn't have to worry about her family hunting her down. The promise she made to her sister was thus fulfilled. Below, the auction raged on in full swing, with rival factions competing ever more fiercely. Before long, all 20-plus treasures had been auctioned off, each fetching an astronomical price. One could only imagine the terrifying profit-making capabilities of the 10,000 treasures merchants guild. The auctioneer on stage flushed crimson, his heart pounding with excitement. This auction had surpassed his wildest expectations. So far, his commission alone had already yielded substantial profits. Suppressing his excitement, the auctioneer adopted a solemn expression, ahem. Next, we present the grand finale treasure of this Wanbao Merchants Guild auction. I'm sure many of you have heard whispers about it already, so I shan't waste time with pleasantries. Now, please welcome the first exhibit, an 8th grade elixir, the sky-piercing pill. As a maid carried a wooden box onto the stage, the auctioneer reached out to take it. He then opened the box, revealing the pill within. A perfectly round pill lay quietly within. Its entire body glowed with a jade-like whiteness, radiating a brilliant luster. Dense, intricate patterns covered its surface, delicate and exquisite, resembling a masterpiece of art. As the box opened, a rich, potent fragrance of the pill instantly filled the air, drifting into every private box. The entire auction hall was enveloped in this refreshing, soul-stirring aroma. Whoa! The sky-piercing pill. It's the legendary sky-piercing pill. The 10,000 Treasures trading house is making quite a splash. They're putting something like this up for auction instead of keeping it for their own use? Just as the rumors suggested, this auction is vastly different from any before. If the sky-piercing pill is the first item up for auction, what could the next 2 treasures possibly be? Aren't they even more precious than this pill? The moment the sky-piercing pill appeared, it immediately drew gasps of astonishment from the crowd below. Even in Central Continent, alchemists were an extremely rare profession, revered by all factions. Those capable of refining an 8th grade pill were even rarer, truly a once-in-a-lifetime find. Now, an 8th grade pill appeared before them, and not just any, but the rarest of its kind, the sky-piercing pill. Naturally, the crowd was overcome with excitement. It's a sky-piercing pill. This item must be obtained by our Sui family. In box 13, a rugged-looking middle-aged man spoke in a low, solemn voice, surrounded by several elders and younger members of his clan. Gentlemen, I implore you to grant my Sui family this favor. This item holds great significance for us. Consider it a debt I owe each of you present. A gruff voice echoed from box 13. Oomph. What does your Sui family amount to? Does my Su family need your favors? From another box, an equally untimely voice cut through the air, thick with tension. Su Koan, are you courting death? Inside the box, a middle-aged man slammed his right fist onto the table in fury, instantly leaving a fist-sized dent in the surface. The elders and younger generations beside him trembled in fear, not daring to move an inch. The Su and Sui families were long-standing rivals, each holding deep contempt for the other. With both family heads possessing fiery tempers, every encounter between them inevitably erupted into conflict, and this occasion was no exception. This is an auction. Naturally, it comes down to who offers the highest bid. If your Sui family lacks spirit stones, you'd be wise to leave now. It'll spare everyone else the spectacle. A faintly mocking voice drifted from the private box. Others might fear the Sui family, but the Su family did not. Having battled for years, both sides knew each other's capabilities inside out. My Sui family certainly isn't short on spirit stones. The question is whether your strength, Su Kuan, matches even half the power behind your big mouth. The Sui family head retorted, refusing to be outdone. Oomph. Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? It's perfect timing. I've recently mastered the Iron Mountain Lean, a heaven-tier technique passed down through my clan for generations. I've been itching for someone to test it on. In another private room, Su Koan couldn't help but sneer coldly. Unlike the Sui family head's rugged appearance, Su Koan was exceptionally handsome, sporting a center-parted hairstyle that made him look like a mere youth. Of course, anyone who underestimated him based on his looks would suffer a heavy loss. Not only the Su and Sui families, but the entire venue erupted into chaos as the sky-piercing pill was revealed, countless eyes converging on it. After all, this was an 8th grade pill, a rare treasure that could only be encountered by chance. What's more, it was a pill capable of aiding one in breaking through cultivation realms, making it one of the rarest even among 8th grade pills. Used correctly, it could potentially forge a breakthrough realm powerhouse, propelling them into the ranks of the top forces within the Great Chu dynasty and reshaping the power dynamics within the imperial capital. Thus, many within the hall descended into a frenzy. Were it not for the sliver of reason that still clung to them, reminding them of the terrifying might of the 10,000 Treasures trading house, some might have resorted to outright violence to seize it. After all, a pill capable of aiding someone in breaking through to the sky-piercing realm was simply too rare. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when they might encounter another such chance?